The story begins at the Count family of the Seldam Kingdom. Inside one of the rooms, someone shifts in their sleep. The individual lies still. He thinks to himself that it is that dream again. The dream centers on the eldest son of the Seldam Kingdom's Count family, the official heir. Also, the dream shows a figure falling amidst red lightning. The falling figure declares that they will seal their opponent. A surge of power emanates from below. The figure in the dream proclaims that the 12 heavenly gods cannot even defeat one of them, and all they can do is gather up to seal them. The figure laughs, finding the situation funny. He declared that they could go ahead and seal him, but when he reawakened, he would ensure they were trapped in eternal suffering. The voice warned that their radiant lights would die out in darkness, and they wouldn't even be able to die a peaceful death amidst agony. The voice continued, stating that they would be begging to be killed, and that Diablo Volfer would look forward to that moment. However, for now, the scene faded to black, punctuated by flashes of lightning. The words "being trapped in eternal suffering" echoed in the darkness. The narrative shifted, revealing that he had been sealed off by the 12 gods, and after finding his way through the crack of the barrier that had opened after an eternity, he was reborn as the son of this family. The young boy, Jamie, was seen looking out the window. Someone exclaimed that Jamie was awake, commenting on how pretty he was and noting that his eyes looked exactly like someone else's. His father and mother looked at him with adoration, his mother commenting on how sparkly his eyes were and that his expression looked exactly like hers. Bubub was lying in a crib, unable to speak. Jamie was raised as a nobleman with a great deal of love from his parents. His mother exclaimed how strong he looked as his father held him up. 9 years passed. Footsteps echoed through the halls. Jamie paused, lost in thought. He sighed. Jamie clicked his tongue, thinking that today would be at the morning sky because it was really pretty. Suddenly, the elderly maid called out to the young master. Jamie greeted her with the morning. The maid gushed about how affectionate the young master was. Jamie wondered if he really seemed that affectionate, thinking that watching the sky was great and all. The maid reminded him that his parents were waiting for him and asked if they should get him dressed. Jamie agreed. The sound of footsteps echoed as the gray-haired maid and the young master approached. The maid announced that young Master Jamie had arrived. The gray-haired maid cooed, welcoming her loving baby. The family greeted Jamie as he arrived at the table. Jamie responded with enthusiasm, acknowledging his mother. The family sat together at the table, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Someone thought that their babies were so cute. Suresbel Welton believed they were cute because they took after her. She thought of Jamie as her precious child. The text described Argino Welton as the head of the Welton Count's family and one of the kingdom's only 5 sword masters. Argino Welton dismissed the idea that his children were angelic, attributing their charm to their mother's influence, especially noting their sparkling eyes. Suresbel Welton was embarrassed by her husband's affection. It was clear that Argino was crazy for his wife and children. Sarah Welton offered her brother some food. Jamie thanked Sarah for feeding him delicious food. The Welton family was enjoying a meal together, and they were proud of Sarah. They encouraged her to eat. However, the young master thought to himself that he was being serious. He found it tiring and just wanted to be alone. With a sigh, he retreated to his room. Seriously, Jamie thought he would never get used to how overly affectionate they could be. He collapsed onto his bed. Jamie reflected that it had gotten much better now that he was older. Back then, he had wanted to die because he had to talk cute like he had a short tongue. He thought to himself that he liked this mansion. However, Bia approached him, beeping. Jamie realized that it was just that he was terribly weak right now. But it was all right, he thought, as BBI perched on his head. He realized that being reborn had given him a whole new opportunity, and he thought of those 12 stupid gods. The beings still existed, leeching off their believers like parasites. With a sinister smile, the young master held his hands out, dark energy swirling around them. Although this was the full extent of his powers, it was because of the dark. The dark energy crackled around him as he smirked. Time, however, was ultimately on his side. He thought to himself that the 12 gods should keep being arrogant as they always had been, because he would become stronger. Just then, the elderly maid peeked in, announcing that it was time for the young master to read children's books with Madame. The young master paused, considering the interruption. He internally expressed his frustration. He thought that whenever he had to act cute, it made him want to be sealed off again. The maid encouraged him to go. Jamie's mother and younger sister welcomed him. The family gathered in the drawing room, ready for story time. Jamie, ever eager, asked his mother what book she would be reading to them today. His younger sisters watched with anticipation. The younger girls rushed to embrace Jamie, showering him with affection. The book for the day was titled The Great Magician Heinz. Suresbel Welton began to read to her children. The story told of Heinz, who lived happily ever after. Sewers asked if they had fun. Sewers told Jamie that he was very smart, so she was sure he could become a great magician, especially since he had already defeated 3 of the magic teachers she had brought for him. Jamie wondered if his mother was mocking him for defeating the magic teacher she had brought for him, especially since his father said he'd bring the greatest magician. Sewers told Jamie that she would read to him just for this time, and Jamie thought that perhaps she wasn't mocking him. Jamie's sister expressed how amazing their father was. Sewers asked if Jamie was going to the library, and he excitedly confirmed that he was. His mother told him not to read too much and to make sure to play outside a little, asking him to come give her a hug. Sewers embraced Jamie tightly, exclaiming in delight. His sister gushed over how precious Jamie was, begging him to play with her instead of going to the library. Jamie internally pleaded with his mother to stop. He sighed as he sat in the library. Jamie picked up a book, noting that he read it, because it was the latest book on mana breathing, but it was nothing special. He thought that it was not helpful and wondered if there were any other helpful books. Jamie realized it was already mealtime again, and he was tired of eating with them 3 times a day. He thought he should probably go before the nanny came to find him. Jamie walked down the hallway. It was as expected of Count Welton. He used an artifact like this in front of the entrance to the dining hall as a decoration. The old man observed that the young mage possessed a tremendous amount of mana, so much so that it was leaking from his body. The old man surmised that the young mage was at least a 7th-class magician, but he wondered how he had arrived there without a guide, suspecting that he had teleported. The old man considered whether the young mage was an intruder, but his laid-back demeanor made him doubt that he was an intruder in the Swordmaster's mansion. The old man hummed to himself. The young mage questioned who the old man might be. The young mage demanded to know how the old man had come inside, stating that it wasn't a place just anyone could enter. The old man simply responded with an oh-ho. The young mage thought to himself that he guessed the son of a tiger was also a tiger, and that the old man was definitely above average. The young mage found the old man's laid-back attitude annoying, especially the fact that he was measuring his potential and admitted to himself that he just didn't like it. The young mage resolved to show the old man just how painful it was if he got hit when he let his guard down, thinking that the old man was way better than the rumor suggested, and that he had that much mana even though he was only 9 years old. The old man was starting to get curious about the way the young mage was acting, wondering just how strong he was. The elderly mage stood his ground, crackling energy dancing around him. Before him, the young mage seemed unfazed by the display of power. The young mage's eyes narrowed, and he challenged the old man, daring him to test his power. He declared himself to be Diablo Volfer. Diablo Volfer's power surged, manifesting as a complex, magical circle around him. He questioned who dared to challenge one who was on the verge of defeating even the gods in his past life. The young mage unleashed a burst of magical energy. The energy surged towards the mysterious old man, engulfing him. The magical energy crackled intensely. The energy continued to surge and pulse. The room was filled with the aftermath of a magical attack. The young mage clicked his tongue, realizing the attack had not worked as intended. He was surprised that it had done no damage at all. The elderly mage, however, was amazed by the display of power. He wondered if this was truly the magic of a 9-year-old boy. The old man remained unharmed amidst the fading magical energy. The young mage was shocked to see the old man was completely fine. The magic hurtled towards the city, but the mysterious old man remained unfazed. Seeing the magic, the old man realized it was not aimed at him. Because the magic was not aimed at him, he saw no reason to react. Elsewhere, the young mage was shocked. He couldn't believe that the old man didn't even blink. The magic continued its descent. The magic was about to strike. Argino Welton moved to intercept the magic. Argino told the young mage that he was going too far. Argino asked if he understood, and the young mage confirmed that he did. The young mage sniffled, seemingly upset. Argino was shocked that the young mage was upset. The old man suggested they have a quick chat, noting that the young mage was shy in front of his father. The elderly mage laughed, finding the situation quite amusing and calling it a surprise. He then stated that he was very envious. The young mage thought to himself that he had attacked someone's son out of nowhere, wondering if he had gone insane. The elderly mage sat across from the young mage, who was seated in a large blue chair. The Swordmaster Count's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Argino called out to his son, as well as the Welton family. The elderly mage took a sip of his tea. The elderly mage asked if Argino had just said that he knew, telling him to calm down because his aura was starting to hurt, as expected from the Swordmaster. The elderly mage questioned how much Argino knew. Argino asked what the mage was referring to regarding his son. The elderly mage asked how much of a genius Jamie was. Argino expressed his frustration, wondering why he had trusted the mage with Jamie, especially since he attacked him out of nowhere. He thought to himself that the mage sure could hold a grudge. Argino realized that the mage truly didn't know much. The elderly mage stated that he would act like he didn't hear Argino's request, prompting Argino to question what that meant. The narrator stated that Marquis Linmel was known to be the strongest 8th-class great magician amongst the living magicians. The narrator identified the man as 8th-class great magician Marquis Linmel. Argino thought that someone like Marquis Linmel wouldn't accept his son. Argino questioned if Jamie wasn't as talented as. The elderly mage stated that it was wrong. Argino was taken aback by the elderly mage's declaration, as the mage stated that he couldn't accept Jamie as a student because he couldn't handle him. The mage continued, wondering who could possibly be qualified to teach Jamie if an 8th class magician was not enough. He then revealed that Jamie was able to read all of his magic, leaving Argino in disbelief. Argino found the claim impossible, even if Jamie was exceptionally bright. The elderly mage recalled that Jamie was sure that his magic wouldn't be able to touch him. The mage was surprised that Jamie didn't even flinch at his magic. The elderly mage further explained that Jamie was already at the 3rd class level from his self-teachings. The mage added that if they excluded Jamie's body's limits, he was more than 4th class, and he seemed excited by this. The elderly mage declared that a monster had been born and that Jamie needed no teacher. It was suggested that Jamie would perfect himself, perhaps. It was speculated that this might be the birth of the legendary 9th class magician. Jamie's father sat across from the elderly mage, who was seated in a plush blue chair. The count clenched his fist, thinking of his son. The elderly mage mused that Jamie might become the legendary 9th class magician. The mage apologized for attacking the count's son. The elderly mage chuckled to himself, thinking that Jamie would affect not just the magic, but the entire world. Argino thought to himself that this would be fun. Argino sat back in his chair. Jamie, back in his room, thought that the earlier events were tiring. Jamie's mother had heard about what the old man did, and she rushed to his side, asking if he was okay and if he was scared. Jamie's mother had promised to scold the old man, upset that her son had been hurt. Jamie, meanwhile, wondered how long he had been stuck. Still, the young mage considered the situation. He reached for a purple gem. He remarked that this time, it was actual magic. The young mage thought that it wouldn't have been bad even in the mythical dynasty, noting that the mixture, placement, balance, and type were all good. He mused that it was more than the Marquis. He declared that he would be his father. He clarified that he meant his father, Count Argino Welton. The young mage realized that he knew Argino was strong, but not that strong, and that he was fit. He smiled contentedly. The mysterious old man found the situation funny. The young mage was shocked. The elderly mage questioned what the young mage was thinking about, that he didn't even realize someone was there. The sound of something crashing echoed through the building. The elderly mage demanded to know what the young mage was doing there, as the young mage sat on the floor, shocked. The elderly mage laughed, saying that the young mage was really a child for getting surprised like that. The young mage questioned how he got his room. The elderly mage confidently stated that he teleported in. The elderly mage chuckled as the young mage looked up at him, still sitting on the floor. The young mage thought that it looked like his father didn't kill the elderly mage. He knew he wasn't an ordinary old man, but he was still surprised that he could teleport this easily. The elderly mage remarked that the young mage was quite the child in front of his father, and wondered how he could be like this in front of him. The young mage angrily questioned if family and strangers were the same to the elderly mage, who simply laughed in response. The elderly mage stated that it was unfortunate. The mysterious old man considered that if his abilities were stronger, things might be different. The young mage, overhearing this, was confused by the statement. The young mage thought the old man was weird and wondered why he was being looked at in such a way, especially since they had just met. Suddenly, the elderly mage presented a magic tome. The young mage questioned why he was being given the book. The elderly mage was giving the young mage a book. The elderly mage stated that the magic the young mage was using was too old. The young mage was shocked that the elderly mage was giving him a book. The young mage was humiliated that his magic was considered too old. The elderly mage seemed to notice. The elderly mage explained that the book was filled with magic he created himself, and that the young mage was the first one who would get to see it. The young mage was surprised by the book. The young mage considered that the magic was created by a magician of that level and wondered if it would be different from before. He also recalled that the elderly mage called his magic old. The young mage thought that his magic was old and that he would just wait. The young mage stood in the room, holding the book the elderly mage had given him. Elsewhere, the elderly mage expressed his high hopes for the young mage. The elderly mage wondered what the young mage would be like the next time he saw him. Back in his room, the young mage began to read the book. He thought the contents of the book were probably more than he could imagine. The book urged him to see how good he was. The book described mana breathing, explaining that mana is breathed through the mouth and absorbed into one's heart. The book stated that it was known to be the most efficient way, but the fact that there's a limit to it is a large con. The young mage recalled the elderly mage saying his technique was too old. He wondered how amazing the elderly mage's technique was. The young mage found the contents of the book quite amusing. The book stated that it was too hard to approach it. The book described that one must feel each mana particle and absorb it through the skin. However, the book also stated that one needed to be way too precise. The young mage considered how anyone could possibly do that, deciding that it was impossible to substitute the old technique. He had already found 2 cons. But Diablo Volfer was different. He was Diablo Volfer. A sinister smile crept across his face. Suddenly, he sat up. He thought to himself that the old man had taught him something good. He would make sure to eat every piece of it. He realized he was going to need help first. He summoned his familiar. The familiar creature floated in the air, surrounded by swirling energy. Nearby, Diablo Volfer stood with a book in hand, the familiar creature emitting a small squeak. The young mage requested that it break apart some mana. The familiar creature squeaked again, a low growl rumbling beneath. Its large eye focused intently. Diablo Volfer prepared for the first condition of his technique. The technique required breaking the mana apart to a size that could be absorbed through the skin. He knew this had a limit where a fixed location was needed. The familiar creature declared that it had black with it. Diablo Volfer stated that they should start. Since the first condition was solved, the second condition was not a problem. With the familiar's assistance, Diablo Volfer considered the limits of his own body. He realized that if there was a limit to the amount of mana his heart could absorb, then he would simply need to store the mana in multiple places. Diablo Volfer declared that he had no limits. The Welton estate stood tall, its walls echoing with the sounds of a sudden surge of mana. Meanwhile, an elderly maid hurried down the hallway, her footsteps echoing as she sought out Argino. The maid approached Argino, wringing her hands with worry. She apologized, explaining that she knew the Marquis had given some of his mana to Jamie. Argino listened intently, his expression unreadable. Inside his room, Jamie sat in meditation, his mana swirling around him. The mana swirled around him, a visible manifestation of his growing power. Argino wondered how his mana could be like that in just one night. He questioned if his cute son had that kind of talent hidden. Jamie smiled faintly, seemingly aware of the changes occurring within him. Argino instructed the maid to let him stay like that for today, but since you never know when he might come out, have some people look over him. The maid reassured Argino that she would be there and not to worry. The master's well-being was confirmed, and it was observed that he was a magician, not a sword user. The question arose whether Jamie's powers stemmed from his wife's family influence, but even so, it was beyond what Argino was expecting. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps echoed as someone walked down a hallway. The figure, revealed to be Argino, smiled to himself, thinking of Jamie being in the ninth class. Argino proudly thought to himself that Jamie was his son. The Welton family's estate stood tall and imposing. Jamie meditated, surrounded by a faint magical aura. Jamie's eyes snapped open, a determined look on his face. Jamie stood, a surge of power emanating from him. The narration explained that the act of moving and breaking mana apart was difficult at first because it was unpredictable, but it wasn't too bad after a couple of tries. However, Jamie was surrounded by a powerful magical aura. Jamie stood, a faint magical aura surrounding him. He surmised that his mana was limited to the 4th class for now. Jamie thought that it was a shame, as he was close to reaching the 5th class. The familiar creature perched on Jamie's shoulder made a noise, prompting Jamie to wonder what it wanted. Jamie realized that he had no intention of reforming his body, since he already knew that his body was young. The familiar creature made another noise. Jamie told the creature that he understood and would try not to be impatient. Jamie winked, seemingly amused. He mused that those guys wouldn't run away, and since he had already walked this path, the second time shouldn't be too hard. Jamie cast a spell, declaring black, invisible. Jamie informed his familiar that he was planning to meet his father and instructed it to hide its mana, as it wouldn't do for his father to sense it. The familiar acknowledged the instruction, and Jamie remarked that he could barely sense it. Jamie praised his familiar's spirit, clearly pleased with its efforts. He mused that even his father wouldn't notice the familiar's presence. Jamie then declared that they should go meet him. The sound of footsteps echoed. The footsteps grew closer, the sound reverberating through the halls. The familiar floated behind Jamie as he walked. The pair continued down the hallway. Elsewhere, an individual stated that the Count must be busy and inquired as to what brings him here. Another responded that they simply wanted to come by to give their greetings. The Count listened intently. The visitor acknowledged that there hadn't been a precedent for religion in the Haste territory and thanked the Count for allowing Guinness. Argino believed that allowing Guinness into the territory would greatly benefit the locals, so he decided to permit it. The man with dark hair seemed confused by the Count's words, wondering what they meant. The man tensed up, his expression hardening. Argino, thinking only of the best, vowed to make Guinness the greatest religion now that it had set foot in his territory. He was making sure the other man knew who was superior. The dark-haired man listened intently as Argino spoke of treating his residents as citizens of gods. The man thought to himself that although he had already heard rumors about Argino, he shouldn't take him lightly. Argino suggested that they end the conversation there, implying that the other man must be very busy. The man chuckled, appreciating Argino's kindness. Argino bid the man farewell, wishing him a safe journey back and offering the blessing of Guinness. Argino continued to wish him well. The man departed. Argino's expression turned serious as he watched the man leave. Argino watched as the visitor departed, his footsteps echoing through the halls. He knew it all along. The symbol of a crescent moon holding a yellow sphere, and the impure divine power that the mysterious old man was giving off. How could this be? Why? Why on the territory he lived in? How dare Guinness? Argino's expression hardened with anger. He questioned why his father suddenly decided to allow religion into his territory, and why it had to be Guinness. Argino thought that he couldn't let this be. He couldn't let it settle on his territory. Since he had a lot of restrictions holding him back right now, he guessed he only had one choice left. The hallway stretched out before him, the implications of Guinness's arrival weighing heavily on his mind. Since the religion has been established with the Count's permission, it would be difficult to simply remove it. The only way to get rid of it would be to make the Count chase them out. Argino knew he would need to meet with his father first and begin investigating tonight. Meanwhile, Jamie approached his father, calling out to him. Inside the Welton family's drawing room, Argino sat with Jamie. Argino asked if Jamie was finished with everything. Jamie confirmed that he was, adding that he liked magic. Argino paused, considering his son. Jamie smiled brightly, but something was wrong. Argino admitted that he had hoped Jamie would grow up as a normal boy, but Jamie questioned what he meant. Argino thought to himself that Jamie simply had too much talent for that to happen. He reflected on how everyone would applaud a child who showed talent as they grew up. However, the moment that child's growth was stunted, the same people that praised him would come to fiercely attack him. Argino wondered if all of this was truly a good thing for Jamie, as dark figures loomed in the background. The tension was palpable as Argino clenched his fist. Argino then told Jamie that if he wanted to quit magic, he was free to do so whenever he wanted. He reiterated that Jamie was free to do so whenever he wanted. However, Argino added that as long as Jamie wished to continue, he was willing to give him as much support as he possibly could. Jamie smiled brightly at his father's words. Argino responded that it was very well, that Jamie was his son. A voice wondered if this was really the mana of a 9-year-old. Jamie was surrounded by a bright, magical aura. Argino could already sense the mana energy from Jamie's entire body, and that more mana was being absorbed. Someone exclaimed for him to wait, realizing that it was his entire body. It was realized that mana wasn't something that could be stored in places other than the heart. Jamie was asked about the magic tome that Marquis Linmel had given him the previous day, and whether he had mastered it. The young master confirmed that he had. Elsewhere, someone wondered what the Marquis had created. The implications of Jamie's rapid progress began to sink in. Someone questioned just how much the child had improved within a single day. Jamie sat with Argino in a parlor. The thought occurred to someone that Jamie might be the real deal. Argino was framed by a golden glow. It was speculated that Jamie had the potential to become the legendary 9th-class magician. Someone laughed. Compared to Jamie, someone felt their own talents seemed like nothing, musing that he might become a 9th-class magician. Jamie looked shocked, questioning if that was wrong, father? Jamie beams, clearly enjoying the attention. Chuckling, Argino Welton stands behind Jamie, reaching out to pat his head. The patting continues, much to Jamie's amusement. Growing tired of the gesture, Jamie asks his father to stop. Jamie looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Argino asks if Jamie can see his summon. Jamie stares intently, spotting a small, winged creature. The young mage is shocked that Jamie can see the creature, despite his invisibility magic. Jamie wonders how his father can sense the creature, even after he has tried to hide it. Argino muses that the summon looks too round to be a bat. Jamie wonders just how powerful his father is. Jamie realizes that his father may have figured out that he used dark magic to create the bat shape, which he had been trying to hide. Jamie's father embraced him tightly, expressing that he would be surprised if Jamie had made it. Jamie responded, exclaiming that he had made it. Argino stated that he was surprised, but also surprised at Jamie's talent. Argino declared that Jamie was a genius and that he was proud of his son. Argino affirmed that he was proud to be Jamie's father. Jamie thought to himself that he was tired and questioned why this household was so full of love and affection. Jamie smiled wryly. The Welton mansion stood tall against the night sky. People milled about in front of the mansion. A figure in a dark hood stared intently. A dark, spectral figure loomed behind the hooded figure. The young mage vowed to uncover the reasons behind the intrusion into his territory. With a silent command, the order was given. Let's go. A dark figure soared through the night sky, its form barely visible against the clouds. Below, the town lay nestled in the darkness, unaware of the approaching presence. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alleyway, Philip wondered aloud what the future held for him. Philip admitted he didn't understand what they were getting involved in. Jance questioned if Philip couldn't see that their leader was sacrificing half of the organization for his own personal gain. Jance reminded Philip that Haste was a territory where even Count Welton would allow organizations like theirs to thrive, as long as they didn't cross the line. Jance argued that human trafficking was crossing, if not destroying, that line. Philip sighed, hoping that if they were lucky, they could get away with it without getting caught. Jance scoffed, stating that was just what Philip thought, and that they would just get caught eventually. It was well known that Count Welton held a deep affection for his children. But if the Count were to discover they were using children for human trafficking within his territory, that day would be a reckoning. It would be the day the entire underworld of the city would be swept away. The boss, however, seemed confident that they wouldn't get caught. Philip questioned how his boss could be so sure they wouldn't be caught by a swordmaster, wondering if it even made sense. He recalled that Han Ni's men had assured them they would handle it. It was said that Han and I would do anything to be involved. The other man wondered if they should run away or snitch on them. Jance declared he'd rather run away than snitch. It was a rule of the underworld that while the responsibility of a crime was given to those involved, one should not snitch on what they were planning on doing. Therefore, Jance suggested they try running away. Philip asked if he had a plan, pointing out that even if the land was wide, the organization would be searching everywhere. Jance insisted that they should at least try to do the best they could, arguing that it was better to die, trying than, if there was another choice that didn't involve death. Philip remarked that they would have to wait and see what happens. Elsewhere, someone arrived. The hooded figure mused that someone must have made the boss an offer, as their boss was easily influenced, though that didn't help them understand the reason behind it. Another voice exclaimed in disbelief, questioning who decided it was a smart idea to start human trafficking. The tension in the room was palpable as the two men faced each other. The hooded figure watched as the two men argued. The hooded figure found it interesting that they were being asked who they were. A sinister smile crept across their face. The hooded figure found it interesting that they were asking who he was. A sinister smile spread across his face. One of the men balled his fists, demanding that he speak. The other man prepared to strike, calling them greenhorns. He declared that they would die. But before they could react, the hooded figure vanished. The two men looked around in confusion, realizing that he was gone. The hooded figure's face was shadowed as he listened to the two men. He overheard that they were talking about something quite interesting. The two men remained unaware of the hooded figure's presence. The hooded figure declared that he would like to hear the details. He extended his hand, a surge of dark energy crackling around it. The two men were struck by a blast of dark magic. That was the end of the story for the two men. The men were left in a daze. The dark magician was shocked to hear that they were involved in human trafficking, especially of children, a crime his father despised. He wondered what those idiots were thinking and if they had some kind of death wish. The dark magician was already annoyed at the gods messing around with humans, but this was too much. He couldn't believe that these humans dared to mess around with other humans. He wondered what their captain was thinking when they accepted such a proposal, but he was sure he was well aware of how his father is. The dark magician had a bad feeling about this. He prepared to cast a spell. The dark magician's command echoed, instructing them to infiltrate the Count's residence and reveal all their plans. The two men acknowledged the order, replying that it would be done as he wished. Meanwhile, Black instructed his companion to head back. The pair began to move, their footsteps echoing as they walked away. Black's face was partially obscured by his hood as he gave the order. He was cloaked in shadows, his expression unreadable. Black moved with purpose, his figure blurred by speed. One of the men from the trafficking operation was struck down. The sound of impact echoed through the area. The cloaked figure was surprised by the sudden attack. The figure collapsed to the ground, defeated. The cloaked figure stood over them. Someone shouted, furious at what had just transpired. Another voice exclaimed that the attack was too loud. The cloaked figure heard the commotion and warned that the security might already be on their way. The dark magician sighed, wondering where the madman had come from. He questioned how anyone dared to attack the people he commanded. Magic crackled in the air. A magical circle began to glow. The dark magician prepared to cast a spell. He cast the spell. He commanded that his subordinates at least carry out the task he had given them. Meanwhile, Han and I, a mid-officer of the rival criminal organization, noticed the group. He ordered his men to drag the others to him, including the dark-robed figure. The young mage questioned if they had a death wish. The scene unfolded with the young mage standing over the fallen members of the criminal organization. The young mage scoffed, ordering his subordinates to drag the two away first, stating that he would kill them again. Philip, injured, pleaded for someone to save him. The young mage called them scum. The young mage laughed, questioning what they were even talking about. The young mage continued to attack, shouting for them to die. The young mage continued his assault, repeating his demand for them to die. Han and I laughed, expressing how much he liked it. From a distance, a dark castle loomed, its silhouette stark against the sky. A voice echoed, relishing the suffering of others, demanding to hear more cries. Suddenly, the mysterious figure unleashed a torrent of power, declaring death upon his enemies. The force of the attack was immense, the air crackling with energy. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the attack was visible, the ground scorched and smoking. Meanwhile, Philip questioned why his brother would do that to Finn. The man with the stitched face retorted, confused, insisting that he had attacked the little guy. The air crackled with tension as the intensity of the situation escalated. The hooded figure questioned if it was fun, while the man with the stitched face was left in shock. The hooded figure pressed, asking whether it was fun killing one of his underlings. The man with the stitched face wondered who the hooded figure was and why he didn't die, realizing that the ashes were real. The man with the stitched face noticed the ominous aura covering the hooded figure's body. The hooded figure stated that he didn't know if the man with the stitched face should be acting like such a madman when he only had third-class mana. The hooded figure loomed over the young master, an ominous aura surrounding them. The man with the stitched face glared back. He spat out an insult, calling the hooded figure a brat. The man with the stitched face threatened to kill them. He prepared to use third-class explosion magic, Buster. The man with the stitched face unleashed a torrent of flames. He believed this would be enough to burn the young master's small body without a trace. He screamed for the young master to die. The flames intensified. The heat grew more intense. The young master chuckled, preparing to explain something about how human minds work. The young master declared that he manipulates the minds of those weaker than himself, and that's why he does what he does. With a gesture, the young master demonstrated his control over the situation. The young master reiterated his enjoyment of manipulating those weaker than him. The man with the stitched face collapsed to the ground. The sound of the man with the stitched face hitting the ground echoed. From a distance, one of the men observed that the young master had defeated Brother Han and I with ease. Another man exclaimed that the young master was a monster. One of the men urged the others to run away, while another resigned himself to being unlucky. The young master's hand began to glow with dark energy. The young master's eyes widened as he prepared to unleash his power. The dark energy crackled intensely. The young master prepared to erase his enemies. A dark power emanates from above. With a sinister grin, the young master unleashes his dark magic, the force of it erupting with a deafening roar. The magic subsides, and the young master speaks to the stitched-faced man, telling him that it is time. The young master grabs the stitched-faced man by the hair. The young master, looming over the stitched-faced man, demands that his slave answer the questions he is about to ask. The stitched-faced man stares up at the young master. From a distance, a cloaked figure considered the situation. They realized that the boss was targeting young children. The cloaked figure loomed over another person, their face obscured by shadows. The person beneath them was heavily bandaged and appeared to be in distress. The figure in the hood, revealed to be the young mage, sighed. He thought he could inform his father about the situation. It was revealed that the human trafficking problem was being conducted through those two. The cloaked figure stood over the bandaged person and wondered if they could use them. Even though he held back, the bandaged person's soul was completely ruined, and even if his body was fine, he would die soon. The cloaked figure considered that even if he were to turn him into one with this kind of soul, he would start rotting away very soon. The bandaged person was now standing, but the young mage thought that maybe if it was on the battlefield, but the physical appearance of an undead, the young mage thought that he would only be poisoned to a peaceful place such as this. The young mage realized that he had no choice and would need to use another option now. The young mage grinned, thinking that he would be filled with mana. The young mage, surrounded by a magical circle, thanked someone for the meal. The back of a hooded figure is seen, their long white hair flowing down their back. The scene shifts to an interior view of a building. The hooded figure is seen in the distance, standing outside a building. He thought the situation was not bad. The figure stands in a courtyard, cloaked and silent. Elsewhere, the young mage wipes his mouth, commenting on how lucky he is to be able to eat a large amount of mana like this. He wondered what the others were going to do next. The hooded figure is seen talking to Philip and Jance. A dark, swirling mass of necromantic energy begins to coalesce. The energy takes the form of a small, winged creature with a single, large eye. The young mage declared that since they had things to do, he couldn't just let them die like this. The young mage is seen with his hand outstretched, surrounded by crackling energy. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he'd used necromancy. Necromancy, the ability to raise the dead and use their bodies, was not entirely the same as bringing them back to life. Below, a figure stood, seemingly lifeless, as purple energy crackled around it. That was because bodies raised from the dead using necromancy were no longer living beings. It was literally raising the dead, a being that was no longer alive, which went against nature's natural course. These beings were dead, but not at the same time. Philip and Jance were bathed in the young mage's power. He declared that from now on, they would be his loyal slaves. The young mage declared that they would live a life beyond death. One of the figures cried out for Black to help them. The necromantic energy swirled around the figures. The familiar creature watched as the young mage's power surged. The young mage declared that he would start. He commanded them to abandon their lives and arise. The surge of power crackled around Philip, the force of the young mage's necromancy palpable. Nearby, a voice echoed, remarking that Philip was still walking around in the afterlife. The voice declared that an undying body awaited him. The young mage stood over Philip and Jance, the air thick with magical energy. A voice declared that they would pass beyond death. The magical energy swirled, coalescing into a vortex of purple and white. A voice boomed, calling for sinners to come to him. The young mage's eyes glowed with intense power as he spoke, his face contorted in a fierce expression. Jant's eyes widened in horror as he felt the necromantic energy take hold. Philip groaned, the transformation beginning to take its toll. Dark energy pulsed outwards. The familiar creature watched with its single eye as the ritual reached its climax. The air crackled with raw power. The young mage stood silently, the aftermath of his ritual hanging in the air. Nearby, Philip and Jance knelt, their bodies still bearing the marks of their recent demise. He wondered why black smoke still lingered, questioning if he had missed something during the process. The resurrected Philip and Jance stood behind him, awaiting further instruction. The familiar creature, PPI, floated nearby, observing the scene with its large, singular eye. The young mage questioned what was wrong with them, demanding an explanation. He expressed his frustration, noting that since they had performed the ritual perfectly, there shouldn't be any issues. PPI reassured him not to worry about it. The young mage realized that the missing element had been the possibility of failure, something he found hard to accept. He admitted that while he usually didn't dwell on past accomplishments, it was disheartening to know they were all gone. He considered getting rid of them, since he couldn't use them in their current state. He realized that if they kept emitting black smoke like this, they wouldn't be able to do anything about the Order of Guinness, let alone go to public places. The familiar creature, a small, round being with a large yellow eye and purple bat-like wings, hovers in the air. The young mage, visibly annoyed, expresses his displeasure. Enraged, the young mage scolds the creature for daring to bite his cheeks. The familiar creature emits a small sound as it floats away from the young mage. The creature flies away, leaving a trail of dark energy behind it. Philip stands silently, still emitting black smoke. The young mage, observing the familiar creature's actions, realizes it has capabilities he hadn't anticipated. The familiar creature continues to float, making small noises. The creature suddenly moves with great speed. The familiar creature is surrounded by a burst of energy. The young mage realizes that he will now be able to use them. Philip kneels before the young mage, who is cloaked in shadow. The young mage looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. The familiar creature pulsed ominously, strange symbols swirling around it. The young mage smiled, gently stroking the creature. His expression was one of pure glee. A dark power began to awaken. The one who used to be Philip, now referred to as Ryza, was about to awaken. The young mage's sinister smile widened as Ryza began to awaken. The awakening was imminent. The transformation was violent, blood splattering as Ryza underwent a dramatic change. From a distance, someone watched, their thoughts unreadable. The young mage stood over the kneeling Ryza, now fully transformed. Jance watched the scene unfold, a question forming in his mind. He seemed unsure of what he was witnessing. As the newly transformed Ryza stood before him, the young mage considered that Jance and Philip were likely overwhelmed by the situation. He decided to give them time to process what had just occurred. Silence filled the room. Ryza, struggling to comprehend his new form, demanded to know if the young mage was responsible for his transformation. The young mage confirmed that he was. Ryza wondered who the young mage was, remarking that he appeared to be only around 9 or 10 years old. Yet, he sensed an enormous and frightening aura emanating from him. The transformed Philip realized that the young mage was exactly like the beings he had only read about in books when he was little. Ryza recognized the young mage as an evil being that shouldn't exist. He was a being whose very existence defied the reason of the world. Ryza thought that the young mage's power felt almost as if. The young mage, with a sinister smile, asked what was wrong. The mage's words hung in the air, a question posed with an undercurrent of challenge. Did he truly appear as a demon lord? The image of the young mage loomed, cloaked in shadow and bathed in an ominous purple glow, the question echoing around him. The mage flinched, his expression shifting from defiance to a flicker of uncertainty. His fist clenched, a silent display of building resolve. He declared that he didn't know if the young mage was a demon lord or not, but he couldn't see him as a human being. The young mage found this interesting, musing that the other acted so aggressively towards him, and that those weren't the eyes of a subordinate looking at their master. The young mage considered that this was also partly due to his own shortcomings. But that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything about it. The mage was shocked. The mage was on the ground, looking up at the young mage. The young mage stood over him. The young mage warned that he would only forgive him this once, and that the next time he made that kind of face towards him. The young mage declared that he could not guarantee the other mage would avoid his demise. The other mage responded that he understood. The young mage warned him to keep that in mind as well, and the other mage agreed. It was explained that this is what it means to be a subordinate of the soul. It was stated that, whether they wish to or not, as long as they're bound by contract, their lives belong to Jamie. That is what black magic is. The young mage seemed surprised. The young mage stated that he was not a demon lord. Then, someone dared to ask what kind of being he was. The young mage was questioned by Philip and Jance. The young mage declared that he was a magician. The young mage gives a knowing wink, a playful smirk on his face as he holds up the collar of his dark jacket. He reflects on his past, a dark magician who once tried to kill gods, and even now, that remains the sole purpose of his existence. The young magician was furious, making it clear that they only had one job to do. He ordered them to surveil the Guinness church and gather information. The two men responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Philip and Jance stood at attention, awaiting further instructions. The young magician continued, adding one more thing to their task. He specified that he needed them to bring one person who might know something about human trafficking, intending to make that person the reporter instead of them. Again, the men responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Philip and Jance remained still, awaiting their next order. Philip's gaze sharpened. Jance breathed a sigh of relief. The two men exchanged a look. Jance suggested that they get going, reminding Philip that their orders were absolute and needed to be carried out. Philip and Jance continued their journey through the narrow streets. Suddenly, the familiar creature emitted a high-pitched sound. Meanwhile, the young mage walked along the cobblestone path, confident that he had tightened the knot of subordination on his familiars so they would not disobey his commands. He believed that with this, his father would be solving the human trafficking incident himself. The familiar creature continued to emit a strange noise. The young mage thought to himself that he couldn't just let those kinds of things happen, and that he would be taking this territory in the future. He decided it was time to head back for today and tomorrow. Suddenly, something struck him. The young mage was visibly shocked. He wondered what had bounced off of him. The voice echoed, questioning if it was targeting him. The young mage looked on with a sinister expression. The young mage is called out for being a child. Meanwhile, the man who was previously struck is on the ground, groaning in pain. He shouts that the mage is also a little kid. The man continues to yell. The young mage realizes that he is also 9 years old. He tells the man that he will let him off this time, but to watch out from now on. Elsewhere, the mysterious old man and the elderly mage are observing the situation. The man wonders what the mage is saying, remarking that he is talking like an adult when he does not even have a single white hair on his head. The young mage is suddenly struck by something. He is stopped in his tracks. The mage is confused by what is happening. The man is also confused and wonders what's happening. Philip's eyes widened as he recognized the young mage. He questioned if it was black. The man who was struck exclaimed that the young mage dared to stop his owner by the head, questioning where he learned such manners. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, looked shocked and told the man to watch his mouth. Diablo Volfer threatened that if the man had a death wish, he could continue. The young mage's eyes glowed with magical energy. The man who was struck apologized. The man kneeled before Diablo Volfer. The familiar creature peeped, seemingly in awe of Diablo Volfer. Diablo Volfer asked if the man was satisfied now. The man suggested that they head back home quickly. The familiar creature, sounding dejected, lets out a soft noise. It seems to know it has done something wrong. The creature makes another noise, still sounding sad. Diablo Volfer declares that he won't let it off the hook if it does something like that again, stating that he has been living a carefree life until now. The creature makes a noise again, sounding even more dejected. Someone wonders where he is even learning all of this from. Diablo Volfer lies in bed, exhausted. He thinks to himself that he used up more power than he thought he would. He realizes that he will probably only get busier. Looking up, Diablo Volfer reflects on how he's been living a carefree life up until now. He thinks that a god would show up. He realizes that on top of everything else, it's his least favorite god. The symbol of Guinness appears. Someone's hand clenches into a fist. A voice declared that they should bring it on, as they wished, and that it didn't matter how many followers they had. Diablo Volfer was still asleep. His eyes snapped open, glowing with power. A voice declared that they would chase them all out. Elsewhere, someone demanded to know where the eldest brother was. One of the men, Jance, was surprised to be alive. The other man repeated his demand to know where the eldest brother was. The man with purple hair recalled that Han and I had said he would kill them himself, and wondered how they were still alive. He couldn't believe that someone like Han and I had been defeated by someone who didn't even know how to use mana. The man clenched his fist in anger. Jance was shocked by the other man's strength, wondering what had happened to him. The man with purple hair wondered about Han and I, but more importantly, Philip couldn't hear any of the other members. He figured they would have been causing an uproar if they had found out that Jance had come back. First of all, Philip stated that he didn't know where the eldest brother was, but he needed to carry out his master's command. Someone asked if that was true. The man who asked the question exclaimed, "Hyuk, brother Philip?" He then asked Philip if what he said was true. Philip thought it was bothersome and that he needed the boss there. Philip reiterated that he needed to carry out his master's command. Since the boss received reports on everything that went on in the city, there was a high chance that he might know something about the Guinness Church. Philip wondered where they thought the boss was. Philip realized he needed to give the boss a proper answer this time, or else his head would be cut off. Since the boss liked women and liquor, they might want to look around. Philip suggested that the boss was in the bars that were related to them. Philip's companion suggested they head to the bars. With a sigh of relief, Philip expressed that he was saved. Suddenly, Philip was struck. The blow sent Philip crashing to the ground. The man who struck him spoke, wondering if they should tie Philip up in the forest, referring to the person the master told them to bring. Philip lay prone on the floor. Jance looked down at Philip. Jance considered that tying Philip up in the forest didn't sound too bad, but suggested putting him in the storage of his house instead. The other man agreed. Philip lay unconscious in a pool of blood. The sound of a footstep echoed in the room, landing amidst a scene of carnage. Blood stained the floor, splattered around fallen bodies. Surveying the scene, Jance wondered what had happened there. Bodies lay scattered on the stairs and the floor, a testament to a brutal encounter. He questioned if they were dead. Jance thought he would be beaten up for not meeting his quota yesterday, but now there was no one. He realized there was no one there to beat him up. Jance decided to run away for now, before any possible misunderstandings arose from the other members. Meanwhile, Jamie sighed, realizing he must have been exhausted to wake up at this time. He sat up in bed. Jamie guessed he wouldn't be able to avoid them today as well. Jamie walked down the hallway. Jamie decided to cancel Black Summon, explaining that his father could sense its presence. Suddenly, Jamie heard his father calling him. Argino asked his wife how she had slept. Argino called out to Jamie. Sarah excitedly told Jamie that she had slept well the previous night, and then asked where their mother was. Sewers suddenly appeared, exclaiming that she was right there. Jamie screamed, asking where his mother had been hiding. Sewers responded that she had no idea where she was. Jamie thought to himself that he actually knew where she was already. Sewers asked Jamie if he was scared, and he admitted that he was. Jamie thought to himself that it was fun because he got to see his mother, wondering how he could be like this. As Jamie's family continued to hide from him, Sewers wondered if he was good-natured. Meanwhile, the young master thought that they should start eating now. Elsewhere, someone exclaimed how cute Jamie was. The blonde sister wanted to hug Jamie once more, while Jamie seemed to be getting tired of it. Someone pleaded for them to stop. The Welton family sat down for a meal. Sarah invited everyone to eat. Jamie's mother gushed over her youngest child, calling her a cute baby. Jamie stared at his younger sister, thinking to himself that he wanted to rub her cheeks, too, because babies must have soft cheeks. Jamie thought that he had gotten too used to this peacefulness. Jamie realized that something was happening tomorrow. Jamie asked if his father had told them about it. Sewers realized that she had forgotten to tell them. Sewers thought that it was because her son made her worry so much. She was referring to the full-body breathing technique incident. Jamie confirmed that it was already happening. Jamie, looking distressed, thought that his mother must have endured a lot, judging by her personality, and apologized. Sewers reassured him that she was all right, knowing that nothing happened to their son. Sewers warned Jamie that if he kept pushing himself like he did that day, she might break down in the middle of the hallway because she would be so upset. Jamie vowed to never do something like that again before asking what was going on tomorrow. The family sat around the dinner table, and Jamie's father chuckled. It was revealed that they would be attending a large-scale ball organized by Count Simon and Count Welton. It was said that most of the nobles that resided at the north of the Seldam Empire must attend the ball. Sewers told her children that neither of them did not attend the ball before, but they had already grown to an age where they should be going to such places, adding that she was so excited. Jamie realized that this meant his precious free time was going to disappear. The Weltons' mansion was shown. Jamie, cloaked in black, thought about Philip and Jance. Jamie decided to pay a visit to those two. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, Philip and Jance turned to see who was approaching, with Philip exclaiming that their master had arrived. Philip apologized, explaining that they hadn't found out anything about the Zenith cult yet, noting that the cult was established not long ago. The young master guessed that even the members of Lival would face difficulties in retrieving information in a single day, and asked about the other. Elsewhere, a man was bound and gagged, struggling against his restraints. He was shocked by the color of the hair of the person in front of him, thinking it couldn't be. Philip stated that the man didn't know anything about the other, meaning that he was a member of the inner circle. The young master said that he would. The bound man was terrified. He begged for his life, claiming he didn't know anything, but if they let him live, he would get them any information that they needed. The young master was called a child, and he wondered what the chills he was getting were. The young master told the bound man that he had no plans to kill him. He just needed him to run an errand, as he felt an endless amount of ominous energy. The captured man, desperate to save his own life, promised to do anything Jamie asked of him, even find his boss. Jamie, however, silenced him, deeming him too loud. There was only one thing he needed to do, Jamie thought, as the captured man tried to speak, but found his voice failing him. Jamie commanded the man to go to the Count immediately and report what his organization had done. The captured man stumbled away, as Philip and Jance watched him leave. Philip commented that there was no need to pity him, as the Count would deal with him anyway, and the organization would not chase after him. Jamie instructed Philip and Jance to leave the city and hide as well. The familiar creature perched on Jamie's shoulder, asking why he was being asked to do this today. Philip and Jance bowed deeply, stating that they would only follow Jamie. Philip thought that Jamie knew their situations well. Jance agreed, adding that their father would probably exterminate rival, and in that process, their existence, having been abandoned, would be insignificant. Jamie told them that he would be away for a couple of days and for them to keep a low profile until he came back. Philip affirmed that they would. Elsewhere in the city, a subordinate called out to their master. The man with mint green hair wondered what was happening, questioning what they had become. The man with purple hair already knew the answer. They were corpses. He had accepted their state as irreversible, stating that he didn't want to return to his previous state and was satisfied with his power. But then, the mint-haired man realized he had to know what kind of being he was. The purple-haired man was asked what exactly he was curious about. He noted that their strengths had grown exponentially compared to when they were alive, wondering if they had become high-class undead. The mint-haired man laughed, stating that the question was funny. The mint-haired man observed that people normally ask if they've really become undead, and that he had never seen people adapt as fast as they had, thanking the purple-haired man. The mint-haired man thought that he had never seen anything like this in his whole life. It was said that they normally refuse to accept their state as they've lost their humanity and turned into a monster, but these guys were the direct opposite. The purple-haired man thought he might have picked up good jewels here, stating that they were just zombies, but their appearances had been preserved the way they were before. After their discussion, the two men continued their walk through the dimly lit streets. The man with purple hair considered the implications of their transformation, while the others simply accepted his new reality as a normal zombie. But the man with purple hair cautioned that their future was uncertain. Depending on their actions, they might even evolve into high-class zombies. Elsewhere, the young mage seemed to be in high spirits, his familiar creature floating beside him. Meanwhile, Philip was shocked by something he witnessed. The familiar creature bid the young mage farewell, wishing him a safe return. The mage acknowledged the sentiment. The man with purple hair dismissed the others as pathetic, though he found them interesting, even reminiscent of someone from his past. He then declared that they had lingered long enough and should return. That night, a significant commotion erupted within the Welton household. It was reported that a member of Livel, a large criminal organization rooted in Haze, had accused his own organization. The Count had. Therefore, it was decided that only 3 of them would head to Regan, the largest commercial city in the east. The protagonist, Mint_Her_Master, mused that he could arrive there instantly with a single teleportation skill. The scene shifted to Jamie's mother, who thought things had certainly improved compared to the old days. The young master, Mint_Master, acknowledged that they had made so many advancements that it couldn't even be compared to the mythical ages, but confessed that he had no idea. He wondered how long it had been since his death, noting that the events of the ages after his death were written down in the history books. The demon kind invaded, and a sinister figure with long red hair grinned amidst the chaos. And the demon lord descended as well, his arrival heralded by a legion of shadowy figures. Meanwhile, the young master sat alone, contemplating the weight of his actions. He realized he might have been the very being that ended that peace. Elsewhere, the red-haired figure mused that the 12 gods had failed to unite. He believed he could defeat them more easily this time, indifferent to the countless lives that would be lost. Firstly, the young master sat in what appeared to be a carriage. From above, a voice declared that they should get through this ball safely. The carriage rolled through the city gates, the sounds of the bustling city growing louder. The marketplace was alive with activity, vendors hawking their wares and shoppers milling about. The carriage continued its journey through the city, passing by grand buildings and bustling streets. Young Master Diablo Volfer peered out the window, marveling at the sights. He thought to himself that Regan was indeed an amazing place. His mother, Suers Bell Welton, explained that Regan was the largest commercial city in the kingdom. She added that he wouldn't be able to find places other than Regan with such an enormous amount of money flowing through its economy in this whole continent. Suers continued, stating that Regan was the biggest reason why the Seldam Kingdom was so wealthy, so she guessed that was more than enough for proof. The carriage continued on its path. They were almost there now. Jamie thought to himself that his heart was beating so fast just thinking about meeting Count Simon. Suers thought her son was so cute and must be nervous. Jamie wondered why his mother was acting like this. Suers thought that Jamie saying his heart was beating fast was so lovely. She reassured him that she would hold his hands tightly. Jamie was embarrassed by his mother's behavior. Suers Bell Welton wondered if Count Simon was someone that Jamie looked up to, especially since he was aspiring to be a magician. Jamie seemed to be in distress. Jamie's mother continued to gush about Count Simon, explaining that he was an amazing magician who had climbed to 7th class around the same age as Jamie's father. She added that he was one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Noble Group alongside his father. The young mage thought that his magic resembled that of a red lotus, which was said to have taken thousands of lives. Jamie wondered what kind of person the Count was. Suers pondered this. Suers exclaimed that Count Simon was a person with impressive blood-like hair. Jamie thought to himself that he wasn't really interested in a red lotus magician or 7th class. Jamie continued to contemplate these things. The young mage was curious about the magic that achieved such a difficult feat, the power that was said to have taken thousands of lives in a single attack. He wanted to have it. The young master reflected that his conversation with Marquis Linemole had been too short and lacked luster. He then wondered what kind of conversation he would have with Count Simon. Meanwhile, Sewers instructed the children to follow her out slowly. Jamie responded with an okay. Elsewhere, a man asked Sewers if she could be the wife of Count Welton. Someone announced that they would be guiding them to the castle. The carriage made its way through the castle grounds. A voice informed them that they could stay there throughout the duration of the ball and to call upon their private butler if there were any issues. Inside the castle, guests began to gather. Sewers Belle Welton remarked on Count Simon's considerate nature. Meanwhile, the young master was directed to his room. He overheard a servant commenting on how considerate Count Simon was to offer him the same room his parents used at his age, a thought that made the servant uncomfortable. Sewers told him to come back right away after he finished unpacking, and he agreed. A few minutes later, Sewers was being attended to by maids. One commented on how smooth her hair was, while another complimented her beauty. Sewers was taken aback by the compliments. Jamie thought his mother was very pretty. He voiced his opinion, and Sewers agreed. Sewers was happy to hear that. Sewers told Jamie that he was very handsome as well, and thought to herself that she wanted to hug him. A maid asked Sewers to restrain herself, as she would ruin her makeup. Sewers thought to herself that she wanted to hug him just once. She breathed a sigh of relief, glad to avoid wrinkling her dress. Elsewhere, Sarah Welton stood, a vision of youthful charm. Meanwhile, Sewers gushed over her daughter's cuteness. Argino Welton agreed, remarking that Sarah Welton was as cute as a doll. Sarah Welton, eager for praise, asked if she was cute. Argino Welton confirmed that she was, but reminded her that the formal attire was uncomfortable and that she should bear with it for a little while. It was suggested that the young master should change as well, so they could get going right away. Elsewhere, the banquet hall buzzed with activity. Argino Welton wondered if the ballrooms of nobles were normally this extravagant. Someone questioned if Count Simon's taste was this extravagant, to which they were told they would be surprised when they saw it. Sewers was greeted by someone who exclaimed that it had been a while and that she was still so beautiful. The Welton family was certainly making an impression. Sewers's dress was as elegant as expected, and she was gifted a coat made from cotton grown on their own land. The dark magician thanked them for their consideration. The young mage observed the scene, noting how hard everyone was trying to impress the Welton family, a sight he had witnessed many times before. Meanwhile, unseen forces seemed to be at play, as a multitude of hands reached upwards, as if foolishly trying to grasp at the divine. The young mage found the display disgusting, but he was confident that his mother could handle such people. Suddenly, a voice boomed, testing the acoustics of the hall. The announcement welcomed all the esteemed guests attending the ball organized by the Simon family. Rywall Banner introduced himself as the one in charge of administration of the Regan land. He announced that the ball would be beginning soon and requested that everyone be seated in their designated places. The announcer then asked everyone to welcome Count Simon and his family, who would be arriving shortly. Footsteps echoed through the halls. The sound drew closer. The source revealed to be a man with striking red hair. The footsteps belonged to the red-haired man as he walked. Suddenly, the mint-haired young master was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. The red-haired man noted that it had been a while. The young master realized something. The red-haired man hoped everyone would have a pleasant stay. He was surprised to see a seventh class. Someone watching the red-haired man thought his power level was around the same as Marquis Linemole, or maybe even slightly stronger. The young master realized that the man was the Red Lotus Magician. The young master thought that the Red Lotus Magician was above his expectations and found it interesting. The red-haired man greeted Ma'am Welton, noting that she looked better than last year. Sewers Belle Welton dismissed the thanks, relieved that both Count Simon and Argino appeared healthy. She smiled warmly, pleased to see them both. Count Simon inquired about Argino's absence from the ball, but stated that he would not be attending. He explained that there had been an issue back in their lands that required his attention. Count Simon explained that he had arrived at the Welton estate by night due to an issue back in their lands. Count Simon, turning to Jamie, inquired if he was Sewers' son. Sewers confirmed that Jamie Welton was indeed her son. Sewers prompted her children to greet Count Simon. Jamie Welton introduced himself as the eldest son of the Welton family. Sarah Welton greeted Count Simon with a simple hello. The gray-haired maid exclaimed how pretty the Welton children were. Count Simon thanked the children, remarking on how clever they appeared. Count Simon thought to himself that Jamie was observing every nook and cranny of his body. Jamie continued to observe Count Simon, his expression unreadable. A surge of magical energy crackled around Count Simon's hand, a display of power that seemed almost casual. A faint smirk played on Simon's lips, a hint of amusement in his expression. He then turned his gaze towards Jamie, asking if his name was indeed Jamie. Jamie confirmed it with a simple yep. Simon's smile widened slightly as he heard Jamie's confirmation. Jamie responded with an all right. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Welton Child, watched the exchange, thinking that Count Simon was exceeding his expectations. He was eager to begin their conversation. The party was in full swing, nobles mingling and enjoying themselves. They were told to make themselves at home. Nearby, Count Simon observed the young master. Jamie wondered when his father would arrive, realizing that he would likely be late again. Elsewhere, a formal dinner was underway. Count Simon questioned why someone would be so interested in a 10-year-old boy. He mused that while the boy was young now, he was destined to lead the Welton family in the future, since he belonged to it. The Count thought that, for his generation, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn about him. Simon had heard that the boy bosses around other noble children and acts like their leader. The Count thought that it looked like the boy wanted his acknowledgement, but it was useless. Simon decided that he could play along with him. The Count thought that Jamie was a smart kid. At the dining table, the family continued their meal. Count Simon gently placed his hand over his wife's. He thought to himself that getting along with Jamie was important, as the Welton family had been their ally for a long time. Suars placed her hand on top of Simon's. Simon reassured his mother, telling her not to worry. He requested that drinks be brought for him as well. Simon apologized to his mother, his expression hardening. He thought to himself that he had no intention of staying on good terms with Jamie at all. Simon vowed to make certain that Jamie knelt before him. Only then, Count Simon tells his son that he is exactly what he expected. Below, Jamie wonders if he will be acknowledged by his father. Meanwhile, Count Simon smirks. His expression is one of sinister amusement. Elsewhere, the Welton family hosts a lively gathering. Arjurno Welton tells someone that they must make a lot of friends. Arjurno Welton stands with his wife, Suarsbell Welton, at the party. Nearby, Jamie's younger sister, Sarah Welton, giggles. Jamie says that he will be enjoying the free time that they have given him. He wonders if there is any quiet place without anybody around. The Welton estate was a sight to behold, with its meticulously maintained gardens and grand architecture. Nearby, a voice mused that not only was the young master talented in magic, but it seemed he excelled in business as well. The voice continued, noting that he had managed to develop his talents to their peak. Elsewhere, someone expressed that they were looking forward to their conversation. Jamie, overhearing this, wondered aloud who they were planning to have a conversation with. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted nearby. The source of the energy seemed to be directed at someone. Sarah Welton, Jamie's younger sister, was caught off guard by the sudden burst of power. Her face contorted in a grimace as the energy washed over her. Jamie clicked his tongue in annoyance. He stood beside Sarah, a protective stance evident as he prepared to confront the source of the disturbance. Sarah's expression was one of distress, tears welling in her eyes. Sarah, visibly shaken, questioned how her attacker could suddenly swing at her. The young master with mint green hair retorted, questioning who asked her to talk behind his back. He added that it was rude to point out something like that toward a lady. He stated that she should be grateful that he didn't stab the lady. The young master then asked how she appeared behind him. He asked if she wanted to know who he was. Sarah pondered whether she should tell him or not. The young master thought to himself that he didn't feel like telling her straight away because he was too shocked just now. He was bothered by the fact that she managed to completely hide her presence from him, and the way she spoke also bothered him. He was not in the mood to play around with her. He demonstrated his power. Sarah looked on with wide eyes. It was an air bullet as second-class magic. The young master warned that if she didn't have enough magic resistance, this would easily pierce through her skin and muscles. The young master's words hung in the air, a stark declaration of lethal intent. The force of his magic was enough to kill a child instantly. The declaration left him wondering just what kind of child he was dealing with. Sarah, taken aback by the sudden threat, could only think if he was being serious. Jamie, impatient, pressed her for an answer, wondering why she still wouldn't answer him. Desperate, Sarah cried out that she wanted to answer and begged him to wait. Jamie demanded she tell him quickly before he shot her. Stammering, Sarah identified herself as Ash, the second daughter of the Bale family, and a spirit magician. The term spirit magician was now brought to the forefront. It was a term used to describe magicians who had made contracts with spirits, mystical beings born from nature. It was known that there were not many spirit magicians on the continent. Spirit magicians were looked upon as talented individuals and given the status of baron, just by being spirit magicians. Sarah stood, a spirit magician. Jamie realized that Sarah had a wind spirit, which was how she was able to get behind him without making any noise. The young master considered that even in his prime, not even a spirit could hide from him. Still, it was surprising that Sarah was already a spirit magician at such a young age. He realized that people normally trained for nature affinity after the age of 10, and that Sarah must be a genius born with natural affinity. If she started training properly, she might even be able to make a contract. Meanwhile, Sarah demanded that Jamie reveal who he was, now that she had revealed her identity. She also questioned why he was using such dangerous magic. The two stood in the field, facing each other. Jamie wondered why Sarah was asking for his identity after revealing hers, realizing she was someone who didn't let others off easily. Sarah waited for Jamie's response. Jamie introduced himself as Jamie Welton, the heir of the Welton family, and said it was nice to meet Ash Bale. Jamie smirked, revealing his identity. Another piece of information about the Bale family was revealed. The Bale family was a faithful subordinate of Count Welton. A faint cough echoed through the halls. Jamie stood over a fallen figure, who coughed up blood. Jamie explained that he had left the organization alone because it had a positive effect on his land. The fallen man coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. Jamie questioned how they dared to traffic humans on his land. He then stomped on the man's head. Jamie declared that human trafficking was something one wouldn't dare to do unless they were crazy or wished to die. He sneered, stating that if the man wished to die, he would make his wish come true. The man begged for his life. Jamie ordered that he be hanged the next day. He then instructed someone to prepare his carriage, as he would be leaving immediately. A subordinate acknowledged Jamie's order. As Jamie's carriage rumbled down the long, misty path, it disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, two men watched from the shadows, one of them groaning in discomfort. Elsewhere, a hooded figure clicked their tongue in annoyance. A voice declared that Livel was a failure and ordered the preparation of Plan B. A hand then materialized a glowing blue orb. The Welton estate stretched out in a display of wealth and power, its manicured gardens and ornate fountains a testament to generations of prosperity. As Jamie walked along the stone path, his younger sister trailed behind him. Jamie shot an irritated glance at Sarah, who seemed unfazed by his annoyance. Jamie demanded to know why she was following him. He insisted that the fact that her father was his father's servant had nothing to do with them. Sarah quietly responded, but her words were nearly lost. Jamie declared that he was going back now and that she shouldn't follow him, but Sarah continued to pursue him. Jamie expressed his frustration, finding the situation to be quite serious. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. He demanded to know why she was bothering him so much. Sarah declared that she wanted to become friends with him, leaving Jamie utterly bewildered. The idea of friendship hung in the air, a concept alien to Jamie. Jamie wondered why Sarah even needed a friend, thinking he would understand if she wanted a servant instead. He supposed having friends was important for a child like her, but that was not his problem. Jamie told Sarah to look for someone else, declaring that he didn't need friends, as Sarah called out to him to wait. Sarah, upset, called Jamie a meanie. Jamie scoffed at the notion of friendship. He thought that Sarah didn't realize how friends and any type of close relationship made one lose rationality. Jamie walked away. He thought that his past self wouldn't have had to taste something like that. Jamie realized that Sarah reminded him of something unpleasant. Someone called out, identifying him as Jamie Welton. Three figures stood together. The speaker noted the blood-red hair of one of the figures. It was speculated that he must be Count Simon's son. The red-haired man asked who was calling him. One of the men accompanying him demanded to know how they dared to speak so disrespectfully to their brother. Another man questioned if they even knew who he was, declaring him to be Ulf. It was revealed that he was the eldest son and heir of the Simon Count family. Silence fell. Jamie smiled slyly, placing a finger to his lips. The two men who had been speaking looked shocked. The men were left speechless and confused. Count Simon, visibly agitated, questioned if Jamie had just cast a silencing spell on his subordinates. From above, the group of subordinates could be seen on the ground. Simon, looking down at them, called Jamie an arrogant bastard, reminding him that he was older. Simon demanded that Jamie sweat the details and get straight to the point before he did the same. Simon cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. Simon declared that he hadn't come to start a fight, but simply wanted to have a little chat. Jamie questioned who Simon was calling his brother, stating that he didn't need to listen to his meaningless blabbering any further. Simon was taken aback, questioning if Jamie didn't know who he was. Simon, regaining his composure, remarked that he was about to be disappointed. He then stated that since Jamie was Count Welton's son, they would be able to have a nice chat. From a distance, the subordinates remained on the ground. One of them thought that the only reason they acted the way they did towards Jamie was because he was speaking so informally to them, and asked that he not misunderstand. One of the subordinates thought it was a joke, and that they probably would have tried to suppress Jamie by force if he hadn't shown them his magic skills. Simon stated that since Jamie and he would become the core of the nobles in the Eastern. Jamie realized that Simon was beating around the bush, but basically wanted to tell him to become his subordinate. He resented his younger self for having to hear something so pathetic. The young master made it clear that he was not interested in whatever Count Simon was doing and didn't want to know what it was. Simon was taken aback, questioning if Jamie had just rejected his offer. He thought to himself that this brat was seriously getting on his nerves. Magic began to swirl around Simon's hand. Simon declared that Jamie would have no choice but to serve him as his boss. The magic continued to gather. Jamie stood calmly as Simon approached him, the magic swirling between them. Jamie realized that Simon was going to resort to brute force from the very beginning. Simon admitted that he had changed his plans slightly because Jamie used magic, but he was just going to stick to how he usually did things. Meanwhile, Elsewhere in the Welton estate, Count Argino Welton was in discussion with another man. The other man questioned if Argino thought the adults would let him do as he pleased, adding that he would be the one getting in trouble if something happened. Argino simply responded with a sigh. Back with Simon, he smirked, saying about that. Simon held a glowing orb in his hand, stating that as long as he had it, no one would be able to see them. The sound of a footstep echoed through the space. A surge of magical energy erupted around Count Simon and his companions. Young Master Welton observed the scene, recognizing the artifact. He mused that the Count must be a magic user to know what it was. Count Simon, holding the orb, declared that they would soon be begging for mercy. He commanded that they stop being silenced. Philip and Jance reacted to the command. Philip explained that he was dying and unable to speak because of the Welton family. He questioned if they truly had a death wish, implying they weren't afraid of anything just because they were from the Welton family. Young Master Welton, within the barrier, remarked that it was a pretty good artifact, while his companions exclaimed that they had not been heard and would not forgive them. The young mage found the situation interesting. Count Simon stated that the Welton family would feel pain. Dark energy surged around Philip, Jance, and Count Simon. A warning was issued not to deactivate the artifact, or else. Count Simon declared that everyone would witness the Welton family suffering. The silencing magic took effect. The Welton family cried out in pain. The Welton family members were on their knees, struggling against the silencing magic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Philip felt his head was about to explode and desperately called out to his brother for help. Blood dripped from Philip's hand. Philip coughed up blood. Philip vowed to kill and never forgive the one responsible. Philip realized he lacked the power to fight back, acknowledging that his opponent was a fourth-class magician. Philip continued to bleed from his mouth and nose, his face contorted in pain. Tears streamed down Philip's face as he glared in anger and frustration. The question hung in the air. How could someone like him, seemingly destined for knighthood, possess such magical prowess? The thought echoed. Just how had he become so skilled with magic? Adding to the confusion, it was known that he was from the Welton family, renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship. The idea of talent, a quality he felt he lacked, gnawed at someone. Philip gasped, his face contorted in pain and frustration. Philip vowed that he would not forgive the one responsible for his suffering, declaring that he couldn't tolerate this. Philip seethed, consumed by a desire to crush that talent, to ensure that the offender would never wield magic again. The group made their way down a long corridor. One of the men questioned if stealing a magic tool was really okay. Alf retorted, demanding to know what was wrong with it and ordering them to shut up and follow him. Elsewhere, someone called out for Big Brother Alf. Alf continued to lead the way, his expression unreadable. He smirked to himself. Alf paused, his expression serious as he listened to someone speaking. He responded, stating that the news was upsetting to hear. Alf held out his hand, revealing a glowing object, and thought about his older brother getting hurt. He seemed shocked by something. Someone questioned where Alf had gotten something so dangerous, but Alf dismissed the concern, telling them to go teach that Welton bred a lesson. Philip offered something to the other man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Jance was growing impatient, questioning why it mattered where Philip had acquired the item. Jance then declared that the most important thing was to destroy the Welton child. Under the moonlight, a carriage approached a grand estate. The carriage came to a stop, and Count Simon stepped out to greet someone. Count Simon greeted the other man, noting that it had been a while since they last met. The man in the carriage was surprised that the Count had come to meet him in person. The man in the carriage, revealed to be Argino Welton, asked if the sun would be rising from the west tomorrow. Count Simon asked Argino how he had been. Argino replied that he was doing well and suggested they go inside. The two men walked into the estate. As always, Count Simon inquired if the party had been a success. The Red Lotus magician mentioned that he had met Argino Welton's son. Simon asked what Argino thought of his son. Argino chuckled, stating that seeing how fast he responded, no one could deny that he was a fool for his kids. He added that they were the reason he was living. Count Simon admitted that he was envious that Argino could feel that way. Simon remarked that things were still the same. The Red Lotus magician added that Argino's son was truly surprising. Simon clarified that he was not just surprised, but completely astonished. Argino thought that Simon was talking in circles. Argino asked if Simon thought his son seemed to have talent. Simon thought that talent was taking it lightly. It was said that there may have never been a human as talented as him in history. The conversation continued, with one of the men stating that Marquis Rinmel had said the same thing. He then wondered if the Marquis had met Jamie, adding that he also, which was why he had asked a favor of the Marquis. The man with green hair believed that someone born so talented in magic should become a mage, as it would either be of help to themselves or the world. The man with red hair remarked that it was amazing that he would have such a master. The green-haired man chuckled, revealing that the Marquis had declined. The red-haired man thought that the boy was an unequaled genius, and he'd be able to enlighten himself and challenge himself to become a legend as a ninth-class mage. Mage. The red-haired man admitted that he was envious that the boy was born more talented than he, but on the other hand, he also wished to see just how far the power of the green-haired man exclaimed the Count's name in surprise. A hand was outstretched, as a voice declared that they may have built a great civilization. The red-haired man stated that this was simply from their standpoint. Compared to dragons, high elves, and other magical races, human magic was considered extremely weak. At least, thanks to sword masters, humans were able to live as they did. But the other man wondered what would happen if a ninth-class mage were born. The first man swallowed nervously. Count Simon believed that even dragons, the masters of magic, would not be able to make light of him. He strongly desired for humans to. The first man considered that arrogance. Simon responded that it was fine if it was arrogance, as the other man knew it as well. He then referred to the forgotten history. The first man looked on. It was a forgotten history, a secret only known by a few within the entire continent. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared because of a certain incident. Because the extraterrestrial transcendents did not share their secrets with humans, Count Simon's plan was to gain power so as not to be controlled by them. To prevent the repetition of human civilization and history, a plan was set in motion. Disappearing by the unknown, Count Simon and the elderly mage concluded their discussion for the evening. Meanwhile, back in Jamie's room, it was getting late. Before departing, the elderly maid reminded Argino Welton to get some rest and bid him farewell until the next day. Jamie lay asleep in his bed. Argino Welton watched his son sleeping, wondering if Jamie was truly a genius to warrant such high expectations. To Argino, Jamie was simply a cute and loving son. Jamie continued to sleep soundly. Argino hoped that Jamie would grow to be a just person, promising to do his best as a father. The Welton estate stood serene in the distance. The Welton estate bustled with activity as servants prepared for the day, their hushed voices echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, in his room, the young master wondered what had upset his father the previous night. He mused that it wasn't as if he could use mind control just because he was curious, and besides, it wouldn't work with his current abilities. Suddenly, Rebecca Valle appeared, sighing and stating that she thought they were finished talking the previous day and that she had no business with him. Rebecca stood tall, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders as she addressed the young master. She called out to him, addressing him as sis. The young master was taken aback, realizing that she was increasing the number of people present. Rebecca questioned where he was going, insisting that he should at least introduce himself since their families were close, while another voice chided her for being rude. The other voice, belonging to Rebecca's younger sister, insisted that she should speak formally and questioned how she could speak that way to the son of the Count. The eldest daughter of the Viscount family of Valle was named Rebecca Valle. The young master's eyes widened in shock. He wondered why she was there. The young master is seen with his younger sister, who remarks on the beauty of her older sister. Suddenly, a voice booms out, questioning how someone could be present. The voice whispers the name Jane. The narration reflects on Jane, the woman he loved his entire life, but who was sacrificed to the gods for her own sake. It was how Diablo Valper became a monster devoid of emotions. The voice continues, musing on the fact that she would appear before him in a younger state. The scene shifts back to the young master and Rebecca, who is now being attacked. Count Simon appears, declaring that Rebecca is where he wants her to be. He lunges at Rebecca, declaring that she is dead. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. Rebecca looked equally surprised. Rebecca questioned if Jamie had really fallen for her sister. Elsewhere, a man declared that he had found his target. He announced that from now on, things would be different. The man declared that others would be calling him boss. A burst of flames erupted. Jamie was struck by an unseen force. Rebecca screamed Jamie's name. A dark energy began to gather. A voice booms out, commanding that no one interfere. The air crackles with an unseen energy. The sudden shift in power causes a stir. Philip is shocked, finding the situation impossible. Elsewhere, the guests are thrown into disarray as the attack commences. One of them notes that it shouldn't be something a child could block. Philip wonders how this could be. A dark energy surges forth. The young master commands his enemy to die. The dark energy takes shape. Philip is struck by the force. The attack continues to surge forward. Philip is overwhelmed by the assault. Philip gasped as the dark energy overwhelmed him. The young master's eyes glowed with power as he continued his assault. Jamie's name echoed in the air. Jamie's eyes widened, his expression shifting. A voice boomed, declaring that enough was enough. Jamie, supported by his father, called out to him. The voice declared that everything would be all right now. Rebecca reassured her younger sister that everyone was fine. Jamie collapsed to his knees. The crowd of onlookers parted as Jamie knelt before them. Jamie thought he had been mistaken at first, realizing what he was really going to do. It was decided that what happened could not be regarded as a mistake. The young mage's thoughts raced, replaying the events that had just unfolded. If he hadn't intervened, Alf would have died. Elsewhere, Count Simon remarked on the situation, finding it tremendous. Simon considered Alf's power, deeming it weak, less than half of his own. However, he knew that if the artifact had activated, everyone present would have been burned to death. The potential devastation loomed large. Simon was surprised that Jamie could distinguish that in a second, and that he was only 9th class. Simon mused that the child might truly fulfill his long-cherished dream and called out to someone. The person he called out to was kneeling beside a child, exclaiming that Jamie had tried to kill her son and questioned how anyone could just stand there like that. The woman was told that she should say it right, and that the one who tried to kill was Alf. It was pointed out that Alf was the one who insulted Jamie first. It was also noted that Alf used the artifact to attack Jamie. The speaker then asked Madam Simon if that was correct. The woman, presumably Madam Simon, was shocked by the accusation. Alf, looking distraught, questioned if it was only a little. Madam Simon demanded that the speaker continue. In response, Argino Welton questioned if Madam Simon had been asked to continue what she was saying. Count Simon interjected, telling Argino that was enough and that they should clearly reveal what Jamie had done. Elsewhere, someone called for help. The scene shifted back to the Welton estate, where Count Simon held Philip in his arms. Madam Simon thought that her husband may be cold, but he would stand up for his own child. Count Simon stated that it seemed his son had behaved rudely on an auspicious day. Count Simon apologized to Madam Welton. The crowd murmured as the situation unfolded. Madam Welton stated that for his sincere apology, she would head back first, and that Welton should go in and rest as well. Argino agreed. The sound of shuffling could be heard. Count Simon apologized for ruining the party and asked everyone to retire for the night, effectively ending the gathering. The Count's expression remained unreadable. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves as they departed. Meanwhile, Madam Welton questioned how Count Simon could do this. Rebecca Valle demanded to know if he was responsible for Alf's suffering. Count Simon commanded silence, reminding her that their child suffered at the hands of a disgraceful character. He reminded her that there were many eyes present and that they should return with Alf first. Rebecca, enraged, called out to Simon. The Welton estate stood bathed in moonlight. Rebecca questioned how Simon could do this, insisting that Alf was their son. Simon asked if she was trying to gain his attention. Simon demanded that she speak. The young man trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his fear. He seemed genuinely unaware that his actions were reflecting poorly on himself, the Eastern nobles, and the entire kingdom. Overcome with emotion, he confessed that he only ever wanted his father's attention. Meanwhile, Count Simon was clearly annoyed by the exchange. He thought to himself that the other man was rude and that he didn't know anything. Simon's thoughts turned to the phoenix race, and he wondered who could have given it to him. Tears streamed down the young man's face as he stuttered. Count Simon stated that he disliked repeating himself. Simon demanded to know, one last time, who had given him the phoenix race. The young man's eyes widened, his expression a mix of fear and desperation. He finally managed to answer, revealing that Renan had given it to him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a doorway, asking if he had been summoned. Count Simon clicked his tongue in annoyance. The figure thought to himself that the young man was an idiotic fool, and that he couldn't believe he was his older brother. He decided to act naive for now, and asked if his father had called for him. Count Simon, with a wide smile, is asked if he gave his brother the phoenix race. From above, a voice confirms that he did, indeed, give it to him. The voice then questions why Simon would give something so dangerous to his brother. Simon reflects on the situation, thinking that the little kid was bullying his older brother. As a younger brother, he couldn't just sit there and watch. An unseen figure accuses Simon of simply wanting to manipulate his brother. Simon, with a serious expression, listens to the accusations. Lenon was being accused of not acting for his brother's sake. Lenon's expression hardened. He was told that he only wanted to manipulate him. Lenon's anger began to rise. Lenon wondered how he knew. Lenon questioned him. He was getting angrier. Lenon stated that he had no interest in the two of them. The two figures stood before Count Simon, awaiting his judgment. Simon questioned if they knew why he was displeased. He continued, stating that even though they were of his bloodline, they lacked the talent he expected. However, that did not mean that they had any clue what the two were thinking. Simon declared that if they wished to get his attention, instead of wasting time on tricks like these, they needed to prove that they were worthy of his bloodline. He declared that he would no longer interfere in anything they did. Count Simon's words hung in the air. They would have to clean up this mess by themselves. The Count ordered them to apologize to Jamie Welton as soon as the sun rose. The Count turned and walked away, his long coat swaying behind him. The sound of a slap echoed as Count Simon stated that they would have to wait until Jamie forgave them. Lenon thought to himself that he needed to see that bastard again. Just thinking about it sent shivers up Lenon's spine. Someone asked Lenon what he was going to do. The other person asked what was up with him. The person wondered if Lenon was shocked by his father's words or something, and questioned why he wasn't talking. A voice declared that they must prove that they are worthy of Count Simon's bloodline. Lenon vowed to show his father Linan clenched his fist, vowing to prove his worth. He would show them all his worth. The sound of something collapsing echoed in the distance. Meanwhile, Sewers stood over Jamie, who was sleeping soundly. Jamie continued to sleep peacefully. He murmured in his sleep. Sewers considered the bloodlust Jamie had displayed towards Ulf, finding it unsettling for a child of his age. She wondered what had happened to cause such a thing. She had thought it was just normal children's play fighting. Elsewhere, it was noted that the artifact had activated properly. The activation caused a surge of power. The power continued to surge. Philip slammed his fist, declaring that he could not forgive him, even if Count Simon apologized. Sewers was frustrated, feeling that she deserved a better apology or compensation, even if it meant involving her family. Distressed, she turned away from the bed. She paused, lost in thought. Sewers wondered what she was even thinking. She covered her face with her hands. Sewers lowered her hands. Argino called out to her, concerned. Sewers looked back at him. Argino wondered what reason she would have to not be okay. He asked what she wanted him to do, promising to do as she wished. Argino looked at her expectantly. Sewers smiled, recalling that he had stopped her earlier. Worried that she might ruin his mood even more, someone spoke. The person politely apologized on the spot, stating that they didn't want to. The speaker continued, explaining that they were trying to create a divide in the northern nobles because of this. Moreover, the speaker added that he was scolded heavily. Someone wondered if Ulf looked very scared, but then dismissed it, saying they were fine. Elsewhere, someone suggested that they should get up, reasoning that he wouldn't be able to rest well if they were there. Another agreed, saying, let's do that. He understood their worries, realizing he couldn't control himself at the time. However, Jane, someone thought that she had reincarnated. It was not unusual to be reincarnated, even after tens of thousands of years. Her reincarnation was almost inevitable. However, she couldn't recognize him, nor did she possess any memories of her past life. That was normal, but he considered himself a special case. However, the young mage thought that Jane had reincarnated at the same time as him. Was this a prank of fate, or was it someone's plan? By the 12 gods, the young mage thought, as his familiar beeped. He thought there was no way they would leave him alone if they knew he'd reincarnated. The young mage looked down, lost in thought. A vision flashed before him, his past self lying in a pool of blood. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. First, he realized he should meet her again. The gears of fate seemed to turn. The world of magic was experiencing great change. Meanwhile, a hooded figure held a white bird, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. The bird's talons flexed, ready for flight. It was said that Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton family, was 9 years old and presumed to be at least a fourth-class magician, a ridiculously talented magic genius who had appeared in the world. The bird took flight, a flock following close behind. Go! The bird soared into the sky, a white streak against the dark. Birds soar through a bright blue sky. Amidst the lush greenery, Mint_haired_master walks along a path. A stream flows gently over rocks. The wind blows. Mint_haired_master's familiar creature floats beside him. The familiar creature beeps. Mint_haired_young_master wondered if he could even feel fresh air. As he continued down the path, the familiar creature beeped again, and Mint_haired_master confirmed that he was all right. Mint_haired_master remarked that it was nice and quiet, probably because most of the people had left since it was the last day. The familiar creature beeped in response. Mint_haired_young_master continued his walk. Mint_haired_master realized he needed to meet her before he returned. A magical circle appears. The young master was startled by a sudden sound. He wondered what the sound was. He questioned where it was coming from. Unable to see the source, he decided to expand his mana. The young mage began to expand his mana. Concentrating, he focused his energy. Suddenly, he found it. The source was revealed to be near Rebecca. That's where it was coming from. He saw Rebecca standing in the distance. An Undine, a water spirit, manifested near her. The sudden appearance of the Undine causes a stir. Rebecca, surprised by the appearance of the young master, wonders who he is. The young master calls out, asking if the person he sees is young Duke Welton. The protagonist, in response to the question, confirms that he is. The young master, flustered, stammers, trying to ask for the protagonist's name. Rebecca smiles, seemingly amused by the exchange. She interrupts, stating that she is Rebecca Bale. It is revealed that Rebecca is a water elementalist. The young master's eyes narrow as he observes the situation. He wonders why there are two of them. He realizes that both of them are water elementalists. Rebecca looks on, a question mark floating above her head, seemingly confused by the young master's reaction. A voice echoes, calling out the name Diablo. The voice continues, pleading, don't forget me. Startled, young_mage_1 wonders aloud if he's being addressed as young Duke Welton. Elsewhere, a voice questions why someone is making such a sad face. The words don't forget me Diablo appear above a chibi drawing of two figures, with a caption of promise in the past life. The sky was bright and clear. Standing in a sun-drenched garden, Rebecca asked the young master why he was making such a sad face. The sound of wind blew through the garden. The young master remained silent, lost in thought. He was still in shock over yesterday's events. Rebecca hummed softly, considering yesterday's events. The hem of her dress swayed gently as she stood. A soft voice echoed, promising that everything would be fine now. The young master embraced Rebecca, finding comfort in her presence. The young master's expression remained troubled. He realized this feeling was nothing more than remnants from his past. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words, "Reincarnated as a magician after 66 years." The chapter is titled The Enduring Bond. The young master sat with Rebecca in a lush, green field near a body of water. Rebecca asked if he was feeling better, and Jamie confirmed that he was, thanking her. Rebecca smiled brightly, recalling that her father taught her that hardships passed quickly when shared with others. Rebecca's dress was adorned with intricate details. Jamie, surprised, asked if she meant Viscount Bale. Rebecca confirmed with a cheerful yep. The details of Rebecca's dress were visible. Rebecca admitted that she was sad they couldn't keep talking the previous day, so she was grateful they had this time today. Jamie and Rebecca sat together in the field. Jamie thought that, coincidentally, he had the exact same thought. Rebecca, smiling, asked if he really did. The conversation ended with the sentiment that perhaps things were better this way. Meanwhile, Jamie recalled hearing about Bale. He explained that his family traditionally made contracts with wind elementals, and he had also wanted to make a contract with them. Jamie continued, saying that because of his natural affinity with them, wind elementals came to visit him, but they refused to make a contract and left after meeting him. He then recalled that one day, an Undine came, telling him it was his destiny to make a contract with them. Jamie reflected that it was an important decision, one he should have discussed with his father, but he accidentally made the contract on the spot. Jamie chuckled softly as he remembered the events. The memory was vivid in his mind. The contract with the Elemental King, unlike other elemental contracts, was a soul contract made on each other's life. The details of the contract were intricate and profound. It was said that the moment Jane's soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Elemental King would have noticed. As they walked, Jamie didn't seem mad, but he seemed a bit off. Jamie expressed his disappointment, feeling that things hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped. However, it was something special. Rebecca seemed surprised. She thought to herself that she had never heard of an elemental approaching someone and asking them for a contract. Jamie acknowledged that it was unfortunate that she hadn't been chosen by the elemental she wanted, but reminded her that she was chosen by the water elemental. He encouraged her to believe in herself. Rebecca gasped. She thanked him. Rebecca smiled. Jamie thanked her for everything and announced that he would be heading off now. Rebecca seemed surprised. As Jamie departed, Rebecca bid him goodbye. Rebecca thought to herself that she wanted to talk more. Rebecca wondered why she felt this way. Jamie considered that perhaps he spoke too formally. Jamie wondered if kids even talked like that, before correcting himself and thinking that Rebecca felt rather mature to him. Jamie thought to himself that it was hard to talk to her like a kid, and wondered why his familiar kept talking back. Meanwhile, Jamie walked down the hallway. Jamie wondered what was going on. Elsewhere, Philip sighed. Philip asked what was going on, before saying, "Well, the thing is..." Philip apologized. Philip's face contorted in a grimace as he stood before his adversary. Suddenly, Jamie questioned why Philip was apologizing all of a sudden. With a smirk, Philip admitted that the Count had forced him to apologize. Linon's eyes narrowed. Linon stated that he understood, but questioned why the other man was present as well. Philip responded by asking why Linon had brought him along, implying that Linon was too scared to apologize by himself. He thought to himself that Linon was his brother. Jamie realized that Philip was the one who had given his brother the artifact. Jamie wondered if the two brothers had tried to screw him over together. Jamie demanded to know the other man's name. The man introduced himself as Linon Simon. Jamie's eyes glowed with power. Philip stood with a slight smile. Below, a magical circle glowed around the feet of the young master. Elsewhere, Count Simon considered the situation, even a son like Ulf. Ulf smirked, standing next to Philip and another man. Philip remarked that luckily nothing bad had happened. Since they had heard his apologies, he asked if they could take their leave now. Argino Welton thought to himself if Philip thought he was a fool. Argino's expression darkened. It was noted that Ulf hadn't appeared in the mess yesterday, either. Someone observed that Philip must think everything besides his father was inferior. Philip smirked. It was thought that he might make a big mess if he was left alone. Ulf told Jamie that he was going to have trouble fighting for his spot as the heir. Jamie questioned what Ulf was talking about. Philip questioned Linon, seeking confirmation. Linon remained silent. Ulf dismissed the situation, stating it was not his concern. The young mage declared that if Linon was truly behind the crime, he deserved punishment. The young mage reiterated that Linon deserved proper punishment. Alf questioned the young mage's conviction. Linan, seemingly affected by the young mage's words, questioned what he was doing. Linan was shocked. Linan was confused. Linan found himself in darkness, questioning where he was. Linan's expression shifted to one of distress. Linan realized his body was growing colder. Linan felt an intense cold creeping in. The sensation intensified. A voice echoed, declaring this was his last chance. The space around Linan warped with purple energy. Linan groaned in pain. He wondered if he had escaped, but quickly realized he had not. Linan questioned if it had all been an illusion. Elsewhere, Philip called out to Linan, who was lying on the floor. Linan gasped. He groaned again. Linan realized one thing. Young Master declared that this was his last chance. Count Simon felt an overwhelming compulsion. He realized he needed to kneel immediately. An apology escaped his lips. The Red Lotus magician looked down, his expression filled with regret. He knelt on the floor. The Welton estate bustled with activity as carriages arrived. The young master thought to himself that he was finally going home. The young master seemed to be in deep thought. Suddenly, the young master paused, realizing he had been thinking of something. Meanwhile, Count Simon made his way down the stone path, the young master following close behind. Count Simon's expression was unreadable. The young master reassured himself that he was simply happy to be returning home and resting. It was a shame, he thought, that he hadn't had the chance to do what he wanted. Count Simon suggested that he could stay longer if he wished to chat with him. The young master admitted that he was also a bit disappointed, as he had been looking forward to it. A smirk crept across his face. Simon offered again for him to stay longer, but the young master declined. He said that his desire to go home and rest was strong. As for the reason, the young master was sure that Simon already knew. Simon chuckled, agreeing that was true. Simon noted that the magic world had started to watch him. The young master laughed, remarking that it seemed Simon knew. The young master confirmed that, of course, he knew. He thought the name was Renan, and he had already given him a punishment. The young master had expected this. As much as Count Simon tried to deny it, Jamie had seemed out of sorts since yesterday. Jamie questioned if Simon was not angry at him for punishing his son. Simon responded that they only received the consequences for their actions, so why would he be angry? Jamie realized that he now understood why those punks were so messed up. Simon remarked that Renan seemed pretty talented at magic, and it might be okay to teach him. Jamie stated that he knew Renan's talent more than anyone else, and what he had was nothing. Count Simon listened intently. Jamie thought that it wouldn't hurt to try teaching Renan, and that he should get as good as him if he trained hard, but that he wasn't able to express his talent. Simon, pointing a finger, declared that this was all the Count's fault, and asked what? Simon explained that those two punks had gotten messed up because the Count had ignored them just because he felt they were lacking in talent. Simon continued, saying that Alf was pretty normal, but Renan had tremendous hidden talent. Count Simon wondered if he had misjudged him. Count Simon expressed disbelief that Jamie's abilities, which he, an 8th-class magician, couldn't recognize, were confirmed by a child. Simon smiled, seemingly amused by the situation. It was almost as if a great mage was present. Meanwhile, Philip considered that Simon might be able to break through his wall with Jamie's help. Jamie wondered how Philip knew this, as Philip called out to him, announcing their departure. Philip turned to leave. Philip dismissed what he had said, claiming it should go in one ear and out the other since it was spoken by a kid. Philip began to walk away. He continued his departure. Philip's eyes narrowed. Philip thought to himself that it was regrettable, as expected. In the forest, a familiar creature flits around the hooded figure. The figure continues to walk through the forest. The familiar creature hovers in the air. Suddenly, the hooded figure shouts for the others to hurry up. Two figures approach, and the hooded figure demands to know why they are so late. One of the figures explains that they were late because Azad was dawdling. The hooded figure apologizes. The hooded figure looks off to the side. One of the figures explains that the Zenith Church has been doing good deeds here, and they're within He's, without receiving payment. The figure continues, stating that they've been naturally gaining a lot of good impressions by feeding the hungry and sheltering those without a place to stay. Recently, they've started operating an orphanage, prompting the hooded figure to wonder when they started moving. It seemed that the Zenith Church's rise to prominence occurred right after the collapse of the criminal group Reaver. 2 months prior, Argino Welton had completely annihilated the criminal group Reaver. The Zenith Church officially started its missionary work right after. They visited and ministered to the poor, preaching the will of God. At first, the citizens didn't pay them any mind. However, through continued good deeds and mercy, the people of the territory gradually started depending on the Zenith Church. Soon, they became members of devout faith. As a result, the Zenith Church's position in He's had risen to an unbelievable level. Currently, the Zenith Church was being worshipped as the most benevolent and respected church in He's. Someone asked what the other had said. The young master looked displeased. He questioned if they believed that war and peace could coexist. One of the men responded with a simple, However, the young master stated that he believed they were connected. The young master affirmed that this was the true nature of Zenith. The scene shifted to a city, its skyline dominated by a tall clock tower, built upon a foundation of past bloodshed. War, it was said, was the moment when his divinity shone brightest. The city was engulfed in flames. The young master questioned what the Zenith priests were doing that went against him. It was believed that they were using good deeds as a shield for their work, and it was imperative to discover what that work truly was. Two figures, cloaked in darkness, confirmed their understanding. It was declared that every single detail of Zenith's plans would be uncovered. A voice praised Ricky for their good work, while another voice, presumably Ricky, dismissed it as nothing. A man stood in front of the Zenith Church orphanage. Ricky thought that this was heaven compared to begging and getting beaten every day. Philip was assured that he had been through enough and that he didn't have to worry anymore. It had been a month and a half since he entered the orphanage, a place that brought him happiness. He reflected that if he and his younger sister hadn't come to the orphanage, they, who were once street rats, would have died in the streets. Lost in thought, Ricky sat alone in a chair. Meanwhile, Anna called out, asking if her brother was home. Ricky, hearing his sister's voice, got up from his chair. Anna greeted Ricky, noting that he was on her side. She then reminded him that she was blind. A dark memory surfaced. They had been abandoned and left to fend for themselves. Life on the streets had been difficult, and the adults were cold. It was a desperate existence. But then, someone extended a hand to Ricky and Anna. Ricky remembered the moment with tears in his eyes. A divine light shone. It was the hand of God. That day marked a turning point. He and his sister were given a new life. He wanted to spread the happiness he had obtained through God's grace. His goal was to become a priest of God to spread this miracle. Meanwhile, Ricky and Anna were being called over by someone who asked if they had heard the news. The news was about Shino, who was apparently favored by God. Shino would be leaving for the main church next week in order to become a priest. Upon hearing this, Anna was shocked that Shino was going to become a priest. Ricky was also surprised by the news. He wondered if he had just been scolded by a child. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. From above, the Diablo Volfer descended upon the town. He announced that they were almost there and would soon be landing. The familiar creature beeped in response. The Diablo Volfer wondered what was up with the energy he was sensing. Something caught his attention. Below, a figure lay prone on the ground. The sound of something approaching echoed. The Diablo Volfer wondered what was up with the energy he was sensing. The familiar creature noted the disgusting holy energy and wondered if the person was a priest. The familiar creature realized it was a high-ranked cleric, which was troublesome, and wondered why a holy knight was lying on the ground. The Diablo Volfer stood in the town, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. Nearby, his familiar agreed, sensing that something was amiss. The young mage considered whether he should simply eliminate the source of the disturbance. Elsewhere, the fallen knight was being kicked. The force of the blow reverberated. The Diablo Volfer was shocked by the sudden noise. He turned his head in the direction of the sound. The fallen knight made a noise. He looked up, his expression pained. The Diablo Volfer tilted his head, curious. The fallen knight called out to him, confused. The Diablo Volfer suddenly realized he was hungry. The darkness seemed to deepen. The Diablo Volfer was speechless, thinking he should just let the knight starve to death, admitting that the knight gave him a scare. The Diablo Volfer's cloak billowed slightly. He called out to his familiar, "Black, let's go." The Diablo Volfer turned away from the fallen knight. Birds chirped outside the Welton Manor. Jamie wondered just why he was. A voice called out, "You're Jamie, huh? Nice to meet you." A man with blonde hair greeted Jamie with a smile. An unseen character expressed their outrage that someone so vile was eating at their dining table. Meanwhile, Jamie laughed, stating that he would have died in the streets if not for the Count's help. The atmosphere at the table was tense. Argino Welton downplayed his role in Jamie's rescue, giving credit to the troops who brought him back. Jamie insisted that Argino deserved the thanks, since they were his soldiers. The scene focused on a brown cloak. Jamie chuckled, questioning if it was normal for a holy knight to die from starvation, stating that it was not. Argino explained that it was a common occurrence, as they were still human, but that upon reaching a high level, they would be able to hold out longer than normal humans. Jamie thought to himself how uncomfortable he was, wondering why his mother and father were treating Argino so nicely. Sarah Welton seemed to be enjoying herself as she ate a strawberry. Jamie mentioned that Argino belonged to the Pyro Church. Argino remarked that Suresbell Welton must have been quite surprised when she heard that. Suresbell Welton looked surprised. Suresbell Welton asks if there's a problem, noting the surprise. The woman smiles warmly. Meanwhile, the man in the brown cloak wonders if the woman is from Afton, to which she replies that she is from the Bell family. The man's expression is one of shock. At the table, Jamie and his father look on with curiosity. A voice booms, sending greetings to an esteemed one. The man in the brown cloak bows deeply. The others are shocked, and Jamie wonders what is going on. Jamie realizes that the Pyro Church exists in Afton, the territory where the Bell family is located, but he can't believe that is the reason the man is prostrating himself to her. It occurs to him that the person a holy knight would act like this towards would be at least a bishop, and he wonders what is happening. Jamie is asked what is the matter. He wonders if he should act like his mother. The young mage internally screams that he wants to die, lamenting that he has to act like a curious 9-year-old. He is visibly frustrated. Rebecca comments that he was really cute, but Jamie thinks to himself that it didn't work and curses. He thinks that he can't believe it didn't work and that this is so humiliating. Jamie considers that if the Bell family has close ties to the Pyro Church, it will become a pain in the ass. It is declared that she is someone. He thinks that he would have to kill her eventually. Elsewhere, someone asks how he ended up here, as the Pyro Church shouldn't have any business in the East region. He is asked if he is there to expand the Pyro Church's influence. The blonde-haired man exclaimed that he was not lost, but rather had ended up there while pursuing someone. Argino Welton inquired who the man was pursuing. The man responded that it was someone who was doing unspeakable and atrocious experiments. These were experiments that no human should do, experiments related to the Chimera. The man was shocked to hear the word Chimera and asked who the creator was. Argino, rising from his seat, questioned if the man was implying that the Chimera creator was in haste, demanding to know who it was. The man apologized, stating that the rest of the information was top secret, even within the Pyro Church itself. He added that he couldn't tell this to anyone, but he would reveal more if Argino listened to his request and made a contract with him. Argino asked if the man was asking him to help. The man affirmed, stating that as a sword master, he would be of great help. Argino looked at his hand, contemplating the request. His sword remained sheathed at his side. Argino listened intently to the man's request. The symbol of the Chimera was displayed. It was said that on the outside, chimeras are beings made from various creatures. The narrator explains that chimera creators are treated worse than most criminals. The reason for this treatment is that at the core of every chimera is a human. It is stated that there could be chimera creators who don't use humans, but none have been found. Meanwhile, Argino tells the man that he cannot promise he will always be able to help. However, because of his in-law's relationship with the Pyro Church, he cannot turn a blind eye to the situation. The man realizes what this means. Argino states that he will help him. The man thanks Argino profusely. The man is overjoyed, but Argino tells him to stop with the pleasantries. The man asks why the Pyro Church is after the Chimera creators and why they aren't requesting help from the kingdom. The man seems hesitant to answer. He says that he is sure the kingdom will help if they know about it. However, he trails off. The man's revelation about the kingdom's potential damage to the Pyro Church hung in the air, a chilling implication of the Chimera's power. Elsewhere, the cost of creating such power became clear. The sacrifice of over 10 holy knights. The implications of this information weighed heavily on the mind of the young master. The weight of the information was heavy. The creation of chimeras capable of wielding holy power was a dangerous game. The garden was quiet. Meanwhile, Jamie walked along a rose-covered path. He mused that he would be looking forward to tea time. Jamie smiled. Rebecca called out to Jamie, asking him to come sit with her quickly. Tea was poured. Jamie drank his tea. At the tea table, Sewers inquired what had piqued Jamie's curiosity so intensely. Jamie was taken aback by the grand gesture of kneeling, especially upon a first meeting. Sewers guessed that Jamie was curious about how her family was related to the Pyro Church. She explained that his maternal great-grandfather, who was also her grandfather, was someone Jamie had never met. The revelation prompted a stunned reaction. Jamie realized that his mother's grandfather was the Pyro Church's savior. An unknown character wondered why the back of their head hurt when they looked at Jamie. It was revealed that Jamie's great-grandfather was the benefactor of the Fiero Church. The revelation shocked the mint-haired young master, who exclaimed that the Vell family was the benefactor of the Fiero Church. The Fiero Church? The black mage who reincarnated after 66,666 years. The Portsmouth Garden Incident. This incident involved followers of the Demon King attempting to incarnate him, using the divine relics of the Fiero Church, but failing. Jamie inquired if that was related to his mother's family. It was revealed that Jamie's mother's grandfather died while stopping that incident. Afterwards, the Fiero Church appointed the Marquis as an honorary archbishop and pledged to treat the Vell family lineage as bishop rank for the next 100 years. Rebecca looked a bit sad, as if she had been close to her grandfather. The young master observed that the Fiero Church treated them as a bishop rank family. He considered it a ridiculous compensation, but supposed it made sense since it was their only divine relic. The young master thought it was not bad, but vowed to kill Fiero someday, and in the meantime, he would use them as much as he could. The young master chuckled to himself. Jamie's mother asked if he was all right. Jamie replied that he was, calling her mom. Rebecca asked if he wanted another cup of tea, and Jamie eagerly accepted. The family continued their tea time in a sunlit room. The scene shifted to a view of the Welton family estate at night. A figure in ornate robes declared that they should all pray for Shino's path ahead and raise a toast in celebration of this meaningful day. Shino's departure was imminent. Shino was finally leaving, and the people around him offered their congratulations. The destination was the main church. Ricky and Anna called out to Shino as he approached the carriage. Shino admitted that he didn't think he would see them, given the suddenness of his departure. He was glad they came to see him off, though. He had heard from the priest that they shouldn't cry. One of the people there said that it would be lonely since they would be following along soon. They asked who was going to cry. Shino said that he would be waiting, so they should hurry and come. With a hiya, the carriage began to move. As the carriage pulled away, someone bid Shino farewell, adding that they would be a priest someday too. Another person smiled. The carriage continued on its way. The carriage traveled down the road. The cloaked figure announced their arrival to Shino. Shino seemed surprised by how quickly they had reached their destination. The imposing structure of the main church loomed before them. Shino questioned if this was truly the main church, also wondering if the cloaked figure was a priest. The cloaked figure instructed Shino to follow. Footsteps echoed as they began to descend. Shino began to think that they had come to the wrong place. A hand pushed open a heavy door. The cloaked figure urged Shino to go down. Shino, now visibly alarmed, followed the cloaked figure down a set of stairs. A voice questioned if they were heading to a basement. Descending further, Shino questioned if the cloaked figure was truly his father, realizing that this was the place. He thought to himself that this was a bit much. Suddenly, Shino cried out, recognizing the approaching figure as his father. The cloaked figure continued to walk forward. The cloaked figure announced that he had brought Shino to the bishop. The hem of the cloaked figure's robe was visible. Shino was shocked to hear the cloaked figure refer to the bishop. A golden emblem on the cloaked figure's robe shimmered. Shino, in disbelief, questioned why he wasn't chosen by God, expressing that the place felt strange and that he thought there were monsters there. The bishop remarked that Shino had been chosen. Shino looked fearful. The bishop stated that this place was the utopia they've attained. The bishop looked forward to seeing what a pure child like Shino would become. The bishop's invitation echoed in the empty room. A voice beckoned from beyond the doorway, inviting entry. Meanwhile, in a dark and twisted laboratory, a grotesque figure reveled in the prospect of a new subject. He exclaimed with glee at the possibilities. The figure's twisted plan became clear. He intended to transform his subject into a chimera. Elsewhere, a young man trembled, tears streaming down his face as a hand reached out towards him. The scene faded, the implications of the hand's reach hanging heavy in the air. The sky above Heath was a brilliant blue, promising a beautiful day. The view shifted to a detailed panorama of Belbart Street, located within the territory of Count Welton. The scene zoomed in, revealing that this was Belbart Street, the largest street in Heath. A figure recalled having passed through this place before. The reason for guiding the knight was simple, he thought, recalling a past experience. He had passed through here while hungry in the middle of the night. The memory replayed. This morning, during tea time, he recalled being asked if he wished to be guided around Heath, and the suggestion that Jamie be taken along. He had agreed, though he now seemed to question his decision. And so this happened. The young master sighed, lamenting his apparent bad luck. He mused on the stamina and memory of a 9-year-old, and how it had been a while since he himself had been out and about. He considered that it was better than dealing with an average executive, realizing the Count must have had a reason for wanting him to bring Jamie along. Jamie then called out to him. Jamie thanked him profusely, explaining that he was able to go around Heath without any problems because of him. The knight smiled, saying that it was fun for him as well. The young master stated that now that they had toured enough, they should slowly go back. Jamie told him to forget about his hand, explaining that he was curious about something and wondered if he could ask. The young master agreed. The young master listened intently. The knight was completely taken aback by what he heard. Jamie thought he would ask him something like, "What does a paladin do?" Instead, he revealed that they had talked about how handsome the young master would be when he got older since he was so good-looking. The young master told him not to lie, looking flustered. The knight wondered if kids his age liked compliments like this, denying it profusely. Jamie explained that they had just talked a bunch about him, adding that his father's love for his son was truly grand. The young master expressed his frustration, stating that if the other didn't want to tell him something, he should just say so, rather than making up unbelievable stories. Jamie apologized for lying, explaining that it was something that concerned adults, so he couldn't tell him. The young master realized that there seemed to be something significant in Heath, which was why he had received a guide to show him the geography. Jamie, noticing the young master's contemplative expression, asked if he was angry, but the young master seemed to be distracted by something. The young master, still lost in thought, was asked again if he was mad, but he realized there was still one place they hadn't gone. Jamie looked on with a concerned expression. The young master stated that they needed to go to the Zenith Church in Heath. A horse-drawn carriage traveled along a cobblestone road. Jamie, seemingly still trying to reassure the young master, insisted that he wasn't mad, while the words church in Heath appeared. A man with brown hair and a red scarf looked ahead with a determined expression. It was the Zenith Church. The young master and Jamie walked towards the Zenith Church. A man notices someone with black hair and exclaims that he recognizes him. Nearby, another man wonders if the person is a friend, while the man beside him thinks the person is looking at him. Meanwhile, the young master thinks to himself, telling himself not to believe what he is seeing. Elsewhere, a man wonders if the person he sees is that kid. Back with the young master, he thinks that changing his hair color was pointless and that this has gotten annoying. The man beside him wonders why he is pretending he doesn't know him. A horse carriage speeds down the street. A man runs and wonders what is wrong with these guys. Another man wonders what is going on. Someone shouts for them to get out of the way. The two men from before are shocked. The horse carriage continues to speed down the street. Suddenly, a man's voice boomed, demanding that someone get out of the way. Startled, the young mage, Diablo Volfer, looked up, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The sound of horses neighing loudly filled the air. Turning, Diablo saw a pair of horses barreling toward him. The horses continued their charge. Someone shouted, "No." A man desperately tried to stop the horses. He reached out, attempting to grab the reins. A gasp escaped someone's lips. Diablo watched with wide eyes, his expression a mix of shock and fear. The neighing grew louder. The man who had attempted to stop the horses now stood behind a makeshift barrier, bracing himself. He realized he wouldn't be able to stop them. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted. Diablo clicked his tongue, preparing to unleash his magic. A chain area spell was cast. The spell manifested as a complex magical circle from which chains erupted. The chains shot forward. The chains wrapped around Rebecca, pulling her to safety. The chains continued to lash out. They struck the ground with tremendous force. Rebecca looked on, surprised. The chains successfully restrained the horses. The chains Diablo summoned crackled with magical energy. The chains ensnare their target. The spell took hold. Another spell was cast. Philip, visibly shaken, insisted that he was not the one responsible. Meanwhile, Diablo was being embraced tightly. Diablo, struggling to break free, demanded that he be released, complaining about the other party's strength. Elsewhere, Count Simon recalled the magic Jamie had used when saving the boy. He realized that the magic was of a higher rank than that used by the mages he had worked with. He was astonished that a 9-year-old could be so powerful. Rebecca thanked Diablo profusely, calling him her life savior, while Diablo told her to stop clinging to him, complaining that she was heavy. Diablo thought that Jamie was a genius, and that in a few years, he would become an existence that even Diablo wouldn't be able to look at equally. The man in the brown cloak seemed startled, glancing around as if he'd missed something important. The other man clarified that they were headed to the Zenith Church. He wondered if he had been wrong, feeling as though he was being looked down upon. Elsewhere, a group made their way down a street. One of them thought it was a good thing they were planning on coming by here as well, and insisted on leading the way. Someone called out to Ricky. An elderly woman called out for her sister. She asked where she had been and who the people with her were. The man in the brown cloak and the mint-haired young master continued to walk. A woman explained that they had saved her when she was about to be hit by a carriage, calling them her life saviors. Another woman asked if she was all right and if she was hurt anywhere. The elderly woman thanked them, saying it seemed that Ricky was about to suffer through a truly terrible ordeal. One of the men insisted it was nothing, explaining that as a priest worshipping Fiero, it was something that should have been done. The man in the brown cloak watched the elderly mage's reaction. The man in the brown cloak admitted that the success was mostly due to Jamie's efforts, not his own, and he scoffed at something. The elderly mage questioned who the child was, as Jamie declared that he was the son of the Lord there. Jamie Welton introduced himself. Jamie stared ahead. The elderly maid was shocked, realizing she should have recognized Jamie immediately because of his emerald-colored hair. She apologized, still reeling from the news of the accident. Jamie wondered what was with her reaction. Jamie thought that if she were born in Heath, then she would have known right away after seeing his hair color. Jamie considered that besides the fact that she couldn't recognize him, she was way too shocked right now, and wondered if she was hiding something. The elderly maid denied something. The man in the brown cloak explained that he came after hearing that the Zenith Church laid its foundation here in this land this year. He told Ricky to show the young master around. Ricky looked up. The young master wondered if she was trying to separate him and Ras. The Diablo Volfer realized that she wasn't planning on getting rid of him, but he thought he should create an insurance policy just in case. Then, the young master said that since they would be having dinner together with his parents tonight, he would meet Ricky a little later. Ricky was surprised to hear this. The Diablo Volfer exclaimed that he would see Ricky later. Ricky smiled. Ricky stuttered, trying to explain that this place was where he was staying, or rather, residing. Ricky pointed, emphasizing his point. The Diablo Volfer told Ricky to just talk like before and not be so awkward, adding that this was the dining hall. Ricky was confused, but the young master said he didn't care. The Diablo Volfer told Ricky to talk about things the way he wanted to. Ricky was shocked. The Diablo Volfer told Ricky that there were no takebacks. Ricky was being led by the hand by the man with brown hair, who was excitedly inviting him to see the whole place. Meanwhile, Jamie thought to himself that he didn't understand why the man with brown hair was so excited. The man with brown hair showed Ricky the room that his sister and he used, but Jamie said that he wasn't even curious. The man with brown hair told Anna that he brought a friend. Jamie was shocked and wondered who said he was his friend. Anna was surprised. Rebecca asked if he was serious. Jamie was shocked. The man with brown hair told Anna to say hi, and that Jamie was an amazing person. Anna introduced herself. Rebecca asked Jamie what was wrong. The implications of the situation began to dawn on someone. The focus of their thoughts centered on the child. It was said that she was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially her eyes, which overflowed with divine power. But the moment she awakened her power as an adult, ela se tornaria a mensageira de Deus, enviada dos céus, uma pessoa que poderia usar o poder do Deus adorado mais livremente do que qualquer outra pessoa. The implications of such a being were not lost on those who knew of her. These people were endowed with a powerful divine power within one of their body parts. Her name was Anna, and she may be blind because of the powerful divine power now. But the moment she awakened her power as an adult, then she'll be able to see the flow of the entire world through her godly eyes. The young master's expression darkened. He wondered if he should just kill her now. He reasoned that there was no way a cleric wouldn't know about her if he was able to find out. The young master considered his options. It might be too dangerous to eliminate Anna at this moment. Meanwhile, Rebecca, overhearing the young master's thoughts, was taken aback. She stammered, questioning what she had just heard. Jamie, overhearing the conversation, interjected, asking if Rebecca had fallen head over heels for his sister. He demanded to know what they were talking about. Rebecca quickly dismissed the idea, stating that his sister was too young. She claimed she was curious about something else entirely. Elsewhere, Anna asked for help with something she was confused about in a book. Anna confirmed that using the book was a bit. Jamie, observing them, wondered which divine power Anna was born with, Zenith or... In any case, he knew he needed to be careful of these siblings. The narrative in a book described a tall tower, far away where no one could find. Anna realized it was a tower, not a cave. Jamie decided he should go. Rebecca noticed Jamie leaving and wondered what was happening. Rebecca asked if he was going to the bathroom, but Jamie said he was going back now. A voice declared that they would take them to the entrance, promising that Appa would be back. Kay responded to the declaration. The pair walked away, their footsteps echoing in the distance as the mint-haired young master watched them leave, wondering if they would return. The young master thought to himself that the other man talked a lot. He then asked Ricky what he wanted to be, wondering why he was asking so suddenly. Ricky wondered if it was a question he was asking as a friend, admitting that it was making his heart flutter for some reason. The young master sighed, telling Ricky to think however he wanted. Ricky thought that, at first, it was enough for him to just be with Anna. He then declared that he wanted to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. Ricky recalled that yesterday, he was really jealous that a friend from the orphanage was chosen and headed for the main church. The young master was shocked by this revelation. Ricky thought to himself, now that he thought about it. Ricky's thoughts drifted back to the church, recalling the horrors of human trafficking he had witnessed. The memories flooded back, Reaver, and the selection process. The scene shifted back to the present, where Jamie was confronting someone. Jamie demanded to know where the person had been before arriving here. The young master pressed, wanting to know what happened before that. The person wondered why Jamie was asking all of a sudden. He then recalled being a henchman for Reaver, realizing it was Zenith. The person was a henchman for Reaver. The two figures concluded their conversation. One thanked the other, saying it had been a pleasant exchange. The other figure agreed, expressing their gratitude as well. He was then told that he would be guided back to where the young master was. The man observing them noted that the woman had been tight-lipped. He wondered if it was because she didn't trust priests from other churches and considered that these people might be connected to the Chimera incident. Someone asked if Ricky had shown the young master around. Suddenly, a voice called out, exclaiming, "Sister." The man responded, "Of course," but then thought to himself, "Oh my." It seemed an honored guest had arrived while he was away. Two figures approached, and one of them greeted the other as, "Your Excellency." He added that it was an honor to meet him, young master. The man greeted Ricky with a smile, saying hello. Jamie Welton introduced himself, realizing that the circumstances fit the Zenith Church, which had been targeting children. Meanwhile, others wondered who the new arrival was. The armored figure introduced himself as Ras Armetic, a servant of Fierro. Upon hearing the name, one of the men wondered if Fierro's arrival had something to do with the current situation, as he admitted he didn't know what Fierro's goal was. Elsewhere, a man apologized for being away when the other had arrived, but the other waved it off, saying he enjoyed his chat with the sister. The man in the dark cloak wondered what strange energy he was feeling. It was a strong divine power, one that meant the armored figure was a paladin. Ras' reaction was unusual. There was something about that paladin. Jamie recalled hearing from Ricky earlier that a friend of his was chosen by God and sent to the main church. He felt really jealous and said he also wanted to become a priest. The realization of the Zenith Church's potential involvement in the trafficking of children hit hard. Meanwhile, a young boy expressed his belief that Ricky would become a priest one day, seeing him as a good kid. It seemed that the hint given was not enough. Elsewhere, a figure inquired if the other had heard from their father. The conversation turned to the criminal gang called Reaver, which had been destroyed 2 months prior. It was revealed that they were involved in kidnapping and trafficking children. Now that he thought about it, he recalled Ricky mentioning he was in Reaver before coming to the orphanage. Someone wondered if he had finally connected the dots, deciding to give him one more clue. The question arose whether the Zenith Church was the one that did charity work. He was shocked that he had forgotten about that. It was emphasized that the Zenith Church hardly ever did charity work. The implication was that if they set up an orphanage, it would be to use the children as material. The grand structure of the Zenith Church loomed in the distance, its presence casting a long shadow. Meanwhile, back in Welton Manor, Philip revealed that Ricky, one of the orphans, had also been involved with the Reaver gang. Argino explained that he had been observing the Zenith Church, noting their positive influence on the territory. Philip admitted that he couldn't quite figure something out. Argino sensed a strong divine power. However, he couldn't determine if the individual he sensed was a paladin of the Zenith Church. Philip speculated that it was likely a chimera capable of wielding divine power. Argino declared that if this was true, they couldn't afford to remain idle, and he would lead his knights to investigate immediately. Philip cautioned that they needed to be sure, vowing to find the necessary evidence. Philip was determined to find that evidence. Argino warned that it would be too dangerous to go alone, but Philip insisted he was prepared for the danger. Philip inquired about the chances of winning. The man sitting on the throne responded that he had the upper hand in the situation. He declared that he would send 3 men with him. A hand gestured in agreement. The 3 men walked forward. The 3 men knelt before the man on the throne. The man on the throne was surprised, admitting that he hadn't even felt their presence. The man on the throne thought to himself that they were Shadow Knights who protected the Welton family, adding that they were at the expert level, so they should be helpful enough. He also noted that they might be wielding a longsword, but their presence and appearance were that of an assassin. Philip wondered if they were really knights. One of the Shadow Knights responded that it was well for now, and thanked the man on the throne, adding that he would make sure to reveal their true intentions. The man on the throne was shocked that they were able to hide their presence. The man on the throne told them that he would leave it to them. The familiar creature, Bick, observed the scene, noting that the chimera utilized divine power. Meanwhile, a disembodied hand seemed to be conjuring dark magic. It was observed that using children as material for chimera experiments was pretty evil. Elsewhere, the young mage _1, sat on his bed, contemplating the situation. He thought that using clean-slated children as material was the perfect idea, but questioned if that was something a god should do. He concluded that Zenith was still a bastard. In any case, young mage _1 observed that seeing as how they were taking it around despite not being complete, it showed that they might be in a rush for some reason. Bick seemed to be questioning something. Bick was instructed to go to Reiser. Bick acknowledged the order. Young mage _1 decided that he should start getting ready as well, realizing that he would need higher class magic in his fights in the future. Young mage _1 vowed that Zenith's head would be throbbing soon. Young mage _1 was surrounded by magical energy. It was important to memorize a technique that allows one to use magic smoothly by running mana operations in one's mind in advance. How long the young mage would have to wait remained to be seen. Meanwhile, Philip watched from a window, noting that there wasn't even a mouse lurking about, much less a suspicious knight. Elsewhere, Jance sat in a chair, while another man stood nearby. The standing man stated that all they had to do was what they were ordered to do. Elsewhere, a bored man sat on a crate, lamenting that nothing was going on. Suddenly, a foot slammed down. Jance's eyes widened in alarm. The man standing near Jance declared that he would kill him. A voice shouted for someone to dodge. A figure moved with incredible speed. Blades of energy slashed through the air. Philip watched the attack, realizing that it was divine power and that it was really brutal. The man who had declared he would kill Jance was struck by the attack, and he cried out. The mysterious assailant prepared to strike. Fueled by rage, the assailant vowed to kill. One of the men urged the other to go and warn their master. The other man, injured, promised to return quickly. The assailant's eyes glowed menacingly. The assailant lunged forward, intent on killing. Meanwhile, Philip, noticing the attack, looked back in shock. The man who had been previously injured shouted for Philip to get down. The assailant struck with incredible speed. Philip cried out. The attack landed. Jance was struck by the assailant's attack. A dark dimension opened. Within this dimension, a town was visible, surrounded by magical runes. From within a doorway, a figure emerged. The figure, cloaked in shadows, asked if they had been summoned, declaring themselves a servant. The scene shifted to a room with 2 figures standing near a window. Suddenly, a figure in armor was sent flying through the air. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, smirked, pleased with himself. He thought that while he had managed to memorize the spell with Black's help, it was still quite difficult. He realized that 6th class magic was indeed tough on him. The armored figure, now with glowing red eyes, was silent. The figure threatened to kill him. The armored figure lunged forward. The young mage was sent flying out of the window as the armored figure yelled for him to be brought back. The mage was caught in an anti-gravity spell. Diablo Volfer focuses his magic, casting a 5th-class gravity spell. The spell intensifies the gravity in the area, suppressing the armored figure and preventing their movement. The air crackles with magical energy. Despite the gravity magic, the armored figure struggles against the force. Diablo then casts another spell, Grip of the Dead. The armored figure continues to struggle. Grip of the Dead is a magic that summons the dead to restrain the target. The armored figure, straining against the magic, vows to kill. The armored figure continues to struggle against the magic. Diablo prepares to cast another spell, declaring, Sacrifice. Diablo focuses his power, preparing the Sacrifice spell. Sacrifice is a magic that sacrifices summoned souls and creates a huge explosion. The magic crackles with intense energy. A warning signal blares, indicating imminent danger. The air crackles with magical energy. The energy intensifies. The danger grows. A magical force twists and turns. The armored figure stands firm, unfazed by the display of power. The armored figure struggles, but manages to speak, declaring that they will. The armored figure taunts, questioning if Diablo is at an expert level. Blue lightning crackles around the armored figure. The armored figure shouts, "You all!" The armored figure unleashes a burst of energy. The armored figure's attack intensifies. Arcane energy crackled in the air. Below, a figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. A voice echoed, declaring that his opponent had unfortunately met the wrong match. The young mage's eyes glowed with an intense purple light as he prepared to strike. A magical formation took shape around him, the word marionette emblazoned within. The energy intensified, crackling with power. The marionette spell, a magic that attaches strings to one's soul and controls it, was now in effect. The target of the spell struggled against its effects. He found himself unable to lift the restraints binding him. The figure was also unable to analyze the danger he was in. The marionette spell fully ensnared its target, the strings of magic now visible. The voice explained his current situation. Fragments of the dead had entered his body with the explosion that just happened. Diablo grins, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as dark energy crackles around him. He declares that everything that once belonged to his opponent now belongs to him, leaving nothing for them to do. The strings of the marionette spell tighten around his opponent, who groans in pain. His opponent has lost control of their body and is unable to use black magic. It is meaningless to continue fighting, as the best action against an enemy that cannot be defeated is escape. The hooded figure gathers energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Suddenly, Diablo's opponent appears shocked. Self-destruction? The hooded figure declares it will not be so easy. The figure plummets downward, seemingly unaffected by the impending explosion. Energy crackles around the figure as they descend. Diablo's opponent activates a skill called Dark Hand. The skill manifests as a swirling vortex of dark energy around his fist. The dark energy intensifies as it surges forward. The energy takes the form of a monstrous hand, crackling with power. The sight of the approaching attack causes the young mage to panic, realizing he can't stop it. The dark hand hurtles towards Diablo. The attack connects with a resounding impact. The opponent realizes he cannot dodge the attack. The young mage's eyes widen in fear as the attack approaches. The dark hand strikes Diablo. The force of the impact sends shockwaves outward. The aftermath of the attack leaves a trail of residual energy. The force of the dark hand skill radiates outward. The energy engulfs a nearby building. The attack continues to spread. Diablo thought that if it weren't for black, he would have been in trouble. Diablo realized that the attack was able to break through the dark dimension by releasing its maximum holy energy. The attacker declared that Diablo couldn't get away with just something like that. Black was instructed to absorb the light. The dark energy begins to coalesce. The dark energy continues to spread. The figure attempts to escape. Diablo declared that they wouldn't be so fast. The force of the attack causes Diablo to cough up blood. The attack continues to break through the dark dimension. The Chimera's true form begins to be revealed. The Chimera's original appearance is being revealed. Diablo thinks to himself that the Chimera has a revolting appearance. The Chimera activates its chain area. The chains begin to bind Diablo. Diablo coughs up more blood. Diablo commands the chains to go forth. The Chimera coughs up blood as the chains bind it. Diablo unleashes a death boom. Diablo prepares to cast another spell. The death boom spell ripped through the air, tearing at the Chimera's defenses. It was an explosion of darkness, designed to obliterate even the toughest armor. The Chimera's physical form reached its damage threshold, rendering it unable to move. The Chimera groaned, feeling the effects of the blast. Diablo was executing the last process. The chimera's body began to break apart. Its flesh tore and splintered. Suddenly, Diablo realized something was amiss, questioning if this was the chimera's original form. The chimera's master clicked his tongue in annoyance. From a window, Philip lamented that he had lost sight of Diablo. Jance cried out for his master. Another figure praised their efforts, but noted that Diablo had escaped. One of Philip's subordinates questioned if it was all right for Diablo to escape, but Philip insisted that they needed to track him down quickly. Despite the unfortunate loss, Philip stated that it didn't matter, though he seemed to question himself. The subordinate apologized, admitting he was unable to understand Philip's intentions and wished to know why Diablo's escape was acceptable. Philip dismissed the concerns, stating there was nothing much to it, and that it wasn't easy to erase the traces of black mana. Philip's face was partially obscured by a dark hood, but his expression was one of grim determination. The moment the dark hand pierced through Diablo's lungs, his whole body was filled with black mana. The black mana surged around Diablo, allowing Philip to always find him whenever he wanted. The scene shifted. The interior of a building was shown, illuminated by a chandelier. Count Simon sat at his desk, writing with a quill. Suddenly, a noise was heard outside the window, causing Simon to pause and wonder what it was. Looking out the window, Simon gasped, recognizing what he saw. The man stared at the defeated creature in disbelief, finding it impossible that it had been defeated. The essence of their research was to create a chimera holy knight with holy energy, but it was destroyed. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stood in the night, thinking about their master. The figure wondered if the enemy would know that black magic had been used on him. If that were the case, the figure realized that their master's identity would be revealed, and they could try to track their master's location. The other figure knew what they were thinking, but assured them that it was all right, and that they wouldn't be able to find out. The cloaked figure apologized. The figure explained that their current powers were totally different from black magic. Although, the figure didn't understand why the current black magic was so weak against holy energy. From the beginning, the figure's power was invented for the purpose of god-killing. The man prepared to use his power. A type of darkness, one designed to kill holy beings, could completely obliterate their existence without a trace. The young master clarified that this was the type of black magic he was currently using. This explained why, no matter what those who used holy energy did, they would never be able to find out details about him. Elsewhere, someone wondered who on earth he was. A man sat at his desk, pen in hand, seemingly unconcerned. Never. Someone asked if he was worried, given the number of questions surrounding him. He replied that he was not at all. The dark magician declared that his power was black magic, invented to kill God from the beginning, and reassured someone not to worry. Someone responded that they understood. The mint-haired young master asked where Zod had gone. Another responded, hesitatingly, that they should talk about that. Someone shouted, asking if their bro was all right. The individual exclaimed in relief that their master was there. The individual admitted that they thought their bro would be nothing but a pile of bones because of that terrible night, but it looked like the master took care of everything, as expected. Someone stated that they solved the problem, and asked where the other ran off to. The individual explained that they fainted for a moment after falling down from the window earlier, so they came right up as soon as they woke up. The mint-haired young master stated that he kind of pushed him out. Someone responded with a well, that's. Before someone fell head on the floor. Someone thought that if they just kept staring at them, they'll need to be discreet. The young master's face is splattered with blood, but he remains composed. Below, Reizer is surrounded by a glowing aura. Reizer, with a concerned expression, acknowledges that his master has taken measures to protect him, but he still needs to be careful with his body. Meanwhile, Azad is ordered to stay close to Reizer and keep him safe, to which Azad affirms. Elsewhere, someone states that they will be off and to make sure to be careful. The figure departs. The figure walks away. A character is shocked, exclaiming that it is impossible and questioning how something could suffer like this. Someone wonders who in the world could have done this, reflecting on how an expert-ranked Chimera Paladin combined with 4 life forms could be reduced to this state. A jar contains a grotesque mass of flesh and eyes. Someone was clearly in distress, as they exclaimed in disbelief. The question hung in the air, could it be Count Welton? The speaker wondered if that person was the master. Dismissing the possibility, they reasoned that if it had been him, the main body wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Severing magic, it was said, was impossible without a barrier. Then the young master? No, that wasn't it. Even if he was a genius, he was only a 4th-class mage. One would need to be at least a 5th-class mage in order to face the Chimera Paladin. With a sigh, the speaker wondered who in the world it could be. They thought that they would need to increase the speed of the experiments before it was too late, and questioned if their second plan was a failure as well. It seemed like there was no need to hear the answer to that. It was not. The cloaked figure asked if that was right, then questioned what it was. The cloaked figure expressed that it was acceptable for the subject to be in its current state, given that it was incomplete, but then quickly corrected themselves, stating that something annoying had gotten in the way. The figure declared that it would be complete with just 1 or 2 more experiments. The figure remarked that the other party was a smooth talker for someone who couldn't identify what that annoyance was, and then asked if they wanted to become a part of the experiment themselves. The scene shifted to another location, where a dark, ominous presence loomed over a building. It declared that it would be watching, and that it would be over if the count stepped forth. Elsewhere, the young mage _1, sat on the floor, seemingly frustrated. He exclaimed in frustration. Young mage _1 realized that 7 knights had been monitoring him. An emblem appeared, bearing the inscription, the 7 swords of the Zenith Church, 7 knights. It was revealed that the 7 knights who protect the archbishop in the main church of Zenith were all master rank. Young mage _1 questioned how they dared treat him like this, slamming his hand on a table. The figure, presumably young mage _1, thought of the archbishop as a disgusting old man, and that once he completed this experiment, a stern-faced man declares his intent to ascend to a higher position. A crimson haze descends. In the distance, a grand estate stands bathed in moonlight. Young mage _1 stands over a fallen figure, contemplating something. Young mage _1 muses that a divine chimera has made something interesting. A hand reaches out, eager to examine the life forms used in its creation. A faint sound echoes. The creature is composed of insect legs and internal organs with fire resistance. It also has compound insect eyes. And finally, the base of the creature is a human body. He observed the bead, noting that it seemed to be imbued with divine power, and that the chimera was made up of 4 life forms with magic resistance and great speed. They had used the bead to turn the chimera into a paladin, but he wondered why they would create something like this. Regardless of their goal, their actions were disgusting, and they hadn't changed. He lamented that they still viewed humans as nothing more than insects and tools. Diablo would live. Sir Valper would have his revenge. They would be waiting for Diablo Valper in hell. Humans had already lost everything once due to their atrocities. The reason he had ascended to this earth after thousands of years was to stop them all. He vowed that the 12 gods would never be tolerated a second time. The sudden change to the building was shocking. The damage was extensive, and he wondered what could have happened in a single day. It couldn't be helped, he thought. It was beyond his expectations that even the main body survived. An angry voice boomed, questioning if excuses would work after all his hard work had been reduced to rags. The man in the dark jacket apologized, explaining that it couldn't be helped due to the appearance of an unknown third party. Another man, with a furious expression, questioned if that was an excuse, demanding to know what the man was planning. The man in the dark jacket responded that he was thinking of picking just one more person. The furious man questioned if he was talking about that child with the quality of the saintess, adding that if he gave him that kind of material, then he could test to his heart's content. The man slammed his fist on the table, declaring that the quality of the saintess would not be used in a mere chimera. In any case, the man in the dark jacket stated that the next material had been decided. A document was shown, stating that the person was a faithful servant of Zenith. The document further revealed that the person was the only blood relative of the saintess. The document was engulfed in flames. Philip walked across the courtyard, a broom in hand. He approached the large stone archway, ready to begin his task. He smiled, seemingly content with his work. The scene shifted to Ricky, who was being greeted by his sister. She asked what she could help him with. Elsewhere, a man wondered why everyone had been asked to gather at the worship hall. Another man confirmed that the worship hall was indeed the place to be, and that he would be right there. The title of the chapter was displayed, The Black Mage Who Reincarnated After 66,666 Years. Ricky was called over by a group of people. Another man questioned why Ben was with his sister. Ben explained that he had brought her along because everyone was told to come. The man retorted that it didn't mean Ben had to stick to her like a piece of gum, and mentioned he was looking for Anna. The man from before wondered why they had gathered everyone. The man and a woman speculated that maybe another person had been chosen, and that it would be great. Finally, a voice announced that everyone had been well, and that they had good news. The man clasped his hands together, a wide smile on his face as he announced that another oracle had been passed down by their god. The crowd began to murmur, wondering if someone was being chosen, and if this was similar to what had happened to Shino. Meanwhile, a man chuckled to himself. The announcement echoed through the hall, declaring that Zenith desired one of them this time as well. A sinister chuckle rumbled in the shadows. A voice mused that the foolish idiots only wish to be chosen without knowing a thing. Someone muttered in disbelief. Another voice declared that it was a blessing for a mere orphan to become a paladin. The sinister voice agreed that it was a blessing. The announcer told everyone to settle down, revealing that the one the god Zenith desired this time was Ricky. A voice declared that Ricky was the next chimera. The rain poured down, obscuring the world in a veil of water. The rain fell upon the Welton estate. It seemed the rain had almost stopped, and the weather should turn good soon, Jamie thought. Rebecca commented that having tea time on rainy days was good, asking Jamie if he agreed. Jamie chuckled in response. Jamie thought that the scent of rain was refreshing and being with his mother was even better. Sewers thought her son spoke beautifully. A servant knocked on the door, apologizing for disturbing their time. The servant announced that a guest was here for the young master. The servant explained that a commoner child said he was Jamie's friend and came to find him, asking if he should chase him out. Jamie wondered if it was a commoner and not one of the noble's sisters. He then wondered who his friend could be. Jamie stated that he believed he knew who it was, instructing the servant to bring him in. The servant acknowledged that he understood. A young man entered the room, pleased to make their acquaintance and apologizing for the intrusion. The blonde woman thought it was great that her son's friend had come to play, but the young master thought otherwise, wondering who had decided they were friends. Ricky introduced himself, explaining that he was staying at the Zenith Church. The blonde sister and the young master listened intently. The blonde sister exclaimed that she understood. Ricky seemed to remember something, while the young master watched with a conflicted expression. The young master recalled a time in the streets at night. The young master declared that they would play by themselves, telling his mother that she could go get some rest first. The blonde sister was surprised, thinking to herself that the young master was embarrassed and telling him to stay still. She thought it was because his friend was there that their son had grown up so much. The young master realized he couldn't get caught, not knowing what kind of punishment they would give him if he did. He thought of violent hugs, kisses, and sleeping together every night. The blonde sister said, "All right." The blonde sister told him that he would need to give his mom a goodbye kiss, and the young master realized he was faced with an even harder trial. He realized there was only one solution. The young master kissed his mother on the cheek, causing Ricky to feel sick. The young master seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events. He hoped they both had a good time. Jamie's mother bid him goodbye. The door slammed shut. The older brother remarked that their mother must really love Jamie. Jamie told him to forget about that. The older brother asked why he was here. He realized he had come to say goodbye to Jamie. He knew he would be leaving soon. Jamie was confused. Meanwhile, new character 1 sighed, noting that there hadn't been even a shadow of that strange paladin for the past few days. He hadn't learned a thing while monitoring the church after that day. New character 1 wondered if it was buried underground or something, as he heard someone say goodbye. The man with blonde hair's question hung in the air as the scene shifted to another location, where a young man with brown hair was being discussed. It was said that this child was special. Elsewhere, a young boy called out to someone, reminding them to call him Hyung. The boy asked if the other person had come to see Jamie, and the other person responded with an "Okay, Hyung." The individual confirmed that they had. The boy exclaimed that the timing was perfect, as he had something to tell his big brother as well. He explained that he had received an oracle from the god Zenith. The older brother looked surprised. The younger boy declared that he had been chosen and would be departing for the main church the next morning. The older brother wondered if this was how they tricked children, and if the servants of a god weren't ashamed. He thought that they belittled children's lives. The older brother placed a hand on the younger boy's head. The older brother told him that was great, and that he would become a great priest. The younger boy responded that he would become someone who would help those in need, like his Hyung. The younger brother of Jamie, with a bright smile, assured his family that he would visit them later. The sound of footsteps echoed. Elsewhere, a voice questioned if something had been heard. The next morning was fast approaching. Someone declared that they would be following the carriage Ricky would be riding in, promising to show what true punishment was. Ben thanked everyone for seeing him off, promising to return after becoming a priest. Rebecca told Ben not to worry about Anna, assuring him that she would take care of her. Ben thanked Rebecca, trusting her to keep her word. Anna told Ben not to worry about her, and to make sure he came back as a priest. Ben thought of Anna. He was told to listen to the sisters and fathers, and to make sure to eat his meals even when his appa wasn't there. Anna promised to become a priest, and Anna said that she would be waiting. A carriage departs, carrying someone who hopes for the well-being of their appa. The carriage rumbles along the road. Elsewhere, a hooded figure narrows their eyes. Energy crackles in the air. A figure sits amidst this swirling energy. Someone notes that they left. The figure smirks, thinking now then. Hands manipulate the surrounding energy. The figure wonders if the hidden bug is doing well. The energy intensifies. Two figures discuss sending letters, with one joking about beating the recipient if they don't send one every day, while the other thinks it's a bit much. Just as he suspected, the trace of his black mana was in Zenith Church. Diablo Volfer thought to himself. To create a divine chimera, 3 things were needed. First, something to become its material, a sacrifice. Second, a chimera creator to lead the experiment. And third, a high-ranking priest to instill divine powers into it. There was only one high-ranking priest around. That priest was Diablo Volfer. The chimera creator was Ras. Ras was with the knights. They should be able to sweep the experimental lab, and Diablo Volfer would be dealing with the bishop. The sound of something striking echoes. Someone declares that it will be checkmate. A figure is seen in the shadows. The title card appears, the black mage who reincarnated after 66 years. The chapter is titled, Punishing the Wicked. A large building is seen at night. Someone thinks that it looks like it's time. Someone laughs maniacally. It is declared that an orphan will become a paladin. It is said that with God's blessing comes hardships. Someone says, "Now then, Ricky." The question is posed. Will you be able to endure the experiment? A hand reaches out, energy crackling around it, as it moves toward a man with dark hair. The hand closes around the man's neck, the energy intensifying. A voice echoes, declaring that someone should be playing with him. Meanwhile, another man, cloaked in dark energy, grits his teeth in anger. The cloaked man is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the impact sends him staggering backward. He is sent crashing to the ground. The cloaked man, enraged, demands to know which bastard dared to attack him. Another figure, shrouded in darkness, remarks on the crude language coming from a man of the church. The cloaked man identifies his attacker as a black mage. The black mage smirks, revealing that he was the one who killed the cloaked man's paladin. The cloaked man, consumed by rage, declares that the black mage dared to interfere with his plans. The cloaked man prepares to unleash a powerful attack. He declares that he will bestow God's judgment upon his foe. The energy crackles intensely around him. Meanwhile, a battle sanctuary is activated. The cloaked man stands within the sanctuary, surrounded by a complex, magical circle. It is said that the power of a priest will increase greatly inside a sanctuary under God's protection. Young Master Jamie realizes that if it's a sanctuary at the bishop level, the cloaked man probably has the power to crush boulders with one hand. The young mage declares that he will make this quick. The cloaked man unleashes a torrent of energy. He vows to rip his opponent's limbs apart. The energy surges forward. Jamie prepares to face the attack head-on. The cloaked man cackled, eager to see how his opponent would handle his power. He declared that he would turn his opponent into material as well. The cloaked man's power surged around him. A dark sphere of energy formed, and the cloaked man questioned if his opponent would call this power. Jamie's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The cloaked man's face contorted in a sneer. Dark energy emanated from the cloaked man's clenched fist. The force of the energy intensified. Jamie was shocked by the sudden surge of power. The cloaked man grinned, revealing that he had activated a sanctuary. He told Jamie to take a good look at the power he now wielded. The cloaked man unleashed his attack, and Jamie cried out in pain. The sanctuary began to crumble, its power source being devoured. The blue energy of the sanctuary was being consumed by darkness. It was impossible to believe that the sanctuary was being destroyed. There was no way this could be happening, but it was. The cloaked man coughed as the darkness took hold. He coughed again, struggling against the encroaching darkness. The cloaked man sat on the ground, surrounded by the dark energy. He thought he had a lot of things he was curious about. The cloaked man hoped he would get some answers. He wondered if they would. The cloaked figure, radiating a sinister grin, warned that there was no mistake. He declared that he didn't need anyone's permission for what he was about to do, as a surge of purple energy emanated from his hand. The energy intensified with the stated intent to open up someone's brain. The surge of energy continued to build, crackling with power. The cloaked figure unleashed the full force of his power, the energy swirling around him. A pained grunt escaped the victim as the energy made contact. The victim's face contorted in agony, blood trickling from his mouth as the energy assaulted him. A scream of anguish echoed as the attack reached its peak. The scene faded to black, leaving only a lingering trace of the dark energy. The perspective shifted to another location, where a man in a suit was on his hands and knees, seemingly recovering from the attack. He cursed Lincoln's name, his voice filled with rage. The man demanded to know where Lincoln was, lamenting that the experiment was being delayed. Fueled by rage, Philip declared he would investigate immediately. The surge of power continued to emanate. The cloaked figure, now bleeding from the eyes, clutched a golden compass. Elsewhere, a voice mocked the figure's speed, deeming it too slow. The speaker, his head now covered in a mass of bulbous growths, reached out. He spat that they were all the same, trudging about. Despite his injuries, the speaker sensed a presence upstairs. Below, a figure cursed. They observed that Lincoln seemed to have acquired a tail. A group of cloaked figures stood in a room lined with bookshelves. One of them pointed a finger. That figure stated they could feel wind coming from back there. The man in the brown coat considered the implications of his discovery, realizing that something must lie hidden behind the bookshelves. He noticed one book, strangely clean compared to the others. Drawn by the unusual book, he reached out to pull it from the shelf. The bookshelf swung open, revealing a hidden passage. Within the passage, two figures stood at attention. Meanwhile, the hooded figure sensed a change in the air, an ominous feeling. Readying himself, he prepared to draw his sword. Chains burst forth from the darkness. The chains struck with tremendous force. The hooded figure cried out as he was struck. Despite the assault, he managed to raise his sword. With a yell, he slashed at the chains. The sword sliced through the chains, freeing him. The hooded figure is addressed as Sir Ras. The figure in a brown coat states that he is fine and that it appears they have come to the right place. A trail of blood drips down the wall. Below, a hulking, chain monster with glowing eyes stands guard. A spiked ball hangs suspended, dripping with a viscous, purple liquid. It is revealed to be a chimera. Lightning crackled in the distance. An ominous message echoed, to create a strong army, no matter what. The room was silent. The cloaked figure wondered if such an oracle was made. Another figure was instructed to inform the counts of what had just been said. The cloaked figure acknowledged the order with a simple, understood. Just in case, something was reinforced. The reinforcement took effect. The order was given, now go. The cloaked figure turned and walked away, leaving the room. The figure reinforced the brainwashing, ensuring that he shouldn't be able to reveal anything about them. Now and then, with a flick of his fingers, the brainwashing magic takes hold. The magic pulses around the young mage. The boy's eyes are now completely white, his expression blank. The magic continues to resonate. Elsewhere, Philip curses. He slams his fist down in frustration, thinking he might as well be dead. Philip shouts, demanding to know when Lincoln is coming. Jance retorts that if it weren't for the experiment, he would have crushed Philip already. Jance's head is covered in a mass of pulsating, tumor-like growths. Philip lamented that it was a shame, but he had no choice but to send this one out. The air crackled with energy. The energy surged around a containment unit. The containment unit shattered, and Philip cursed, wondering what Lincoln was doing and calling someone a useless bitch. Philip mumbled that if only the most important one. He mumbled that the body just had holy power and a body. A body was needed. A body lay still. A voice demanded that they hurry up and bring a body. Someone apologized for being late. Jance stood, growths now covering his head. Jance, his face partially covered in grotesque growths, demands to know where Lincoln is. The sight of Jance's condition elicits a shocked reaction. Jance explains that he was ambushed by a suspicious person and was late because he had to kill them first. Philip believes the person who attacked Jance was the same one who killed the Holy Knight, noting that they were too strong to be captured alive. He wonders if Jance is working with the invaders. Philip worries that any further delay will interfere with the experiment and demands to know where the body is. Philip asks if they are planning to continue as is, given the intrusion. Jance assures Philip that it will all end soon enough and that he already sent off the specimen, demanding the body in return. Philip wonders what specimen Jance sent off. Philip is relieved that the preparations are finally complete. Philip expresses his excitement at finally being able to confirm the results. He wonders how great a chimera will be born. The focus shifts to the chimera, and the question of how strong it will become is posed. Lincoln, lying prone, was asked what he thought. Lincoln's name was uttered. Lincoln wondered what Philip was asking him for, thinking it was a pain. It was believed that he would probably be stronger than the failure from before. Lincoln was asked why he was stating the obvious. It was time to put on the finishing touches. A syringe was prepared. The command was given to hurry up and merge. It was happening. Lincoln was asked if he was glad to. The merging process continued. Lincoln responded with a hesitant agreement. The monstrous form looming over Jance seemed to confirm his suspicions. Lincoln had lost his mind. The transformed Lincoln pointed a finger, accusing someone. The monstrous figure demanded to know who they were facing. Suddenly, the figure declared that it was Lincoln. Jance, injured and bleeding, cursed, realizing there might be something that connects madmen. The monstrous figure repeated its demand, wanting to know who they were. The transformed Lincoln accused someone of trying to deceive him. The unseen person denied that the figure was Lincoln. Lincoln, now fully transformed, glared intensely. The severed head lay on the tiled floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath it. It seemed this was the end for the man. The group moved on, their mission far from over. The hooded figures continued their advance, their faces obscured by masks and shadows. The one in the front had blonde hair. They moved with purpose, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor. The blonde-haired figure led the way, his gaze fixed ahead. The air crackled with tension as they approached their target. He paused, his eyes narrowed behind the mask. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing the blonde-haired figure by the throat. He gasped, struggling against the unexpected attack. The attacker's grip tightened, cutting off his air supply. The blonde-haired figure, now identified as Philip, struggled to break free, shouting for his attacker to let go. The assault continued, relentless and brutal. Philip's vision blurred as the attacker's face loomed closer, their eyes filled with rage. Even as Philip is being strangled, he notes that his attacker is on a completely different level from the others. The attacker seems to confirm this, declaring that he needs more space. The hooded figure grunts as they are sent flying backwards. The force of the blow sends them crashing through the air. The attacker continues to move forward. The hooded figure is sent flying even further back. The attacker continues to pursue them. The hooded figure is sent crashing back once more. The figure begins to glow with a golden light as they prepare to use the Sword of Judgment. The figure prepares to strike. The attacker is struck by the Sword of Judgment. The Sword of Judgment unleashes its power. The hulking figure grunts, its massive form barely contained. A close-up reveals the creature's tusked maw. The hooded figure's eyes widen, a hint of panic in their gaze. The sword of judgment continues its descent, streaking with purple energy. The creature looms, its face a mask of grim determination. The air crackles with magical energy. The hooded figure realizes their mistake, thinking they were careless. It's too late to dodge the attack. The hooded figure believes they're going to die. The sword of judgment strikes, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. A pained scream echoes as the attack lands. The creature is struck, but a voice calls out, asking if it is all right. The cloaked figure declared that they should retreat for now. You understood. Then, they would leave him behind. One of the figures questioned the decision. Another figure asked what the first had said, and the first figure responded that it was the order they were given. The cloaked figure stated that their order was to assist in the completion of Ras Armatic's objective. The figure asked if anyone had any mind to anything else. Elsewhere, a hulking figure stood guard. Above, the cloaked figure moved forward. The cloaked figure declared that they would make a path. The figure attacked the hulking guard. The hulking guard was chained. One of the cloaked figures stated that if Philip distracted the guard, they would be moving on. The figure added that Philip would die fighting that monster alone. The figure stated that they knew, but they were the Shadow Knights. The cloaked figure and Philip stand together, the former stating that they act in order to produce the most optimal results. Absolute obedience to one's liege was paramount. It was explained that this was the only purpose for the Shadow Knight's existence, and that their own life was but a tool when confronted with their liege's orders. Philip questioned if completing the objective meant sacrificing their lives, but dismissed the thought as nonsense. He would never tolerate such a thing. The hulking guard was struck down. Someone shouted for the others to hurry and go. The sounds of destruction echoed through the halls. Philip looked on, his expression unreadable behind his mask. The sounds of destruction continued. The cloaked figure and Philip stood amidst the rubble. A dark, clawed hand reaches out, crackling with dark energy. Nearby, the cloaked figures watch the unfolding events. One urges Sir Ras to retreat, but the other refuses to abandon their comrade. A low rumble echoes. A hulking figure, restrained by chains, clenches its fist. The chained figure remains still. Sir Ras is told to move out of the way, but he refuses to leave the chained figure behind. A surge of power emanates. The chained figure cries out in pain. Sir Ras demands that they let go immediately. Sir Ras's eyes narrow. A fist strikes with immense force. The impact reverberates. The figure, cloaked and masked, stares intently, his eyes narrowed with determination. The details of his attire are visible, showing the intricate design of his cloak and the ties that hold it together. Suddenly, the cloaked figure is called out by name. Sir Ras. He hears, and he declares that he will. The light intensifies around Sir Ras, illuminating his masked profile. A voice booms, commanding to serve the goddess of benevolence and judgment, Pyro. The words Holy Marshal appear amidst a radiant, golden display. Sir Ras is seen holding a sword that glows with holy light. The intensity of his gaze is palpable as he prepares to strike. Sir Ras unleashes a powerful strike with his sword. The holy sword descended upon the monster, its power radiating outwards. The blade struck true, cleaving through the monster's form. The monster's body was split in two. Elsewhere, the dark magician thought to himself that he finally had an adult body. The attack was met with a counter. A voice declared, "Disappear." A figure was struck by a golden light. The light intensified. The figure screamed as the light engulfed them. A voice admitted that, in the end, they had to use their power as a divine executioner. The divine executioner stood, a golden light emanating from their sword. The Fierro Church's divine executioner was one of the 7 paladins endowed with divine powers by Fierro, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. The power of the divine executioner had a short duration and severe side effects, but it exerted a powerful divine power. One of the figures exclaimed in disbelief that they were still alive. The power gave punishment to the wicked and infinite mercy to the good. The divine executioner realized that this was the power bestowed upon them by Fierro. The goddess Fierro was known as the goddess of benevolence and punishment. Though once the divine executioner's power disappeared, all the pain they suffered would be passed on to him. But there was no need to tell them that. It was a relief that he looked okay. The individual battle continued. The individual battle continued. The Black Mage who reincarnated after 66,665 years, Chapter 25. The individual battle continued. The individual battle continued. The individual battle continued. Someone roared, questioning how dare they disturb their experiment. The man screamed insults, calling the young master a dirty black mage bastard. The young master found the insult amusing. The young master retorted that he didn't think he should hear that from someone who messed with his own body. The man declared that his opponent's eyes were only there for decoration, proclaiming that what he was doing was art. He vowed to show it, especially to the young master. Massive, dark wings sprouted from the man's back. The wings beat powerfully, stirring the air. The young master observed the wings, identifying them as chimera wings. He thought the wings looked really interesting, but the man scoffed at his taste, calling it bad. The man questioned how the young master dared to say such a noble thing, asking if he had forgotten something. The man was shocked, realizing that his key material was being taken. The young master grinned, his eyes glowing with power. He declared that he had played with enough. The young master's casual apology was laced with mockery. The stolen key material was crushed. Meanwhile, the man with chimera wings hurled insults at the young master. His face contorted with rage. The young master, unfazed by the outburst, taunted his opponent, asking if he was upset about him breaking one of his toys. He then suggested they change locations. A surge of magical energy crackled in the air. A complex teleportation circle manifested. The man with chimera wings watched as the teleportation magic took hold. He realized it was teleportation magic and vowed to turn everything into nothing as long as he destroyed it. He was furious that a little kid dared to anger him so much. Gathering his power, he prepared to strike. He declared he would rip everything apart. The man with chimera wings is shocked that his attack is not working. His frustration mounts as he realizes the key material remains intact. The winged man's expression contorts with rage. He curses his opponent, his anger reaching a boiling point. The magic swirls around him. The air crackles with energy as his power intensifies. Meanwhile, the young master is seen in a forest. The young master smirks, telling the winged man that he is weak. The young master prepares for a fight. He declares that they will have a good time in the forest. The young master wonders why the winged man's attack didn't destroy the key material. He vows to completely disassemble his opponent and make him his servant. The winged man, enraged, curses his opponent. With a burst of speed, Philip dodges the attack. He mocks his opponent, calling out "Upsy Daisy." Far above, Jance observes the battle, musing that things should be wrapping up down below. He wonders about the situation. Philip states that they won't know the outcome, since he sent 2 more elites. The winged man realizes something. Philip declares that it is none of his concern. The winged man is struck by a powerful blow. He questions if they are elites. It appears that one of the elites has been defeated. Philip believes that they will never survive, since he sent 2. He considers the winged man's foolhardiness to be over the top. The winged man denies Philip's assessment. The man's confidence was absolute. The hooded figure observed that there seemed to be 9 different living species within that body, adding that it looked like they could no longer call him human. The combination of those abilities was proving to be quite effective. He would definitely. The hooded figure prepared to strike. He declared that he would make them into his servant. The dark energy surged. Footsteps echoed in the distance. The masked man noted the location and decided to find the child first. The hooded figure realized they still had 20 minutes left and that they needed to find Ricky before the power of the divine executioner disappeared. The hooded figure looked around cautiously. The hooded figure prepared to strike. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened as he sensed a sudden, sharp presence. He could feel the energy crackling in the air around him. An intense, fiery energy surged forth, cutting through the air with incredible speed and force. Reacting instantly, the man barely managed to utter a sound as he dodged the incoming attack. He shouted a warning as he narrowly avoided the strike, the force of it sending tremors through the immediate area. The man's gaze remained fixed on the source of the attack, his expression a mix of caution and determination. It was a chimera, a monstrous being capable of wielding sword ki, standing tall and exuding a palpable aura of power. Below, the hooded figure with blonde hair seemed to be in shock. One of the masked figures exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the immense danger. The other urged him to look. Suddenly, another monstrous presence made itself known. It was a demon horse, an ogre chimera, an even more grotesque and formidable creature. The hooded man realized that these were monsters that even expert ranks struggled to deal with. He felt a sense of overwhelming dread, realizing that even he might not be able to overcome such powerful foes. The hooded figure's hand rested on the ground, the dust motes dancing in the dim light. In the past, Philip had been smiling, carefree. But now, the hooded figure realized he couldn't save everyone. He steeled himself, knowing what he had to do. The hooded figure declared that they must prepare for battle. His eyes narrowed beneath the hood and mask. The cord of his cloak tightened as he clenched his fist. The air grew heavy with anticipation. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. He grimaced, clearly in pain. His grip on the sword tightened further. The hooded figure steeled himself for the fight ahead. The hooded figure, illuminated by a soft glow, prepares for the coming battle. The room was filled with a soft, ethereal glow. Suddenly, the mint-haired young master found himself somewhere unfamiliar, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. He wondered where he was. He questioned why he was there. Looking around, the young mage called out for the priest, his voice echoing in the empty space. But there was no reply. He realized that there was nobody else present. Bubbles floated in the air. He was suspended in a tank filled with a strange liquid. Turning around, The young master stared at the tank's interior. A voice called out his name. The young mage's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the voice. Philip grinned, revealing himself as the speaker. Philip's words echoed in the young master's mind, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. The young master stood alone, a small figure dwarfed by the looming presence of Philip's words and the situation he found himself in. The thought resonated. A surge of power emanated, a blinding light that threatened to consume everything. The words, "were chosen by God," were stained with the color of blood. A question arose from the depths of his being. Isn't being chosen a blessing? The young master's eyes widened in horror as he questioned if something so cruel could truly be a blessing. Tears welled in his eyes, reflecting the turmoil within. He fought to regain control, urging himself to get it together and escape. The young master's determination grew as he resolved to escape his confinement. With newfound resolve, he moved with purpose, his escape now his sole focus. He gripped the door handle, ready to break free. He stood before the door, a faint light emanating from the other side. Suddenly, the name Shino echoed in his mind. Images flashed through his mind as he thought, "I'm sorry. I'll make sure to come back for you." The door creaked open. A beam of light pierced through the darkness. He fell to the ground, vowing the Guinness Church, "I'll never forgive you." The sound of something breaking echoed. He continued to fall. The sound of a struggle grew louder. He wondered if there was a fight. As the young master fell, he wondered if someone had come to rescue him. Elsewhere, someone noted that they were nearby. That person paused, finding the situation scary for some reason. They wondered if they should head back. At the same time, someone shouted that they were coming from the right. Another person exclaimed in surprise. That person called out to someone, addressing them as Mr. The individual was caught in a surge of energy. A voice commanded someone to call them Hyung. A figure with blonde hair and a mask grinned. Another figure with white hair and a mask turned their head. The masked figure swung a chained weapon with tremendous force. The figure stood ready, weapon in hand. The chained weapon crashed into the ground. Another figure, cloaked and masked, commanded someone to block the attack. A figure with red hair, also masked, yelled for the attack to stop. The masked figure's feet kicked up dust as they moved. The force of the impact reverberated. Another masked figure was caught in the attack. The cloaked figure watched the scene unfold. The cloaked figure called out to Ricky, realizing they were stuck. Ricky was horrified to find that their body wouldn't move. The masked figure continued their assault, swinging the chained weapon. The masked figure continued their assault, the chained weapon lashing out with deadly precision. Suddenly, the masked figure heard Ricky's name being called out. The masked figure turned their head slightly, their expression hidden behind the mask. With a swift motion, the masked figure deflected an incoming attack with their chained weapon. The force of the impact sent sparks flying. The masked figure maintained their stance, the chained weapon crackling with energy. The air crackled with magical energy as the battle intensified. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the area. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. The masked figure grunted as they were struck by an unseen force. The masked figure's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise visible despite the mask. In the end, the area was filled with a dense, swirling energy. The masked figure stood amidst the chaos, wondering if they had failed to save someone. A hand reached out, seemingly grasping at something just out of reach. The energy continued to crackle and surge. Someone coughed, clutching at their chest. A voice called out, questioning if it was Hyung. The individual stood amidst the crackling energy, looking concerned. The energy continued to surge around them. The masked figure watched from a distance. The masked figure warned that it was still dangerous, urging someone to hurry up and come to them. The call of Hyung echoed again. Someone rushed forward, seemingly towards the source of the danger. The masked figure inquired about the situation. The air crackled with energy. The battle raged on, the clash of powers echoing through the area. The masked figure realized they could only endure for 10 more minutes, perhaps even less. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily as they knew they couldn't fight while protecting Ricky. The pressure mounted. A surge of power erupted. The masked figure decided they should go up first. Someone began to protest. The individual realized that if they stayed, they would only get in the way. The masked figure and Ricky moved across the cracked terrain. Someone cried out in distress. The masked figure's plea echoed, a desperate wish for someone's safe return. In a display of resolve, they raised a fist, a silent promise hanging in the air. The figure's hood obscured their face, casting a shadow over their determination. The angle offered a glimpse of the mask, a stark white against the dark fabric, hinting at the hidden identity beneath. The masked figure paused, a moment of doubt flickering across their mind, quickly suppressed. Elsewhere, a monstrous centaur charged forward, its chained arms and menacing presence suggesting a formidable threat. The masked figure stood firm, their cloak billowing around them as they prepared to face whatever came next. A voice, filled with malice, vowed to eliminate an unseen target. The speaker's eyes burned with intense hatred, their face partially concealed by a dark mask. Below, Anna descended the stairs, unaware of the dangers lurking above. A strange energy suddenly filled the air, prompting the question, what was that just now? The source of the disturbance seemed to emanate from a concentrated point of light. The light intensified, obscuring the surroundings. Adding to the confusion, a lingering, unsettling feeling remained, reminiscent of the monster they had faced. The sensation was familiar to the protagonist, reminding him of Lavelle. A creepy, dreaded malice seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Suddenly, a door appeared, causing confusion. It was unexpected and out of place. The protagonist reacted with surprise at the sudden appearance of the door. He took a step forward, cautiously approaching the mysterious door. The protagonist paused, gazing up at the door, contemplating its significance. He stood before the mysterious door, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The words hung in the air, a stark question of betrayal. Was it all just a lie? Was salvation itself a false promise? And faith, too, seemed to crumble under the weight of doubt. Tears streamed down her face as Rebecca struggled with the implications of such a deception. Amidst her turmoil, Rebecca's thoughts turned to Anna. She realized that Anna must be alone at the orphanage, and a fierce protectiveness ignited within her. She vowed that if anyone dared to touch her little sister, they would face her wrath. A memory surfaced, a vision of Anna smiling brightly, her braids bouncing as she played. The contrast between the memory and the present danger fueled Rebecca's resolve, her eyes widening with a mixture of fear and determination. Rebecca gasped, clutching at her chest as a horrible feeling washed over her. She wondered what was happening. For some reason, a sense of urgency gripped her. Rebecca felt an undeniable pull, a deep-seated instinct compelling her to act. She realized she had to go. Turning away from whatever held her back, Rebecca prepared to heed the call. Her feet moved with purpose, each step echoing her resolve. Rebecca ventured into the darkness, driven by an unknown force and a desperate need to protect her sister. The air crackled with unseen energy. The atmosphere grew heavy, charged with an ominous presence. Emerging from the shadows, new_character_2 revealed their full form, wings spread wide and tendrils writhing. The figure taunted, their voice echoing with malice, remarking on their target's skill at evasion. New_character_2 prepared to strike, declaring their intent to end the chase. The command to die echoed with deadly force. Young_mage_1, cloaked in shadows, reacted swiftly to the impending attack. The attack connected, sending Young_mage_1 flying. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. Young_mage_1, though battered, questioned the identity of their attacker. The unseen combatant declared that they would end things now. The air crackled with unseen energy. The unseen force struck with a resounding impact. The attack continued, the unseen energy tearing through the surroundings. The force of the blows intensified. The clash of powers resulted in a fiery explosion. The young mage, observing the display of power, realized that even a glancing blow could be dangerous. He resolved that the magic he had prepared would be enough to face it. The unseen combatant declared that with this, victory was theirs. The scene faded to white. The young mage is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending him flying backwards. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring that playtime is over. The mysterious old man lunges forward, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. Meanwhile, the young mage, still hooded, declares that it is time to die. The old man continues his assault, his movements swift and deadly. The air crackles with energy as the unseen force continues its assault. The old man's attack tears through the environment. The force of the impact is immense, creating a shockwave. The old man's face is contorted in rage as he continues his relentless attack. The old man shouts, demanding to know where his opponent is hiding. The young mage, seemingly unharmed, breathes a sigh of relief. A dark dimension begins to form, swirling with ominous energy. The mysterious old man found himself ensnared within a barrier, realizing that his opponent was attempting to trap him. Dismissing the barrier, he questioned if something so simple could truly restrain him. He scoffed at the notion that such a barrier could hold him down. With a burst of power, the old man shattered the barrier. The young mage cursed as he witnessed the barrier's destruction. His eyes widened with concern as he realized the old man had broken free. A surge of magical energy emanated from the young mage. The young mage prepared to unleash his tentacle hurricane spell. The spell manifested as a dark, winged creature surrounded by swirling energy. The tentacle hurricane intensified, its power growing exponentially. The creature lunged forward, ready to strike. The young mage found the combination of the chimera's ability with magic to be interesting. But something was amiss. The mysterious old man declared that was all there was to it. The old man noted that the young mage was holding out longer than he expected. The old man wondered what the young mage would do this time. The young mage questioned what was happening. The old man wondered what was happening. The old man questioned what was going on. The young mage stated that he was sure the old man was down there and asked if he couldn't tell. The young mage declared that this was the real him. It was fourth-class black magic doppelganger. It was magic that created a copy of oneself, able to use the same abilities. The moment the two lock gazes, one of the two will cease to exist. The young mage declared that the reason for his opponent's defeat was his inability to properly gauge his enemy. That was when the old man realized that it was magic. The old man spat out that the young mage was a rotten corpse. The winged man was shocked. The winged man questioned what the young mage meant by magic, as he noticed his body was slowly rotting away. The winged man scoffed at the petty tricks, stating that he would be nothing once he killed the young mage, which was why he had prepared one more thing. The young mage was surrounded by magical energy. The winged man questioned what the young mage was scheming. The winged man was struck by an unseen force. The winged man screamed in pain. The winged man was visibly injured. A black ball appeared. The black ball pulsed with an ominous energy, described as magic that tripled the target's sense of pain in the area the sphere touched. Meanwhile, the winged man questioned how it felt to have his body rot away, shouting at someone. The winged man's decaying form was shown in detail. The young mage smirked, his eyes glowing with power. Gravity seemed to warp and distort around an unseen force. The unseen force continued to exert its influence. The winged man was struck again, reeling from the impact. The force slammed into the winged man. The impact created a burst of energy. The winged man fell to the ground, defeated. The young mage told Blackie that he had done a good job and could take a break now. The young mage looked on, his expression unreadable. Weakly, the young mage groaned, feeling the strain on his inherited body. The mage considered how much the body had been messed with to still be functioning despite the pain, which should have sent him into shock. Elsewhere, a figure determined that the body before them was too broken to be used as an undead. They decided to at least take the information from the body's head. A dark, guttural sound echoed. A surge of energy pulsed through the area. The mage's eyes widened. Another surge of energy. The mage cursed, wondering what was happening. He couldn't believe there were still chimeras left. The mage noticed the chimeras. He realized he had miscalculated. The mage realized he had used too much mana earlier. The young mage vowed that he would never let that bastard die peacefully. He coughed, the strain evident. Blood stained his hand and shirt. Elsewhere, Philip chuckled, remarking that it would have been less painful if he had died at once. Philip couldn't believe the mage had endured that. He wondered how he should kill that bastard. Meanwhile, the closer count Simon got, the more queasy he felt. Simon felt like he had to go for some reason, as an explosion erupted nearby. Simon paused, thinking he really should go back. He wondered how he should kill that bastard. He fell to the ground. The young mage grimaced. He realized he didn't have enough mana to create a shield and wouldn't be able to block the next attack. He then noticed Jamie. Philip, with a sinister grin, commanded his magic to end the young mage's life. The magic gathered into a concentrated sphere of energy ready to strike. Suddenly, a voice cried out in desperation. The voice belonged to Rebecca, who shouted Jamie's name, while Ricky's voice trailed off in disbelief. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, swirling around a figure. The force of the magic intensified. The magical energy continued to build. Suddenly, a voice cried out, calling out Jamie's name. A hand reached out, seemingly in desperation. A voice shouted, a desperate plea to stop. A figure, cloaked in darkness, sat among the glowing flora, their face contorted in a scream. The voice commanded someone to get back. The young mage apologizes, explaining that his body moved on its own. Below him, a cloaked figure remains kneeling. The air crackles with energy. A surge of power erupts. The force is immense. The protagonist, Welton Child, struggles to rise, blood trickling from his mouth. He calls out to Ricky. Ricky lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. The protagonist, Welton Child, begs someone for help. The Welton Child's hand twitched, his fingers stained with blood. A faint cry escaped his lips. His eyes remained closed, his face streaked with blood and dirt. The sleeve of his robe was torn, revealing the extent of his injuries. Suddenly, the young mage's eyes snapped open, a look of horror on his face. He muttered in disbelief, denying what was happening. The young mage's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he realized that it was happening again. He realized that it was happening again because of him. Tears streamed down the young mage's face as he looked at his blood-stained hands. A voice echoed, stating that someone had. The scene shifted to a view of the young mage standing amidst a pile of bodies, his form radiating power. The name Diablo was repeated, written in blood. The name Diablo appeared again, followed by the command, "You must live on." Everyone else had perished. Tears streamed down his face, the young mage's expression a mask of anguish. He had done it all in order to save him. His eyes glowed with an eerie light. The young mage's face streaked with blood. He couldn't let it happen again. The young mage stood over the fallen form, his face shadowed by the hood. Someone remarked on what a tearful scene it was, coming from a mere test subject. His hands were stained with blood. He would send him off with his friend. The name echoed in the air. Diablo. Diablo. A voice urged someone to listen. A figure turned away, request that Sir Diablo speak for him. Below, two figures plead with their teacher not to forget them. The scene fades to black as the figures beg him not to leave. A man screams, begging not to be abandoned. Suddenly, a surge of power emanates from an unseen source. A voice declares that they will be together, even in death. The words First Authority appear amidst a flash of light. Then, the phrase Rebellion against Divinity is displayed. Energy crackles intensely. The energy intensifies, focused on a single point. A hulking figure stands amidst the chaos, and it is noted that his atmosphere has completely changed. The man's eyes gleam with newfound power, blood staining his shirt. The young master knew he had to act fast. A swift motion followed. The figure lay still, bloodied. A voice echoed, promising a return. The young master's eyes glowed with power as he looked down at the body. He realized he had forgotten something crucial. Dark energy swirled around his hand. He recalled the very first authority he had created. The dark energy surged. Skeletal figures emerged from the shadows. A figure, covered in blood, demanded to know who he was facing. It was the army he had created as a rebellion against divinity, made to confront the forces of the 12 gods. The figure stood amidst a throng of undead, their presence radiating an aura of dark power. The air crackled with necromantic energy. A symbol of skulls glowed with an eerie purple light. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Elsewhere, the young master, covered in blood, grinned maniacally. He questioned if they truly believed they could defeat him with such weak undead, asking if they didn't see the truth. He had defeated them all. His eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction, blood smeared across his face. They had all died by his hands. He commanded them to go. The undead surged forward, eager to fulfill their master's will. He commanded them to go forth and satisfy their grudges. They were free to their heart's content. The undead swarmed, their dark energy rising as they unleashed their fury. The undead army, fueled by dark magic, unleashes a guttural roar. The force of the attack splatters blood across the ground. Another undead soldier joins the fray, its skeletal face contorted in a silent scream. The air crackles with dark energy. Lightning arcs from the undead, illuminating their advance. A voice echoes, declaring that his kin have transcended death. The air vibrates with power. One of the skeletal soldiers stares ahead, its empty eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. The dark magic intensifies, swirling around the undead. Nearby, Philip watches as the undead army advances, their presence causing him to falter. One of the undead grabs Philip, commanding him to get away. A dark aura emanates, claiming the area as his territory. The young master's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, his expression one of grim determination. He extended his hand, a dark aura emanating from his fingertips. The air crackled with unseen energy as he spoke of a place where death reaps death. That place, he declared, was also his hell. A blinding light erupted, obscuring everything. The light coalesced into a symbol of dark power. A skeletal figure emerged, its eyes burning with the same purple fire as the young master's. The figure lunged forward, its attack swift and brutal. A pained cry echoed through the air. A hand reached out, stained with blood. The attack continued, relentless and unforgiving. The cloaked figures stood silently, surrounding the fallen figure. The scene was one of quiet devastation. The young master, observing the scene, wondered if his enemy was finally dead. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, questioning what was happening. The camera focused on the face of the fallen figure, bloodied but alive. A small, glowing green orb lay nearby. The young master stared intently at the orb. It was the bead of life. The artifact charged itself with life force. Even after considering the reconstruction of his body, that vitality was simply impossible. The young master realized that his opponent had hidden something like this away. The fallen figure screamed in agony. The fallen figure remained in agony. This was beyond the young master's expectations. However, he knew that if he had the bead of life, then he realized he did. The young master believed he could surpass the limits of his youthful flesh. The dark magic swirled around the figures. The young master realized something. He told the figures that they could leave. The young master said he would call on them again sometime. The dark magic swirled. The magic dissipated. The young master felt a sharp pain. He realized he had pushed himself too far, a rebellion against divinity. The strain was immense, but the young master refused to yield. He couldn't pass out here. His eyes burned with determination. He couldn't. Meanwhile, Ricky lay prone. Philip thought to himself that he was dying like this. Jant's voice echoed, suggesting that becoming his servant would be better for Ricky. He called him sinner. A summoning circle glowed with the words, "Come to me." The circle pulsed with dark energy. The energy enveloped Ricky. His body contorted under the force. The young master realized what this was. A burst of golden light erupts around Ricky as the summoning takes hold. The force of the summoning causes Ricky to cry out in pain. The young master winces, shielding his eyes from the intense light. The golden light continues to intensify. As the light flares, Ricky struggles to understand what is happening to him. The light envelopes Ricky completely. The light continues to glow. Through the light, a figure is seen carrying Ricky. The figure questions who the young master is. The figure declares that the young master is trying to steal what belongs to them. The young master stares intently, his eyes glowing with power. The summoning is complete. The figure towers over Ricky, her expression unreadable. She holds him close, her gaze fixed on something beyond him. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoes, posing a question. "You know me?" Elsewhere, a group of hooded figures, their faces obscured by skull masks, express relief. They believe they can finally rest in peace, congratulating each other on a job well done. The level of despair was palpable. Far below, the city was still under siege by the unknown enemies. A voice commanded someone to inform the count. The speaker paused, lost in thought. He knew what he had to do. He repeated his order to tell the count. The target was in their sights. The elimination was imminent. The decision had been made. They were getting rid of Hayes. The scene fades to black. The title card appears. Dark Magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. Chapter 29. The title of the chapter is revealed, Allying with the Gods. Elsewhere, the young mage wipes sweat from his brow, relieved. He realizes he barely made it within the time limit. The young mage thinks to himself that he is in so much pain he could die, but he is thankful that nobody died, especially Lady Rass. Someone asks if he is all right. A surge of magical energy erupts. Two figures stand amidst the golden light. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, looked around in disbelief, questioning if this was really happening. Suddenly, a voice boomed, identifying one of the figures as Goddess Pyro. The goddess stood tall, bathed in golden light. Her divine presence radiated power. The light intensified, obscuring the surroundings. Meanwhile, the masked figure wondered how she had descended. The mint-haired young master grimaced, blood trickling down his face. He realized that the burden on the laws of causality from just an illusion would be massive. A voice echoed, asking if he could not hear it. The young master looked up, his expression a mix of pain and determination. The intensity of the moment was palpable. The voice commanded him to answer immediately. Goddess Pyro cradled the fallen figure in her arms, her expression unreadable as she held him close. Meanwhile, a voice declared that they only knew that Ricky's sanctity belonged to the goddess. The young mage, his face streaked with blood, appeared to be shouting in anguish. Ricky lay still, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes closed. A voice declared that they did not want him to die. The young mage stared ahead, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and sorrow. A voice simply uttered, "Huh." The goddess was then asked if she was saying that the undead weren't dead. A voice declared that turning Ricky into an undead was an act of disgrace to the dead. A voice exclaimed, questioning how anyone could not understand the preciousness of life. The young mage's face contorted in anger, his teeth bared. A hushed murmur fills the air. Suddenly, a voice booms out, condemning those who belittle life. Fueled by rage, the young mage's eyes glow with an intense, violet light. He demands to know if they are serious. The voice continues, accusing them of daring to act after sacrificing all of humanity. She wonders what is happening. She denies the accusation. Pyro continues to deny it, questioning the reaction she is receiving. Regardless, she declares that the child will become her apostle. She warns that if they turn him into an undead, she will not forgive them. The young mage, covered in blood, questions if he is to be an apostle. The word apostle is displayed prominently. One who is closer than anyone else to the gods is revealed. Before the goddess, a figure kneels, bathed in divine light. Their very existence ensures the status of pope. A symbol of divine power is shown, and they possess enough strength to have the title of the strongest holy knight. The perfect cleric. Someone realizes, I knew that guy had some sanctity, but an apostle? The young mage, cloaked in shadows, muses, well, I guess that's why Pyro was able to descend. This is way more fun than I thought it'd be. Someone says, I'm so sorry. What could I possibly do to make up for this? A voice apologized. The darkness, however, had already taken hold of Ricky. Half of Ricky was already undead. Rebecca demanded to know what had been done. She was furious. Ricky cursed. He was furious at himself for being so stupid. Rebecca asked if he had a death wish. Ricky thought things would turn out pretty bad if that were the case. Ricky realized that if he died, Ricky would die as well. Rebecca wondered if he thought his threats would work on her. There could only be one apostle. The hooded figure smirked, a trail of blood running down their cheek. They warned that if she lost them, she would spend a long time searching. The figure stated that they could just get another one. Rebecca glared intensely. Her expression hardened. The hooded figure insisted that they did not want to kill Ricky. Ricky, lying prone, declared that he was their friend. He then questioned why they made him their apostle. A voice echoed, calling them a wicked man. Rebecca stood beside the hooded figure. The voice accused them of devising a plot to keep themselves alive. The voice continued, stating that there shouldn't be any need for an apostle in the world right now. The hooded figure stated that the world was going just as the 12 gods planned, peacefully. The voice questioned if the system was something that the 12 gods worked together to create. A figure lies prone, seemingly defeated. From above, a voice questioned how much the figure knew. The voice declared itself as the holiest of the 12 gods, the one who loves all. The hooded figure remained silent. A voice declared that the one so filled with love would gain authority to reform evil. Perhaps, another voice mused. The hooded figure was asked if they had been cast out. The hooded figure was addressed directly. A woman looked on with a shocked expression. The dissonance was described as definitive. It was stated that she could not tell any lies that went against her sanctity, so she had to keep her silence. Diablo Volfer. The young master's eyes glowed with an intense, violet light, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. In his hand, a swirling mass of purple energy crackled, a testament to his growing power. Suddenly, a voice echoed, questioning how anyone could know that name. The goddess's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. The young master's legacy was now in question. Meanwhile, the hooded figure stood cloaked in shadow, a sinister smile playing on their lips as they watched the unfolding events. Below, the figure in chains declared that something was impossible. The chain figure was falling. The voice confirmed that Volfer was definitely. The goddess cursed, wondering why this was happening now. The hooded figure asked if someone would take their hand. The hooded figure extends a hand, a sinister smile playing on their lips. A voice echoes, beckoning someone to come closer. The hooded figure, revealed to be Volfer, declares that they will discuss things properly with Afton. Volfer moves with purpose, their footfalls causing the ground to tremble. A surge of energy emanates from an unseen source. A figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. Their advance is relentless, each step carrying immense power. Volfer, standing under the moonlight, thinks that if all goes well, they will end up with a very useful tool. Nearby, a figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Their face is marred with cuts and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Another figure, also bearing wounds, appears dazed and disoriented. The wounded figure exclaims, questioning if everything is all right. The figure beside the young master noticed the blood and immediately questioned if he was hurt, also pointing out the odd color of his eyes. The young master was confused, noting that his body felt strange. The young master was asked why he was worrying about others when he was in such a state. It was explained that while he was a goddess's apostle, he was also undead. The hooded figure stated, "You see." The figure revealed that they had made him this way with their dark magic. It was thought that he would definitely bear a grudge against them. The young master stated, "I see." The young master's expression was unreadable. The hooded figure asked if that was it. They then stated that just because he was a dark magician didn't mean he was evil, right? Even though Volfer knew it was dangerous, he admits that he sent Jamie to that place anyway. Jamie states that he even tried to kill Volfer's sibling. Volfer replies that in the end, Jamie saved him and didn't kill Anna either. Jamie calls Volfer a simpleton, questioning why he would do that. Jamie's countless wounds are being healed. Jamie looks surprised as he feels his wounds healing. Rashyung thinks to himself that it felt like it would work, so he tried it out, and it really does work. Rashyung exclaims that Mr. Rashyung is. Rashyung states that he is on his way. Jamie understands and says that he'll have to go then. Jamie, covered in blood, asks how he looks. The scene shifts to a view of the Guinness Church. The perspective returns to the blood-covered man, who is smiling. The view shifts to the lower half of a person's body. The Guinness Church Hayes branch is shown. The exterior of the Guinness Church Hayes branch comes into full view. A cloaked figure states that they are judges affiliated with the Guinness Church. The camera focuses on the back of Argino's head. The cloaked figure apologizes, stating that due to special circumstances, they are unable to name themselves. Argino asks if they have come here. The cloaked figure states that they have come under orders from the higher-ups to track down heretics. The camera focuses on the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure stated that while investigating, they had found something. That something was a vial of blood, which had been used to identify Father Lincoln as a heretic. And after receiving a confession, the confession was given in front of a crowd of people. The confession led to an execution. Father Lincoln was executed. Someone thought that those bastards were using him as a scapegoat. Someone else thought that this was a major internal issue of utmost secrecy in the church, so they swiftly investigated and, what a farce. The man was outraged. Enough. The cloaked figure seemed to notice the man's outburst. The man's face twisted into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. He stated that he must applaud their bravery. The air crackled with barely restrained power. He declared that they dared to commit murder in his territory. Argino's expression shifted, his eyes widening slightly as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The Count's face was now etched with a mixture of shock and apprehension. The Count's voice echoed with a chilling undertone as he asked if they wanted to die. Suddenly, a chilling question echoes through the scene. Do you want to die? The man with mint green hair appears enraged, his eyes wide with fury. The camera focuses on the intricate green gem brooch at his collar. A figure in dark robes stammers, trying to explain that they were simply punishing sinners in the church. The camera focuses on the hands of the figure in dark robes, which are shaking. The man with mint green hair declares that he is the judge over this land. The man with mint green hair looks down with a stern expression. He proclaims that nobody may harm another person in haste without his permission. A voice stutters, calling him D-Duke. The figure in dark robes kneels, begging the Guinness Church to listen. The man with mint green hair appears displeased, as the Guinness Church has. The man with mint green hair had crossed a line, and one of the members of the Guinness Church realized that he would be killed at this rate. But he couldn't just stand back. The young master found the man's actions presumptuous. It wouldn't be wise to turn one's back on the Guinness Church, the man thought. The man screamed in pain as his arm was sliced off. The young master's attack continued. The man screamed. The young master continued his assault. The young master warned that the man's right arm would be next, followed by his head, and that if he wanted to keep at least his head, he should get out of haste. The man realized that this was different from what that girl had said. One of the members of the Guinness Church wonders if Jamie is Duke Welton. The man thinks that Jamie didn't bring up anything related to the chimeras at all, and instead focused on being the lord of the territory. It becomes clear that if things continue as they are, the man thinks that they will be on top. The man shouts no. The man apologizes, saying that the Guinness Church will pay an official compensation and begs for this to pass. Just this once. The man thinks that he must never forget that haste is a stepping stone for the Eastern expansion and begs for forgiveness. Jamie stands over the kneeling man. Jamie thinks that he has lost his trust and that he will cut all ties with the Guinness Church. Jamie looks off into the distance. The figure, cloaked and hooded, stood in stark contrast to the light filtering from above. Nearby, another wondered if this was how the Duke typically conducted business. The order was given, withdraw. The cloaked figure remained still, the only sign of movement the subtle shifting of fabric. A blond man chuckled softly. He almost felt bad for these abominations. After that, the Guinness Church paid a hefty compensation and withdrew. Someone wondered why the church withdrew so suddenly. It was also noted that a guest had come for Ricky and Anna. Ricky and Anna looked surprised as someone asked who the newcomer was. The Holy Marshal of the Pyro Church offered his greetings once more. With that, he declared himself the Holy Marshal of the Pyro Church. The Pyro Church believed Anna would become a symbol for them. Anna stood beside the Holy Marshal. The Holy Marshal's attire was immaculate. The Pyro Church also believed Anna would serve as an apostle of the goddess. It was foretold that someday, Anna would awaken as a saintess. Anna's expression was unreadable. The prophecy stated that when that time came, she would gaze upon the world with her holy eyes. It was said that Afton would do their utmost to welcome her in. Ricky wondered if that was really true. Ricky's exclamation echoed in the room as he realized the implications of Anna's potential. The Holy Marshal continued to hold Anna's hands, a silent promise hanging in the air. The Holy Marshal affirmed that Anna would soon be able to see. Anna expressed her relief, clinging to the Holy Marshal. Anna called out to her brother. It was said that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess was an omen of great troubles to come. A voice called out to the goddess. Even if such troubles drew near, the voice declared they would face them. A plea echoed, requesting to be allowed to be. And that was how these two came to depend wholly on the Pyro Church. Jamie Welton, Diablo Volfer, declared his presence. He would face the challenge of a lifetime. The 12 gods were currently split into factions. That must also be the reason why Guinness pushed themselves to develop chimeric holy knights. But he could guess that Pyro had been isolated to some extent. If he wanted to know for sure, he'd have to go to Afton. To Afton. Let's do this. He steeled himself, resolving that he had to do this. Diablo Volfer. He exclaimed, Mum. Rebecca called out to Jamie, who was seated at the table with her and Sarah. Jamie and Sarah embraced their mother, much to her delight. Jamie expressed how much he enjoyed drinking tea with Rebecca and Sarah. He added that he liked it even though he usually found it tiresome. Rebecca seemed surprised by Jamie's sudden change of heart. Jamie internally denied that he would ever do anything for his mother. He wondered if Rebecca had found him out. Rebecca smiled, seemingly pleased. Jamie sighed. realizing he would have to put more thought into his acting. Sarah thought that Jamie was weird. Jamie, seated at the table with his mother and sister, declared that he was just in a good mood. Rebecca asked Jamie what he wanted, promising to listen, to which Jamie replied that of course she would. The young master declared his desire to visit his mother's family home in Afton, his tone light and cheerful. Elsewhere, a rumor circulated of a mountain made of water bubbles. Suddenly, the young master dramatically proclaimed that he wanted to die. Rebecca seemed taken aback by his sudden change in mood. Sewers lamented that it couldn't be helped. Sewers reassured someone that they would. A voice declared that they would have to go next time, then urgently told someone to wait a second. A declaration echoed. He had never once succumbed to any hardships. The voice declared that he was the great dark magician, Diablo Volfer. He began to speak. His eyes narrowed. The young master declared his love for his mother. The events of the previous day replayed in his mind. Meanwhile, Sewers was happy to oblige her son's request, thinking to herself that she was the great dark magician. Sewers continued to smile. Jamie paused, considering something. He realized he had already made plans to visit his family home next week, having forgotten about it. Jamie saw Apton. Apton was already excited. The young master smirked, thinking that he would be sure to kill Pyro once. He declared that he was done using Pyro. Jamie was surprised, wondering where he had come from. Jamie stated that he had met his mother and Sarah. Someone wondered what was with that expression, and another stated that something happened. In response, Jamie told Pyro's bitch to shut it. Someone admitted that they didn't get it, but they were sure it would pass. Another wondered if they should. Someone stated that it was fine, but they asked what Jamie was doing. Jamie realized he had something to discuss with the Duke. He then remembered that he had told his father that he'd be heading back. Someone recalled that he told him that he'd be heading back. Another wondered what was happening, and if it could be a divine revelation from Pyro. Jamie stated that Ricky and Anna would be coming with him. Jamie then realized something. Someone thought that it was obvious that they were the apostle and the saintess. A voice echoed, declaring that farewells weren't permanent for Jamie. Confused, Jamie tilted his head, questioning the statement. Meanwhile, Ricky and Anna affirmed that they would never forget him. The blonde-haired man admitted that he didn't know when they would all meet again. The moment hung in the air. Jamie's expression hardened. Someone asked what he was trying to say. The blonde-haired man embraced Jamie. Jamie looked up at him, a question in his eyes. The question lingered, unspoken. The blonde-haired man expressed his desire for their friendship to never change. A voice declared that this wasn't the end. As the blonde-haired man walked away, he declared that they would be seeing him plenty. Suddenly, the word Pyro appeared within a dark, swirling circle. Meanwhile, the mint-haired young master smirked, his eyes closed as he held up his hand. A voice echoed, commanding someone to rein in their breaths. Finally, a drawing of Sarah and Rebecca showed Sarah's love for their mother. In the Welton estate, Sewers sat with Argino, who was lost in thought. She admitted that she didn't understand what her father-in-law was thinking. Argino chuckled, admitting that even his late mother wouldn't understand his thoughts. He wondered if his father just wanted to see Jamie. Argino then told Sewers that she would be leaving right away the next day, asking if that was all right. Sewers wondered what there was to not be okay with. Sewers stated that the greatest order of knights of the Welton fief would be escorting them. She added that she had utmost faith in the Order of Fear, but really wished she could do something. Sewers asked who would dare to attack them, stating that her husband was Duke Welton, after all. Sewers wondered what was going on. Ras thought that on top of that, Knight Ras would be coming with them. He was quite surprised after hearing that Ras was a holy marshal. Sewers stated that they rarely leave Afton. Sewers's companion noted how seriously the Pyro Church considered the incident to be, adding that she was worried about Jamie. Jamie possessed power that surpassed his age. If, just like last time, he failed to suppress his emotions and burst out, then someone else admitted that they didn't know if even the leader of the order could stop him. Sewers responded that she didn't think they had to worry about that, asking if he knew what happened. Sewers's companion wished she could have seen it for herself, adding that that was what happened. Rebecca thought to herself that everyone makes mistakes. Sewers declared that she believed in their son. They were really glad they met each other, feeling the same way. The title card appears, declaring the story. Transmigrates after 66,666 years to Afton. Below, magical energy crackles and writhes. The energy intensifies as a voice declares that this is it. A figure cloaked in darkness stands amidst the swirling power. The scene shifts to a glowing green orb. A voice notes that breaking it into dust and absorbing it took longer than expected. The voice continues, stating that the effects are better than anticipated, a result of hard work. A voice calls out, wishing Black good luck. The cloaked figure, revealed to be the young mage _1, smirks, stating that reaching the 6th class is just a matter of time now. Young mage _1 reflects that he has a long way to go to regain his prime. He thinks that he can now easily kill someone on the level of that professor. Young mage _1 stands on a precipice overlooking a forest. A path winds through the forest. A voice calls out to their master. The cloaked figure is greeted by two individuals, one kneeling before them, acknowledging their arrival. The cloaked figure explains that the journey is quite far, and they will be away for some time. One of the men notes that Afton is at the northern frontier, and a round trip alone would take 1 month. Elsewhere, two men, currently disguised as lumberjacks, question if they must continue chopping wood. The cloaked figure asks if they have any complaints. The figure's expression remains hidden beneath the hood. One of the men quickly denies having any complaints, adding, "As you wish." The cloaked figure assures them not to worry because this time they will be going too. The two men stand side by side, awaiting their next instructions. The cloaked figure remembers something that they had long forgotten. A strange, dark energy crackled in the air, forming ominous shapes. The two subordinates looked around, clearly uneasy. The sound of boots echoed on the stone floor. The subordinate with purple hair looked around, a hint of fear in his eyes. He reached out a hand, questioning what this place was. Young_mage_1 stated plainly that it was his undead storage. He clarified that it was, simply put, their new house. The purple-haired subordinate was taken aback, questioning if he had heard correctly. The subordinate with blonde hair admitted he didn't really want to live in such an ominous storage. Young_mage_1 thought to himself that nobody who's gone in before has ever talked back, wondering what was up with these guys. Young_mage_1 commanded them to cut the babble and get in. The purple-haired subordinate reluctantly agreed. Philip and Jance continued their descent into the storage space, unaware of what awaited them. The pair certainly seemed to pique the interest of their master. Young_mage_1 mused on the distinct personalities and emotions of his subordinates. He believed they would prove useful if he nurtured them properly. Meanwhile, Philip commented on the unexpected pleasantness of the storage space. Jance agreed, noting that it was far more spacious than he had anticipated. Jance then remarked that while they were inside, he felt as though they were being filled from the inside. Young_mage_1 affirmed this, declaring it his first authority. The space was described as a rebellion against divinity. Young_mage_1 stated that the space was formed purely by his own power. It was explained that the undead within his rebellion against divinity absorbed this power and were strengthened by it. Philip wondered if that would place a large burden on Young_mage_1. Philip, kneeling before Young_mage_1, asked if he was worried about him, begging for forgiveness for wronging him. The young mage assured Philip that if it were a burden, he wouldn't have shown it to him in the first place, suggesting that they could become stronger together. Meanwhile, Jance, held captive, thought that it was nicer than he thought in there, but it was chock full of bones, so honestly, Young_mage_1 was furious. With a sinister smile, the young mage commanded them to die. Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage approached a grand estate. Inside the carriage, protagonist_reincarnated was shocked, uttering "F father." Young_mage_1, standing over Philip, declared that he was not some doll. The person in the carriage instructed someone to make sure they protect. Argino Welton, with a confident smirk, acknowledged the order. Young_mage_1, looking down, wondered if he could truly trust the person he was speaking to. The response came, of course he could. With a smile, Young_mage_1 told him to come back safe. Rebecca_VA watched him, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a flag bearing a coat of arms fluttered in the wind. A man declared himself to be Jack O'Brien, of the Order of Fear. He announced that they would soon be departing, and he would explain their plans. Elsewhere, the sound of snoring filled the air. Anna wished that Ricky could have ridden in the carriage with them. It couldn't be helped. He had voluntarily joined the escort, after all. Young_mage_1 thought that they were saying that even if it took a little longer, they would be taking the safer route. Sarah_Walton always fell asleep immediately every time they rode in a carriage. The young girl remained asleep, nestled against her sister. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying the group began to move, leaving the estate. From above, the carriage appeared small as it traveled down the road, surrounded by people. Elsewhere, a mounted knight confirmed an order. Nearby, Young_mage_1 and Count_Simon were traveling together, the sound of the carriage wheels echoing. Young_mage_1 wondered what Rebecca_VA had to say. He considered that nothing had happened despite him invoking the name of Diablo Volfer. He realized that Rebecca_VA must not have told the other gods about him. Or she couldn't. Whatever the reason, Young_mage_1 knew that many things would change when he returned. Meanwhile, Sarah stirred in her sleep. She woke up and greeted someone. She was greeted by a man who asked if she was Sarah. The man's face was close to Sarah's. Suddenly, someone began to cry. Two figures walked away as one of them yelled, asking what they were doing to Sarah. The other figure told Jamie to calm down. Someone yelled that it wasn't fair. Someone wondered if he got stupider after becoming a zombie, and another person replied that he was always like that. 2 days later, the carriage continued its journey through the rain-soaked mountains. Inside the carriage, the passengers were quiet and still. The sound of the rain hitting the carriage was almost deafening as one of the passengers spoke to another. He remarked that it was boring inside the carriage. It seemed everyone was tired. Suddenly, young Mage Volfer awoke, wondering how long he had been asleep. His companion told him it had been about 2 hours, adding that he had been sleeping well. The passenger reiterated that it was boring inside the carriage and asked if Volfer wanted him to tell a fun story. He explained that there was a legend about the Miatre mountain range. The Miatre mountain range loomed in the distance, shrouded in mist and rain. Anna and Ricky were excited to hear the story, but it seemed that Jamie was still asleep. Ricky told Anna to listen carefully so she could tell Jamie about it later. Ricky commented that Anna really liked stories like this, but it looked like she was still asleep. He told her to listen carefully and tell it to her later. The passenger began his tale, explaining that it was a story from a long, long time ago, when dragons flew through the skies and elves roamed the mountains. At that time, the passenger continued, the Miatre mountain range was actually a single mountain. But one peaceful day, 2 dragons appeared there. Young Master Jamie seemed intrigued by the mention of dragons. The story spoke of an evil black dragon. It also spoke of a good blue dragon named Miatre. Miatre had a lover who was a human mage. The story continued, explaining that a human and dragon cannot be together. Because the dragon tribe couldn't accept such a thing, they sent the black dragon out to kill the mage. The passenger continued his tale of dragons and elves. In a great battle, a great mountain was split into many sections, and gorges were created where violent torrents flowed through. Through that desperate struggle, the black dragon was driven out. But in the end, Miatre's lover died. Miatre, after sending off her lover that way, hid deep within the mountains, waiting for his return. The passenger asked if that was when the rains began to fall like this without end. Another passenger commented that it was so sad. The passenger confirmed that it was true, and that this is why bards would call the rain here Dragon's Rain. The passenger thought to herself that it was a legend, but something that actually happened. The young master mused that dragons are known as legends of the past. The young master seemed to be thinking about something. Outside, lightning crackled violently. Inside the carriage, the other passengers reacted with surprise as the carriage shook. The mother reassured Jamie that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The young master agreed, stating that the rain was just a bit rough, but he seemed to notice something. The storm outside made Jamie feel uneasy. Outside, the carriage continued to be pulled along the muddy path. Suddenly, lightning struck a tree nearby. The force of the lightning caused a surge of energy. Inside the carriage, the elderly mage gasped as he felt the shift in the atmosphere. The tree, struck by lightning, began to fall directly towards the carriage. The falling tree cut through the air. Inside the carriage, Rebecca screamed as the tree crashed down. The carriage was sent flying. Argino shouted for Sarah and Jamie. Rebecca yelled to grab Sarah first. The young mage declared that he could save them both, preparing to use his wire play. The young mage's wire play takes effect, wrapping around the falling carriage. The magical wires tighten around the carriage. Having successfully cast the spell, the young mage exclaims that he did it. The carriage, now suspended by the wires, floats gently to the ground as the young mage's father watches. The young mage wonders what that sudden burst of power was all about. The young mage continues to focus his magic. He grits his teeth, straining to maintain control. He realizes something is wrong. Rebecca calls out for Jamie. The young mage resolves to use levitation magic, insisting that he is fine. He is confused. He realizes he can't. The young mage was engulfed in a surge of energy. It was a mana burn. This higher magic completely burns the surrounding mana to disable mages. As the mana burn took hold, the young mage wondered who was responsible. The figure remained obscured. The mage wondered if it was a dragon. He questioned if it was a dragon. The mana burn intensified. The force of the mana burn continued to grow. Elsewhere, Rebecca called out to Jamie. Rebecca struggled against those holding her back, demanding to be released so she could get to her son. She was desperate. Rebecca was at a loss. Rebecca apologized, explaining that she wished to help, but suddenly found herself unable to move. Meanwhile, Sarah clung to her mother, Sewers. The young girl looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes. Elsewhere, a voice addressed someone as Madam. Ricky, kneeling on the ground, told someone that it might be presumptuous of him to say, but he believed Jamie would be fine. The woman, presumably the madam from before, stated that she knew exactly how talented Jamie was, but the torrents may indeed be dangerous. The man responded that once Jamie's magic returned, he would be able to survive without any problems. He declared that he would go down there, confident that he would be able to survive. The man with the red scarf looked shocked, while the other man warned that those torrents were even dangerous for him. The man insisted that he would return in just 3 hours. He stated that he believed it to be dangerous even for the divine executioner. Despite knowing that, the woman said she would still ask this favor of him. A desperate plea echoed in the air, a mother's heartfelt wish for the safe return of her son, Jamie. The mother, Sewers Bell Welton, clasped her hands together, her expression a mixture of hope and anguish. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure vowed that they would definitely return. The promise was sealed with a touch, a silent agreement to fulfill the vow. Elsewhere, a cavernous space opened up, hinting at a hidden world. The Diablo Volfer, surrounded by swirling energy, wondered where he was. Confused, he questioned what was happening around him. The young mage wondered who was present, and if they were all right. A woman with light blue hair and glowing energy asked if he was all right. The realization dawned. It was a dragon. The woman with the blue hair questioned if he was a dragon. Below her, the young mage was surrounded by blue chains. She scoffed, asking if he couldn't tell just by looking at her. She knew as soon as she saw him that he wasn't a dragon. The woman admitted that it didn't make sense. The young mage felt a subtle, killing intent. She wondered how a human who wasn't a dragon could contain such potentiality. She continued, noting that the mana he had was similar to how dragons gathered mana, and that his original breathing method was similar to what dragons did. The young mage was shown meditating. The woman stated that humans were poor when it came to breathing mana, and that since they lacked intelligence and talent, they couldn't even imitate dragons. She was offended that she would say that to someone who they were wary of all the time. The young mage asked why she kept saying it didn't make sense when she was seeing it right in front of her very eyes. He then asked if she thought he was a half-elf, but she responded that even high elves could not compare to dragons. The woman scoffed, calling him a punk, and stating that he was really proud for someone who was captured. She questioned what the young mage was so proud of, reminding him that he was the one who mistook someone for being a dragon and went off kidnapping people. The sudden wind picked up, followed by lightning that struck near the carriage. What made it definite was the mana burning. This was all artificially created. The young mage considered that she could think of it like that. The woman with blue hair stated that she just wanted to take a look at him for herself. The young mage thought to himself that it was because of his mother and Sarah. He wondered why he was being so angry right now. The woman with blue hair said that it was fine if it was him. The young mage thought that it would make sense to be curious about who he was and suggested that they talk. The woman with blue hair refused, stating that it was more fun seeing him like that, and asked for his reason. The young mage's expression amused the woman with blue hair, making her want to keep him around even more. Picking on people like him was definitely, just like Mia Trey, the blue dragon's personality. The woman with blue hair confirmed that it was indeed her. It was said that blue dragons were the most gentle of all dragons. They were especially friendly to humans, and their emotions towards them were the same as what humans feel towards dogs or cats. If he had met a red or black dragon, who were famous for being violent, or a sly green dragon, the young mage wondered if he should consider himself lucky. He questioned why he was kidnapped if she thought he was a dragon. The blue dragon stated that she wanted to kill the young mage, of course. She declared her intent to kill him. Again, the young mage questioned her killing intent. She asked for his reason, but the blue dragon thought she could just make up a reason. The young mage wondered what the blue dragon was saying. The blue dragon thought that if she used him as material, she could gain a master-rank dragon soldier. She was pretty sure she could gain a master-rank dragon soldier, an artificial creature. The young mage thought that a master would probably exceed that. He thought, no. The young mage wondered what he was thinking of when he was in front of death. The young mage asked why she wanted to kill dragons. She responded that it was none of his business. The young mage asks if the blue dragon's actions are motivated by some chance encounter. Suddenly, the blue dragon's power slams the young mage to the ground. The blue dragon warns that if he speaks of him again, there will be consequences. She declares that she will make it so he can neither live nor die. The young mage realizes something. The blue dragon reveals that the young mage's tribe never accepted him. She states that she wants to keep him alive. The young mage questions how, but the blue dragon angrily retorts, demanding to know how he dares speak as if he knows something. The blue dragon's power intensifies. She continues, accusing him of betraying them in the first place, and that she could have just brainwashed him. She exclaims that she could have done it from the first place, but she didn't. The young mage is overwhelmed by the blue dragon's power. The blue dragon stated that it was hard to believe that he was a dragon, but then admitted that he was kind. A sinister smile crept across the face of the man, listening to the exchange. The blue dragon repeated that it was almost to the point where it was hard to believe that he was a dragon. The blue dragon's expression remained stern. She warned him that this was his last chance and that there would be no second chance. Realizing she was serious, the young mage knew he should be careful with what he said. The blue dragon stated that he was a strange human, almost as strange as someone else. The blue dragon crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. The young mage looked up, wondering who she was referring to. A mysterious figure stood in the shadows, their face obscured. A voice declared that humans only knew of the story through word of mouth. The scene shifted to a torrential downpour. The rain continued to fall, seemingly without end, as a figure stood beneath it. Meanwhile, Jamie's name echoed in the air. A voice boomed, demanding to know where someone was. The chronicler declared that it was 700 years ago. Elsewhere, The young mage questioned if someone was a black mage, and the woman with him expressed her surprise that a species that uses white magic would love a person using black magic. The young mage confirmed that it was a little surprising. It was said that this person chose to use black magic in order to discover the truth of the world, and that he was a righteous mage who rose up to the 9th class, leaving the young mage in shock. The blue dragon listened intently. For that now was the time. A waterfall cascaded down a mountainside. It was revealed that Kanon was searching for the truth of the world even before he met the blue dragon, and together they searched through countless ruins and fell in love. They were happy. The blue dragon's memories continued to unfold, but that was until the day the Dragon Lord's command was issued. Kanon, it was said, had committed a crime he never should have. Every dragon made a move in order to kill Kanon. They ran away. But there was a limit to that. Kanon urged her to go in, assuring her that even the dragons wouldn't be able to track her there. He told her not to worry about him, because even if he was punished, they wouldn't kill him. It was a ruin that had a powerful constraint bound to it, and allowed only one person to enter. Kanon hid himself in there. To dragons, 1,000 years wasn't a long period of time. However, Miatre was banished for 1,000 years. Kanon came to try to save her after a few dozen years. After he had learned the truth of the world, he demanded to know why she only stayed idle. He questioned if she wasn't a species who were the best in magic. It looked like he'd gone crazy, for that truth was something which was difficult for a human to accept. The blue dragon recalled the man who saved them, and how they hid in the vast mountain after losing their pursuers. And then Kanon died. The blue dragon and the mint-haired young master looked at each other. The blue dragon tried to convince herself that it was better that things ended this way, that Kanon was at peace now. But she couldn't. The records he left, even the people he had met, everything was gone. It was the truth that dragons wanted to erase. The mint-haired young master looked on with a grim expression. He was told not to speak of it. So this place, the blue dragon stated that where Kanon's existence remained was the last place that she was protecting. A wooden cross stood in a forest clearing. The young mage stood in a place where Kanon's existence remained, the last place he was protecting. And that was the reason why he was there. Dragon, he thought, that explains why stories of him had not been heard. The first thing the young mage did after reincarnating was to find traces of himself, Diablo Volfer. There weren't any records, much less clues left, not even in folklores or songs. It was exceedingly clean, almost as if someone erased all traces on purpose, so they must have erased his existence just as they did with Kanon. Those 12 gods know Braham, the dragon god, and his dragonkin. Kanon, the 9th class mage who went as far as to learn black magic in order to learn the truth of the world. Just how much did he learn for him to have to be erased? Where was Kanon's grave? The young mage speaks, addressing someone unseen. As a fellow mage, he expresses a sentiment. He wishes to honor Kanon's life. The mage's expression is solemn. The title card appears, the black mage who reincarnated after. The title card continues, reading 6,666 years, Chapter 34, Absolute Immunity, Perfect Cell. The mage and an unidentified figure stand in a sunlit forest clearing. The mage notes that they have arrived, stating that this is where Kanon sleeps. The mage's eyes widen in surprise. He recognizes something, his bracelet. The text explains that it is one of the 3 great items created by Diablo Volfer to face the 12 gods, an artifact that is completely immune to all diseases and curses. The young mage stared at the bracelet, surprised to find it in this location. It was because of this that Kanon had been searching for the truth of the world. He had learned the truth of Diablo Volfer's existence after finding that bracelet. The young mage wondered if he should ask for it, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking she would probably kill him. The woman with light blue hair stated that she was there for Kanon. The young mage asked what about the bracelet, and the woman responded that it belonged to Kanon. The young mage thought to himself that it was an object with tremendous power that had saved his life countless times. He also noted that there wasn't even a speck of dust on it, and that it had cleaning and protection magic on it. The young mage wondered if that was all that was left of Kanon. The woman asked why he was asking that. The woman's expression became stern. The young mage insisted that he didn't have any hidden agendas, just curious, as Kanon was someone who... The woman wondered if there were any records he left, and then realized there was a diary. Sewers questioned if the young mage wanted to see the diary. She then stated that she didn't feel like doing that for him. The young mage told her to tell him about it then. Sewers asked if he knew about the legacy. She then wondered what the truth of the world was, stating that he was crossing the line. Sewers stated that this wasn't something that a mere human was worthy of knowing, declaring that he was wrong. She spoke of the man who gave up his life in order to find the truth, adding that he may have failed in the end, but that the young mage was protecting his legacy. Sewers continued, saying that instead of using this as the basis of keeping his memory, the young mage thought that he would rather want it to be inherited by humans, and Sewers mumbled that he was an annoyingly clever kid. Sewers stated that there was one thing he was wrong about, that there was nothing she needed to keep of his memory. She remembered everything about him. Sewers asked him not to forget her, Diablo. Sewers states that what she is seeing is difficult for her to understand. As she walks, Diablo follows behind her. He remarks that she is still a child and asks her to wait up. A book surrounded by glowing chains appears. Sewers explains that she isn't showing this to Diablo because he has convinced her, but because it will be useless as there is nothing written on it. The book remains suspended, still bound by the glowing chains. Sewers states that it will be impossible for a human to unseal it, and tells Diablo to stop following her. The book speaks, stating that it will return Diablo to where he came from, and commands him to wait. It then asks Diablo to consider whatever he sees from now on. Diablo is surrounded by a dark aura and wonders what is happening. Someone exclaims that Diablo is a black mage. Dark energy crackles around Diablo. Sewers observes the sinister power, noting that it is completely different. Diablo is surrounded by a bright, golden aura. With the book's power spent, the golden aura around young_mage_1 fades. He is seen falling through the air. The imperial calendar marks the 16th day of the 3rd month of the 22nd year. He recalls meeting a blue dragon who called him filthy. The imperial calendar marks the 20th day of the 3rd month of the 22nd year. He remembers being called a black mage, and somehow, he ended up traveling with her. The imperial calendar marks the 26th day of the 4th month of the 22nd year. Thanks to Maitreyi's free-heartedness, the journey had become more enjoyable. He wondered if she was really a dragon. The imperial calendar continues to mark the passage of time. He arrived at the marked location while riding on Maitreyi's back, a place untouched by human hands. The imperial calendar marks the 24th day of the 12th month of the 23rd year. He had called this place Dead Man's Land. The Dragon Lord commanded the dragon tribe to exterminate him. He thinks to himself that he is all right, but he is only worried about her who betrayed her kind. The imperial calendar marks the 25th day of the 4th month of the 22nd year. He reflects that he wants to let her go, but he can't because he loves Mia Trey. The imperial calendar marks the 8th day of the 3rd month of the 41st year. A figure stands before a tombstone. What fights have they fought? The date is written on the tombstone. The tombstone is dated back 65,966 years from today. The tombstone was inscribed with strange symbols, and below them, a date. Imperial calendar, 41st year, 5th month, 1st day. They had settled inside a mountain somewhere, seeking refuge from the dragon tribe. The next destination would be Garmin, in the northwest, the name etched at the tombstone's base. It was a place that no longer existed. But Diablo Volfer sensed something there. A vision of a woman appeared, calling out the name Canon and declaring her love. The young mage believed he knew who Tombstone Canon was referring to. Before going out to war, Diablo Volper had engraved words of despair for the past and hope for the future to show his commitment. That was 65,966 years before Canon discovered it. He had appeared 700 years later, meaning he was reincarnated exactly 66,666 years after his death. But Diablo wondered where Garmin was. He had written those words as if confident of his victory, yet he didn't remember writing anything about Garmin. The young mage considered the inscription on the tombstone, wondering if someone else had found it before Canon and found the prospect praiseworthy. His thoughts drifted, the implications of the tombstone's message weighing heavily on his mind. He thought that someone would challenge the truth that the 12 gods hid with just the perfect cell. Even if it is a fact that human beings were reduced to slaves of the 12 gods about 60,000 years ago, he realized he must not despair, since this person has once again ascended onto this earth. The mage knew that the 12 gods would soon be destroyed. The young mage's expression hardened with resolve. He knew they would know freedom, once again. The woman with blue hair recalled that he said he loved her. She remembered that he never told her in words, only that she was annoying. The young mage asked if she still had her memories. She believed he was still alive in her heart. The gray-haired maid stood beside a figure, a memory surfacing with the words, "As long as you don't forget him forever." She thought to herself that he was still such a kid. The young mage retorted that he was not a kid. A smirk crept across his face. The gray-haired maid wondered how good it would be if she could go back to that time. She realized that anyone would think that way. The young mage placed his hand on her head, thinking he had come too far to be able to go back. He gripped her hand tightly. The gray-haired maid thought about his black mana. She wondered what in the world that was. A voice questioned if he was really a black mage. The words hung in the air, "Your black mana." The woman with horns tilted her head, questioning what she was hearing. The mint-haired young master dismissed her concerns, stating it was just typical dark magic and telling her to stop bullshitting. He reminded her that he had already tried using dark magic to break the seal. The woman questioned if he had learned dark magic. The young master stated that he brought someone who could use it. The woman realized that he had kidnapped them. The young master claimed that they just shared the same opinion, adding they told him to follow him if he didn't want to die, and he obliged right away. The scene shifted to a person lying on the ground, begging for their life. The narrator stated that in society, this is called threatening and kidnapping. But no matter what they tried, the diary didn't react to anything. That is, until the young master and his weird black mana came along. The narrator reluctantly admitted that it was. In the background, a figure stands tall, while in the foreground, Jamie is seen in profile. The power he sought was said to be out of this world. It seemed as though it couldn't be sidestepped. Then, the young master declared that he would tell the truth. He proclaimed himself a magician fulfilling Ganon's dying wishes. Who would succeed the dying wish? There was a single man who challenged the 12 gods. That man had a lot of comrades, but all of them either died or betrayed him. He eventually lost against the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. He vowed to return no matter what. Even if it is in the distant future, he never gave up, not even at that moment. Because of this, the protagonist also cannot give up. The young mage's expression hardens with determination. A mysterious woman speaks, her voice echoing with ancient power. She speaks of Ganon, and perhaps someone even older from a longer period ago. The figure, cloaked in darkness, stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling purple energy. The cloaked figure acknowledges someone surpassing them. Even generations after their death, their dying wishes would continue. The prophecy states that this will continue until the 12 gods are killed. Streaks of purple energy streak across the sky. The mysterious woman commands someone to follow her. Her command echoes with authority. Maitre acknowledged that if it was him, she was sure Ganon would give his permission. The masked figure wondered if they could really accept this. The woman urged them to hurry before she changed her mind. The figure assured her that they would be super careful with it. The woman asked if they were greeting her or something. She noted that it had been a while. Maitre stated that if the time came, she would put everything on the line to help them. Maitre promised to put everything on the line to help. The figure thanked Maitre. The young man thought that the promise of a dragon was certainly a fine outcome. Maitre commanded him to leave, and he asked her to pardon him. She then asked him to take care of himself. Maitre asked him to take care of himself. With a serene expression, Maitre cradles a glowing orb in her hands. A bright light shines. The light reveals a lush, green area with a large tree at its center. Maitre stands beneath it, confirming that it was Ganon. A voice echoes, reminding someone that their dream is still ongoing. Elsewhere, someone walks along a path. The young master appears, noting that it looked like rain. He wondered what the other person was doing there, stating that he had come to meet them. The young master calls out. A man with blonde hair turns around, surprised to hear his name called. Someone suggests that they go back. A hand reaches out and takes another's hand. From a distance, Jamie's name echoed, filled with relief and joy. The force of someone's movement caused a gust of wind. Someone expressed their relief that Jamie had returned. The two people were relieved that Jamie had returned. Someone expressed that they were forever in Jamie's debt. Ras was thanked by someone. Someone thought that they didn't really do anything. He revealed that he even used the power of Holy Marshal. Someone sighed. The Seldam Kingdom, County of Pyre Nesman, was shown. The scene shifted to inside a building. Inside the building, two people were talking to someone. A piercing scream echoed through the building. The blonde-haired man dodged a strike, narrowly avoiding the pink-haired girl's attack. The pink-haired girl questioned what the blonde-haired man was doing, frustrated that he wasn't grabbing it properly, and urged him to catch it and block it from coming their way. Someone shouted, calling Benna an idiot. Someone apologized, exclaiming that the rat had eaten the zombie drug and that they couldn't get bit by it. They lamented about their nose. Someone expressed their apologies. Someone sighed. Someone wondered when they would finish cleaning all of it up. The pink-haired girl wondered when that retard would get lost. Someone said that their blood boiled just by looking at her and questioned why the school director would defend her. Someone asked why they would even defend her. Someone said that because of that retard, it makes them look good, and that it was pretty true. The man in the brown coat was being called trash. He could hear everything they were saying. Meanwhile, another person demanded that if the cleaning was done, all the supplies on the list should be brought to them. They had to redo the experiment because of the other person. The person being discussed was being blamed. The person being blamed understood that it was all their fault. Someone slammed their fist into a table. The other person laughed, asking if they saw her face. They thought that wretch couldn't even say anything, and that she was the same as a lab rat. The tension was rising. Someone wondered why they liked this. The scene shifted to the estate of Count Pyre. The estate was large and well-kept. A large table was set for a feast, and someone thanked everyone for coming. The chef had prepared this especially for them, and asked that they enjoy themselves to the fullest and get their much-needed rest. Meanwhile, the feast at Count Pyre's estate was underway, and one guest declared it the best meal of his entire life. Elsewhere, Sewer's Belle Welton was thanked for her care, but she waved it off, saying she was just worried. The recipient of her care insisted that it was more than enough, referring to her as the great daughter of the Bell family. Another individual was thanked for saying so. Elsewhere, the city stretched out below. The protagonist, overlooking the scene, remarked that there wasn't much to see. He wondered if he should go back, figuring that Ricky wouldn't bother him if he did. A moment prior, someone had asked him where he was going. With a few, he agreed. He acknowledged that he wanted to enjoy a nice stroll for once. A hand wearing a white sleeve is adorned with a dark bracelet featuring a large, purple gem. Nearby, one of the cloaked figures remarks on the bracelet. The other agrees, believing they might even be rewarded for this. The cloaked figure thinks to themselves that it is an incredible object that shouldn't be possessed by a kid like that. The other cloaked figure wonders if the boy is a noble, assuming his parents gave it to him without knowing its true value. One of the cloaked figures smiles sinisterly, confirming that it has been decided. Meanwhile, young master stops, hearing a beep sound. He wonders why. He realizes that he is being followed. The young master realizes there are two bastards trailing along. He hears the beep sound again. The young master wonders what they mean and admits he doesn't know what they're up to. He thinks to himself that this is great since he was bored. The young master's lips curved into a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with an unspoken confidence. The story concludes with a note of gratitude for Sir Rass's assistance, though a small voice suggests that Jamie would have managed on his own. The cloaked figure was gone, and one of the pursuers cursed, certain that he had come this way. Looking around, the other man agreed that they would lose him at this rate. Elsewhere, the cloaked figure, revealed to be the young mage, smirked, confident that this should be good. A magical barrier shimmered into existence. One of the pursuers looked around, confused. Another voice called out, insisting that their target had gone this way. From behind the barrier, Diablo Volfer told them to just wait and told someone to come. Diablo Volfer smiled, wondering how he should put them to the test. A magical portal opened, revealing a shadowy figure. Diablo Volfer looked shocked. A voice apologized. The young master tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Meanwhile, two figures in cloaks stood in the alleyway, realizing their quarry had slipped through their fingers. They had lost him. The cloaked figures continued their pursuit, disappearing into the depths of the city. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Rebecca Valle cried out as she was struck by an unseen force. The young master's face contorted with rage. He didn't know who his attacker was, but they would pay for harming his sister. Gathering magical energy in his hands, he vowed that his attacker would die by his hands. Sarah Welton, kneeling on the ground, begged him to listen, but her pleas were drowned out by his fury. The young master refused to listen. Channeling his rage, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy towards his unseen foe, determined to make them pay for their transgression. A scream pierces the air. Jamie clutches his head, overwhelmed. Nearby, one of the cloaked figures wonders if Jamie used dark magic. The force of the impact is immense. The force of the blast sends Jamie crashing through a brick wall. One of the cloaked figures accuses Jamie of using dark magic. The figure demands that Jamie explain why he was attacked by surprise. Jamie, confused, asks what is happening. Rebecca insists that she was only trying to help him. Tears stream down Rebecca's face as she says it would be bad if. One of the cloaked figures wonders if the two dark magicians were also involved. The cloaked figure looks on. Jamie, tears welling in his eyes, lamented that he had been treated poorly after saving someone, and then accused. He questioned why everyone was treating him this way. Jamie insisted that he hadn't done anything wrong. He just didn't want people to hate him. Rebecca, visibly annoyed, demanded that Jamie stop talking. Rebecca thought to herself that it would be better for her to leave this cruel world behind, one that wouldn't acknowledge any goodwill. She told Jamie to cut out already. The hooded figure reminded Rebecca that she was from the same school as the people who were chasing him, and since he was being chased, she kidnapped him. Rebecca corrected him, stating that she saved him and that she used the warp gate she stole from her school. The hooded figure stated that he wouldn't die an easy death. The hooded figure warned that death awaited if Jamie were to be caught by those two. The hooded figure remarked that it would be pitiful if Jamie were subjected to such experiments, but now he was questioning if. The hooded figure asked if Jamie was pitiful, and what a joke he was. He stated that Jamie was a. The hooded figure asked if Jamie didn't have a large stake in such cruel experiments or whatever himself. Jamie looked on with a shocked expression. Jamie stammered, trying to explain that he didn't become a dark magician because he wanted to be seen as a person on the side of justice. The hooded figure dismissed his words, telling him not to bother making excuses. The hooded figure declared that Jamie was trash, no different from the others. Jamie insisted that he was different, that he didn't want to torment living things. Jamie thought about how painful it was for him. He recalled that every time he bloodied his hands, it felt like he was carving out his chest. The hooded figure remarked that they understood and told Jamie to listen well. Jamie began to walk away. Jamie thought that he wasn't all that curious. Jamie abruptly stopped, stating that was all and that he would be taking his leave. Suddenly, Jamie was struck by something. Jamie wondered what was happening and what they meant by what. The words "the invisible wall" were written in front of Jamie. Staggering back, Jamie realized he had run into some sort of wall. Meanwhile, the hooded figure stated that they still had so much to ask. Jamie, visibly shaken, was asked where he was trying to go. He stumbled backwards, trying to regain his balance. The hooded figure thought about the tomb. The figure asked if Garb had seen Vinna, but Garb said that he hadn't. Garb wondered where she was. It was school head Garb. It was revealed that there wasn't much time until its completion. Someone shouted in disbelief. The hooded figure asked Jamie if he was showing his loyalty to them. For people like them, but Jamie said that he didn't get it. Jamie recalled that no matter how mean they were, he'd spent over 10. Then, the hooded figure decided it couldn't be helped. The figure resolved to do it how they'd always done it. Rebecca wondered if it was black mana. Rebecca thought there was no way, questioning how this could be. There were no signs of the peculiar discomfort of black magic, nor the malicious feelings that made a mess of the living. Rebecca wondered how it could be black mana. It could evoke such pure feelings. The hooded figure told Jamie to let them know if he changed his mind. The hooded figure warned that if things went wrong, Jamie's brain might get turned to mush, asking if he knew that. Rebecca stuttered, identifying it as black mana, and wondered how. Rebecca asked what he made it, stating that she wanted to know. The hooded figure's power crackled in the air. The figure demanded to know what Jamie was doing, stating that he wouldn't be let off so easily. The hooded figure threatened to tear Jamie's brain apart if he didn't agree to become his disciple. Tears streamed down Venna's face as she pleaded with the hooded figure. The hooded figure questioned Venna's actions. Venna begged to be taken in, but the hooded figure refused. The hooded figure struck Venna. The force of the blow sent Venna staggering. Venna questioned what the hooded figure was doing. Venna explained that she had lost her parents in an accident 10 years ago. Venna revealed that she had no choice but to become a dark magician. Venna thought to herself that the experiments that sacrificed the living were incredibly cruel, calling herself pathetic. Venna reflected on her past, recalling how her companions had condemned her for being pathetic and stepping all over her. But even then, she couldn't run away from her fate. The hooded figure admitted to being a coward and a hypocrite, but expressed a desire to stop. He truly wanted to put an end to it all. So, the hooded figure continued. Venna questioned what all of this had to do with becoming his disciple. She insisted that it was not right. Venna declared that she needed strength, the kind made by sacrificing the living. The hooded figure scoffed, repeating that it was not something made by sacrificing the living. The hooded figure mused that sometimes such pure darkness could sprout into existence. Venna was told that she was wrong. And most importantly, the hooded figure did not want to. Tears streamed down her face as she begged to be taken in. A faint, desperate plea echoed in the darkness. From high above, a figure surveyed the city below. Meanwhile, a disciple urged their teacher to look at something. Another student declared that they had made new magic, and another begged the teacher to fight with them. A desperate student, bloodied and injured, pleaded with their teacher. The student's words echoed with a dark demand, to die for them. The hooded figure remained silent, their expression hidden in shadow. According to Venna's memories, there were more than 20 members in her school, and the specialty of the school head, Garb, was curses. Now that he was back, he wondered what had transpired in his absence. The figure wondered how much had piled up. It was time to take a look. The young master was left in despair, lamenting that he had been cast aside. The subject groaned, the pain of the experiment evident. Submerged in the liquid, they pleaded for help. The figure continued to beg for someone to hear their cries. One of the cloaked figures remarked on how the test subjects would normally beg to be killed. He wondered if this was the curse's doing. The other figure wondered if the reversal was affecting the subjects' language regions as well. One of the figures wondered if they had any human test subjects before stating that they had been doing a lot of experiments lately. The other figure stated that they would be getting a ton of test subjects soon, and that running experiments would be a blast. It was observed that they had guts hiding inside the academy to do dark magic experiments. One of the figures stated that running experiments on humans was the best, and that everything else paled in comparison when looking at the speed and quality of the results that were produced. Another figure stated that it was a joke, and that they were only doing it because it was fun. The subject's laughter echoed. The laughter grew louder. The young mage understood the extent to which dark magic had fallen. He reflected on how he had sacrificed countless lives in the past to stand against the 12 gods. A figure cloaked in dark magic stood amidst a swirling vortex of power. He realized he was in no position to judge them. However, he questioned the reason dark magic was conceived without caring how it was done. A dagger, stained with blood, pierced through darkness. The goal was to kill the gods. He had forsaken his humanity and bore all these sins. The young mage's face was streaked with blood. A ghostly figure reminded him that if one is willing to sacrifice lives, they must have a resolve to match that. He realized he had gained yet another thing to do now. Shadows crept across the floor. If the seeds he spread have grown and become monsters, the young mage knows what he must do. He must reap them himself. Meanwhile, Philip and the young mage stand on a balcony. Philip wonders where he went. He realizes he has to find him and take him out quickly. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Jance demands to know where Philip has been. Jance is being restrained by Garb. Garb tells Jance that he is as fast as a piece of trash and asks if he did it. Jance apologizes. Garb smirks. Garb asks if he forgot. A voice questioned if Venna had been getting a little too relaxed lately. Venna looked up, seemingly confused by the accusation. Venna's hand was then firmly grasped. Venna cried out. The person asked if Venna thought they were a joke. Venna, sitting on the floor, questioned why they were doing this. The person responded that it was an order for Vena to behave properly. Vena told them to stop. The person questioned if a piece of trash that had wronged them shouldn't be taken out. Vena struggled against the pain. Vena begged for forgiveness just this once. Vena, kneeling with hands clasped, vowed to never forget what they said again. Vena pleaded, but their words seemed to have no effect. The pressure continued to mount. A voice demanded to know how Vena had gotten there. The figure addressed Vena by name. The pressure continued. The figure wondered if Vena was truly scared of someone like them. Vena stammered, trying to respond. The figure's eyes glowed with power. Vena was commanded to stand. The command was absolute. The figure wondered how long Vena would remain in that state. The figure declared that they wouldn't. The figure stated that they didn't know who Vena was, but they were sure Vena wasn't smart. The mysterious figure declared that dragging in an outsider was a good thing, promising to kill Vena as well. The voice echoed, commanding Vena to choose. Tears streamed down the face of the pink-haired girl. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl screamed for someone to die. A surge of energy erupted around the hooded figure. The energy intensified, enveloping the pink-haired girl. The pink-haired girl, surrounded by swirling energy, declared that she didn't want to fit in with people like this. The energy continued to pulse around her. The hooded figure, seemingly affected by the surge of power, exclaimed that they would change. The blue-haired girl, overwhelmed, shouted that she didn't want to live like this any longer. She stammered, questioning what had just happened. The pink-haired girl seemed surprised by the turn of events. The blue-haired girl didn't know what the pink-haired girl did, but she didn't care. The hooded figure was sure that the blue-haired girl was prepared for what would happen if she defied them. The hooded figure congratulated Vena, stating that she had taken a step forward. The blue-haired girl was confused by the hooded figure's words. The hooded figure thought to themselves that the first step was the hardest, and the second step wouldn't be as hard. The hooded figure was surrounded by a dark aura. The blue-haired girl demanded to know who the hooded figure was. The blue-haired girl questioned the hooded figure's weird mana. The hooded figure was surrounded by a dark aura as they prepared to erase something. The pink-haired girl gasped as the hooded figure prepared to erase something. The hooded figure erased something. The hooded figure stands at a desk, the air crackling with unseen energy. Finally, the hooded figure declares that Vena has awakened. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the hooded figure as they announce that the Valkyrie has awakened. The pink-haired girl, Vena, is shown with a text box stating that the situational settings required for personality control are too excessive. The hooded figure continues, revealing they were worried that she would never awaken. The hooded figure states that they no longer need this tiresome place. The hooded figure proclaims that the Valkyrie's strength is now theirs. Vena's name appears in the darkness. Vena is seen falling through the air. Vena apologizes. The blue-haired boy wonders why someone so timid is a Valkyrie. It is revealed that a high-rank angel known as the Fighting Angel has immense strength, enough to wage war on the 12 gods. Although it ended in their loss, the silhouette of a figure hangs suspended. They had luckily managed to avoid extinction, hiding themselves in places out of the 12 gods' sight. The pink-haired girl wondered if it was the work of Garb, questioning why the other looked at her like that, and if she had done something wrong. It was explained that, in order to make it easier to handle her, he suppressed her personality for a long period of time. Valkyries are fundamentally a race that hate to bow their heads. It must be in order to make it easier to handle her after she awakens. The mint-haired young master expressed that he didn't like it. He admitted he didn't know what was wrong, but asked for forgiveness. A red alarm blared. They must have realized that an intruder was detected. Jamie stated that he has a name. Jamie clarified that it wasn't him they caught, anyway. Rebecca Valle was confused. A voice declared that everyone should bring Vena to him, promising to allow a small amount of damage. Jamie wondered why the dean would do this. Rebecca knew it. A figure shouts as they run down a hallway, while another figure below them overhears. Two figures look up, concerned. Rebecca asks what they will do now. The figure declares that they are different now. The figure's eyes glow red as they shout. A figure in a hooded cloak agrees that is right. A magical barrier is erected. Someone shouts in surprise as they are surrounded by a magical barrier. The cloaked figure states that they said so. The narrator states that the second step wouldn't be hard. As the barrier shimmered around them, the cloaked figures stood tall, their back to the viewer, as Jamie and Rebecca remained trapped within the magical construct. The story is to be continued, as a chibi version of Jamie tells Rebecca to stop crying and begging. Suddenly, a voice echoed, calling out for Vena. The voice belonged to the dean, who demanded to know if they dared resist him, ordering them to come to him at once. Again, the call for Vena echoed. One of the brainwashed individuals expressed their confusion. The dark magician observed that she had been brainwashed, a fact that seemed to surprise her. Vena stood surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. Vena's face was partially obscured by dark energy. Vena thought that perhaps she had been something like the dean's slave for a long time now. Then, a voice confirmed that everything these guys did to her was according to the dean's will. The dean affirmed that everything was according to his will. The words, the seed that must be harvested, appear on the screen. The screen is blank. Curses begin to manifest. Curse of stiffness and curse of migraines. Another curse appears, this one the curse of retching. The curse of sneezing manifests. The curses are returned. Someone retches, overcome by the curses. Philip tells himself to get it together, but he is struggling. Anna kneels on the ground, wondering what is happening. Jance is angry. Philip realizes that her true nature is slowly revealing itself. Someone shouts at Jance to go and fight. Philip is caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Reacting quickly, Philip tells the others to wait a second. From below, Jance wonders how to fight. Philip's face contorts in a mix of anger and concern. A curse of itchiness is unleashed. Philip dodges the curse. He is surprised that he dodged it. Another curse is unleashed, the curse of odontalgia. Philip realizes odontalgia is basically a toothache. Philip shouts no. Philip dodges another attack. Philip continues to dodge the attacks. The curse flew towards its target. Philip looked on in confusion. The hooded figure declared that Vina's strength was her own. The figure encouraged Vina to believe in herself and fight. The man with the purple hair questioned if Vina thought being a powerful brute was everything, stating that in the end, she was still Vina. Another curse was cast, the curse of blindness. Vina stood her ground, seemingly unaffected by the curses. Vina realized that her body was moving the way she wanted it to. Philip was shocked that Vina blocked her attack and wondered when she had done so. Vina felt as if it wasn't her body at all. The hooded figure announced that their side was done and asked what they wanted to do next. The hooded figure observed that it seemed they had realized the difference. Philip wondered if there were only rookies like this around. The hooded figure responded that they had already agreed to harvest everything anyway, referring to the black magic. A small, round, black creature with a large yellow eye flapped its wings between Philip and the hooded figure. The hooded figure asked if Philip had finished marking all the rookies. The familiar creature chirped in response. Elsewhere, Rebecca noticed something. A voice declared that it was time to begin the harvest, initiating a violet violence. Purple energy surged around Rebecca and the others. The violet energy intensified. The rookies were left defeated on the ground. Jamie, standing beside the hooded figure, seemed surprised by the scene. Someone wondered what was happening. The sound of something hitting the ground echoed as Garb declared that all of his children were dead. Garb then introduced himself as the owner of the place. The mysterious figure questioned whether Garb's appearance was a facade or if he suffered from some kind of chronic illness. He then wondered if it was real. Garb remarked that he understood the setting. The hooded figure remained silent, his expression unreadable. Garb, impressed by the hooded figure's skill, proposed a partnership. The hooded figure listened intently. Garb stated that if the hooded figure had a plan and succeeded, then the hooded figure responded that swallowing a nation whole wouldn't be a problem, and asked if that was so. The hooded figure then inquired if Garb had a specific methodology in mind. Garb chuckled, remarking that they were greedy, but they hadn't even shaken on it yet. The hooded figure declined Garb's offer, stating that it was all over just a single nation and that they would pass. Garb smiled, seemingly unbothered by the rejection. He simply remarked that it was a shame. Meanwhile, Dean, in a fit of rage, demanded to know why he had been brought to Garb. Garb responded that Dean was truly incredible and possessed an unbelievable amount of vitality. Garb continued, reminding Dean that he had asked why. He revealed that he wanted to harvest Dean after he awakened. Dean, seemingly exhausted, was being held by Garb, who asked if he knew how much trouble he had caused. Garb explained that he faced difficulties after first receiving Dean and had to consider how to erase his true personality. Garb, his face now partially obscured by a dark mask, continued to hold Dean. He concluded that he would cause Dean to awaken in the form he desired, stating that he made this. From above, a group of figures descended upon an unseen target, declaring that it was for their school. Meanwhile, Dean recalled how every time he was bullied, someone was always there. That person, he remembered, would always be there to comfort him. Now, Dean realized that they never stopped the bullying. Garb recalled that after Dean lost his personality from trembling and fear, he was overjoyed. Dean gasped, seemingly in pain. Garb's hand hovered over Dean, as he recalled something he had injected into him. Garb was overjoyed over the past decade. Dean questioned what was happening. Dean looked up, a sinister smile forming on his face. The woman with pink hair landed gracefully. Nearby, a cloaked figure stood over a collection of scattered items. He realized that this was how it was. The figure, revealed to be the Diablo Volfer, wondered what to do next, having just erased her malice. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man dismissed the situation as nonsense. The mysterious old man insisted that such a thing was not so easily cleared away, stating no. An unknown voice declared that it was incredibly easy, truly simple. The Diablo Volfer's expression hardened. The Diablo Volfer thought that it would be impossible for the mysterious old man, since no matter how hard he tried. An unknown voice questioned if the mysterious old man was still trash who wasn't able to attain the 7th class. The mysterious old man shouted that the speaker was a bastard. The title of 7th class was a taboo phrase when referring to Gav the Black Mage. Anyone who dared utter it met a violent end at his hands. However, he was unable to surpass the wall of 6th class. Just like the alias of Curse Master, he may have reached the highest rank when it came to curses. But even that was not enough. But he was unable to surpass the wall of his 6th class. The man roared, calling his opponent a bastard. He vowed to let his enemy struggle for eternity. The man prepared to unleash a burning hydra snake. He was in dark despair. A figure cloaked in shadows appeared, seemingly in response to the attack. Chapter 39 begins, titled, The Words of a Sinner. Above, a blinding light descends, while below, a figure watches from the shadows. The figure wonders what is happening, finding the situation amusing. Elsewhere, a masked figure stands at a table filled with vials and containers. The masked figure states that they will need more bodies to experiment on. Meanwhile, another man smirks, stating that this is for the new drug. The man suddenly strikes. The man stands tall, his staff planted firmly on the ground. Nearby, a hooded figure remarks on how tough the situation is, adding that he is sure their head must hurt as if their brain is being ripped apart. The man declares that he is not called the Curse Master for nothing. The hooded figure warns that they still shouldn't get careless. The man is then seen walking away. The mysterious old man scoffed, amused that someone would think they could inflict him with mind magic. He then asked if they had anything else to try. There was no way there wouldn't be. A surge of purple energy crackled around the room. The old man simply hummed. The purple energy intensified. Philip watched with a smirk, thinking it was fine to interfere directly with his own brain and commenting on how skilled the caster was. But then, a voice declared that it was too late. The curse of Dark Spear was unleashed. A dark, hooded figure materialized, surrounded by the ominous purple energy. The figure stood poised, ready to strike. Philip's smirk widened. The dark magic surged, tendrils of dark energy lashing out. The mysterious old man coughed, declaring that he would reflect the curse. It was, after all, a difficult black magic. A hand moved, seemingly in response. Philip watched, commenting on the state the old man was in, noting that the abyss he created wouldn't be easy to escape. Before the old man could act, Philip stated that he would have to destroy his mind. A red, cage-like structure appeared, accompanied by the aesthetics of slow. Philip declared that from now on, the old man would be eternally trapped in a single moment. The narration described a second divided into tenths, hundredths, and thousandths. It was asked what kind of phenomena humans would experience. The scene showed a cognitive dissonance of everything. It was described as a condition where the end could not be seen, and even if it was only a second, could one withstand time that is split tens of thousands of times. Philip declared that this was his ultimate curse, with which the wall of classes would. The young mage scoffed, asking what of it. Philip was shocked, wondering how. The young mage dismissed Philip's attack, stating that something like that was useless. En explosion érupted. The force of the explosion sent debris flying. Philip coughed, blood splattering as he was hit by the blast. The young mage hoped Philip was tough enough. Philip, injured and bleeding, wondered how he could have been defeated. A magic arrow and stone breaker were cast. The young mage prepared a stone blitz. Chain whiplash and spark bomb were also cast. Philip lay defeated on the ground, surrounded by a swirling vortex of magical energy. Barely conscious, Philip wondered how this could be. The young mage's hand descended, revealing a dark artifact. The young mage smirked, declaring it a perfect cell. Philip, in disbelief, questioned if it was absolute immunity. Sweat beaded on Philip's brow as he insisted that such a thing was impossible. The young mage countered that the world itself was normally absurd. Philip, still on the ground, barely managed to utter, "The king of the war, dash." Before Philip could finish, the young mage stomped on his chest, silencing him. The young mage asked Philip if he thought he would let him die peacefully. Above them appeared the door of heavenly defiance, with a proclamation that this was Philip's sin committed due to his greed. The young mage declared that as the one to sow those seeds, he would be reaping Philip in. The young mage's power manifested as a dark pronouncement, condemning Philip to an eternity of suffering. He would forever be a sinner, an existence neither alive nor dead. Philip would continually die at every moment. Yet, as an immortal, he would never truly find release. Chains materialized around Philip's neck, binding him to an eternal servitude. He would become a servant who faithfully obeyed the young mage's orders. Philip was pulled downward, the chains dragging him into the abyss. Philip's eyes widened in horror as he realized the fate that awaited him. His soul was to be forfeit. Philip's expression shifted to one of resignation as he accepted his fate. A dark voice echoed, declaring that Philip would be his subordinate for all eternity. Desperation filled Philip as he begged for death, pleading for someone to kill him. The voice declared that Philip's eternal rest had arrived, and from then on, his name would be Nevro. The figure of Nevro materialized, a ghostly image of Philip, forever bound to his new existence. Nevro screamed in anguish, trapped within the confines of his new reality. The transformation was complete. The newly formed Nevro stood in the dimly lit space. Nearby, Jamie tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, the dark hooded figure loomed over Jamie, commanding Nevro to introduce himself as a slave. The hooded figure demanded that Nevro introduce himself to his master as one who has become a slave. Nevro, his skeletal face impassive, greeted the great existence, stating his name. Nevro declared that he was the first lich created by Jamie. The hooded figure asked Jamie how he felt, remarking that these were the words of someone who put him through hell for the last 10 years. Jamie remained silent, his expression unreadable. Jamie admitted he didn't know what to do now, confessing that he couldn't think of anything else except for this. Jamie firmly rejected the hooded figure's words. Jamie questioned why this was happening. The hooded figure revealed that it was because Jamie was a Valkyrie. The hooded figure began to explain that Valkyries were fairies from the distant past. They were intrepid, unwilling to back down. They struggled to prove themselves right. Though they were ultimately defeated and became an unfortunate species, the hooded figure did not know how their blood survived until today. The hooded figure stated that Jamie may be the last Valkyrie. Jamie questioned what that had to do with him not being able to become their disciple. The hooded figure tried to explain. Jamie was shocked, stating that he didn't know any Valkyrie magic at all. Jamie was surprised by this revelation. Jamie asked if they were serious. Jamie was amazed. Two young women observed the pink creature. One of them exclaimed how cute it was and pointed out its pink color, while the other wondered if they should pet it. The pink creature seemed to be enjoying the attention, as it giggled and wiggled its body. It then called out for its master. Elsewhere, Jamie was thankful that he knew how to use transformation magic. Otherwise, the creature would have left him. He also thought the creature was cute. Suddenly, the pink creature screamed. Jamie smiled slightly. The pink creature continued to call out for its master as a carriage passed by. The sound of a door opening echoes through the room as Sewer's Belle Welton rushes to embrace Argino Welton, calling him Dad. It had been 9 years since they last saw each other, and Sewers apologized for the long absence. Sewers expressed that she was a bad daughter for only now coming to see him. Argino reassured her, telling her it was all right. He was just glad she was there now. Nearby, Rebecca Valle looked on in shock at the display of affection between her mother and grandfather. Rebecca still didn't know what to make of the situation. Elsewhere, mint-haired young master smiled, though it was unclear what emotions he was truly feeling. The scene was observed by others after reincarnating. The situation was still uncomfortable. And the young man with mint-green hair stood between his mother and father, apologizing profusely. His father reassured him that everything was all right, but Jamie felt deeply uncomfortable with himself. He thought back to his past life, where he longed for nothing but revenge. He recalled how he always felt that emotions were unnecessary. He remembered thinking that emotions made people go crazy, as Sarah Welton cried out for her mother not to cry. Sarah continued to cry. Rebecca Valle told Sarah that was enough. Rebecca scolded Sarah for saying she hated her grandfather, Argino Welton. Sarah, however, insisted that she hated him. Jamie Welton admitted that he didn't really know what human emotions were. Argino observed that it seemed he was not hated and that Sarah would get over it. Argino thought that Sarah was pretty simple and then stated that Jamie was here. Argino stated that he also wished to meet Jamie. Jamie said that it was a relief to see that Argino liked him and that there was no reason to. Sarah Welton bluntly stated her dislike for her mother's father. Argino Welton, unfazed, embraced Jamie, declaring it was nice to finally meet his grandson. Jamie, caught in the embrace, awkwardly agreed. Argino Welton thought to himself that it really was the Vell family, and he disliked the skinship. Chapter 40 began, titled An Uncomfortable First Meeting. Under the moonlight, someone observed that Jamie was quite astonishing. Despite being a fourth-class mage, the observer was impressed. The observer was still able to see a portion of that child's power, and the entire kingdom would soon turn their eyes towards Jamie. The observer asked if the other person knew what they meant, and the other person confirmed that they did. The other person stated that having great talent invites greed. The observer stated that right now, the other person and Count Welton may be able to stop them. Young Master is surrounded by shadows, but he believes there will come a day when his power won't be enough. Someone questions why they were given something. The person on the other side confirms that it is not a perfect shield, but it will be quite helpful. Rebecca is relieved to know that a mother can protect her son. Meanwhile, someone expresses worry about the Count. Argino Welton stands in contemplation. It was said that someone became enemies with the Zenith Church. Argino states that it won't just pass by quietly. Someone thinks that those people are extremely twisted monsters. Rebecca asks if it is that serious. Argino replies that it is because of those bastards of the Fierro Church. Argino believes that the Zenith Church is planning on completely getting rid of the Fierro Church. The Fierro Church is under attack. Jamie seemed to be coming to a realization. Elsewhere, the familiar creature snored softly in its sleep. Suddenly, the familiar creature was startled awake by a surge of energy. It remembered being told not to transform back. The familiar creature found itself back in its original form, kneeling before Jamie. The familiar creature complained that it was uncomfortable being like that. The familiar creature was worried about what would happen if they were caught. Jamie pointed out that it was their fault. Jamie was annoyed that the familiar creature would hide by turning into a mouse. The familiar creature claimed to not know anything. The familiar creature called out to their master. Jamie urged the familiar creature to hurry and change. The familiar creature agreed. A small glass vial dangles from a string, held delicately between two fingers. Jamie wonders what it is. Jamie looks down at the vial, lost in thought. Suddenly, Jamie is startled by something. The pink creature on Jamie's shoulder complains about being hit on the head, claiming it's killing its brain cells. Jamie asks if the creature even has any more brain cells to kill. Jamie is more curious about the vial in his hand. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes widen. He senses a great energy. A killing intent washes over him. He realizes the energy is coming from where his mother is and wonders if it's an assassination attempt. Jamie denies the possibility. He knows he needs to go faster. Driven by a sense of urgency, Jamie moved with incredible speed. His expression hardened with determination. Meanwhile, someone with long dark hair knew that their opponent was strong, perhaps too strong to defeat. The figure stood with a large sword strapped to their back. If that was the case, they would have to resort to other measures. Their goal was to escape with their mother. Elsewhere, the mysterious old man looked on in surprise. Fusion Mogit, it is servort. With this opportunity, the dark-haired figure intended to take Jamie's mother. The figure thought it was a cute trick. The dark-haired figure moved with incredible speed. The dark-haired figure grabbed Jamie. Jamie shouted for the dark-haired figure to release him. The young mage's face contorted in anger. The dark-haired figure decided that it couldn't be helped, even if it meant using black magic. He vowed to save. The dark-haired figure continued to hold Jamie. Meanwhile, Sewers wondered where her son was. The elderly mage was gracious. The mysterious old man thought to himself that his grandson was an amazingly talented person. Sewers was told that the future of her family was promising indeed, and that she should hurry and greet them. Rebecca questioned how he could do that to someone he didn't know, asking if she had taught him this. The young mage apologized. Argino thought that his wife was so absent, but that was enough, and it was his fault. Rebecca questions what they are talking about regarding Sir Bailey. The young mage thinks to himself that it is unfair. Someone says that it is a little test. Bailey Onyx is shown. Bailey Onyx is also known as the Tempest Swordsman. He is one of the 5 sword masters in the Seldium Kingdom. Sewers Bell Welton spoke, relaying that she had heard the heir of the Count family of Welton was talented. The young master, Jamie, listened intently. Bailey Onyx stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Sewers questioned what they were talking about, wondering if it was a little test. Bailey had slightly revealed his presence to the child. Sewers shouted for Sir Bailey. Bailey told Sewers to calm down, stating that he wasn't really being threatening. Sewers warned that if he did that again to her child, she wouldn't forgive him. Bailey apologized. Jamie apologized, saying it looked like Mom misunderstood. Bailey thought to himself that he was able to target him perfectly and reveal his presence, since he only did it to him. An existence unaffected by a race revolt was almost horrifying. Elsewhere, someone asked if another was a sword master, to which they confirmed. From above, it was observed that Jamie had good eyes, and that his name was Bailey Onyx. Bailey was a sword master with the title of the Tempest Swordsman. The scene shifted, showing a glimpse of someone's attire. The title card appeared, the black mage who reincarnated after 66,665 years. The chapter was titled, Another Talented Being. The Geldium was shown. The kingdom was known to have 5 sword masters. As they had never fought against one another, it was difficult to rank them, but the king's sword called Terex's Plate was known to be the strongest sword master, with Count Welton standing below. The scene shifted to a character with mint green hair, with Bailey Onyx right beside him. Bailey Onyx sat silently, his expression unreadable as he listened to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Welton estate, a young boy in a white robe bowed respectfully. He introduced himself as Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton stated his name with a respectful bow. Elsewhere, Rebecca Valle demanded to know what was being planned. Bailey Onyx considered the situation, thinking that Jamie would learn the sword. Jamie's eyes widened in shock as he noticed blood. Back in a room with Bailey Onyx, Count Simon inquired what he was talking about. Rebecca Valle exclaimed that Jamie was learning magic. Bailey Onyx thought that Jamie would thrive by learning the sword. Argino Welton stood tall, the light glinting off his formal attire. Count Simon remarked that Jamie's magical talents were unheard of. Bailey Onyx knew that Jamie was someone who would become a 9th-class mage. It was also what he heard, just by breathing Jamie Welton. The source of the rumors would continue to rise. But the sword was different. It was something that was difficult to obtain if you missed the right timing. The sword. It would be nice to be able to use it. But regaining his powers came first. He wanted to focus on magic right now. The cup clattered against the saucer. Was that so? Then he understood. He guessed this was why the Vel family garden was so grand. It was managed well. The news spread quickly. Someone had met a sword master. The question was on everyone's mind. Was he here? Confused, the young master wondered what he should do, but a voice told him to simply go to sleep. He found the quiet to be nice. Meanwhile, a figure stood with a massive sword strapped to their back. It was the stage where one is called an archmage. The technique, the dead of life, would help him find his perfect cell, but it wasn't enough. He knew he would soon come to a time when he would become stagnant. 7th class. It was not something that could be obtained just by training one's skills. When a magic subject established by the mage himself meets the threshold, the door leading to becoming an archmage opens up. That is called the magic ascent. The young master considered that it would be easy if he just did what he did in his past life, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He realized there was no way he could win against enemies by using the same failed methods of the past. Jamie was thankful to that person, understanding that there was still so much growth he needed to achieve. Someone observed Jamie's sad expression. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared, questioning the situation. Jamie cast a shield. The young master angrily demanded how anyone dared disturb his time. Lightning crackled in the area. The magical energy intensified. Jamie was surrounded by the magical energy. He questioned the sudden attack. The magical energy surged violently. The monstrous figure unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying immense power. Jamie, struck by the force of the blows, could only wonder at the attacker's identity. The figure landed gracefully. Beneath the moonlight stood Sable, Marquis Vel's assistant, his sword gleaming. Sable had overheard that noble members of the Welton family were expected to arrive. He explained that he could only arrive now because he had been dealing with some busy work, having defeated a huge monster in a split second. Sable thought to himself that while he may not be as skilled as Sir Bailey, he was definitely skilled. He announced that his introduction was late, identifying himself as Sable, Marquis Vel's assistant. Jamie was shocked that a mere assistant could be this powerful. Sable assured him that there was no need to be so guarded, stating he was just someone who had sworn an oath. That oath, Sable revealed, was to the Marquis and young Master Jamie. Sable noted that Jamie knew his name, since he was in. Sable stood over Jamie, who was lying on the ground. He asked if Jamie could explain why he was the Marquis Vel's assistant. Elsewhere, a man lay dead. Sable wondered how a Tolkien could appear there, musing that this was. Nearby, Marquis Vel seemed to be in deep thought, as it was revealed that hunting underwater monsters was his hobby. Meanwhile, an older man asked if there was any progress. Sable responded that he found a group believed to be demons, but unfortunately, they got away. He thought that followers of the Demon King would reappear. Word of demons had also started to circulate in nearby territories. However, the place where a series of murders were taking place was Efton. It was only in Efton. The narration noted that Marquis Vel had the hobby of hunting underwater monsters, and how wild of him that was. The speaker considered the implications of the Demon King's followers appearing in broad daylight once again. Adding to the concern, there were also rumors of demons in the surrounding territories. Meanwhile, a group of people walked along a cobblestone path, seemingly unaware of the looming threat. The only place where serial killings had occurred was Afton. It was Afton. The gravity of the situation began to sink in. It was really happening. It seemed they were back for revenge, about 50 or more years after the initial conflict. Someone recalled that their father had killed the leader of the demons. He had tried to make them pay by making the demons fall apart. Elsewhere, a figure stood silently, lost in thought. Suddenly, realization dawned on someone. A figure confirms a request, addressing someone as Marquis. Elsewhere, a ritual unfolds, promising that demons will be erased from the world once more. The ritual is said to be carried out by the hands of the Bell family. Back in the room, the figure awaits a command, a sinister smile on their face. The figure then announces that they will stop here for the day. They state that they will take their leave. The Marquis recalls that they had met young Master Jamie on their way here. Another man asks if they met Jamie. The man questions where they met Jamie, considering how late it was. He then reveals that Jamie was being attacked by a monster at the pond. The figure seems to be amused by this information. The chapter is titled Ominous Feelings. The ornate doors to the room stood closed. Suddenly, the doors burst open as Sewer's Belle Welton rushed in. She immediately asked Sable if he was all right and if he was hurt. Sable, surprised, responded to his mother, stating that he was safe thanks to aid Sable. The older Sable expressed his worry, adding that he would seriously punish Sable if he went out alone at night again. Sable responded with a simple okay, but Sewer scolded him for answering so half-heartedly. The older Sable revealed that he had made sure to ask people to block out that area, though. Sewer questioned if Sable was still hunting water monsters, reminding him that she had repeatedly told him it was dangerous. Sable responded, saying, Sable. Elsewhere, Bailey Onyx stated that it was an honor to meet someone. Sewer stated that she was Sears Bell, after which Sable stated that he was Sable, having heard that. Sable stated that he was sure Sable would have been able to defeat it, even if he wasn't around, adding that it was his honor to have been able to see what he's capable of. It was thought that Sable was quite a decent man. As Sable stood with his mother, Sewers Bell Welton, one of the men with them observed that he was quite strong and quick-witted. Elsewhere, someone noted that Jamie felt totally different compared to yesterday. Jamie's mother, Sewers, was still not nearly done with what she wanted to say. Someone remarked that it looked like an elderly man warned that his grandson would have indigestion before he got to eat anything, prompting Sewers to tell him to stop it already. Jamie, meanwhile, thought of his grandfather and wanted to go along with him. Rebecca called out, wondering where Jamie and their father were going. The scene shifted to a view of a town. A hooded figure thought to themselves that they had made it out. The figure wondered why there was no one on the streets. The hooded figure asked a woman how to get to the Pyro Church, prompting her to respond with a huh. The woman told the hooded figure that they just needed to head in that direction. The hooded figure bid farewell to someone before continuing their journey through the town. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them. Someone shouted about a murder. The cries grew louder, now speaking of a demon. The hooded figure paused, their eyes widening slightly as they processed the words murder and demon. The townspeople grew more agitated, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. The hooded figure pushed through the crowd, demanding they make way. Before them lay a gruesome scene. A man, seemingly drained of blood, his chest cavity ripped open. The scene was awash with blood. Guards pushed through the crowd, shouting for everyone to step aside. One of the guards noted that this was yet another corpse without a heart and decided to report to the Marquis. Someone mumbled that it must have been the work of a demon. The hooded figure, observing the scene, realized that hearts were often used in rituals to summon the demon race. The adult's unease was palpable, although they probably thought he hadn't noticed anything. Young Mage 1 smirked, his eyes gleaming with hidden knowledge. Their objective was probably to get revenge for the Portsmouth incident, or more accurately, to take revenge against the Bell family. The hooded figure's expression remained stern as he considered the implications. The hooded figure gasped. This meant that the Pyro Church was also in a state of emergency. No wonder there was no contact from them at all. In the past, a young man bid farewell to Sarah Welton. Young Mage 1 realized he had to step in again. A surge of power emanated, marked by the word flight. The force distorted the very air around it. The hooded figure perched high in a tree, observing the grand building below, and remarked that it was the place. Startled, young Mage 1 reacted to the sudden surge of power. Meanwhile, several figures in white robes walked along a stone path. One of the figures, adorned with golden accents, sensed an incredible holy energy. The figures continued their walk, and one wondered if he was the Archbishop, noting that there were only 3 of them. He also felt a powerful holy energy that gave him goosebumps. A cloaked figure, shrouded in shadow, realized that it was Ras. Someone wondered what they were talking about. The Marquis seemed to sense something amiss, pausing in his stride and muttering to himself. His companion inquired what was the matter, but the Marquis dismissed it, attributing his unease to a mere squirrel. He was then reminded that the Marquis was waiting for him. The Marquis agreed, stating that it had been a while and he would have to meet the young miss too, before suggesting they go quickly. Footsteps echoed through the halls. Elsewhere, a hooded figure wondered why his instincts were so good. The figure thought of family. The hooded figure realized that it worked out better that all the strong people weren't there, allowing him to infiltrate. The grand hall of a building came into view. Someone noticed something was wrong. Someone laughed maniacally. A woman wonders if something good has happened. Another woman replies that she guesses so. Elsewhere, Anna is told to rest for a while. Someone says they will be right back. The doors to the yard are open, and a voice declares that there is no place to hide. Jamie's name is called out. A presence made itself known. A powerful energy radiated from within the structure. The figure wondered if this was a sacred place, a place where God was worshipped. If that were the case, the figure mused. A hand reached out. The figure was suddenly struck, and they demanded to know who was there. Caught off guard, Bailey Onyx exclaimed in surprise. The hooded figure questioned Bailey. Bailey laughed, surprised to see them. He admitted that it wouldn't be easy to fight them. Bailey hushed the hooded figure. Bailey warned the figure not to get caught by other people. A man with brown hair and a red scarf grins widely, extending a hand and inviting someone to come with him, stating that he will take them. The words "the safe place you talked about" appear in a speech bubble. The perspective shifts to a distant view of the brown-haired man and the hooded figure standing in a room. The hooded figure wonders if this is the Archbishop's study, while the brown-haired man thinks that the Archbishop is a good person who won't say anything. The hooded figure, revealed to be the young mage, is asked what happened to them. The brown-haired man asks how the young mage appeared behind him without revealing their presence. He then jokingly asks if the young mage came because they missed him and demands a hello. Visibly annoyed, the young mage demands to know how the other man did that. The brown-haired man thinks to himself that he hasn't completely awakened his apostle powers, but guesses he can say it's fairly complete in here. The brown-haired man thinks that it's something like being able to assimilate with. The brown-haired man puts a finger to his lips, musing that the young mage's power is pretty omnipotent inside the church. The young mage thinks that not only that, he can hardly feel the power of the undead from him. The young mage complimented the brown-haired man on his new move, noting that he had arrived just in time, as the goddess had been looking for him. The brown-haired man knelt, stating that he would deliver the message immediately. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, prompting the young mage to question what was happening. The source of the power seemed to be the goddess. The surge of power continued to grow. The brown-haired man's eye glowed with power. The young mage realized that something was different. It was different from last time. The goddess was surrounded by a bright light. A part of her existence ascended directly. The young mage realized that a terrible demon was awakening. A voice echoed, stating that everything would begin in the dark forest. The young master knew that the outbreak needed to be stopped. Elsewhere, a figure declared that if it wasn't, their sanctuary would fall. The young master was told that he needed to go to the dark forest. A voice promised that he would suffer no loss, begging him to do something. Energy surged around the figure. Someone groaned in pain. Finally, the young master relaxed on a couch. Another figure wondered what that was. The figure questioned how she could just say what she wanted and then leave, resolving to apologize in her stead. The young master thought that the goddess's state wasn't that great. The goddess appeared to be in distress. Someone guessed that she was experiencing whiplash after forcing herself to descend last time. Someone recalled that when they first met, the other person was pretty big. They wondered why they were being asked to do this. The individual questioned if the place wasn't full of Fiero devotees. The person couldn't believe that a god would ask a favor of a human, but they were told that they were the only one who could do it. The individual was told that they would understand if it was said that they were that person's successor. Elsewhere, the cloaked figure was asked if there was anything else. The hooded figure noted that her connection with them was cut off now, and they had a feeling she'd be resting for a while. Another person swore that she just did whatever she wanted and asked if they were going. The individual needed to go back before the owner of the room arrived at the Marquis mansion. The person looked out the window. Someone stood on a balcony. Someone asked if their friend wasn't great. A building was seen. A polished boot strides confidently across a marble floor. The sound of his approach draws the attention of the white-haired Sable, who remarks that it doesn't seem like he's late. He then asks where the mint-haired young master has been. Turning his head, the young master notes what a nice day it is. Sable replies that it is, just a little. The young master wonders if he should walk. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense. The young master asks if something is going on, adding that an important guest is coming today. Sable reveals that it's Fiero, Archbishop Sephora, prompting the young master to exclaim what a great person that is. The young master recalls that Lady Sears was looking for Jamie, saying that he should also come and greet her, realizing that was the reason. Sable says it was nothing, and then asks where Sir Onyx is, as he doesn't see him around. Sable continues that Onyx just disappears off alone all the time. He then asks the young master if he means Jamie, who confirms. Sable recommends not getting curious about that person, prompting the young master to ask why. The young master states that what he is doing is for the other person's sake. Meanwhile, Jamie tells someone to get some rest, promising to retrieve them when the time comes. The young master cautions someone not to go to the Murny Forest, even when they are out for a walk. He explains that it is truly a dangerous place. Deep within the forest, something stirs. The disturbance emanates from a large, bulbous form. The bulbous form pulses with an unseen energy. Elsewhere, Garb assures someone that it won't be long until they can come out of that stifling spot. The day of awakening is coming. That day, their mission will be fulfilled. Within the bulbous form, a humanoid figure floats in what appears to be a womb. Elsewhere, Argino Welton inquired what was wrong with his son. At the table, Rebecca Valle asked if she could ask something. Rebecca's mother, Sewers Bell Welton, responded that she could ask anything. Rebecca asked what her relationship was with Mr. Onyx. Jamie Welton wondered if it was something she couldn't say. Bailey Onyx smiled. Bailey wondered where he should start from. Bailey began his story, recalling when he met her. Bailey recounted that he was 8 years old. Nearby, Bailey Onyx was greeted by someone who remarked that they almost didn't recognize him. Another man chuckled, explaining that Bailey was shy because all he ever thought about was swinging a sword. The first man expressed his worry about finding a good instructor for someone like Bailey. The second man offered a look into finding one, to which the first man said he would be extremely grateful. Grateful if he did. The first man was then approached by Sewers Bell Welton, who was curious about something. Sewers was seen holding hands with Argino Welton, who looked at her with a questioning expression. Nearby, Sarah Welton exclaimed that there were a lot of butterflies over there. Jamie Welton seemed confused by her statement. The man who had been speaking with Bailey observed that their tomboy seemed to have taken a liking to Bailey. The first man told Bailey that he could go and come back. Bailey responded that he would. The title card appeared, The Black Mage Who Reincarnated After 66,666 Years. The chapter title appeared, Chapter 44, Sears and Bailey. Rebecca Valle, holding an apple, told her brother to look at it. Bailey shouts a warning, but it is too late. Rebecca is already falling. He shouts again, telling her to be careful as she falls from the tree. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoes. Rebecca groans, but then declares that it was fun. Rebecca, excited, asks to do it again. Bailey looks at her with a shocked expression. Rebecca begs him to do it again, but Bailey refuses. He cuts an apple in half and offers it to her. Rebecca says that it looks good and asks him to do it again. Bailey is surprised by the sudden appearance of a tray full of apples and asks when she brought them. Rebecca sighs happily, surrounded by apples. Bailey offers the apple to Jamie. Under the moonlight, the sky was filled with stars and clouds. Suddenly, Rebecca declared that she had made up her mind. She announced that she would learn swordsmanship, but someone questioned her decision. Rebecca declared that her brother would be her teacher starting that day. Bailey sighed, watching Rebecca practice her swordsmanship. Rebecca continued to practice, exclaiming, "Hi-yap." Bailey asked Rebecca what she thought she was doing, reminding her that she had no talent. Someone off-panel reacted with surprise and amusement. 3 years later, someone reflected on past events. The person recalled that they had gotten themselves into a gold mining incident, despite being warned of the dangers. The person admitted that they couldn't be helped and that they couldn't just sit back and watch their family situation unfold. An enraged man questioned if someone had forgotten the consequences of tarnishing their family's reputation. The man wondered what the point of reputation was if it could be so easily lost. Meanwhile, a girl called out to her brother. However, someone cried out for the young master, reporting that the master had. A voice echoed, calling for their father. The voice pleaded with their father to wake up. It was said that after the family head took his own life, a man stood solemnly before a grave. Another man placed a hand on his shoulder, seemingly in comfort. A girl, seemingly in distress, was told to stay at their house from now on, and she asked what they should do. The man looked off into the distance with a somber expression. A hand gently clasps another, offering reassurance. The voice is soft, barely a whisper, as the speaker calls out to Sears. About a year later, time continued its relentless march forward. With a determined cry, a figure honed their skills in the solitude of the forest. Elsewhere, a lone figure sat perched on a snow-covered branch, seemingly lost in thought amidst the winter's embrace. 2 years passed. Bailey became completely absorbed in training his swordsmanship, driven by the singular purpose of revenge. Each swing of the blade was a testament to his unwavering resolve. His face, etched with determination, reflected the fire that burned within. From a distance, a voice called out, questioning Sears. For more years elapsed. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the grand estate stood as a silent sentinel of time's passage. Within its walls, hushed whispers filled the air as nobles gathered, their conversations creating a low hum of anticipation. A man suggests to a woman that they go for a walk, as she is alone. She declines. Elsewhere, a woman laments how unfortunate something is. Meanwhile, Tommy is wished good luck. Elsewhere, a man is angered by someone's actions, wondering how they dare. The man stands over several fallen people. He threatens to cut off someone's tongue if they continue to speak ill of Sears. A man cries out in pain as he is attacked. A woman cries out for her oraboni. The man smirks, thinking of Sears. The woman wonders where her oraboni is. A carriage travels down a street. A man states that he came to get some advice from the Marquis as the person responsible for his family. Sears Vell introduced herself, stating it was an honor. Sears hoped their stay was comfortable. The young master's face flushed. There were even some who said he would become. The young master denied such claims, saying that even just learning their family swordsmanship was. He continued to deny the claims, saying that it was overpraise. Sears smiled. The young master fell off the couch, exclaiming that it was overpraise. Sears' name was called out. A man told Sears that they needed to talk, but Sears said she didn't have. The man asked if she was going to see that punk again, warning her not to say such reckless things because he was the head of the Welton family. The man said that up until now, he had only looked at her, and Sears thought that the person she treated like her real brother would never treat her like this. The man's words echoed with frustration, a desperate plea for autonomy. He begged for the control to cease. His face contorted in anguish, sweat beading on his brow as the unseen force pressed down on him. Meanwhile, Rebecca's voice rose in anger, her words sharp and accusatory. She demanded to know if they understood the depth of her feelings. Elsewhere, Argino's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know what was happening. Suddenly, a hand forcefully grabs Miss Sears' wrist. Argino Welton demands to know what is happening. Miss Sears shouts for the person to go away. The man who grabbed her wrist yells, his face contorted in anger. He calls the person a bastard. Miss Sears demands that he apologize to her. The man grits his teeth, his anger palpable. Argino Welton challenges the man to a duel. The man is shocked by the challenge. The scene shows Miss Sears looking on as the two men face each other, and then focuses on Argino Welton's determined expression. Within the Welton estate, a past event was being discussed. Elsewhere, Sears pleaded with her father to stop arranging meetings for her. Her father admitted that he had honestly thought she would marry Bailey. Sears realized that she had never once thought of the Bailey Oroboni she had known until now. Meanwhile, Bailey was either a sword-swinging evil spirit or someone who tried to control him. Sears feared that she would meet other men. Her father insisted that the child only loved her. Sears declared that it was not love. She thought back to the kind and considerate Bailey Oroboni of the past. Her father asked if she had any chance of changing her mind. Sears responded that she understood since she had heard his plea. In a dimly lit room, a man sits at a desk, responding to someone. The sound of footsteps echoes. Meanwhile, Onyx stands by a window, expressing his remorse. The sound of rain intensifies. Elsewhere, Sears lies injured in the rain. Nearby, Sable declares his victory. Suddenly, Rebecca asks if Sears is all right. Despite his injuries, Sears attempts to respond, but is cut off. Rebecca embraces Sears, who is still injured. Sears' name is spoken. The scene shifts to a view of the marquee. It was reported that Bailey Onyx had departed in the dead of night. The mother of Jamie Welton expressed her confidence that everything would resolve itself. 3 years passed. A portrait of Argino Welton and Sewers Bell Welton hung on the wall. Sewers Bell Welton sat in a chair, her legs crossed. The elderly maid informed Sewers that Bailey had become a sword master, believing she should know. Argino listened intently. It seemed that Bailey had completed his revenge against the 3 families that caused the Onyx family to fall into ruin. Sewers responded that she understood. Argino told Sewers that there was something else he wished to tell her. Sewers asked what it was, assuring him that he could tell her anything. Argino revealed that he had been thinking, and he believed that Jamie would be a good name for the child. Sewers considered the name, Jamie, to be a good one. However, she wondered aloud what they would name their child if it turned out to be a daughter. She then suggested that if it was a daughter, they could name her Sarah. The name Sarah Welton was deemed beautiful. The story continued, explaining that this was how they had met once more. The young Jamie Welton was surprised to learn that their relationship had progressed that far. The familiar creature thought to themselves that Jamie had won against an opponent like that, as expected of the father of this body. The creature then noted that Jamie's expression looked weird. A young woman apologized for barging in on their enjoyable time together, but announced that Archbishop Sapphira had arrived. The Archbishop had arrived, and someone exclaimed, "Look who it is." Someone remarked, "If it isn't the tomboy, Miss Sears." Another person exclaimed, "Oh my, how can you say that after not seeing one another for a long time?" Someone asked if they should call her Miss Childish, while another person responded, "Egu, Your Holiness. That child is already a mother with 2 children." Jamie Welton introduced himself, stating it was an honor to meet His Holiness. Rebecca asked how the children were doing, adding that they missed them and hoped they would visit. The man with white hair mentioned that Sir Apostle had spoken highly of Jamie and that he had heard they were good friends, adding that he had much to discuss that day. Ricky exclaimed that Sir Apostle wanted to see Jamie because he missed him. The mint-haired young master chuckled, remarking that he had already seen him and returned. The white-haired man suggested they head inside, but Rebecca said that they would need to meet another day. The white-haired man stated that he would pray to bless the young miss and the 2 children. Rebecca thanked him and said goodbye, then asked what they should do now. Rebecca reminded Jamie that he had said he wished to see that place. Jamie asked his mother what the Mern Forest was like, mentioning that Mr. Sable had told him not to go there. Sewers wondered how her son knew about the Mern Forest and asked if he had gone out. Jamie denied going out and questioned why Mr. Sable would say such a thing. Rebecca was sure that Sable just wanted to warn him, and she warned Jamie again not to go out alone. Jamie listened intently as he was told that the Mern Forest was a dangerous place. The speaker pointed out its location. It appeared to be a normal forest, but the question remained, was it truly dangerous? The Mern Forest was described as one of the 6 forbidden areas of the world. Beyond it lay the Ariazard Great Forest, another forbidden zone. To be precise, the Mern Forest was part of the greater Ariazard Forest. Jamie understood, realizing that this could be the dark forest Fiero had mentioned. He was warned never to go there. Having understood the gravity of the situation, Jamie assured his mother that he would certainly go there. Later, Jamie, cloaked and hooded, stood at the edge of a dark forest. He thought to himself, so this is the place. A sinister grin spread across Jamie's face. He found the place unpleasant. Suddenly, a powerful chain lightning spell erupts, causing a massive explosion. The attack lands, and a hooded figure remarks on the pain. The cloaked figure finds themselves in a forest where they cannot use black mana, as a voice calls out to them. The air crackles with magical energy. The hooded figure is attacked from behind. The attacker is revealed to be the Dark Magician. The pink-haired figure yells at the Dark Magician, telling him not to just stand around. The Dark Magician, looking shocked, questions what the pink-haired figure just did. The pink-haired figure responds with a simple, "Yeah." The pink-haired figure stands defiantly, ready to fight. The Dark Magician's familiar creature inquired what he was saying. He sighed, deciding to keep his thoughts to himself. The title card appears. The Dark Magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. Chapter 46, The Ancient Ruins. Benna realized that the dark magician was also unable to use black mana. Benna declared that she was feeling better than ever. Benna struggled to explain how her body felt light and that she could feel strength coursing through her as if she were flying. She considered a good thing, given their situation. The dark magician observed that Benna was one of the forest tribe Valkyries, influenced by the energy of the forest, just like elves. Benna's companion questioned why they were there, to which Benna curtly replied that she had already told them earlier. Benna's companion asked if they were there because of the request of that goddess, and Benna confirmed. Benna's companion asked what they needed to do, and Benna responded that it was for them. They continued onward. Benna and her companion ventured deeper into the forest. A series of question marks filled the air, reflecting the confusion of the moment. Amidst the chaos, both Philip and Jan screamed as they plummeted through the strange forest. The ground rushed up to meet them. Philip thought to himself that he would die if he hit the ground at this speed, wondering what the hell this forest was. Philip, now safely on the ground, looked around with a questioning expression. Jance, equally bewildered, asked if they were alive. Philip glanced back at Jance, his expression unreadable. The two stood in silence. A soft, ethereal light emanated from a nearby structure. The hooded figure of Philip stood before the light, his back to the viewer. He noticed strange runes carved into the stone. Philip's eyes widened as he realized the runes spelled out a simple choice: to die or enter. Philip stepped through the newly opened doorway, venturing into the unknown. His companion exclaimed at the door's sudden appearance. Someone mused that they didn't know who was responsible, but found it interesting. The dark magician reflected on seeing characters he had used in his past life. Elsewhere, a figure examined a body. The moon hung high above the stone walls of the structure. The figure noted the scent of blood. Another figure reported finding someone lying unconscious. The figure examining the body observed that the victim's heart was also missing, concluding that demons were responsible. The figure ordered someone to inform Sable of this discovery, and the underling quickly agreed. The figure found the situation strange. Based on the state of the corpse, the figure determined that the victim had been dead for at least 4 hours. The map detailed the patrol route, including the paths soldiers took during shift rotations. Following the patrol route, a figure moved through the city streets. The figure wondered why no one had reported the situation. His expression hardened as he continued his investigation. He thought to himself that he didn't want to point fingers. He realized he should take a look at the patrol schedule for the area. The hooded figure stood over the body of a fallen soldier, who groaned in pain. The figure muttered that they were all dumbass. The hooded figure urged someone to keep searching, wanting to see if they were capable of catching him. Someone seemed surprised by the hooded figure's presence. A figure gripped a sword, announcing that they finally meet. The figure smiled, preparing to strike. The figure chuckled, recognizing the chief advisor. Garb is struck by a powerful blow, blood spraying as he cries out in pain. Through gritted teeth, the hooded figure curses his opponent, acknowledging that he should have expected such an outcome. The hooded figure, holding a sword contaminated with demonic energy, believes that his opponent should not die so easily. The hooded figure's face is contorted in a scream. Suddenly, a voice calls out, telling them to wait. The sound of the impact reverberates. Elsewhere, someone asks if their master is all right. The master replies with a hesitant, yeah. The master reflects on the experience, admitting that they thought they were going to die, but they are healing through the bead of life. A small, chibi-style figure also thought they were going to die. The scene shifts to show automatic rapid-fire traps and a horde of war scorpions. Someone comments that it definitely wasn't pleasant, wondering if this is finally it and asking what this one says. The place where it sleeps. The doors creaked open. The young master questioned if this was the place where it sleeps. The pair continued forward. He wondered what could be sleeping here, when suddenly a large bear appeared. The pair were surprised by the bear. She's helpful when she tags along, but she's getting tiring and annoying. The pair continued their exploration, with the young master wondering aloud if this was the place where the beast slept. He then pondered what exactly could be sleeping here. Suddenly, a massive, teddy bear-like creature appeared, emitting a soft sound. The young mage questioned if it was a bear. The young master seemed excited by the discovery. The young mage exclaimed to his master that there was a really big teddy bear. The master, however, shouted for the young mage to look out. The massive creature slammed its paw down. The paw crashed down where the pair had been standing. The massive teddy bear-like creature, towering over the pair, declared that they had some nerve coming there on their own 2 feet. The creature's menacing presence filled the space. The young master, undeterred, questioned if the creature knew who he was. The reincarnated protagonist wondered if it even understood human language, telling it to stop pretending. The creature roared back, insisting that they did not know. Recognizing the danger, the young master shouted for a shield. A magical barrier materialized, protecting them from the creature's assault. The force of the blow reverberated against the shield. The young master coughed up blood, clearly injured from the impact. Jamie called out to his master in distress. The ground cracked under the immense pressure. The young master grimaced, realizing that almost all of his ribs had broken. The young master is asked if he is okay, and he replies that he is not dead. He thinks to himself that it would have been a lot worse without the beat of life. The teddy bear creature states that since it nullified that power, the mint-haired young master is told that there is nothing he can do to stop what's coming. The teddy bear creature realizes that he is the one who blocked its black mana. The teddy bear creature shouts that there is no need for him to know that. The mint-haired young master thinks that he can. The familiar creature thinks to itself to protect master. The teddy bear creature screams. Philip wonders why it is him. Garb states that everything is going up. Garb states that he believes he has told them to leave the soldiers alone. Garb thinks to himself that the sword master left again. He states that there is nothing to fear, and that it seems they haven't been punished enough. Garb's eyes narrowed as he stared down at his defeated opponents. Philip, bloodied and bruised, could only stare back in disbelief. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached the scene. The approaching figure declared that their actions were not motivated by fear of the swordmaster. The figure continued, stating that the most important thing was to eliminate the filthy demon vermin. A voice declared that everything should proceed according to plan. The speaker affirmed that it was all according to their father's will. A sudden violent impact caused someone to cry out in pain. A figure was sent flying through the air. Someone cried out, wondering what would happen to their master. A voice praised Vina for a job well done as a six-colored heavy rain began to fall. The multicolored rain intensified, enveloping the scene in a vibrant, chaotic downpour. The familiar creature stands its ground, bracing itself against an unseen force. The creature remains steadfast despite the assault. The young mage, visibly shocked, curses under his breath. The hooded figure declares that this is the result of their resistance. The familiar creature demands to know why they won't give up. The young mage retorts, questioning if the creature wants them to accept death, reminding them that they were the ones who attacked without reason. The familiar creature states that they left a disgusting object in their forest and that since they committed a crime, they should be punished. The young mage angrily questions what the creature is talking about, stating that this is the first time they have been to this forest. The blonde sister older agrees with the young mage, while the familiar creature shouts that they are lying, claiming that dark power is protecting them. The familiar creature insists that the power is definitely theirs. The young mage is shocked to realize there's a demon egg in this forest. The hooded figure demands that they quit pretending and declares they will kill all of the demon followers. The hooded figure commanded their target to die. The air crackled with energy. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, declared that he was there to get rid of that thing, by the request of the goddess. The hooded figure unleashed a burst of pyro magic. The familiar creature questioned if that was so. The familiar creature stated that it would bet everything on it. Diablo Volfer told the creature that if it didn't trust him, it should follow him, and he would show it. The familiar creature responded that if Diablo Volfer was lying and smearing her name, he would have been struck down by heavenly punishment immediately. The familiar creature stated that it couldn't feel any godly presence coming from Diablo Volfer, and that the power of his that it blocked definitely didn't come from her. The familiar creature stated that it didn't follow her. Diablo Volfer stated that they just made a deal. A figure stated that she told him to head to the dark forest and prevent the awakening of that repugnant dark magic. The figure with light blue hair considered why the goddess would send them instead of one of her followers. Once they arrived, they understood. The familiar creature found it hard to believe. But the figure with pink hair couldn't disbelieve it either, and demanded to know about the demon egg and the power that protected it. The egg had appeared in the forest about a month prior. The figure with light blue hair went to take care of it immediately, but dark power was guarding it. The power was incredibly dark, deep, and mighty. No matter what the figure with light blue hair did, they couldn't break the barrier. So the figure with light blue hair had just been blocking the power that was guarding the egg for the time being. The figure with light blue hair declared that they felt no godly authority from the other person. It was explained that the current state was thanks to an artifact, which took the form of the ruin itself. The pink-haired individual and the light blue-haired figure stood before a massive, imposing bear-like creature. The pink-haired individual questioned if the entire ruin was an artifact. The pink-haired individual exclaimed about how expensive the place must have been and wondered who made the place, also asking how the light blue-haired figure knew the ancient language. The bear-like creature was asked what purpose the artifact was made for, but it admitted it wasn't entirely sure, but it knew that the place was made approximately 600 years ago. The light blue-haired figure stated that they wanted to ask one more thing. The light blue-haired figure asked why the dark power was still being blocked. The light blue-haired figure was reminded that they had said they blocked the power protecting the egg. The light blue-haired figure was asked why they were still keeping that black mana in an unusable state if they would have broken the egg right then and there. The light blue-haired figure admitted that, to be honest, the egg was still intact. The figure with light blue hair wonders why there are other obstacles. The figure struggles to block the dark power. The figure realizes that the user of the artifact has to be in the ruins, but they haven't found anyone yet. The figure is shocked by what they see. The figure is told that they haven't done anything yet. The bear was addressed by voice. The speaker, identifying themselves as Teberon, made it clear they considered the bear an inferior being. Teberon, The bear was known for casually using the word inferior, despite lacking the means to act on his motivations. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. Teberon questioned if it was a Valkyrie's life force. The hooded figure clarified that it wasn't a Valkyrie's power, but something else, a power similar to their own, though hers had been blocked as well. The hooded figure wondered how it compared to the power protecting the demon's egg, concluding that it was different, but the power they had blocked was exactly like theirs. The hooded figure seemed to consider this information. The hooded figure demanded that Teberon release their power so they could go outside, stating they needed to see it for themselves. Teberon appeared doubtful. The pink-haired figure declared that once Master got his powers back, he could deal with that demon's egg. The pink-haired figure reminded Teberon that they were supposed to be saying the goddess's egg right away. From the darkness, a clawed hand emerges, followed by a glimpse of a face with glowing eyes. The figure, revealed to be the Diablo Volfer, declares that his powers have returned. With his powers surging, the Diablo Volfer unleashes a wave of dark energy, knocking back the familiar creature. The familiar creature, sent flying, shouts a curse, while Bailey Onyx cries out to his master. The Diablo Volfer's hand glows with dark energy, as he thinks that no one can ever control him. The Diablo Volfer demands to be controlled. The familiar creature questions what the Diablo Volfer is doing. The familiar creature is suspended in a blue, digital-like space, as a voice declares it to be amazing. The Diablo Volfer, within the digital space, thinks that with this, he will be able to fully control it. The Diablo Volfer coughs, seemingly in pain. The familiar creature curses, questioning what the Diablo Volfer is. The Diablo Volfer states that he will self-destruct the ruins if they don't stop moving. The Diablo Volfer, despite the blood trickling from his mouth, insisted he was fine. He observed that the barrier felt like a firewall, a strong one, but not strong enough to completely stop him. Meanwhile, the familiar creature noticed that its link to the ruins had been severed, and it questioned if the young mage was responsible. The Diablo Volfer confirmed that he was indeed responsible, having set things up so that he was now the submaster. The familiar creature wondered how he had managed to do that so quickly. A dark-haired figure appeared behind the Diablo Volfer, telling the familiar creature that it was unlucky. He added that its master wasn't the only one well-versed in artifacts. The Diablo Volfer mused that he never would have thought there would be an artifact that could block his power, which was why he couldn't leave. He then realized that it hadn't completely blocked his power. The familiar creature considered that it didn't make sense to block the Diablo Volfer's powers when he could even prey on the ruins. It was as if something like that existed, but there was probably an expedient. It lowered the probability of mana concentration, broke through the originality of spatial coordinates, and interfered with the maneuvering site, for example, by activating anomalous energy fields. The familiar creature stated that the influence of that energy field and the unavoidable diffusion was how it was. The Diablo Volfer told the dark-haired figure not to follow him. The Diablo Volfer added that even if the dark-haired figure wanted to, they probably wouldn't be able to leave the ruins. The familiar creature was shocked. The familiar creature called the Diablo Volfer a bastard. The scene was one of carnage, the aftermath of a brutal night. 9 bodies had been discovered, an almost unbelievable number for a single night. Amidst the chaos, a man wondered aloud what was happening in the world, his thoughts turning to the culprit behind the gruesome acts. That culprit, it seemed, was Sable. The man urgently questioned where Sable was. Elsewhere, a group demanded to know the whereabouts of the inspector. The response came. No one had seen him since midnight the previous day. The man from before, hearing this, seemed to realize something and told himself not to say it out loud. The wind howled around a tall tower. From atop the tower, a figure prepared to observe the unfolding events. The divine executioners were said to be arriving soon. The question remained, had there been any word from the Great Temple? The answer came. The divine executioners had already been dispatched. They were expected to arrive around tomorrow afternoon, and it seemed a master would be amongst them. The speaker sighed, musing that the decision to dispatch them must not have been easy for the Pope. He considered the effort that would be needed if Efton, the man with white hair, smiled, confident that the situation would be resolved quickly. After all, he considered the location to be the second holiest place. However, he wondered when they would arrive. He was certain that it would already be over by then. Elsewhere, the situation was proving to be annoying. The title card appeared, the Black Mage who reincarnated after 66 years. The chapter began, Chapter 48, Forgotten Memory. Strange symbols filled the air. One of the figures noted that the energy was familiar. The other confirmed that it was his power. The figure wondered why his black mana was present. He questioned what the words were, as the dead approached, raising their hands, and the seas began to stir under the moonlight. A dark sky poured down, rippling in a sea of starlight, causing him to gasp. The black seas splashed with falling starlight, as a dead hand reached out into them. A single moonlight rose in the dark sky. An old man captured the darkness, raising his arms to the heavens. And that, it was said, would swallow the darkness in the end. A monster that desired all. This, he promised, in the distant future. In the far, distant future, Leviathan, a grimoire in a part of him. Now, his memories were complete. He was even able to remember heavenly defiance suddenly as well. It was strange that there was no sense of incongruity, even though there was a gap in his memory. Someone asked if he had learned something. The mint-haired young master said, by the way, to take this. A hand wearing a ring glows with a bright, violet light. The ring, it turned out, was an artifact taken from the ruins. The wearer was instructed to infuse it with mana while commanding the will to use it. Elsewhere, a pink-haired individual exclaims with glee. The pink-haired individual declares their love for it, thanking their master. The master, mint_master, instructs them to scout around the area with the artifact in hand. Meanwhile, the process appeared to be taking some time. The young master's eyes glowed with power as he grit his teeth. Energy crackled around his hand. He cursed his enemies as bastards. Suddenly, someone demanded to know what he was doing. The young master called out to Vina, as Vina called out to their master. A command echoed, block it. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the area, filled with rage. Just then, a figure descended, questioning what was happening. As the figure landed, Vina called out to them, followed by another voice calling out to their master. A command rang out, ordering an immediate block. The force of the impact reverberated. The attack collided with a powerful defense. The clash of power sent shockwaves through the surroundings. The forest was shrouded in a dark, ominous energy. The figure groaned, struggling against an unseen force. The young mage realized the power he was facing was holy. A voice echoed, questioning the presence of the Guinness Church. It complemented the other party's keen senses. The woman with blue hair grinned, a large weapon slung across her back. She questioned what business the Guinness Church had in such a place, inquiring if they were there to destroy the demon egg. The woman wondered if they were trying to protect it instead. The blue-haired woman's expression turned contemplative as she wondered aloud. She then shifted her focus. She addressed the one with the pink hair, noting that they were holding something. The blue-haired woman expressed her dislike for pink hair and hammers, stating she intended to kill him. She declared she would kill him first, lunging towards the pink-haired individual. The pink-haired individual grunted, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden attack. The blue-haired woman complimented her opponent's skill, while another voice warned Benna to dodge. Benna's face was contorted in pain and shock as they were struck. The pink-haired individual's eyes widened as they were struck. They exclaimed, wondering if this was all their opponent had to offer. In response, the blue-haired woman commanded them to shut their mouth. The blue-haired woman descended upon them, her attack swift and merciless. The blue-haired woman questioned if this was really all they had. Benna retorted that this was, of course, not all they had, and that it was very well then. The blue-haired woman prepared another attack, telling Benna to try and block this one. Benna was struck again. The blue-haired woman's attack continued to surge with power. The force of the attack exploded outwards. The blue-haired woman called out to Benna, while a figure below them thought that there might be a little blow, but if they stopped to help Benna right now, then someone shouted for their master not to move. Despite the onslaught, Benna declared that they could still fight. The blue-haired woman observes Benna, remarking that their injuries must be painful. She adds that it wouldn't hurt if she sliced them in half in one go. Benna retorts, questioning if the woman is serious about fighting in their current condition, wondering what else they can do. Despite their injuries, Benna insists that they need to do as their master says. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman muses about what a good slave Benna is, adding that a little kid like them needs to act out sometimes. Benna acknowledges this, but states that they can only act out. The blue-haired woman wonders what Benna can do with people who are older than them. Suddenly, the words curse of sense reversal appear, and the blue-haired woman seems to notice something. The blue-haired woman declares it's time to use black magic. Benna is struck by the magic and coughs up blood. The blue-haired woman realizes that the curse is already gone and that she only has one chance, calling Benna a little. The blue-haired woman prepares to strike. The blue-haired woman yells brat. Benna is seen injured and spitting out blood. The blue-haired woman's attack continues. The attack lands with a resounding impact. The force of the blow creates a shockwave. The surrounding forest is engulfed in flames. Benna's face is bloodied and bruised. Benna wonders what that was just now, realizing their body is out of. Benna thinks that they need to get up. Benna thinks that they need to protect their master. Benna thinks to themselves that the other person is a filthy little black magician, and that they need to. Benna wonders how the other person dares to put a scratch on their body. The blue-haired woman thinks about the brat they were trying to protect, and that they will rip him into pieces, right in front of Benna. The blue-haired woman wonders what about them. A sinister smile spreads across the blue-haired woman's face. A figure cloaked in darkness declared that they hadn't even begun to fight. Then, a command rang out. Leviathan was ordered to devour her. The blue-haired woman, poised to strike, channeled her power. The black magic of gluttony, which devours everything and turns it into food, was unleashed. The young mage noted that he didn't like that it was holy power, but he would devour it all the same. The blue-haired woman, enraged, referred to Benna as a little insect. Benna was thanked for holding out, as the absorption was complete. Benna was told that they didn't have to worry anymore. The cloaked figure remarked that they were going to go easy on Benna because they were cute, but someone observed that the blue-haired woman wasn't just a regular priest, as expected. The blue-haired woman prepared to cast another spell. The spell was Sanctuary. The blue-haired woman's magic swirled around her. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifted drastically around the young mage, who noted the change. The blue-haired woman explained that the magic she had just cast, even for a moment, had drained her. Far below, the cloaked figure questioned if she was also a black magician. The blue-haired woman responded, asking what if she was. Hearing this, the young mage declared that if that was the case, he would completely destroy her. The cloaked figure questioned if that was so. Dark energy began to coalesce. An unholy gate manifested. The young mage stated that he would introduce them to someone new. He commanded Nebro to come forth. The dark magic took form, its essence coalescing into a shadowy figure. You guys are both annoying, so I'm sure you'll get along. To be continued. A voice commanded Nevro to appear. A dark figure began to materialize. The newly summoned being asked if they had been called by their master. The figure took the form of the 6th class lich, Nevro. Someone exclaimed, wondering how anyone dared to summon an undead before them. The individual prepared to strike. A powerful burst of energy erupted. The hooded figure stood their ground against the attack. A foot stomped down. The figure wondered if it had gotten so big. One of the cloaked figures thought to themselves that it was gobbling up all that energy in the meantime. From the shadows, a figure demands to know who is present. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman questions who they are and demands to know where the person protecting this place is. The cloaked figure responds that she doesn't need to know. The blue-haired woman states that they should just finish this, and a voice responds that it receives. With a burst of speed, the cloaked figure is kicked away. A voice says that it will follow her commands as Philip is struck. Philip struggles to speak. A hand reaches out from a dark mass. Philip is sent flying. The dark mass expands. The blue-haired woman yells for Rayizer to get back. Rayizer is struck by a dark tendril. Rayizer questions what that is. Rayizer was struck, and it appeared they were too late. One of the cloaked figures questioned if their master was all right, noting that the dark mass had already absorbed too much life. The mass was identified as a demon. A pair of eyes watched from above, noting that something would be descending soon. The dark mass pulsed ominously. A voice commanded someone to die. A skeleton-like figure prepared to strike. A voice mused that telling an undead to die was humorous. The skeleton was identified. The skeleton wondered what happened to the egg. The figure declares that if things don't go as planned, the captain won't stand still. A surge of red energy emanates outward. The energy is recognized by someone present. It's declared that the disgusting fool arrived in time. Someone warns that the master cannot proceed, identifying the approaching entity as a monster that walks upon death itself. Even if they have to go, someone is told to take a hit before that. The skull-like figure urges their master to escape safely. Someone gasps in shock. A character is asked what's wrong. A dire warning is given. They'll all die if they don't do anything. The character appears terrified. Bailey urged the others to find a safe place, identifying them as an apostle and saintess. Meanwhile, Anna was told that they had to leave. The man with Anna realized that they would only be a burden if they stayed. Elsewhere, someone pounded on a door, demanding to know if anyone was outside. Another person felt something and exclaimed that the marquee, the Mern Forest, was. Elsewhere, a man commanded that the soldiers be summoned. A woman called out to her father, Sears. Someone was told not to worry and to quickly take the children, including Jamie. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, while another stated that they believed. It was revealed that someone went to the Mern Forest. The hooded figure expressed his disdain for demons, believing them to be a race that despises and intimidates the weak. A being that harms all living things just with its existence. Nearby, those accompanying their master urged him to flee quickly. They wondered what terrible thing was causing even the undead to shake in fear, realizing that if it escaped its shell, the situation would become dire. The group knew it would be impossible to face the threat without a perfect shell. They reiterated that if they stayed there, they would really die. Someone ordered that child to be taken as far away as possible, to a place where the demon's energy couldn't reach. The order was immediately acknowledged. The hooded figure was asked if they were sure they could handle the situation alone. A dark entity declared that it wouldn't be any fun if they gave up too easily. The entity was coming to Earth. The hooded figure recognized the entity as a noble demon. The demon remarked that the hooded figure was a human who knew about them. Seeing as how commendable they were, the demon wouldn't eat them right away. The demon introduced himself as Rieta, a demon baron. The hooded figure recognized the demon as a baron. That meant he was at least a masterclass demon. The demon baron told someone not to worry too much and to relax. Since nothing would change, he had already descended. The hooded figure thought the perfect shell was disgustingly hospitable and felt better now. The demon baron remarked that the hooded figure had a good item. The demon baron stated that if the hooded figure offered that item to him, he would give them a swift death. The hooded figure asked if he thought they were crazy. The demon baron figured it couldn't be helped. The demon baron wanted to see how long the hooded figure could endure. The demon baron prepared to attack. The hooded figure summoned Leviathan. The demon baron found this unpleasant. Rieda's expression was one of disdain as he looked down upon his opponent. He scoffed, thinking that a mere baron, the lowest of the 5 ranks, would be the one to appear. The demon baron considered that the summon might be a calamity-like existence to them all. Elsewhere, a group of cloaked figures hurried along, praying to a goddess for mercy and bravery. But still, Rieda remained confident. The demon baron sat, legs crossed, as he prepared for the coming battle. A voice echoed, insisting that he should at least leave some people to protect the house. Meanwhile, Rebecca wondered where in the world Jamie was. Below, a figure stood amidst a swirling purple aura. The air crackled with energy as the word Leviathan materialized within a magical circle. Arcane energy surged and pulsed. The energy intensified. Elsewhere, a figure carried Benna through a forest, the word boss, echoing in the air. Nearby, another figure questioned if they were really sure. The figure holding Rieda considered that he was still alive. Rieda remained unconscious in his arms. A voice declared that they would take Rieda and run away, stating that a demon had awoken. The figure carrying Rieda was confused, as Rieda demanded to be let down. A surge of energy erupted in the distance. Rieda's eyes widened as they sensed a familiar presence. They wondered if their master was inside. Elsewhere, a figure considered the situation. They knew someone was fighting a monstrosity. The figure then decided that going would only be a burden. But even if they died, the figure hoped they could buy him a little time. Another figure declared that there was no point in their current state. Startled, Rieda turned towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. Coincidentally, there was an explosion at the same time. The voice declared that it couldn't be. The voice continued, wondering when that idiot would finally leave. Another voice stated that a bug like them needed to be stomped on to stop them from ever getting back up, asking if they were really that scared. The voice urged them to fight back, questioning how much longer they would let this happen. Rieda denied that their master was there. The undead's mineral war axe heart was described as interesting. It was described as a young Valkyrie, a Valkyrie with strong, pure blood. Although they hadn't ripened yet, the axe would allow them to use it for today, urging them to remember this feeling. The figure declared himself to be Filion. Elsewhere, a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith was said to be created for use by the queen. A voice urged someone to try their best. The scene faded into a display of light. The title card appeared. Dark Magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. Chapter 51. A Moment of Danger. The figure lamented that they no longer had the energy to maintain flight. They realized they had lost too much blood and wished they had a little more energy from the beat of life. The figure then thought that they could have just summoned Black. They had bought time for themselves to cast a high-level technique. They thought that it wouldn't have ended. The scene was filled with energy. Suddenly, Tita Baron appeared, surprised to see the young master. He wondered how Jamie had gotten there, but then stated that he knew his way around a place he had been in before. The hooded figure thought that Jamie didn't leave, and the hooded figure stated that Jamie had a noble heart worthy of being chosen by the goddess. Jamie denied the hooded figure's statement. Then now, the hooded figure attacked. The hooded figure stated that they would like to finish their meal. The hooded figure continued their attack. Tita Baron thought that he was going to chop the hooded figure's arm off then and there. The hooded figure stated that Tita Baron was pretty strong for a creature of the surface world. Tita Baron glared. The sound of impact reverberated through the area. Tita Baron declared that he was quite fast. The hooded figure grunted in response. And Tita Baron stated that he did not come alone. He called out for Benna. Benna moved to attack. Another figure arrived, crashing into the scene. The new arrival announced their presence, declaring that they had come for their master. Philip, smiling, asked if his arrival was cool, but then dismissed the thought. Tita Baron told Philip that they could talk about it later. Philip insisted that it wasn't over yet. Philip declares that the fight is not over. The hooded figure is still standing. The hooded figure grunts in pain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a subordinate informs Marquis that they cannot advance any further due to the evil energy. Elsewhere, a group of people on horseback discuss waiting for the Pyro Church's people to arrive and give their blessing. Count Simon appears to be in pain. The group determines that only the Order of Fear is holding up. A woman looks on with a worried expression. A gust of wind blows. The wind blows a letter out of the hands of one of the people on horseback. Someone wonders if it was a gust of wind. The wind continues to blow. A figure plummets through the air, descending rapidly towards the forest floor below. Landing with a thud, the figure expresses their disgust. Casting a glare, the figure senses a powerful, malevolent energy. With a satisfied smirk, Blue-haired woman 1 declares her task complete, standing before a monstrous figure. Elsewhere, another figure hopes that their boss will not punish them. The figure is struck by a powerful blow. The attack leaves a trail of red energy. The figure's body falls limp. Bailey Onyx lies face down, unmoving. Garb lies on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. A dark entity chuckles, expressing surprise. Riita marvels at the caliber of the fight he was able to have on the surface world. The figure unleashed a spell, wondering what it was called. They sensed a power capable of annihilation emanating from it. The spell was called Road to Ruin. Road to Ruin was a dark magic that released all the energy absorbed by Leviathan at once. It possessed power capable of large-scale destruction. The young mage cursed, realizing that was the last chance that Benna and the bear gave him. The demon declared that he would have died too, adding that it would happen if he hit his head. The hooded figure told him that if he had any last words, now was the time. The young mage asked to just be killed, calling them stupid last words. He then felt a wind. A gust of wind blew past the young mage. The wind continued to blow. The wind rustled a piece of paper. The paper read, "To the respectable marquis, please don't let anyone enter the forest. It'll lead to a meaningless death. I'll take care of the demon. Beryl Onyx." The scene shifted to an exterior view of a grand building. A voice echoed, admitting that they had a feeling. The speaker continued, stating that they really had no idea a guest would come to visit. The speaker, revealed to be the mysterious old man, smirked. Meanwhile, the elderly mage requested that someone kindly leave this place. The mysterious old man questioned if he had to leave if he didn't respect the goddess. The mysterious old man's smile widened. The elderly mage responded, telling him to do something about it, if that was the case. Silence fell between the two. The mysterious old man gripped the hilt of his sword. The elderly mage seemed taken aback. A blade gleams, promising eternal peace. The vow is made to engrave the edge of a sword. The sword is raised, radiating a brilliant light. The figure declares that the goddess will suffer great losses and be eliminated. Streaks of light descend from above. Meanwhile, a group travels by horseback through a darkened forest. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair and an orange-trimmed robe looks up, startled. His eyes widen in alarm. A voice calls out, simply stating Archbishop. The title card appears. The dark magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. The chapter title is revealed. Chapter 52 has been protected and needs to be protected. The forest is still and silent. The ground cracked and split as a figure walked forward. You couldn't see it clearly, that quick slash with that ridiculously great sword. The figure sensed a couple with a horrifying level of power. He wondered if that was the authority of the wind. The man with the blue hair demanded to know why they were there. He was just curious because everyone kept telling him not to come here. He didn't think he'd meet. He saw everything. The blue-haired man stated that everyone has their own secrets. He didn't think he'd find their own secrets that they don't want others to know. He wondered exactly how much he saw. The figure narrowed his eyes. Sir Onyx was asked why he was there, as it was heard that he had left. Onyx stated that he took on a task because he was the right person for it, and asked if it was a task. The bear asked who they were. A voice declared that Onyx looked very strong. Onyx stood before a large, bear-like creature. The scene shifted to a magical circle, where it was declared that someone sought after the secrets of the world and was there to retrieve an item entrusted to that place by the request of Isis. The bear-like creature wondered if it was Frontier. A man with a scar across his face stated that he would like for them to open up the gates of Gremia. The blue-haired man questioned what Gremia was and wondered if it had something to do with the secrets of the world or Frontier. A voice apologized, stating that they could not open the gate for them. The bear clarified that they were not the administrator for Gremia currently. The blue-haired man was asked if that was right. Someone asked if they were talking about the ruins. Someone exclaimed that on top of the demons, they didn't expect them to be messing with Gremia. Meanwhile, someone demands that the authority be passed over to them. The man with green hair questions why he would. Elsewhere, the dark hooded figure sighs in frustration. The hooded figure punches forward. The man with green hair states that he will be opening it now. The man with mint green hair's eyes glow with power. A voice welcomes the owner of Black Mana. Another voice declares that he is the thought that prevented the seizing of the system previously. The man with mint green hair realizes that it wasn't just a simple firewall. Someone inquired if he was the creator of Gremia. The man responded that was correct, stating his name was Armion. Armion continued, boasting that he was a genius artifact creator and a 9-class magician, a rare talent in the human world when he was alive. The young master with mint green hair scoffed, unable to believe Armion was singing his own praises. The inquiry continued, asking if Armion was also the Frontier. Armion stated that while he was very close to Isis, he clarified that he was not the Frontier. Armion explained that he was merely holding onto the lightning dragon sword, the Gram, upon her request. The sword hummed with power. Armion continued, stating that Gremia wasn't just a place meant for watching over the Gram. He revealed that it was made for the sake of someone that he had been waiting for, by someone. The young master with mint green hair realized it was a black mana that possessed the power to kill gods. Armion declared he was waiting for someone capable of controlling the black mana. The mysterious old man questioned how Armion knew information about the ancient language and other things that were supposed to be forgotten. The young master with mint green hair learned that not even Gaina knew about the power to kill gods. The mysterious old man threatened to eliminate the other if he didn't receive a satisfying answer. Armion explained that there were traces left behind of a being in the world. Armion continued, stating that the ancient language was something he learned while seeking those traces. The young master with mint green hair was shocked, asking if he was saying a trace of Diablo Volfer existed. The mysterious old man wondered if that was the name of that person. Armion admitted that he couldn't find that out despite searching for it his whole life. He added that it seemed like the person who inherited that person's mana was the young master with mint green hair. The mysterious old man guessed it was all right for Armion to give it to the young master with mint green hair then. The young master with mint green hair realized that this was an incredible amount of energy filled the bead of life. Armion revealed that Gremia is an artifact that's able to take different forms. The object pulsed with an otherworldly light, its form shifting within the confines of the sphere. It was described as an object of unlimited possibilities, its shape and function dictated by the will of its user. It was something that he, helpless before the truth, had made with everything within him. It was all for the sake of that day. The young master with mint green hair prepared to act, the orb of energy floating before him. The energy surged, a voice echoing the command, "Transfer all of the authority over to you." The young master with mint green hair was astonished by the artifact, never imagining it would be so unbelievable. He realized that it was on par with the 3 great divine weapons that he had made. The young master with mint green hair realized that it was even more powerful than them. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, the rain continued to fall. A figure hurried towards the building, seemingly undeterred by the downpour. The figure shouted, calling out for the archbishop. The sound echoed through the storm. The archbishop sat, bloodied and kneeling, his head bowed in defeat. Philip, kneeling beside him, insisted that he needed healing immediately. Philip repeated that the archbishop needed healing right away. But it was futile. Another type of holy energy was interfering with the healing. The archbishop insisted that he was okay. Philip wondered if this was the work of the Guinness Church, urging someone to quickly go protect the apostle and saintess. Philip, distraught, questioned how he could leave the archbishop there. The archbishop said he understood Philip's feelings, but he pleaded with Philip to go. Tears streamed down Philip's face. Philip vowed that he would definitely avenge the archbishop. The archbishop, with a peaceful expression, told him not to seek revenge. Philip, amidst the chaos, was determined to protect those he was tasked to save. Now he would act. Tears welled in the eyes of the apostle. The rain continued to fall as the figure asked if the young mage was all right. The young mage admitted to feeling slightly nauseous, but assured them that he was okay. The figure inquired if he had obtained the item he needed. The young mage confirmed that he had, stating that he was finished with what he had to do. The familiar creature suddenly asked what had happened to Gremia. The young mage responded that he had come out later than the others. The familiar creature stated that their connection to Gremia had been completely cut off. The familiar creature then asked what had happened while he was inside. The young mage explained that he had met Armion, the creator, who had given Gremia to him. The young mage told the familiar creature that they could look for themselves. The familiar creature exclaimed in surprise. The familiar creature observed that it was an even more powerful item than Graham. The familiar creature asked if the mister had given that to him. The familiar creature considered the young mage, recalling that he was the creator and had given them full authority after Graham was taken. They wondered why he would do such a thing. Meanwhile, the young mage told the familiar creature that he didn't know and asked them to come closer for a second. The familiar creature tilted their head, confused. The young mage began to heal them with magic. The familiar creature asked if he was healing them. The young mage responded that it wasn't exactly healing, but magic that was something similar, and to think of it as something for the sake of Gremia. Elsewhere, the protagonist, Welton, told the other familiar creature that they should go back. He realized that Sears would be really worried, and that he had totally forgotten about his mother. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. He heard a voice calling out for Ricky. Welton asked what was wrong. His expression became serious. He realized that the goddess's apostle was in danger, and that it was the goddess's apostle that had recently appeared. The familiar creature asked if he was talking about his friend, but Welton shouted that this wasn't the time for this. Welton declared that he needed to go to him right now. The young mage wondered which direction he should go, as he needed to find Ricky. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted nearby. Elsewhere, Count Simon remarked that it seemed he couldn't say goodbye properly. Meanwhile, Philip thought it was time for him to return to his hometown, vowing to save his master. The young mage was confused by the sudden surge of energy. A scout reported that the demonic energy seemed to have disappeared. The scout's superior responded that it was good work. The troops continued their march. Argina Welton was shocked by the report. It was reported that the knights left behind had suppressed the demons, but that a certain person would come soon, demanding hearts. It was also noted that some demons were disguised as civilians and soldiers. The man with mint green hair lamented that he had underestimated the demons. News spread quickly. The archbishop had been assassinated. The news caused an uproar. One man exclaimed in disbelief. According to witnesses, Sable was at the location of the assassination. Sable declared that no one would be able to stop him alone. The swordsman thought to himself that he never thought Sable would be this strong. Two figures asked if Hyung was okay. One of the figures called out, "Taras Appa," but the other figure reassured them, saying it was okay and not to worry. Someone wondered when this was all planned, then admitted that, to be honest, someone thought they would never get the chance to. Someone exclaimed, asking if it was the right time. The man's expression was twisted in pain as he endured the attack. Nearby, two figures watched the scene unfold. One of them called out to their Hyung. The man, seemingly enraged, shouted for them not to come any closer. He was sure he had dodged the attack, yet he was still injured. Despite his injuries, he declared that no one could stop him. Elsewhere, Sable clutched his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. His opponent asked if he had only just realized the nature of his power. The opponent explained that his power was the reversal of cause and effect, meaning that as long as he attacked, Sable would be injured. A visual representation of the battle showed the opponent attacking Sable, causing him damage. Sable realized that his opponent could hasten the result so that he would become injured. One of the onlookers questioned what kind of impossible ability that was. The onlooker wondered how such an illogical ability could exist, concluding that there must be a lot of monsters. The white-haired man declared that he should be considered among the highest-ranking monsters. The man's statement was followed by the sound of a sword being drawn. He continued, suggesting that his opponent should think of him as one of the ones who rank high amongst those monsters. Suddenly, Sable was struck, blood splattering as he cried out. Another man shouted Sable's name in alarm. Sable was shown injured as the white-haired man looked on. The white-haired man's sword glowed brightly. A surge of power erupted. Someone thought that they couldn't believe they'd been made, the first sword of Zenith, to step back. The white-haired man wondered what kind of nonsensical divine power that was. Another man questioned if it was Saras. The white-haired man declared that he would do something to Sable's god. Golden energy crackled around the battlefield. Meanwhile, someone noted that their father hated it when they questioned him. Elsewhere, another individual mused that he was sure he'd be told to keep swinging his sword instead of asking useless questions. A pair of swords crackled with blue energy. The white-haired man stated that he was sure he had already told the other person that they could not stop him. A diagram appeared, labeled reversal of cause and effect. The blonde-haired man agreed, stating that he could not stop him. Someone wondered what was happening. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened. A surge of power emanated. The white-haired man declared that the blonde-haired man was nothing but a weak human in front of the power of a god. The penalty of the reversal of cause and effect. You will suffer in the case when one isn't able to endure the cause and effect. Someone asks if something has been forgotten. They say, "See you next week." The man's eyes widened as he felt an immense power bearing down on him. The divine power declared that he was nothing but a weak human before the might of a god. The young mage, standing tall, merely chuckled. He found it amusing that they would realize this now. He thought it was an obvious development. The divine power recognized itself as strong, noting that the mage had not only healed Saras, but also escaped from its power. The mage commanded it to be quiet, preparing to unleash his judgments. The mage's power surged. He knew that as long as the goddess didn't descend herself, he would be victorious. The mage declared that they were all. He sneered, declaring that they were nothing but weak humans as well. The young mage felt a surge of power, a force pushing back against his own. His eyes widened as he realized the extent of the opposition. He declared that no one would be able to stop him this time. Elsewhere, Rebecca cried out in distress. Intense pain coursed through the mage as huge lightning crackled around him. The energy intensified, swirling with dark power. He heard a voice urging Ricky to act. The voice commanded to give it to him. A surge of energy erupted, accompanied by a shout, "To eat this." The attack landed with devastating force. A fist clenches tightly, ready for action. Panting, someone calls out for Ricky. Ricky is called out again as someone approaches. Jamie's name is called out. Someone asks what happened. Someone admits they stepped up because the other looked like they were in danger. Someone declares that Sable was the one who caused all of this. It's revealed that Sable was an informant for the Zenith Church, and someone questions if he is not the marquee assistant. Someone questions if they're being told that the guy was the assistant and admits they were unsure despite using magic. Someone thinks about what that line is and tells themselves not to tell them. A flurry of slashes. A figure is struck. The hooded figure lamented, missing his target's neck, acknowledging the swordsman's ability to perceive his attack. With a burst of speed, the swordsman countered. The young mage cursed, while the swordsman chuckled, revealing that the reversal of cause and effect was not his only skill. He admitted that the one he had just used came at a greater price. Someone shouted for everyone to stand back. Another voice declared that he would face him. The swordsman and the green-clad figure stood ready to fight. The swordsman showed no emotion despite losing an arm. The green-clad figure asked if he thought he would play fair, then stated that it didn't matter. He vowed to rip him to pieces with the wind. Two figures watched from distance. Bailey Onyx's thoughts were heavy with concern. He knew he would have died if it weren't for someone's intervention, and now he could only wonder if they were all right. From a distance, another figure stood observing the scene. He admitted he didn't know what would happen next, but they would have to see it through. The figure knew they couldn't carelessly interfere in a fight between two sword masters. Elsewhere, the clash of power continued. The energy crackled and exploded. One of the fighters mused over the nature of the skill being used against him, a reversal of cause and effect, wondering what kind of cheat-like skill it was. He realized that Sir Bailey could slightly see that. Bailey knew he had to move, but it wouldn't be easy. Another figure considered that if the skill could be used in defense and not just in attacking, then its uses would be limitless. Bailey thought to himself that things were proceeding as expected. He realized he couldn't sit still any longer. After all, they were both sword masters. The figure wondered if his opponent thought he was someone they could face. Unfortunately, the attack landed. The attacker declared that the number of years he had lived compared to his opponent was vast. He stated that he had quite the baby face, you see. Someone shouted for their mister. It was now his turn, the figure stated. Another figure declared that they would stop him. The two figures clashed. The goddess shield was activated. The figure asked if they had forgotten that they were not the only one blessed by God, and that a mere shield like that was nothing in front of Father's holiness. Power surged. Holiness manifested. The holiness manifested as a radiant, ethereal energy, coalescing into a protective barrier. With a confident smirk, Rieta prepared to strike. He declared that all things would proceed as his father willed it. A surge of energy crackled in the air. The young mage stood tall, surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. With a sinister grin, the young mage declared that all things may proceed. A blinding light erupted as the young mage declared that it would be as his father wills it. Meanwhile, Ricky screamed as he was caught in the blast. The force of the explosion shattered the ground. The young mage's eyes widened as he heard Ricky scream. A wave of energy crashed down. The attack continued to intensify. The aftermath of the attack left a scene of devastation. Ricky lay on the ground, defeated. He apologized to Sears. He had wanted to at least save her. The young mage questioned if he was reminiscing about someone else's mother. Ricky wondered what was happening. The young mage noted that the magic was not healing, but it was similar. The hooded figure stated that they would keep his secret, urging him to do something if he wasn't dead yet. The young mage threatened, "If you don't." A voice declared that they were all dead. Blood splattered. The hooded figure was stabbed through the chest. The young mage wondered how. Ricky, injured and bleeding, realized that it was something and that he would have to. From above, a voice calls out Gremia. Two orbs of energy appear, ready to eat. The orbs pulse with power. The energy intensifies. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, is shocked by the power he is witnessing. Diablo Volfer shouts not to look down on him, declaring that this was created to destroy them. The hooded figure realizes their divine power is dispersing. A burst of energy erupts. The energy continues to surge. The area is filled with a dark energy. The energy disperses. Light shines through the clouds. The hooded figure, still reeling from the attack, wondered what had just occurred. Elsewhere, a man asked about Jamie's whereabouts. A sudden realization dawned on someone. The young mage felt a sense of relief. The white-haired figure declared that they could kill him here. Another man looked on with a shocked expression. The young mage realized he couldn't move at all. A voice echoed, telling him to resent them. A powerful force reverberated. Someone gasped, seemingly waking up. A woman called out for Jamie. A child called out for their older brother, while another pleaded with their mother not to do something again. A voice called out, questioning if it was Sarah. Elsewhere, someone wondered what had happened at that time. The young mage, seemingly suspended in water, floated in place. A voice echoed, telling someone to take it, as a glowing object floated in the air. It was said that the object was an artifact that would one day be of great help. Back in the Welton household, Suarsbell Welton told her children that she had no idea who they took after. Someone wondered what kind of effect it had, while Jamie asked his mother if she had seen his necklace. Jamie Welton was seen resting. A necklace was shown. It was noted that the blue light was gone. Suarsbell Welton held the necklace as Jamie stated that he heard she passed away before he was born. It was said that his grandmother had the ability to predict the future. The map details the southern continent of Brion, a desert more than 10,000 kilometers away from Efton. The sudden light had transported someone all the way to the southern continent from the north. He cursed the light, wondering what it was. And that woman's... A voice echoed, warning someone not to bully their child any longer. A voice questioned who it was, demanding they go far away. The voice demanded to know who they were. The voice declared that no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to resist this, since the price had already been paid. Someone thought they'd be sent to where that bastard is at. He needed to leave the desert before he was detected. It had been a while. Clean. The individual appeared to be in distress. Blazer, the high priest and divine general of the Temple of Ra, questioned why the other party, who was always so busy, had come to such a distant place, hoping to hear their reason. If they were honest, then he would only half kill them. The other party called him a monstrous bastard. Archbishop Sapphira's funeral was held. She was remembered as someone who always welcomed people with a smile on her face. Whoever was responsible would not be forgiven. The speaker reflected on Archbishop Sapphira, realizing they shouldn't make her into an undead, right? The morning light filtered through the leaves, and it felt like a dream. He was remembered as always kind and generous to everyone. A large star had fallen. Whoever did it would not be forgiven. Archbishop Sapphira was dead. Although he would be an invaluable asset, he wondered if he could turn him into an undead. After all, the current him. The group stood together. He was different from him back then. Jamie was being summoned. Pyro wanted to see him. Meanwhile, a hand reaches for a door handle, and a voice declares that emitting light from this location is forbidden. The pair step through the doorway, and one asks what happened to Sable. The other responds, reminding them that Sable disappeared with the light from the necklace and questioning if it was an artifact. The first responds that they don't know the details, only that their grandmother with future-seeing capabilities made it, and that they have arrived at the Sanctuary of Origin. A statue stands in a pool of water. One of the pair wonders if she will appear for a while and then disappear again like last time. A voice tells them to stop being disrespectful, adding that she is coming and they should talk to her themselves. Light shines from above. A figure floats in the water as a voice says, "Allow me to start with a thank you." The figure emerges from the water. Thanks to the other party, the blue-haired woman was able to strike a blow to Zenith. She then asked them to withdraw some of their power. The other party questioned if she wanted them to explode and die there. It seemed that the blue-haired woman was being inconsiderate. She realized that she had forgotten that humans are existences that are depraved. The other party was told that they ought to feel proud. The individual thought that a human had been accepted by God. The individual thought that what was happening was nauseating bullshit. The scene showed the Genius Church headquarters. Someone was asked if they were being serious. The man's voice cracked with disbelief as he learned that not only had their plan failed, but Sir Cryan was also missing. He had even given him the sword. The man listening was speechless, especially considering it was the sword from the church's repository. He was at a loss for words. They had searched every corner of the Afton region, but other than Kanna's corpse, they found nothing. They hadn't been able to find any other traces at all. The man realized this was really bad. The battlefield's helix showed them that if they tried to start a holy war without Sir Cryan, they would definitely lose big time. The battlefield's helix was a divine object able to deduce the results of a war through running simulations. With a sigh, it seemed the political pressure for making a contract with the demon race would intensify. The man was aware. They were supposed to start a war right away to turn the tides in their favor. But they didn't have any choice but to wait for him to come back right now. They were ordered to find Sir Cryan no matter what and bring him back. The figure's eyes glowed with determination. They would do it at all costs. The back of a figure in a dark purple coat is seen. The scene fades into darkness. The scene shifts to a grand building under a bright sky. Inside the building, two figures stand in what appears to be a church. They seem to be in distress. Elsewhere, a voice declared that something was hard to believe. The voice belonged to the Mint_underscore master, who was being asked if he had coincidentally obtained Diablo Volfur in the mountains. He confirmed that there was nothing he could say, since he had coincidentally obtained it. Another voice questioned if he was asking them to believe that random nonsense. A figure responded with a simple yes. The first voice told them to forget it, as that wasn't what was important right now. The Mint_haired_master stated that he would ask a question this time. He declared that he knew that his spiritual master, Diablo, was their archenemy, and then stated that they should do the gods. The figure asked if they knew of his transmigration and what had happened to him. It was revealed that he was sealed in the realm of eternity, primordial darkness. Even gods, it was said, couldn't affect the space where Diablo Volfur was sealed. The question remained, however, could he escape? That was impossible, someone stated. There was no way they would have sealed him in a place where he'd have even the slightest chance of escape. The mint-haired young master considered this. He had become certain of something. They didn't know. He realized that he was dead and that he had transmigrated. Rebecca noticed the bracelet and remarked that it had been a while since she'd seen it. She was also looking for the remaining two objects. Displayed were cards labeled The Indestructible Aloofness and The Killer of Gods. Someone was told to do as they pleased, and that they would turn a blind eye to it. Someone asked if they had been outcast. It was shown that Genius, Lily, and Brahman had teamed up, as had Dryan and Cullen. Tantiras and Arbolado had teamed up, as had Jillian and Oblivion. R.A., Flame Emperor, and another were on their own. The question was posed. Was the sun god alone? The young master's eyes widened in shock as he realized the gravity of the situation. The Flame Emperor, it was said, had been alone from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Ra was more like ruling as an absolute god. Based on what had been said, the young master didn't think he should feel like he was in danger just because he was alone. It was all because of Guinness, that bastard. He thought of himself as Ra's hunting dog and that he was abandoned by Ra. He's made him his target because he blames him for it. He intended to steal his power and fight Ra. That filthy bastard. How dare he step out of line? His hair became black. That's why he needed his strength. Despite him being a dark magician, that black mana he had was primordial. It's pure, unlike the filthy being's wicked power. She scorned that power so much in the past, though. One of the 12 gods questioned if young Mage One was truly Diablo Volfer's successor. They wondered if that meant he couldn't work with them. The goddess found the question ridiculous. Young Mage One reminded the goddess that she was the one who approached him, mentioning his name. The goddess admitted that she didn't think they could fully trust each other, but that they needed to instill trust in each other. Young Mage One wondered how. The goddess told young Mage One to check his palm. Young Mage One realized that he had already given the goddess his token of promise. The token of promise was visible on his palm. The sword that looks after the goddess's justice, and the holy officials watched. The holy officials paid their respects to the newly appointed saint. The saint looked forward to working with them all. It was said that those chosen by God would receive a mark on their body and be treated as a bishop. Though they held no worldly influence, they were free from other influences, considered sacred and inviolable. Apologizing for his late arrival, he explained that the Guinness bastards had gotten in his way. The speaker thanked someone for their help in the face of danger, which allowed them to protect the holy territory. The young Mage One questioned if there was danger. The young Mage One thought about being able to move freely without having to belong to any church. Rebecca Valle sighed, thinking that even though Jamie was a Welton, he had joined the Pyro Church. Sarah Welton asked her mother what a saint was. Suresbell Welton told Sarah Welton that she would tell her. Someone shouted for the marquee, announcing that Sir Beryl had woken up. Rebecca Valle told Argino Welton that she would go take a look. Argino Welton said that he ought to thank the young Mage One since he saved his son. Someone said that they would go along as well. A voice called for someone to come in. Sir Beryl lay in bed, awake and seemingly recovered. Suresbell Welton watched him with a knowing smile. The pair were not alone. Another figure sat nearby. Elsewhere, the dark magician held a blonde girl, both of them smiling. Someone observed that he really knew nothing about emotions. Jamie smiled. The individual who had been with Sir Beryl expressed relief that his arm had reattached properly. Jamie was told not to say such nonsense in front of a patient, but he responded that he was a kid after all. Jamie's expression changed to one of seriousness. He insisted that he hadn't done anything. Jamie was told that he had something important to tell them, as his mother had said. He was then asked if he knew about Frontier, a suspicious association that sought the secrets of the world. The young master instructed Jamie to follow him. He explained that there was a 9-class magician within Frontier who could teach him. He thought to himself that he wasn't intending on becoming something like a saint, though. The young master was asked to go with someone. It was Jamie. It was said that there was a 9th-class mage who could teach in the Frontier. The figure in the room was probably not human. That was right. The man with the bandage thought that was why they would be able to help him grow more powerful. He wondered what Jamie thought. Jamie said it was fine. Even if it was a chance to learn magic, it was from someone who could even change the map of the world. The magic swirled around the hand. Jamie thought it was true that being a 9th class was amazing, but it wasn't like he was far off. He wondered what that meant. The man with the bandage asked if Jamie was sure, since they were 9th class and it wasn't too distant a future, right? Jamie still thanked him, saying he would go over to play sometime. He was curious about the leader, whose name was Isis. The man with the bandage listened intently. Philip remarked that they were truly an extraordinary person and told them to make sure they came to play someday. The title card appeared, advertising the black mage who reincarnated after. The chapter was titled 6,666 Years, Chapter 57, For the Sake of the Future. The scene shifted to a view of the Welton Manor at night. The familiar creature questioned how Jamie_protagonist could abandon them. Jamie_protagonist denied abandoning the creature, stating that he had simply left them with someone. The familiar creature grumbled, asking if he had completely forgotten about them. The familiar creature demanded that Jamie_protagonist be honest and admit that he had forgotten. Jamie_protagonist denied it, but his expression suggested otherwise. Jamie_protagonist thought that seeing as how the familiar creature was complaining like this, it looked like she had completely healed now. He realized that the scarf, from which he could feel mana, was probably the artifact that he had given her. The familiar creature asked if Jamie_protagonist knew how hard it was for them to walk all the way over, then asked why they couldn't fly. Jamie_protagonist realized that it would be better if he explained. Jamie_protagonist recalled that, in order to save the familiar creature, he had forcibly had her awaken for a single time. It was the result of Vina's strong desire and his support. The familiar creature declared that Jamie should be grateful to them and Vina, reminding him that without their help, he would have been defeated by the demon. Kiok wondered if a ghost was haunting the hammer, questioning why it was causing such a fuss on its own. The hammer retorted, calling Kiok a punk and questioning how he dared compare it to a mere tool. Even if Jamie was Vina's master, the hammer felt it should just. The hammer boomed, asking if it wasn't the only one who could hear its voice. So, according to that ego weapon that was barking at him, when he couldn't even hear its voice, Vina, Jamie recalled that he was awakened as a one-time thing, and in order to completely awaken, he needed to carry some sort of duty. He found out the Valkyries' hideout. There's a place where the Valkyries live? That's right. It's in the deepest parts of the Ariazard Great Forest at the spring of time. It looks like it'll be impossible to go look for it now, since the Great Forest is a place where even a sword master has a hard time surviving in. You really do need to carry out that mission of yours. Time passed quickly after Jamie learned of the mission and the Valkyries' hideout. Ricky and Anna journeyed to the Great Temple of Fierro for their holy mission and protection. The Welton family continued on their own journey. The Welton family was off on another journey, causing Jamie's mother to cry again. Jamie's grandfather beckoned him closer, eager to embrace his grandson, but Jamie found the gesture a bit overwhelming. In place of Ras, who had left with the Ricky siblings, Jamie's grandfather arrived, prompting Jamie to call out to him. It was a wonderful family. Sir Arlock joined the Welton family as someone who represented the cooperation between the family and the Fierro Church. 15 days later, the Welton family's carriage traveled along the road. They had finally returned to Heath. Sears and Sarah called out to each other. Sears and Sarah embraced each other, happy to be reunited. The Welton family had returned to their estate. Jamie was greeted by his father, who acknowledged his presence. Argino noted that Jamie had grown taller. The Welton manor stood tall, its dark walls hinting at secrets within. Above, the night sky cast long shadows across the building's facade. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the manor, a family slept soundly, unaware of the events about to unfold. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, questioning the very nature of a sword. The voice continued, revealing that he was once called an evil spirit and expressed curiosity about what a sword was to a sword master. The disembodied voice declared that the sword was his self-reflection, something only achieved after repeated regret and self-reflection. The speaker elaborated, explaining that he realized what he was wielding was not a sword, but hatred. The voice then stated that it was then that he became a true swordmaster. The voice inquired if the listener wished to know the history that disappeared, and the listener confirmed that they did. The first voice responded that may be a bit difficult now. The voice continued, stating that by now, the listener would mean later, and that there was a certain keyword that was set. The voice concluded that the moment it's approached, every god will be able to learn of that situation. The mysterious voice continued, explaining that some things simply could not be avoided. The voice further elaborated that whoever approached the secret would have their existence completely erased. It gave the example of Braham, the dragon god, and his children, the dragons. The voice then stated that this was what happened to Canon, before asking if there was confidence to face one of them right now. The voice concluded that in the end, they would step up. Elsewhere, the dark magician realized it would be impossible for him to proceed as he had in the past. He knew he needed to look for another method. Meanwhile, Argino Welton was surprised to see Jamie at the training grounds. Jamie stated that there was something he wished to speak to him about, and Argino told him to speak. Jamie declared that he wished to learn swordsmanship. The declaration echoed with intensity. Elsewhere, Rebecca thought of Tina. A voice echoed, filled with self-loathing. It spoke of a detested power and a figure known as young Master Vel. Because of this useless strength, he had killed his entire family. He pleaded with Tina to be with him, declaring he would become her family. He vowed to protect her so she would never have to use that power again. He recalled saying those words to Tina, still unsure of the prophecy's meaning. He thought back to the mercenary who saved his life on the battlefield, wondering why he hadn't been told if he truly needed it. Was his former assistant, in reality, a traitor? The voice questioned if it was truly necessary for all those lives to be sacrificed. The voice declared that someone would know immediately who to give this to. Tina was asked why she needed to be responsible for the distant future. The voice continued, stating that if she hadn't held on to him at that time, then he would have. A hand held a small, glowing object. The voice spoke of him, that child, the child who would inherit their blood. A figure stood before a bed, bathed in light. The voice concluded that he does not become the calamity of this world. Two chibi-style characters muse on whether a daughter takes after her mother in looks. Below, the names of the studio and staff are listed. The words, Season 1 complete, are displayed. The artist, Pasa, shares that they've begun to believe they committed a great sin in their past life, as they always seem to be chased after deadlines. They will return on October 26th with Season 2, and an extra will be uploaded on August 3rd. They offer their thanks. Above the Seldam Kingdom's Welton County, a magical barrier shimmers. Under the light of the full moon, the Welton estate stands tall. Elsewhere, someone declares it an honor to meet the Swordmaster. Back at the Welton estate, Eric Tedre thanked them for traveling such a long way, adding that it was regrettable that Archbishop Sapphira had passed away. Argino Welton considered who would have thought that the Guinness Church would utilize the demonic clan. Eric Tedre thanked them for their concern, assuring them that his church would not forget the Count's help. Argino thought that if he could have his way, he would attack the Guinness Church's head temple right now. Sewers Bell Welton thought to herself that they would pay for messing with her family. Argino vowed to make those bastards pay. Eric Tedre assured them that his church would also assist them. Hesitation filled the room. The sentiment echoed through the halls. The work of a saint was inseparable from the church's mission. Taking his leave, a figure was bid to take care. The weight of the situation settled heavily between Sewers Bell Welton and Argino. Argino questioned what Sewers was thinking about. Argino reflected on Jamie, never imagining he would become the Pyro Church's saint. Despite the possibility of working freely without being connected to the church, Argino apologized, regretting his oversight. Sewers reassured Argino, telling him it wasn't his fault. Argino wondered who could stop a 9-year-old child who was a 6th-class magician. It was known that the Pyro Church was on the brink of war with the Guinness Church. At times like this, appointing a new saint, Sewers recalled what her father had told her before he left Welton. He might have been chosen because of the war. The thought occurred that Jamie might put himself forward for Ricky's sake. To be honest, Sewers had been worried about Argino instead, finding the situation unexpected. She confessed that she was scared, fearing what might happen to Jamie. Argino asked her not to cry, promising he would definitely bring Jamie back, even though he was scared. He urged her to believe in him. But even so, Sewers was worried. Argino told her to believe in her husband. He vowed that no one would hurt their child, not even if it was a god. Elsewhere, a voice declared that they would like to learn the sword. The speaker, revealed to be Jamie, looked determined. Argino Welton questions what Jamie had just said. Jamie clarifies that he wants to learn the family's sword techniques. Argino wonders if Jamie is giving up on magic, but Jamie declares that he will train. Argino asks if Jamie intends to learn the sword for self-defense. Jamie insists that he wants to properly learn the family's sword techniques. Jamie emphasizes his desire to learn the sword techniques. Jamie's determination is evident in his expression. Argino tells Jamie that he is taking the sword too lightly. Jamie denies that he is taking it lightly. Argino explains that the family sword techniques are not things that can be learned concurrently with magic. Argino states that the sword isn't something frivolous. Argino says that Jamie is looking down on the sword, and he cannot teach someone like that. Argino declared his sincerity, ready to test Jamie's resolve. Then, he commanded Jamie to show him his determination. With a determined expression, Argino raised his wooden sword, ready to strike. Jamie, facing his father, stated that he would not use aura. Argino urged him to use everything he had, preparing to receive the blows from Jamie's sword. Jamie confirmed that he could use magic, and the familiar creature seemed ready to assist. Argino clarified that Jamie could use magic, a sword, or whatever else he needed. He then stated that if Jamie could block his sword even once, he would pass the sword to him. Meanwhile, onlookers whispered about Jamie's chances, some recalling Sarah Welton's own obsession with the sword, while others doubted Jamie's ability due to his focus on magic. They were overheard by Jamie. From above, Argino descended, as expected of a father, with an unknown power level. The observers noted that they couldn't feel any energy from Jamie, which made him scarier. Argino asked if Jamie was ready, and the familiar creature affirmed that it was possible to break the wooden sword if Jamie didn't cover it with aura. From his vantage point, Jamie declared that he was ready. Meanwhile, the onlookers wondered if Argino was truly planning to kill his own child as he approached. The dark magician prepared to use black mana. The mana surged, and a warning beep sounded. Jamie's eyes narrowed. The crowd watched with bated breath as the sword came down. Argino thought to himself that the sword wasn't a simple thing, and this was going to hurt. He also reminded himself that he was being sincere. Jamie prepared his hand of destruction. He focused on the wooden sword. Jamie thought that he couldn't stop with just this. He steeled himself, thinking this was the way he could show his determination. The force behind the strike was immense, focused through the hand of destruction. Argino questioned where Jamie had learned such magic. Jamie responded that he had created it himself. The image of the mysterious unearthly man appeared, stating that Jamie did not need a teacher, which Argino realized was the meaning behind Jamie's words. Argino acknowledged that Jamie already possessed outstanding magical talent. Yet, he still wondered why Jamie wanted to learn the sword. Jamie insisted that he had never looked down on the sword. He clarified that he wasn't learning it to be cool, but for his future. Jamie's expression grew intense as he spoke of the future. Argino questioned what future Jamie was talking about. Jamie reflected on a time when he realized many things, understanding that magic alone was not enough and that he needed a new strength to face what was to come. Jamie concluded that Argino also knew this. Jamie declared that although he was young, he was not immature. He was determined. Jamie shouted, his voice filled with resolve. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. Jamie instructed someone to come to him by 6 in the morning from the next day onwards. He exclaimed his agreement. The sound of hooves echoed. He wanted to meet quickly. Through the window, the sky was a clear blue. The sound of snoring filled the room as Jamie_protagonist stood with his back to the sleeping form. Jamie_protagonist grimaced, lamenting that he had to deal with the situation. The sleeping creature stirred, and Jamie_protagonist considered hitting it to wake it up. Suddenly, Rebecca_VA screamed about a squirrel. The creature began to cry, wondering where the squirrel had gone, but Jamie_protagonist told it to just sleep. Jamie_protagonist thought that he needed to pay for what he did yesterday. A blue light shone on the sleeping creature. Rebecca_VA continued to snore. The morning begins at 6 a.m. as a lone figure walks across the courtyard. He wondered what kind of training awaited him. He hadn't expected to learn secret techniques so early on. Though he might be the young patriarch of the family, he knew it would still be difficult to learn without even knowing the basics. He was sure of it. He believed he would excel in swordsmanship in no time. More importantly, the functions of his physical body were very clear. It had the blood of a famous sword family, and had also been strengthened by the bead of life. He would surprise his father this time as well. A voice declared that from today onwards, someone else would be in charge of his training. That someone was Hamilton Leonardo, vice captain of the Fear Knight Order. Jamie_protagonist was surprised. Jamie wondered if his father wasn't going to teach him himself. The man overseeing Jamie_protagonist's training scoffed, wondering what a kid who had just started learning the sword was doing here. He questioned if Jamie_protagonist was expecting to learn from the great swordmaster. Hamilton Leonardo informed Jamie that he would be teaching him for a while. Jamie thought that Hamilton Leonardo didn't look too happy, and he also noticed that he didn't seem to have a wooden sword. Hamilton Leonardo stated that there was no need for that in today's training. He then declared that Jamie_protagonist would be running the training ground starting now. Jamie_protagonist wondered why he was running, thinking he was here to learn swordsmanship when Hamilton Leonardo yelled at him to stop. Hamilton Leonardo told trainee Jamie_protagonist that from this moment on, he was not to address him as sir, but as instructor. Jamie_protagonist asked for pardon, wondering what was happening and why it felt like. He thought that he must obey Hamilton Leonardo, who declared that all his answers would be AK. Hamilton Leonardo asked if he understood. Jamie_protagonist responded with a quiet AK, as Hamilton Leonardo questioned if that was the loudest he could be. Jamie_protagonist shouts AK as he continues his training. Elsewhere, someone comments that Jamie_protagonist is doing very well, while also wondering where they got their sunglasses. Back at the training grounds, Jamie_protagonist is told to start running now, and he responds with another AK. The clock strikes 9 a.m. Jamie_protagonist knew this was coming. Hamilton Leonardo thinks to himself that he is the best at training people. Rebecca Valle comments that Hamilton Leonardo is being too harsh. Hamilton Leonardo explains that he needs to be harsh if they don't want the Welton name to be sullied. Hamilton Leonardo thinks that this is just the start, and that it will get harder once Jamie_protagonist starts to wield a sword. Hamilton Leonardo states that he has no intention of going easy on Jamie_protagonist, even if he is his son. Rebecca Valle suggests that Hamilton Leonardo could be a little gentler. Hamilton Leonardo responds that he is sure Jamie_protagonist will do well since he is their son, before remembering that he forgot to tell Rebecca Valle something, prompting her to ask what it is. She questioned why she was only being told this now, as Hamilton Leonardo revealed that Viscount Bale's family would be visiting the next day. There was still one day left, and Viscount Bale was his sworn brother, Hamilton Leonardo thought. Hamilton Leonardo smiled, seemingly pleased with the upcoming visit. Rebecca Valle thought it was okay to prepare a grand welcome, but that was precisely why they needed to prepare even more. Rebecca Valle decided to leave first, admitting she didn't even know what she needed to start doing first. Hamilton Leonardo paused, realizing he had forgotten something. Hamilton Leonardo stood alone in a large room. Hamilton Leonardo thought it was too bad for Jamie_protagonist. Hamilton Leonardo considered going a little easier on Jamie if his mother had tried to stop him one more time. It was 11 a.m. Hamilton Leonardo thought that Jamie_protagonist had that kind of stamina at the age of 9. He continued to pay close attention, just in case, but realized he hadn't been using his mana or holy energy. He had just been running with his physical strength without any rest. With renewed resolve, Jamie_protagonist continued his training. Meanwhile, Hamilton Leonardo admitted that it was a little disappointing, but Hamilton Leonardo resolved that since Jamie_protagonist had chosen to go with magic, he would support him in that aspect to the best of his ability. Elsewhere, someone noted that it seemed the young master wasn't just talented with magic. Indeed, Jamie_protagonist wasn't just talented with magic. Someone ordered trainee Jamie_protagonist to stop. Jamie_protagonist, exhausted, wondered aloud. The order was given again. Trainee Jamie_protagonist, you may stop. Jamie_protagonist was panting heavily. He wondered. Jamie_protagonist, drenched in sweat and panting, looked up at Hamilton Leonardo. Jamie wondered if the training was finally over, his face showing the strain of the session. The instructor confirmed that it was, indeed, over. The instructor declared that this concluded the day's training. Relief washed over Jamie as he realized he could finally rest. Elsewhere, the instructor considered what to write in his report. He was at a loss for what to include. He admitted to himself that he didn't know what he should put in his report for this. The scene shifted to a room with large windows, the sunset painting the sky with vibrant colors. Jamie stirred, waking up in his room. He wondered where he was, questioning if he had fainted and realizing that meant the training. Suddenly, Sarah burst into the room, demanding to know when Jamie had gotten there and why she was crying. Sarah confessed that she thought he had died. Jamie_protagonist gasped, catching his breath. He insisted that he was all right. Jamie_protagonist's younger sister, Sarah_Welton, held his hands, concern etched on her face as she called him master. Jamie_protagonist thought to himself that it had been really tough for him and that he wanted to rest now. Jamie_protagonist's father, Argino_Welton, told Sarah_Welton that she could suffer a while longer. He suggested she stop crying and play with the squirrel. Argino_Welton smiled, seemingly recovered from whatever had ailed him. Sarah_Welton and Jamie_protagonist called out to their father. Argino_Welton told Sarah_Welton that he was proud of her for looking after her brother. He added that he heard the nanny baked some cookies for them. The elderly maid offered the cookies to Sarah_Welton, suggesting that she share them with the squirrel. Jamie_protagonist thought that he wouldn't be able to move an inch because of how sore his muscles would be. Fortunately, he seemed all right, and he couldn't say it was thanks to the bead of life. The bead of life was an artifact that stored life force. The bead of life helped in self-recovery and physical growth. Argino_Welton remarked that Jamie_protagonist must have been really surprised when he saw Hamilton_Leonardo at the training ground. Jamie_protagonist thought he'd be learning from Argino_Welton. Argino_Welton responded that he still had a long way to go before he could. Argino_Welton acknowledged Jamie_protagonist's statement, calling him an incredible son. The training had lasted 5 hours and 17 minutes, far exceeding Argino_Welton's expectations. The Count was impressed by Jamie's_protagonist's stamina and mental fortitude. Argino_Welton assured Jamie_protagonist that he had managed to complete the training. Argino_Welton smiled, pleased with Jamie's_protagonist's progress. Jamie_protagonist looked surprised by the news. He was still recovering from the intense training. Argino_Welton recalled that when he was Jamie's_protagonist's age, his record was around 3 hours and 36 minutes. Argino_Welton announced that Jamie_protagonist would be picking up the sword starting tomorrow. Argino_Welton grinned, looking forward to the next stage of Jamie's_protagonist training. So, Jamie heard someone say that he would be told something. The voice continued, mentioning that when Jamie was his age, his record was probably 3 hours and 36 minutes. He would hold the sword tomorrow. The speaker smiled. Jamie asked if they were not going to run anymore. Argino_Welton told him there was no need to. He clarified that in order to maintain his stamina, Jamie would need to run for an hour a day. Jamie seemed reluctant, but Argino suggested that they could pretend this never happened if he didn't want to. Jamie quickly denied this, stating that he would run. Argino told Jamie that he would be learning the basics from Hamilton for a while. Argino recalled that when Hamilton Leonardo was an instructor, he was quite scary. Argino stated that if Jamie could endure that, Argino said that he would teach Jamie his vision, which was also the Welton family's sword style, the dagger. Jamie was surprised to hear about the dagger. Argino_Welton stands beside Jamie, a sinister smile on his face as he looks down at the boy. A voice echoes, encouraging Jamie that he will be able to do it and that they will be waiting for him. The title card reads, 060, a new field. The next day, Jamie's instructor questions if he is discouraged after seeing who he is. Jamie vehemently denies it. The instructor states that it was a great opportunity to learn the sword from a sword master, and asks if Jamie is upset that he is learning from a mere expert. Jamie denies it again. The instructor, looking at Jamie's face, says that he doesn't think so, and curses under his breath that he went too overboard. Dawn breaks. The scene shifts to the night sky above the Welton territory of Gremia. Someone thinks that making a training facility is convenient. Rebecca Valle asks if he is really going to do it. Jamie sighs, questioning if he is faking it. Benna is asked if she remembers what Jamie had said before, and she confirms that she does. He thinks that the world is going to change quickly, and they will be at the center of it. To go against the 12 gods, Benna will need to be stronger. If she is not stronger, Benna declares that she will do her best. Jamie thinks that training is going to be hell. He confirms that he is ready to go. Jamie walks through a doorway. He realizes that he should have held back. Someone comments that yesterday's run was exhausting. Even so, the person thinks that they cannot just go easy on Jamie today. The basics of a sword are split into slashing and stabbing. The instructor demonstrated various sword techniques, including upward, left, and right slashes, as well as front-on slashes. Diagonal slashes were also part of the demonstration. Jamie thought to himself that it was more complicated than he initially thought. The instructor then told him to go next. The instructor then demonstrated a stabbing technique. The instructor asked Jamie what he thought of the demonstration, and Jamie thought it was cool. The instructor warned that if Jamie's replies were clumsy, he would make him run, causing Jamie to question his feet. The instructor wondered what was wrong with his feet. Jamie thought to himself that his steps seamlessly connect all his movements. The instructor noted that although Jamie used little strength, it seemed like his destructive power increased. Jamie wondered if this was something to be so surprised about. It was explained that all movements start with the feet. A voice echoed, recounting a lesson from a sword master of ages past, a teaching imparted some 60,000 years ago. The lesson was interrupted as Jamie was called upon by his instructor. Clearing his throat, the instructor declared that today's training would be simple. He instructed Jamie to repeat the demonstration he had shown him 1,000 times. The instructor emphasized that the only correct response was, "Ah." Jamie, with sweat dripping from his brow, continued to practice the sword strikes. The instructor thought to himself that he had planned to drill the basics into Jamie for a year. The instructor called out to Jamie. The instructor called out to Jamie, who responded with a questioning, "AK?" The instructor told Jamie to finish his 1,000 strikes before he returned, and Jamie responded with an AK. He took a moment to catch his breath, the exertion of the training evident on his face. Everything was fine, but he couldn't help but feel intimidated by the gaze of his instructor. Anyway, he thought to himself, it's fun. The more ideas about combining magic with the sword came to his mind. A little more aggressively, he thought. A little more closely, he mused, adjusting his grip. And a little harder. More fiercely, he thought to himself. It may be in the distant future, he considered, but this might lead him to a new field. Black, the familiar creature, screeched as Jamie asked if it was recording properly. The familiar creature responded with a nice. Then let's finish up, he resolved, as he noticed a human. Jamie sensed an unusual flow of life force right in front of the training ground, suspecting the presence of an intruder. Suddenly, a teleportation occurred. Immediately, Jamie demanded to know how anyone dared intrude on the Welton family's estate, declaring their actions as brave. A startled scream pierced the air. Jamie hiccuped, asking if it was Ash, noting that she had scared him. Ash sighed in relief, admitting she thought she was going to die. Jamie realized that Ash was a wind spirit. He mused that if they were able to maintain a spirit in the present world, then they're at least an intermediate-level summoner. Ash remarked that it seemed like Jamie didn't just play around when he was at home. Ash asked if Jamie could recognize her, explaining that she was training and was a high-ranking spirit. She exclaimed that a high-ranking spirit came to her. Ash smiled widely. It was Ripid, the highest-ranking wind spirit, a well-known spirit who assists the wind spirit king, Sylphid. Rebecca wondered what Ripid had said. She recalled that the spirit hadn't said anything, simply watched her, and then disappeared. From the next day onward, she was able to maintain Sylph. Jamie thought she was just a kid, but realized the world wasn't focused on her for nothing. He then thought that his older sister was more. Jamie was amazed that Rebecca was already able to summon a high-ranking spirit, and wondered what was going on. Rebecca laughed, stating that she knew Jamie would be surprised. Jamie recalled that his dad was also really surprised and speechless. He thought that it was surprising that Rebecca was able to summon a high-ranking spirit at her age, and that meant she was as talented as him. Jamie realized that it was because Rebecca was a reincarnator. The spirit King Elquins was considerate towards the soul of his contractor, Rebecca. Suddenly, Rebecca exclaimed, wondering what was wrong all of a sudden. Rebecca realized she had forgotten something. Rebecca remembered that her dad told her not to say that. Jamie sighed. Jamie wondered if there was any news from the people at the Guinness church. Argino thought that they would soon make a decision. The man with mint green hair declared that they would either start a war or dissolve their religion. The sound of a teacup echoed in the room. Elsewhere, a man inquired if the leader of the Seven Knights was still missing. The response was affirmative. According to information from Tigris, a secret intelligence organization and business partner from the Eastern nobility, it was said that he had yet to return to the main temple of Guinness. Another man wondered if something had happened. The man with mint green hair thought that something was happening to that monster. It was believed that Beryl couldn't even be his opponent, and that the war would begin. The man wondered what would have happened if he was in his position. It was said that he had yet to return to the main temple of Guinness. The man with mint green hair thought about when he returns. Inside a lavish room adorned with crystal chandeliers, a voice apologized for the late greetings. The Viscount dismissed the apology, mentioning that he had heard the other party was learning the sword and encouraged them to work hard at it. The speaker noted that there were great expectations of the Viscount. The Viscount thanked them for their kind words as Jamie called out to him. The Viscount seemed flustered by Jamie's greeting. He could only manage to utter a soft low. Jamie wondered what was wrong with the Viscount. Rebecca's name was spoken, but she seemed a little strange. He wondered why she was avoiding him, especially since it was the first time they had met since the ball. The thought weighed on trainee Jamie. Why did it feel like she was avoiding him? He had been asked to relieve his fatigue, but he had been distracted by other thoughts. He denied it. Someone told him not to lie and to get up now. He was asked if he had finished doing 1,000 swings yesterday, and he confirmed that he had done all. Someone remarked that he had, and suggested they take a look. Jamie stood, a determined look on his face. The force of his swings echoed through the training room. Each swing was precise and powerful. Jamie's focus was absolute as he continued his training. The blade sliced through the air with precision. The instructor was speechless, finding Jamie's performance perfect. He wondered how Jamie could have achieved such progress in a single day, musing that if he could complete even that. Jamie asked his instructor how he had done. The instructor told him that he did great and could start learning steps now. The instructor confirmed that it was the footwork that Jamie's grandfather had created, the former patriarch of the Welton family. The text highlighted Sherbill Welton, the Welton family's former patriarch. It was said that he was a world-acclaimed sword master who taught the Welton family's knights the footwork he created in order to help advance the family. It was called that's the flow of the 100 Cs. It's called the 100 Cs. A man with a stern expression addressed someone, suggesting they might be questioning the accuracy of something. The man with mint green hair acknowledged the statement, indicating he understood. He recalled his initial experience, noting that he felt the same way at first, but then urged the other to pay close attention. A surge of energy crackled around a pair of feet. Jamie's eyes glowed with intense focus. It was described as a resonance that matched one's movements as Jamie moved. The mana was controlling the space as he moved. For hours later, the training continued. Jamie cursed, wondering what he was doing differently. He realized that this was definitely what Hamilton did. Jamie clicked his tongue, realizing his mana had been turned off. It was stated that every Welton knight was able to use the 100 Cs. A man off-panel declared that someone might be the first to fail. The young master found this frustrating, as it was the first time he had been stuck on something, even considering his past life. It was explained that the mana used for martial arts differed from that used for magic, something he already knew. Suddenly, Jamie noticed droplets of water. Droplets fell around him, and he wondered if Rebecca was nearby. Rebecca stood on the balcony above, smiling. Jamie realized he could see her. Rebecca continued to smile. Jamie drank the water from his gloves. He thanked her, stating that it was refreshing. But, meanwhile, Jamie wonders why Rebecca has been acting strangely. Silence hangs in the air. Rebecca urges him to speak, sensing he has something on his mind. Jamie hesitates, wondering if it's something difficult to bring up as Rebecca leans in close. Rebecca's face is flushed as she looks at Jamie. She admits that she has been thinking about him a lot. Rebecca asks why Jamie thinks that is the case, confessing that she feels shy and her heart races when she sees him. Jamie, taken aback, admits he's not sure. In that short conversation, Rebecca's feelings are evident. Jamie wonders if she's attracted to him because of Zane's soul. He decides to change the topic, remembering that he heard from Ash that she summoned high-ranking spirits. The young master grimaced, clearly displeased. He muttered that Rebecca had revealed too much, even if it was only for a brief moment. Rebecca then mentioned that she had heard Jamie was training with swords. She admitted that while knowing magic was important, it might not be enough, but it wasn't easy. A disembodied voice observed that Jamie looked uncomfortable in his movements. Startled, Jamie asked Rebecca to repeat what she had said. The voice clarified that it was Darren who had spoken. It added that Jamie could communicate with it without summoning it. The voice identified in Darren as a high-ranking spirit that assists the Water Spirit King. Rebecca explained that while spirits might not know much about human techniques, it was said that there should be a natural flow, like how one's left hand would swing forward along with their right foot. Jamie considered this, thinking to himself that he should try entrusting his body to the flow, following the direction of the water and wind. Rebecca smiled, encouraging Jamie to try. Jamie, deep in thought, realized he might have been overthinking things and that he should entrust his body to the flow. Rebecca simply responded with an "oh." Suddenly, a servant called out for Jamie. He finally grasped the concept. He realized it felt different from magic, understanding that he couldn't try to control his mana. If he entrusted his body naturally to the flow of mana, it felt so light. It felt like he was dancing on top of the waters. The mana surged around him. The flow of mana intensified. He wondered if he could use this on magic too. It felt a little more like that. He would focus on his mana. From the spirit realm, a voice observed that he was truly very talented, but there were tons of such talents in the world. The spirit wolf watched on. The spirit wolf's presence rippled through the spirit realm, its power evident. Suddenly, the wolf heard a voice calling out to Rebecca. The wolf's attention was drawn to a surge of energy. The energy manifested as a torrent of blue flames. Within the flames, Jamie_protagonist was visible, seemingly at the center of the magical surge. The force of the magic was immense. The mana swirled around him, forming a vortex of pure energy. The spirit wolf seemed surprised by the display of power. The torrent of mana continued to erupt from Jamie_protagonist. The force of the magic was almost overwhelming. The mana continued to surge around him. Someone called out to Jamie_protagonist, their voice filled with urgency. The torrent of mana had subsided, leaving a hazy aftermath. The air crackled with residual energy. Jamie exhaled, relieved that the surge had passed. Below, the landscape was devastated, a testament to the power he had unleashed. He wondered if he had overdone it. The air crackled with residual energy. Below, the young master wondered if he had overdone it. Suddenly, Argino Welton's voice boomed, calling out to Jamie. Argino, concerned, asked if Jamie was all right. His eyes narrowed, and Argino questioned if there had been an intruder. A voice echoed, demanding to know who dared to cause such a disturbance. Just then, Rebecca Valle ran past, prompting Argino to call out to her, his voice laced with urgency. Below, Jamie called out to his father. Jamie thought to himself, wondering where the intruder had gone, before admitting that he was the one responsible. The young master confessed that he had been using the 100 Cs, and, unknowingly, Argino Welton questioned if Jamie had used the 100 Cs. Even so, the training ground was made of a special alloy that could withstand auras. There was no way the 100 Cs could have so much destructive power. Jamie apologized, acknowledging that this was the result of his actions. The complete footwork of the 100 Cs was on display. It was his idea to combine it with magic to add offensive abilities. It was because he had chosen the path of both magic and the sword. The young master stood tall, a playing card floating behind him. One of the men stated that he was certain of it after today. The man admitted that he had nothing left to teach Jamie, and requested that he be taught the dimension-splitting sword. The secret technique of the Welton family allowed one to split space upon reaching a certain level, known as the dimension-splitting sword. Because of how powerful it was, one could not possibly even try it if they did not have solid basics. Jamie expressed surprise, noting that he had only just begun learning the basics. The others were taken aback by Jamie's quick mastery. They realized that the technique he had just performed was one that only 2 to 3 of the appointed knights could learn. The others recalled that they were told all the Welton knights had learned the 100 Cs. The others realized that was not what they had said. To master the 100 Cs, they usually leave the order on their own. Count Simon thought to himself that no wonder it felt like it was a lot more difficult. He mused that their order was truly amazing. During a time where the world is unstable, it was wondered if it was a coincidence that such a talented child had appeared. Argino Welton decided not to worry unnecessarily first. Argino told Jamie that he did really great. Jamie was told that he would be taught from tomorrow onwards, to which he excitedly asked if that was true. A trainee was called to attention. Count Simon admitted that although he didn't know the training of the dimension-splitting sword very well, he would teach it to Jamie. Count Simon stated that it would definitely be very tough. The Count assured Jamie that there wouldn't be any problems. Count Simon thought that Jamie had a good attitude. Count Simon presented Jamie with a token for completing the training with amazing results. Count Simon hoped that Jamie would grow to be a great knight, and Jamie thanked him, saying that he had learned a lot from him. Count Simon responded that he had learned a lot too from young Master Jamie. Jamie vowed that he wouldn't forget it. Jamie was left alone in the training room. Jamie thought that Count Simon probably wanted him to be able to focus on training. On the surface, the banquet served as a welcome to Viscount Bale, but darker intentions lurked beneath the veneer of celebration. However, the true objective remained hidden. As everyone knew, these were not good days. The Guinness Church had attacked his wife's hometown, Afton, and this put his family in danger. The heinous deeds of the Guinness Church would not stop there, and eventually, a war would break out. A huge war that would involve the whole continent. Count Simon had sworn to fight alongside them against the Guinness Church. Regan's Lord Crimson Lotus magician, Richter Simon. The nobles of the East would always be in this fight, and today's banquet would become the cornerstone of that future. The crowd listened intently. For the glory of the Seldam Kingdom, may Count Welton be blessed. A unified voice echoed with a fervent plea. Meanwhile, Jamie contemplated their true objective, to attend a meeting in preparation for the war against the Guinness Church. With a sigh, Jamie was interrupted by Rebecca, who questioned why he was alone and not with Miss Rebecca. Rebecca questioned why Jamie addressed her as Miss, but did not extend the same courtesy to her. Jamie retorted that they had not yet decided to speak casually. Rebecca insisted that it was because she acted more like an adult than Jamie. Jamie asked if Rebecca thought he acted like a child. Jamie then asked if she was envious of her. Rebecca scoffed, questioning who Jamie thought he was to speak to her that way. Rebecca accused Jamie of liking her sister. Jamie denied liking her. Jamie thought to himself that as a dark magician who had returned after more than 60,000 years, there was no way he would like a kid. The familiar creature questioned if he really didn't like her. Jamie expressed relief. The young master knew something was strange about Rebecca and her sister. He wondered where Rebecca had gone. Rebecca was suddenly feeling sick. Jamie couldn't believe the day he'd used holy energy had come. A voice from inside the room said, "Please come in." A maid called out for Jamie. Jamie realized that Rebecca wasn't sick. She was lovesick. Ash had told Jamie that Rebecca was feeling better, and she confirmed it. Jamie asked if he could hold her hand. He thought to himself that she was just like Zane when she was trying to put him at ease. Rebecca asked if he wanted her hand. She told her brother that it seemed she had a fever and that she would feel a little better like this. Rebecca thanked Jamie as he held her hand. She thought about how she missed him and kept thinking of him. Rebecca blushed. Jamie thought that he also worried about her more than others. He thought that was all there was to it. Rebecca thought that she couldn't get back those feelings of the past and that she was incapable of something like love. She thought that was why it was a pity. A maid called out for Miss Rebecca. Jamie's expression was somber. Then a hand reached out, a warm touch meeting his. He admitted that he didn't know when they would meet again, but Jamie vowed that he would never forget about her. He promised that he wouldn't forget her, no matter how many years passed, and that he would always remember her. The image of Jamie and Rebecca together was displayed. A voice urged him not to be stuck in the present. Rebecca asked if she could write him letters. He thought to himself that she must. Rebecca told him to write back. Jamie promised to do so. The carriage prepared to depart, its occupants promising to meet again. Jamie waved goodbye, calling out to them one last time. Rebecca responded, promising to write. The carriage then began to roll away. The sound of the carriage wheels faded into the distance. Meanwhile, another conversation was taking place, with one man commenting on another's unpopularity. The man wondered when the other had bewitched both of Viscount Bael's daughters, but the other man denied doing anything of the sort. Argino Welton smiled. A voice declared that although they had been delayed by a day, they could finally focus on Jamie, and that Jamie should brace himself for what was to come. For months passed. A figure walked through the snow. The figure remarked that the bread was dry. The mountain bandit mused that it would be nice if he had some milk. Enraged, the bandit declared that the young master would pay for daring to harm his subordinates. The mountain bandit readied his sword. Elsewhere, the young mage prepared to cast a spell. The spell was dimensional magic, soul extraction. The mountain bandit was caught in the spell. He was shocked by the sudden attack. The bandit screamed in pain. Meanwhile, the dark hooded figure thought that they had wasted unnecessary time and needed to hurry up. The figure continued to move forward. Elsewhere, Diablo was excited. Diablo declared that he was going to meet someone right now. The words Jamie Welton appear. Elsewhere, the title Siegfried of Dimensions is displayed, followed by the words Selden Kingdom, 7th Elder of the Magic World. The blonde-haired child coughed, remarking that the bread was really dry. The scene shifts to the Welton family's arena, a grand structure under a sky dusted with snow. Inside the arena, the training grounds are visible, ready for combat. The focus tightens on Argino Welton, his back turned as he observes the training area. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts, the dagger skill manifesting with intense power. The dagger skill cuts through the air, a testament to its formidable nature. Young Master Jamie, surprised by his own power, exclaims, Father, this is... Argino, observing Jamie's progress, reflects on the difficulty of mastering the dagger skill, noting that while it took him 2 years to grasp the basics, Jamie accomplished it in just 4 months. Argino smiles, admitting he can't help but admire Jamie's growth and that he has nothing left to teach him. Jamie, still in disbelief, questions whether he has truly initiated the skill. The narration emphasizes that the dagger is a sword that cuts futility. Argino explains that if Jamie can cut space, he has mastered the basics, and from now on, it's a battle of discovery. The knowledge of the Welton family's sword techniques was vast. When one mastered the basics, they could cut space itself, and, at higher levels, the shapes they could create would grow larger. Instead of an initiation ceremony, they acquired the Welton's -10 form dagger. This was the Welton family's visionary sword technique, a legacy passed down through generations. If he mastered this technique, he realized he would be able to cut non-materialistic things. The young master thought that there wasn't a sword technique like this in his past life. Now, then, someone announced the arrival of a master. The master was informed that they had a guest, but he wasn't expecting anyone. It was announced that the 7th Elder of the Magic World had arrived. He thought that as soon as he became of age to enter the magic, the master realized that the world had come. If it was the 7th Elder, Jamie wondered if that meant he was the best genius before him, and he asked his father if he could also. The 7th Elder seemed to be making a guess. The thought crossed someone's mind that a great noble family is indeed different. Elsewhere, someone wondered what all this was. Each artifact, it was thought, is a masterpiece. Elsewhere, it was said that Count Welton is a sucker for his son, and that someone should be careful not to get killed, because that old man made someone scared for no reason. Someone thought that they were scared for no reason, wondering who was going to fall for that. A door opened. Argino Welton thought to himself that he is Hayes County's Argino Welton, and that he is docile. Someone said that it was nice to meet you. Someone wondered who was going to fall for that. Siegfried was originally. He was originally a lowly slave, but a magician who recognized his talent took him as his apprentice. At 15, he entered the 6th class. By 20, he had achieved the 7th class and was appointed the youngest elder. At 30, he stood on the brink of becoming an 8th class. The figure stood tall, a testament to his rapid rise through the ranks. He was known as the most talented in the magic world. Although that was before Jamie was in the picture, he was still a force to be reckoned with. The magic world was planning something, and the man with mint green hair knew it. The mint-haired young master inquired about the reason for the unnotified visit. The mysterious old man responded that he came to welcome the best talent. The young master acknowledged that he was well aware of the old man's intentions, and to forgive his rudeness, but he thought the old man wouldn't let him come if he notified him beforehand. Although his influence had little to no effect on the magic world, he knew exactly what type of place that was, and that the magic world was separated into 3 powers. Those 3 powers were the imperialists, led by the king's teacher, first elder Oppen Ginger; nobility, led by the 2nd elder, a high noble, Marquis Linmare; and equality, led by Luke Pretzel, the 5th elder from a common background. Due to the power struggle, the magic world had already fallen, becoming a political war filled with dirty tricks. Jamie, possessing amazing talent and family background, was thrown into the midst of it all. Someone questioned the idea of taking their son to such a place. Taken aback, Argino Welton listened intently. Count Simon understood that there was no normal human in a magic world. Those who were trying to gain the upper hand walked carefully on the tightrope. They could not afford to take a risk like that. Argino realized he couldn't persuade him with such words. Count Simon considered it light words, thinking that if it were him, he wouldn't want his son to go into the magic world. But there was an immeasurable level of knowledge in the magic world, especially about the crown of omnicity. Count Simon seemed to be in distress. The legend spoke of the crown of omnicity, a relic that held all the knowledge of the magic world, accessible to any who wore it. For a grand magician, the opportunity to wear the crown was said to be granted only once. Count Simon, however, was resolute. Just because he was Jamie's father, he would not stand in the way of his son's potential. Meanwhile, Jamie's desire to explore the magic world grew stronger. He wanted to go. Elsewhere, a report detailed the wisdom that contained all the knowledge of the world. It was believed that one might be able to uncover even a little bit of the lost pieces of history. The scene shifted, showing a figure standing before grand structure. Someone wondered if they were out there on purpose. The mysterious old man chuckled, admitting he didn't know he was going to be greeted like this by a child. He didn't know he was going to be greeted like this by a child. Back at the Welton estate, Jamie overheard someone calling him disgusting. Yet, another voice declared that he deserved to be called a genius. A diagram highlighted Jamie's lungs and heart. It was noted that he had 3 cores, and the question arose whether he was planning on making another one. He had a body that was specialized in manifesting magic. The blonde-haired man acknowledged that the ability could be passed down from a previous life, adding that Jamie would burn a hole in him. He then apologized, admitting that Jamie was much more amazing than he had initially thought. The blonde-haired man expressed his surprise at hearing such words from the rumored greatest genius in history. Meanwhile, the mint-haired young master questioned whether the other man believed in such a rumor. The blonde-haired man thought to himself how wonderful it all was. He had thought it was an exaggeration, but now he realized that Jamie Welton was the real deal. Jamie's body was filled to the brim with mana. Someone wondered if he had improved on Marquis Limmer's breathing technique, marveling at his incredible talent, though they felt bad for Count Welton. It was said that there was no way the old magicians would leave this 9th-class magician alone, especially if they could have this child for their own. It was foretold that when the future Jamie became a 9th-class magician, the other 2 powers would not be able to go against him and would fall. Someone remarked that it would be a sight to see. The blonde-haired man asked if the other was not scared of the magic world. The mysterious old man, standing amidst a wintry landscape, mused that if they came looking for him, he would ensure they were treated accordingly, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the young master considered the terms, agreeing only if the deal was acceptable, but questioning if the magic world's famous people would feed off a child. A sinister laugh escaped the old magician as he declared that it would not be easy. He stated that it would be easy. Elsewhere, the familiar creature was informed that they would also be coming along. A voice reminded them that they were leaving tomorrow and to make sure to pack the things they needed beforehand. The young master realized that if it was the magic world, then that would mean the holy land of white magic, but he was a dark magician. The familiar creature questioned what it meant to be a dark magician when he couldn't even cast 2nd-class dark magic. The young master was asked when they were coming back, and was told that there was no date, and was asked if he already missed Sarah's affection. The familiar creature denied it. The familiar creature's words seemed to have struck a nerve, but Jamie reassured them not to worry. With a sinister grin, Jamie declared that the training on the way would be doubled. The familiar creature protested, exclaiming that they did not want to go. Argino Welton presented Jamie with a sword named Scud. Jamie was surprised to receive a magic sword. Argino Welton told Jamie to come back safely. Argino Welton continued, saying that it was fine to get injured, but Jamie should make sure to come back stronger. Sarah Welton thanked Jamie, saying that she would always think that he was next to her. Sarah Welton hit Jamie. Rebecca Valle told Jamie that she would lend him her strength. Jamie agreed, and Rebecca told him to write to them when he arrived, to which Jamie promised he would. The thought that they would be separated for only half a month crossed his mind. Rebecca, overhearing him, questioned if half a month would be enough, suggesting it would take at least 2 years. The younger sister, Sarah, looked on, confused by what was happening. Jamie's father reassured them not to worry too much, reiterating that it was only half a month. Jamie realized his father would take care of everything, understanding why his mother had let him go so easily. The group began to move. From above, Jamie, his father, and Rebecca could be seen walking away. Jamie declared that he would be going. Rebecca asked if they were heading straight to the magic world. His father responded that he needed to stop somewhere first, assuring Jamie that he would like it. Rebecca questioned where they were going, and Jamie's father explained that they were going to Saint Germain, the city of mana stones, where a large mana stone market would open soon. Saint Germain was a mana stone city with the largest mana stone mine in the Seldam Kingdom. The young mage stood amidst a swirl of magical residue, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a figure with long blonde hair watched him with a knowing smirk. He expressed his relief that the young mage seemed to enjoy whatever had just transpired. A voice then proposed a departure. The destination was declared Saint Germain. The scene shifts to the Kelta Mountains. The Diablo Volfer thought about the Kelta Mountains. The Diablo Volfer's companion questioned if the sword was for self-defense. The Diablo Volfer responded that he used swordsmanship, and his companion asked if he used both the sword and magic. The companion stated that he was steadily becoming stronger and asked the Diablo Volfer not to worry. If the young master said so, then he would trust him. He had been looking forward to this area since it was said to be the center of the North's power, but it was so desolate. The Diablo Volfer chuckled, noting that although it looked desolate, this place was the lifeline of the North. It was explained that the buried minerals here were called the Mineral Alliance, and they supplied everything to the 6 territories. The influence of the Mana Stone mine had a strong effect on Saint Germain. The companion excitedly asked if he should tell a fun story about the Kelton Mountains, but the Diablo Volfer responded with indifference. 1,000 years ago, there was a grand volcano here that exploded non-stop. There was nothing anyone could do as the lava kept enveloping the village. But one day, an unknown magician appeared and went towards the volcano alone. The next day, the volcano stood silent. The volcano's gigantic, full crater froze. The magician that stopped the crater said one thing, then disappeared without a trace. When the dormant monster awakens, the disaster will start again. A monster in a volcano. How absurd. However, in the magic world, it's acknowledged as a theory. Something might have been discovered over there. The man with blonde hair grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury as he prepares for battle. Recognizing the danger, someone shouts a warning. Suddenly, Mint_Herd Master is surrounded by spears. It was an ambush. Someone yells at Mint_Herd_Master, calling him a bastard and using the name Zekfraid. The blonde-haired man asks if Mint_Herd_Master knows the attacker. The attacker declares that he has come to avenge his older brother. The attacker vows to capture Mint_Herd_Master. The blonde-haired man wonders if he knows the attacker, but admits he doesn't quite remember. The blonde-haired man thinks to himself that although it has become troublesome, he will test Mint_Herd_Master since it has come to this. Mint_Herd_Master thinks to himself that this is troublesome and asks for help. Mint_Herd_Master wonders why he needs to clean up the 7th Elder's mess, even though he doesn't know what the 7th Elder has been doing. The blonde-haired man tells Mint_Herd_Master that since it has come to this, he should use his sword. The blonde-haired man smugly declared that he would leave the fight to the mint-haired young master. The blonde-haired man thought to himself that the attacker wanted to see his skills, and that he would show him the basics. Meanwhile, the attacker mused that the dagger was too precious to use on such small fry, and expressed his disgust at the use of a child as a shield. The mint-haired young master stood ready. The attacker warned not to blame him, even if the young master died. The mint-haired young master took a step forward. Energy began to swirl around him. The blonde-haired man was surprised, recognizing the mint-haired young master. The mint-haired young master prepared to use the Welton version of 100 Cs. A surge of energy emanated from an unseen source. The source was revealed to be Mint_Herd_Master, his eyes glowing with intense power. The pressure of his mana intensified. The force of the attack exploded outward. Philip cried out as the attack landed. Philip, enraged, cursed Jamie. The force of the blow sent Philip crashing into the ground. The other members of Philip's group looked on in shock as he struggled to rise, declaring that they had intended to take it easy on him, but now they would end it with one strike. Jamie unleashed the first form of Welton's 10 forms, Round Slice. Lightning crackled around the attack. The attack connected, and Philip screamed in pain. Philip's scream echoed as the attack landed. The mint-haired young master stood over Philip's defeated form, the snow swirling around them. Meanwhile, Philip's companion watched from a distance. Philip thought that on top of everything, he showed no mercy. Philip continued to think that no one would be able to go against him in 10 years. His companion stated that he had never doubted him, and that he was amazing. The young master told him to talk after wiping his drool, saying that he was testing him. Philip said that it was enough and that they should go, but his companion told him to wait. The companion thought that they should take what they could. The companion crouched down to pick up a pouch. The scene was set in Saint-Germain, the Magic City. The mint-haired young master remarked that it was a beautiful, yet strange place. His companion hoped that the product he was looking for was in stock. The young master asked how much further they needed to go to get to the store before announcing that they had arrived. His companion commented that it was quite humble, right? The young master responded, quite. The companion urged him to come in and not be so shocked over something like this. He coughed, recalling back in the day when he was a slave. The young master remarked that it was next to a pigsty and asked if he was listening. He complained that his lungs were going to rot because of the dust and wondered how his lungs knew that there was no one there. A voice from within the building asked if he was the annoying bastard again. The young master didn't sense anyone. The companion reminded him that he told him he was coming and asked if the thing he asked for had arrived. A voice responded that it had not. The pair's feet are planted firmly on the ground, and one of them wonders aloud if the trip has been a failure. The mint-haired young master, surrounded by crackling blue energy, continues as if nothing is amiss. Suddenly, a booming voice declares that flight magic is forbidden. The declaration is accompanied by a surge of energy emanating from a golden artifact. The source of the voice is revealed to be an individual wearing a wide-brimmed hat, seated behind a counter. The young master is taken aback, exclaiming about a midget. He wonders what is happening. The anti-magic field intensifies, manifesting as sharp, blue crystalline shards. The young master is struck by the field, his magical shield shattering. He cries out in pain. The individual behind the counter explains that the shop contains an artifact with anti-mage abilities. The shopkeeper elaborates, stating that the artifact can neutralize up to fifth circle magic, rendering the young master's shield useless. The mint-haired young master is shocked to learn that the store has an anti-magic artifact. He is told that there is nothing that can be done since he couldn't get it, and that he will just have to come again, but the mysterious old man tells him to hold on and listen until the end. The old man states that he has the item and that it will arrive in 2 days. However, the old man clarifies that he can't just give it away. The young master realizes that there is a condition to receiving the item, remembering that the old man said he would give it to him right away when he got it. The old man thinks to himself that the young master is a bright kid before telling him to get the heart of the shadow sheep at the secret auction that opens the day after tomorrow. The old man states that he will give the young master the money, no matter how much it costs. The young master realizes that the old man is talking about the shadow sheep's heart. The shadow sheep appears on the night of the full moon after lingering in the shadows. Its heart is a rare material for alchemy, and if the young master gets it, the old man will sell it to him for cheap. The old man asks the young master to please. The mint-haired young master sighed, questioning what object could possibly warrant such an elaborate journey. He was told it was a secret. The young master wondered if they were going to see his grandmother. It was said that Ms. Kiliel was known as the greatest alchemist. She was also an incredible businesswoman, with chains of stores all around the world. The stores were connected by a warp tunnel that she had created. It was possible because she was an eighth circle magician unaffiliated with any nation. She was someone who could go anywhere in the world. She was that incredible, though she was a midget. This was the place they would be staying at. Thankfully, the place seemed normal today. The pair walked on the marble floors. The young master, looking frozen, asked if they were using separate rooms. Rebecca Valle wondered what he thought about sharing a room, offering to cut the accommodation fee in half. Late at night, in the back alleys of Saint-Germain, a clandestine gathering was underway. One of the hooded figures revealed that the secret auction, scheduled for the day after tomorrow, would be held in the basement of the Leda Museum. Another figure questioned whether the object of their desire would indeed be up for auction. The group affirmed that if they could acquire it, they could awaken its power. One of them stated that the old book had led them to this place, and that this was also God's will. The group was excited. They declared that even if it meant risking their lives, they must obtain it. All of this was for the sake of their plan. The cloaked figure landed silently on the rooftops. With a fluid motion, they continued their descent. The city stretched out below, its buildings reaching towards the night sky. The figure moved through the narrow streets. Suddenly, a voice called out, and the figure released Benna. Benna exclaimed that they were free. The cloaked figure stated that they needed to hide in Gremia until tomorrow. The familiar creature looked up at the cloaked figure, questioning what they had just said. The creature exclaimed that if they were caught by Siegfried, it would be bad. It then pointed out the magic stones. Someone was interrupting when a person was talking. The cloaked figure told the creature to be quiet. The cloaked figure wondered how high-grade magic stones were transported. He figured they were probably hidden during transport. Perhaps a little more secretly, he thought. They would likely hide them so no one could tell what they were, or move them to a dark and remote place. Suddenly, the figure sensed something. It was a perfect reaction. He wondered what it reacted to. There was something within the area, he realized. It was that box. There were at least 3 sealing spells inside it, and probably more than 6 if there was a lot. The figure examined the box. It was one of the 3 great divine weapons. They continued their journey through the dimly lit streets, the box seemingly heavier with each step. The figure carrying the box wondered what could possibly be inside to make it so heavy. They overheard that the item inside was to be bid on at a secret auction. Meanwhile, young Master Jamie, cloaked in shadow, admitted that he was only observing and not concerned with the auction itself. Elsewhere, a voice declared the need for funds. Someone, possibly Rebecca, missed someone more than usual that day and asked them not to cry. The name Finn echoed in the air. A framed portrait of Finn was displayed. The word Mom appeared. Rebecca comforted Finn, promising to be by their side every time they used the harmonica. Finn was told that they would be able to listen to it any time, but Finn thought that they could not save someone no matter what they did. Finn declared that everything was fine now, as long as they had the Shadow Sheep's heart. The elderly mage focuses her energy, a soft glow emanating from her hands. The glow intensifies as she peers into a crystal ball, her gaze fixed on a distant figure. She wonders who the child is. Suddenly, a voice booms out, shattering the quiet. The young mage, Diablo Volfer, stands in the doorway, his staff gleaming. The elderly mage questions what brings Diablo Volfer there so late at night. Diablo Volfer replies that it's nothing much, but he would like to borrow some money. The elderly mage is dumbfounded, questioning if Diablo Volfer wants money. Diablo Volfer asks how much she has. He asks for as much as she can lend, stating that the more, the better. The elderly mage demands that Diablo Volfer get out, exclaiming that he needs to pay her back. Diablo Volfer says that he doesn't have anyone else he can borrow from but her. The elderly mage questions if Diablo Volfer wasn't planning on going into the shadow world. The elderly mage's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and suspicion etched on his face. The young mage was then asked how he knew about the shadow world. Diablo Volfer grinned, stating that it was rare for most people to know, but he knew. He then revealed that a shadow sheep's heart was needed to open the door into the shadow world. The words shadow world hung in the air, heavy with implication. It was a faraway world that's opposite to the material world. It's an uncharted territory that's not quite known to this world. The ruler of that place is the spirit king of darkness, Venuthro. Only those who have his permission may enter the shadow world. However, Diablo Volfer claimed to know a way. The elderly mage questioned how he could trust Diablo Volfer. Diablo Volfer proposed using a spirit's contract. The words "a spirit's contract" were displayed. It was a dangerous contract where the contractor uses their soul as leverage and binds them even after death. The elderly mage thought this was insane. Despite the elderly mage's reservations, Diablo Volfer was determined. He was desperate enough to proceed. With a determined grip, Diablo Volfer held onto the means to fulfill his plans. He inquired about the conditions of their agreement, clarifying that a deposit would be required after the contract was fulfilled. Diablo Volfer's gaze intensified, his resolve unwavering. The details of the contract remained unseen, hidden beneath layers of formality. Diablo Volfer demanded that the contract be brought forth. 2 days later, the scene shifted to the basement of the Leda Museum. The museum bustled with activity as people milled about, seemingly unaware of the events about to unfold. A figure cautioned another to be careful not to reveal their identity, despite the mask concealing their mana. He also expressed his desire to avoid being caught. The figure noticed a distinct scent, recognizing it as the smell of the forest, and questioned if it was an elf. The auction was about to begin. Amidst the crowd, one of the attendees believed they had made a mistake. Dismissing the thought, another attendee urged them to go inside. The auction was being held in a large, ornate hall. 2 attendees were grateful to Ms. Kiliel for securing good seats. The auction was about to begin. One of the attendees realized that the person in front of them was the same person they had walked past earlier. A screen displayed a welcome message to the valuable guests. The auctioneer thanked everyone for coming and announced the first product. The crowd waited in anticipation. The first product was revealed to be an elf slave. The auctioneer asked if they should start the bidding lightly with 100,000. The auction began with a flurry of bids, the price for the elf slave quickly escalating. 1 million. Now the auctioneer noted that the price was increasing exponentially. One of the bidders seemed uncomfortable with the rapid increase. 3 million gold. A successful bid. Elsewhere, cloaked figures observed the auction, noting that the slaves appear to be elves. The auctioneer announced the next product. He thanked everyone for waiting and announced the main event. The item was revealed to be the Shadow Sheep's heart. The auctioneer finally brought out the item, causing a stir. The auctioneer urged everyone to bid to their heart's desire. Bids for the shadow sheep's heart began to pour in. 10 million. 25 million. One of the bidders was told that they needed to participate too. The auctioneer asked everyone to be patient. The current bid was 43,500,000. He asked if there was anyone else. Another bidder stepped forward. 1 billion. That amount was enough to operate the Haste territory for 1 year. 1 billion had already been bid, and the auctioneer wondered if there was anyone else who would bid. The shadow sheep's heart had been sold for 1 billion gold. It felt like a storm had just passed through the auction house. The auctioneer announced that the next item was just as valuable. He introduced the ultimate stone, All Might. The masked bidder looked on. The masked bidder wondered why that name was coming out here. The auctioneer announced that this stone had enough energy to maintain a territory the size of... Someone wondered if the auctioneer was just going to use that stone for that, and if he even knew what that stone was. 8 billion. The masked bidder held up a paddle with DCI on it. The masked bidder's 8 billion bid echoed through the auction hall, silencing all other contenders. 8 billion, and the bidding had barely begun. The auctioneer called out, asking if there were any further bids, the words 8 billion hanging in the air. The auction concluded, the All Might stone sold for 8 billion gold. A nearby figure wondered if they had done well. The sheer wealth on display was not lost on the observers. They remarked on the bidder's apparent riches, questioning the wisdom of spending so much on a single relic. One observer knew the bidder had just spent 8 years' worth of maintenance funds. Having seen all that was worth seeing, a group decided to collect their items and depart, finding the arrangement agreeable. The narrator explained that the All Might stone was a relic discovered near the volcano in the Kelton Mountains. Upon closer inspection, it was noted that the relic bore inscriptions in an ancient language. A dark presence loomed, promising eternal slumber to someone. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, with the words "Lead Tyke" appearing. Someone urgently requested the young master to stay close, as they wondered what was happening. The head auctioneer was informed that something bad had occurred. Elsewhere, the mint-haired young master was furious, realizing someone had stolen all the items. The theft was confirmed. All the items were gone. Meanwhile, others were concerned about how their people ended up as slaves in an auction. They were told to calm down, as Alex had gone to find the elves. One of the group understood how they felt, but insisted that their priority was to meet with Mr. Han. They needed to leave before the people from the auction arrived. The young master seethed, questioning who dared to touch his items. Elsewhere, the group continued their hushed discussion. A figure demanded the return of what was stolen. The figure threatened to kill everyone. The hooded figure demanded the return of what had been stolen from them. The figure threatened to kill everyone. From a distance, someone ordered everyone to prepare for combat. Elsewhere, a group of mages stood ready, their expressions grim. One of the mages began to channel magical energy. The mage focused, gathering the energy into a concentrated sphere. The mage, Ija, was told to move. Ija, enraged, thought of the bastards at the auction house. Ija cursed them all. Suddenly, large green vines erupted from the ground. The vines continued to grow, twisting and contorting. The green vines continued to erupt from the ground, surrounding the hooded figure. Meanwhile, Ija's eyes glowed with power as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The green vines writhed and pulsed with energy as Ija's power intensified. The energy coalesced around Ija, forming a sphere of raw power. Nearby, a mage with blue hair looked on in shock and confusion. Ija, enraged, accused someone of using a trick. The ground trembled as Ija's power reached its peak. Energy crackled and surged through the air, a sign of the impending attack. Someone shouted a warning to Ija, telling him to look above. Ija stood ready, a sphere of crackling energy held firmly in his hands. Below, a figure braced for impact, their foot planted firmly on the ground. Ija prepared to unleash his attack, his face contorted in rage. Ija, enraged, unleashes his power. In response, the hooded figure is called a bastard. The hooded figure is told to stop immediately. The hooded figure is seen bracing for the attack. Ija is surprised by the hooded figure's apparent weakness. The hooded figure is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends the hooded figure crashing to the ground. The hooded figure curses, struggling to rise. A voice declares that the hooded figure is angered by the touch of these small fry. The air crackles with fatal emotion. The hooded figure stands in a street, surrounded by magical energy. The hooded figure is injured, but alive. A simple declaration of intent hung in the air die. The hooded figure's expression hardened, their eyes narrowed with a cold intensity. Suddenly, a voice noted the appearance of a circle. The circle was composed of golden bells, and below them, the hooded figure's magic swirled. Elsewhere, a figure wondered why they were running so late. It was thought that something bad could have happened. Two figures exclaimed that they were saved. One of the figures began to speak. Someone thought that the hooded figure broke that magic in one go. It was clear just by looking at the hooded figure that they were of a master class, and someone wondered if they were at a disadvantage now. The hooded figure was asked why they were being asked that, since they were the adult. Someone wondered if they needed to fight or if they just needed to get their items. It was decided that there was no reason for them to catch the hooded figure, since others would come to chase after them. The figure with the bells at the end of his staff offered to negotiate. Meanwhile, one of the hooded figures expressed relief that they didn't have to worry about getting caught. The other hooded figure stated that they would back off if they were given the Shadow Sheep's heart. The hooded figure then commented on the other's power. Elsewhere, the young mage, Diablo Volfer, asked the hooded figure accompanying him to repeat what they said, stating that they didn't buy it. The figure with the bells told the other to explain later, asking if that would be okay. One of the figures suggested that Ramu give it back to them. The figure in the background remarked that they went easy on the kid back there. The figure with the bells responded that it wasn't like they didn't believe them. The figure with the bells then stated that they would check, just in case. Suddenly, the hooded figure noticed that young Master Diablo Volfer's hair color had changed. Diablo Volfer realized that his magic had been released. Diablo Volfer was shocked that there was no movement in mana. Elsewhere, someone wondered if the person they were looking at had emerald-colored hair. Another man asked if it was a Welton. Someone else laughed, saying it was just as Beryl said. Two figures discussed the young mage. One asked if the other knew him, but the other responded that they had never seen him before. The man who had asked the question wondered who the young master was. The other figure stated that if they knew him, they should ignore it. Since Diablo Volfer was the most talented, he should at least do that much. The man agreed. Another man declared that they were both frontiers. Someone asked the young master to step back, saying it was dangerous. Someone questioned why all of a sudden, before a narrator explained that a rebel force wanted to take over the Harmonia Kingdom in the Western continent. The map of the Harmonia Kingdom was shown. The leaders of the frontiers were being addressed. The topic of Harmonia was brought up. One of the men suggested they move locations to explain everything, noting that staying there any longer would become annoying. Someone demanded an explanation. A man shouted to someone. The man questioned if it made sense that they couldn't catch the trespassers. The man stated that it was time, questioning if they knew how much they were paid for them. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes. Philip stated that he was there to fulfill the contract. Elsewhere, two beams of light shined down on a group of people. The landscape is covered in ice. One of the men exclaimed that the teleportation without a magic circle was amazing, but another told him to stop the nonsense. Another man questioned what brought the rebel forces to Seldam. Someone warned them not to tell him that they were planning on doing the same thing there. One of the men stated that they were not rebel forces, but freedom fighters. The man with the beads laughed, stating that they came to Seldam to get something and questioned why Beryl, an executive, would go after his own homeland. Someone noted that he kept talking informally and asked what they were after. One of the men told the other to let it go and be the adult. The man with the beads stated that ISIS was keeping an eye on him, so he thought it was fine to tell him what they were after. A golden cube, covered in ancient inscriptions, gleamed in the light. It was said that long ago, a monster was sealed beneath the Kelton Valenko by the frontier. This cube, it was revealed, was the key to releasing Veamos. Veamos' name echoed in the mind of young Mage One. Veamos was a being of immense power, a black entity supporting technique, and a Jormungand who controlled the ocean. Veamos, the great beast, was a name that inspired both awe and terror. These were evil demons created by Diablo to fight against the 12 gods. The question lingered, was Veamos still alive? The thought crossed someone's mind that he was believed to have perished in the war. Now that someone thought about it, something seemed strange. Their traces were continuously being discovered in Seldam. Young Mage One wondered if all of this was merely a coincidence. Someone questioned if they had enough and if they could leave. The group stood together, their intentions still unclear. A voice echoed, promising to see Jamie Welton next time. A wide grin stretches across the man's face as he holds his staff over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Darius stares down with a menacing glare. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in white appears, a speech bubble indicating their surprise. Elsewhere, the man from before is surprised by the numbers he sees. The man in the suit demands to know who his opponent is. Darius is told that his level of skill is being assessed. A figure in a suit is seen falling backwards. Darius states his name for the record. Darius declares that he is 2.01. The words, alias Supreme Ruler of Darkness, are displayed. Suddenly, Darius declared that he was Darius. Darius's fist clenched. A new version of Darius was revealed. The title, alias Supreme Ruler of Darkness, appeared. Meanwhile, someone yelled at Darius, calling him a bastard. Darius stood tall. The air crackled with energy. Darius struck the green-haired man. The green-haired man coughed, and someone else stated that it wasn't the place for him to get involved. Bra yelled. Darius's power levels were measured at 0.73 and 0.49. Darius declared that what was happening also applied to them. The force of the blow sends the figure reeling back, a pained grunt escaping their lips. As they stumble, two figures rush toward them, weapons raised, ready to strike. The man with the beaded necklace smirks, a glint in his eye as he prepares to unleash his power. The bells on his staff jingle ominously, resonating with magical energy. The man wonders if it is his turn to act. With a sinister grin, he declares that his opponent will take this. Golden energy crackles around his hand as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The bells on his staff glow brighter, amplifying the magical force. The golden energy surges forward, engulfing everything in its path. A status change appears. Empathy, a counter skill that reverses the damage that would have been taken onto the opponent. The man prepares to unleash his counterattack. He declares that he will end things here. The man with the beaded necklace unleashed his counterattack, the golden energy swirling around him. Darius watched the attack unfold. The force of the impact reverberated. The energy continued to surge. The golden sphere pulsed with power. Darius couldn't believe what he was seeing. The man with the beaded necklace wondered how many more people on the frontier were this strong. Cryan smirked. Suddenly, the stats rose, increasing by 1.71. It was an authority that alters reality. Darius's eyes widened. Cryan thought the attack seemed useful, but compared to him, it was nothing much. Cryan realized it worked. The bald man demanded the object, promising a peaceful death to whoever relinquished it. Interrupting the tense exchange, he threatened consequences if his demands were not met. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired individual nervously suggested they were merely customers and should leave. The bald man responded with a defiant, "I say no." The tension in the air was palpable. The hooded figure conceded that they would have to cooperate, realizing this might be a problem. Someone saw this as a chance to pay off their debts to the frontier. A warning was issued to be careful. Someone thought to themselves about that person. It was revealed that he is Darius of the Unseen Iron Fist. Darius was the surviving champion of the underground fighting rings for 10 years, and rumors claimed he defeated 2 swordmasters. The young master realized Darius was a fighting master, and this made him excited. One of the men warns the other to stay back. The young master refuses. He declares that he will handle it. The word Gremia appears, followed by lightning. The scene shows a geometric pattern. The words "Don't be vigilant" appear. It is revealed that this is his world-building artifact. The perspective shifts to an overhead view of the space. The word Gremia is shown again. Someone wonders if he created this space to control the objects around him. The ability granted by Gremia allowed the user to detect anything within range and determine its composition, even if it was not visible to the naked eye. Elsewhere, Darius moved with speed. The title of magician was declared. The air crackled with energy. The elderly mage prepared for battle. The air continued to crackle. The elderly mage moved with surprising speed. Darius muttered about the rat. The heavenly war spear, 100-time strike technique, was invoked. Golden spears of light erupted forth. The spears descended with deadly accuracy. As Darius prepared to strike, his opponent seemed surprised by the sudden shift in power. The air crackled with energy as the technique took form. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist, the words time-space coordinate manipulation appearing as a testament to the power being unleashed. Darius, sunglasses glinting, remained focused as the energy coalesced around him. From Siegfried's perspective, the sheer force of the attack was palpable, a wave of destructive energy about to crash down. Siegfried, realizing the danger, knew that magic could manipulate time and space without casting a spell. He desperately commanded Darius to get away from him. The energy intensified, swirling around Siegfried as Darius's attack reached its peak. Darius pressed forward, the full force of his technique bearing down on Siegfried. The air shimmered and distorted, the very space around them warping under the immense pressure. With a surge of power, Siegfried initiated a transformation, erecting a 5-layer wall as a desperate defense. The force of Darius's attack collided with Siegfried's barrier, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. Reality fractured as the two opposing forces clashed, the very structure of space seemingly breaking apart into geometric shards. The battle reached a crescendo, the outcome hanging in the balance as the two warriors pushed their abilities to the absolute limit. As the clash of magic fractured reality, Darius noted that the space had changed. Suddenly, a hand reached out, manipulating the very fabric of space. The attack was named Omega Impact. It was a grand destruction spell, designed to compact space near a designated area. The spell took form. Darius, sensing the danger, prepared to defend himself. Siegfried realized that he was using his aura as armor to cover himself. Siegfried decided he could no longer stand by and watch. The new attack was called Deep Void. The Deep Void spell began to take shape. Darius realized that the kid was manipulating the space. He found that Siegfried kept bothering him. The young mage declared that he preferred not to kill little kids. But he understood if Darius resented him. The young mage continued his assault. The attack intensified. The force of the attack was immense. One of Darius's subordinates shouted for Jamie to stop. Darius was shocked by the display of power. The young mage remarked that it seemed Darius wasn't expecting this. Jamie stated that if Darius was a master, he shouldn't let his guard down. The young mage prepared to unleash his All Might technique. The mage summoned an artifact that reduced all physical damage to 0. The text declared that the artifact was one of the 3 great divine weapons of Diablo, and Jamie threatened to swing his sword. The hand grips the hilt of the sword tightly, preparing to unleash its power. The sword technique is revealed, Welton style, first form, round slash, dimension-splitting sword ver. All Might. The blade cuts through the air, a flash of blue energy erupting as it hurtles towards its target. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Darius wonders if this is a sword style he recognizes. Jamie realizes the attack was too shallow and prepares to strike again. The next technique is Welton style, alternate form, White Sea. The sword glows with an intense light as Jamie prepares to strike. Jamie's face is set with determination as he focuses his power. Darius attempts to escape, but it is too late. The narrator declares that the fight ends now. Jamie's sword cuts through Darius, ending the battle. The aftermath of the battle left the surroundings in ruins, with cubes scattered and broken. As the dust settled, Darius stood tall, his sword still drawn, facing Jamie. Jamie, visibly strained, realized that Darius had managed to deactivate Gremia with sheer strength, acknowledging him as a monster. Suddenly, a voice called out, addressing Jamie as young master. Darius expressed his surprise at seeing a kid. Darius admitted that he had hoped to meet Jamie under these circumstances. He then formally introduced himself to Jamie Welton. A voice declared that they were a friend of Jamie's grandfather, Cherbil, leaving Jamie and Rebecca Valle confused. Darius smiled slyly. Jamie was taken aback. Jamie looked on with a shocked expression. Someone asked to be excused. Elsewhere, Jamie wondered aloud what would happen if he did something. A figure in sunglasses held up a pen, stating that when the target wasn't paying attention, he would hit them with the pen and erase their memory. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the moment, claiming to be a friend of Cherbil's grandfather. The man exuded an aura of shyness. The young mage seemed lost in thought. He appeared to be contemplating something. The scene shifted to 10 years prior. The man stated that he first met Cherbil at Lang's bar. The young mage stood among a crowd of people. It was a place where the strongest fighters gathered. The bar bustled with activity. The scene shifts to a memory, a flashback of sorts. A man stands, his face partially obscured by shadow, as he looks down at another figure kneeling before him. They knew each other's skills intimately, their strengths and weaknesses laid bare. They met every day, sparring with their lives on the line, pushing each other to the limit. However, there was one technique that Argino Welton never used. The man seated on the ground questioned if it wasn't time that Argino showed him that technique. Argino responded that if it was him, he could trust him with it. He asked the man to trust him with it. The man stated that his grandson would be born soon. Argino declared that this technique was solely for him. He instructed the man to watch carefully. Argino would give it to him. The name of that technique was... The ultimate technique is called creation. The technique manifests with a burst of energy. The energy intensifies. The energy swirls and concentrates. Darius watches the display. The technique continues to build. The power of the technique is immense. Someone realizes that the technique has removed space itself. Darius acknowledges that, although it's an imitation, it's still incredibly difficult to perform. The world remains ignorant of this technique. It's revealed that Cherbil achieved Grandmaster status using this technique. Grandmaster is the final stage that a martial artist can achieve. The Sun Church's blazer, known as the Sun Sword, radiated with divine power. Seldom's sword space was said to be close to achieving that same level of power. It was stated that no human had ever achieved such mastery. A voice questioned if the listener had begun to understand. The figure responded negatively. The young mage thought to himself that if he was going to continue down the path of the sword, the young mage's expression hardened with determination. He resolved that he would eventually step into his grandfather's domain. Darius affirmed that was right, and that he looked forward to seeing how much the young mage had grown the next time they met. Someone questioned if that was all, wondering if they had come to catch them, before shouting a greeting. Another voice asked if they were crazy, questioning why they were saying something they didn't need to. Darius stated that he was going to overlook this since he got to see Cherbil's grandson before saying goodbye. Someone commented that Frontier's image had gotten worse, calling them stupid. Darius watched as the young mage stood with another figure cloaked in white. He thought to himself that they were surely going to release Veamos' seal, now that their attention was on something useless. The young mage took the opportunity to heal. He requested permission. Oh, someone commented that he was healing him too, and thanked him. The young mage told them to forget the thanks and to be grateful. He looked off to the side. Someone said, "What? Definitely no," but the young mage said sure. Someone wondered why they were saying that. They said it was fine if he wanted to come with them, and the young mage thought it was great. He thought to himself that he would soon see Veamos. Two figures conversed, one reminding the other if he had received word from Alex. The other admitted he had forgotten. Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared in someone's hand, and a voice urgently demanded why they were being contacted now, stating that something urgent had come up. Elsewhere, someone reported that they had found the elves that were sold, demanding that they wait. The voice then stated that they would call again later, ordering that they let them go. The voice called someone a villain, demanding that they wait. Meanwhile, the young mage recognized the voice. He wondered if it was Benna. A few hours ago, a town was shown. Someone sighed in relief, stating that they had just managed to escape. A pink-haired woman wondered where Master had gone. She thought that he had abandoned her again, screaming for him to save her. A pink-haired woman realized that it was an elf, wondering how a Valkyrie couldn't sense an elf. If it was an elf, in the past, there were those who were sold off. Now, someone was sure that they were being treated poorly. The pink-haired woman's expression was grim. She called out to Philion, urging him to support her so they could save them. She declared that it was not a problem, and in the present, she demanded that the villain let them go. The pink-haired woman stood in the middle of a long corridor. A figure in a hooded cloak stood in shock. The hooded figure wondered what the water was. The hooded figure's eyes widened. A large beast roared. The beast loomed over Benna. Benna watched the large beast, wondering what it was doing. Nearby, Darius thought to himself that the beast would bite a person. The blue-haired woman thought the beast needed to be trained again. The beast lunged forward. Someone shouted that it was dangerous. The beast continued its attack. The hellhound whimpered. Darius, riding atop the hellhound, heard someone say the name Philion and wondered if it was someone over there, not the person in front of them. A voice called out, excusing themselves. A dark hooded figure wondered how someone could knock out a hellhound in one go, and questioned who she was. The scene showed a dark hallway. The hallway was lit by torches. The group found their path blocked, the gates sealed shut. Below, a hand reached out. The hooded figure urged their companion to move, identifying the barrier as sealing magic. Elsewhere, a small, chibi-style figure wondered if they were truly on the same side. The hooded figure demanded to know who was there. A voice boomed, commanding that the intruders be brought to him. A figure launched forward. The figure from before was struck, crying out in pain. A voice declared that they were not strong enough, that he was too powerful. Another voice taunted, declaring, "You're weak." A voice commanded, "Just die." The red-haired figure realized that he was already there. An explosion rocks the area. The force of the blast sends Count Simon reeling. Above, a voice questions if they're still being pushed back by the likes of these. The speaker's face is obscured in shadow, but a sinister smile is visible. Young Master smiles, holding a golden orb. Count Simon grits his teeth, looking up in anger. Nearby, the blue-haired woman looks back, startled. She wonders how she can leave Master alone, but is told to just go. From above, the cloaked figure and the blue-haired woman are seen fleeing. Count Simon trembles, realizing that the one before him has emerald-colored hair and is a mage, and he asks if the young master knows who he is. The young master says that he will give Count Simon a reward because he caught on. The young master's eyes glow with power as he tells Count Simon to be honored. A voice promises to fill something with Leviathan's nutrients. Elsewhere, a figure is being attacked. The figure screams in pain. The attack continues. The scene shifts. An elf is shocked by something they see, exclaiming about elves. The elf is seen from the side. Nearby, Rebecca Valle is relieved to see the elf, stating that everything will be all right now that she has found one of them. The elf thanks Rebecca, saying she doesn't know how to repay her, but Rebecca assures her that it's okay. The elf wonders why a Valkyrie is present. Rebecca asks if the elf knows what a Valkyrie is, then realizes something about the elf's red hair. Rebecca is shocked, realizing that the elf is a princess and that she is alive. Braha and the pink-haired figure faced each other, their expressions intense. The pink-haired figure expressed their surprise, stating they thought Braha had died after going missing 10 years prior. Braha questioned what would happen if they returned to the pink-haired figure's hometown, but the figure abruptly told him to stop. Braha declared that the pink-haired figure was his subordinate and warned against stealing her. Braha stated that this was a matter involving the fate of a race, something a human could not interfere with. Braha commanded both of them to stop. Braha insisted that they could no longer delay their mission. He ordered Braha and Alex to take the elves to their hideout. Braha instructed Bennett to go to their lodge. Bennett nervously agreed. Braha told the pink-haired figure to take the orb. Braha told the pink-haired figure that if they wanted to see their family, they should contact him through the orb. Braha told Alex to go. Garb sits, holding a glowing orb in their hands. Their expression is unreadable. Below them, a speech bubble begins to form. Meanwhile, the familiar creature lies obediently on its back, whining. The sky was bright with fluffy clouds. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood on a rocky precipice. A voice echoed, declaring that they had been missed for an eternity as a hand reached out to touch a golden cube. The voice continued, stating that they were finally meeting Behemoth again. Energy crackled around the golden cube. The hand made contact with the cube. More energy surged. A voice wondered who was waking them up. The voice continued, thinking that their deal with her should have been finished. The voice questioned who was waking them up. A small, horned creature emerged from the cube. Several faces peered down, questioning if something had been woken up properly, noting how small it was. From another perspective, someone wondered if the day of revelation was finally coming. Elsewhere, a figure explained that they had come to ask for help according to their ancestors' contract. The figure in chains scoffed, calling them pathetic fools. An unseen entity questioned why they had been woken up without knowing anything. The small, horned creature was told that it should have been woken up after 66,666 years on the day of revelation. It was then asked if it had not heard anything from Shirora and was addressed as Behemoth. A figure with mint green hair smiled slyly. The small creature cried out, calling for Ma. The mint-haired figure hushed the creature, calling it master. Someone exclaimed how cute it was, while another questioned if it was their master. Someone suggested letting it go, stating they had something to talk about with the small cow, adding that a child is still a child. The mint-haired figure told the creature to hold back, saying they couldn't get caught by them, to which the creature agreed. The mint-haired figure told the creature to just play along, and the creature agreed, calling him master. A man asks if everyone has seen everything, suggesting it is time to leave. Someone responds affirmatively, promising to return at night and requesting that they wait. The familiar creature insists that someone must return, addressing them as master. The familiar creature is seen floating in the sky. A voice declares that Behemoth is awake. The perspective shifts to a close-up of scaled legs. A figure shrouded in darkness remarks that things turned out as predicted. The figure questions if that is right. The mint-haired figure smirks, their arms crossed. Through the window, the thought of family crossed someone's mind. Meanwhile, someone declared that they had a master, someone who saved them from that hellish garb school. And the door opened with a creak. The mint-haired young master announced that they were leaving Saint Germain tomorrow. The words echoed, "From now on, don't follow me." The announcement caused distress. The person wondered why all of a sudden, lamenting that they were so weak. A figure stated that they would only be a burden if they went, reiterating that they were weak. The person questioned if that was why they were burdened. The words echo, a heavy weight of disappointment. Startled, Rebecca Valle questions what she'd just heard. The mint-haired young master assures her that he will leave a place for her to return to, urging her to go and regain the Valkyrie's power. Rebecca's expression is one of shock and concern. The young master asks if she knows how to contact the frontier before telling her to rest. Rebecca whispers his title, her voice filled with emotion. The sound of footsteps fades. Rebecca, now alone, expresses her gratitude for everything up until now. The young master walks away. He looks up, a determined expression on his face. Rebecca clenches her fist, resolving to return stronger. A distant, fiery landscape awaits. A young man with light hair asks Behemoth if they waited long. Behemoth cries out to their master. Diablo Volfer collapses to the ground. The familiar creature realizes that is truly their master. Someone wonders what happened, noting that Diablo Volfer's actions are the same as before. Behemoth sits, thinking about something. It was after the final battle that Diablo Volfer left, declaring that he would definitely return and ordering them not to follow. Behemoth remained hidden. A few days later, the demons felt his presence disappear, as Jormungand, the wise snake, noted. Behemoth remained in hiding. It was said that Behemoth would return, and that they should avoid the eyes of the 12 gods and wait for him. Behemoth hid at the bottom of the volcano and waited for their master. The creature's longing for their master, Diablo Volfer, was immense. But one day, an elf arrived. That elf came and promised to make them fall asleep and free them from the pain. The elf requested that they promise to help the frontier in the future. And so, after sleeping, their body began to shrink. The way the elf spoke changed as well. He inquired about what happened to Jormungand. The creature responded that they didn't know where he was, but they were sure he was alive. The elf asked if they two were quite close, referring to Black. The creature greeted Black, asking if he had been well. Bibby. The elf told Behemoth that there was something they needed to do. Follow the frontier and find out about a person called Isis. Behemoth accepted the mission. The elf added that they had one more request, prompting the creature to ask if it was a request and not an order. The familiar creature tilted its head, questioning the situation. The blue-haired woman stated that a girl named Benna would accompany them, explaining that Benna was both a subordinate and a friend, and asked that they look after her. Benna cheered, excited to make a new friend. The young mage thought that they needed to become strong enough that the blue-haired woman could trust them. It was a war that would someday break loose. Arth Magna. The person on the other side asked if they were able to get the item. The blonde-haired man asked to confirm it. Someone off-panel said that they got it. The hooded figure stated that this was what they requested and offered the payment. The blonde-haired man said that he would use the check that the hooded figure gave him last time, since he got an item for free back then. The blonde-haired man stated that if there weren't any future troubles with the item, then he didn't care, adding that this was Ione's. The green-haired man questioned if it was a fragment. The blonde-haired man states that the other person knows what the item is. The item is identified as a fragment of asteroid Iones. The fragment is described as a meteor fragment that struck the continent 100 years ago, condensing eternal mana. It is explained that the mana is obtained from the natural world and amplifies mana 2,000 times. The blonde-haired man asks what the other person is going to use it for, but the other person says that it is a secret. The young mage appears annoyed. The blonde-haired man tells the young mage that their business is done and that he can leave. The blonde-haired man asks what business the young mage has, but the young mage says that it is a secret. The blonde-haired man yells for the young mage to get out now, and the young mage agrees. The young mage leaves through a door. The young mage says okay, and to guide them to the shadow world. The young mage and the blue-haired woman stand in front of a portal. With all preparations complete, the young mage declared that he would begin. A surge of power emanated from him, accompanied by the incantation to reverse the world's other side. The magic intensified, embodying the opposite of light. The spell opened a gateway to another world, a realm of black. The gateway beckoned, promising passage to the king who rules within the shadows. The young mage called out, demanding permission and a door to that world. The path to that world shimmered, awaiting their arrival. The pair stood before the swirling portal, ready to step into the unknown. The blue-haired woman expressed her relief, finally reaching their destination. Suddenly, the elderly mage called out, ordering them to wait. The young mage questioned what trick the elderly mage was pulling. It was revealed that when a check is returned, the soul contract is cancelled, meaning the young mage no longer had any dangerous factors. The young mage declared that entry was only permitted with his express consent. The familiar creature scoffed, retorting that he should have been informed sooner. Meanwhile, Diablo Volfer's expression remained unchanged. Below, the familiar creature walked forward. The creature continued to walk forward. A surge of dark energy emanated from somewhere. The energy seemed to be coming from Diablo Volfer. A voice echoed, seemingly from the darkness. The voice questioned if Diablo Volfer had returned. Long ago, Venus traveled the world. In human form, Venus met Diablo, the mortal enemy of the 12 gods. Venus found a rare human. That human was the depiction of a hero. How amusing. In the Fourth Great War, the human lost. He lost all his comrades. Venus avoided the gazes of the 12 gods and brought him to her world. Venus allowed him to use a part of the shadow world. However, in the end, he lost. The dark magician perfected it, creating a new source of power. Black mana was created. However, in the end, he died at the hands of the 12. A dark presence mused about the gods. The presence wondered about the cute form. The young man with mint green hair explained that he hadn't died, but was sealed. He woke up in this body. The dark presence found it amusing and wondered what was happening this time. A woman with dark hair and glowing eyes stated that someone wanted to come here. The woman offered to grant permission for that person, stating that they just needed to walk straight. Someone with a purple witch hat recalled leaving something at the shop. A staff labeled Beyond Avalon was shown. The woman with dark hair stated that it was useful. A close-up of the woman's face was shown. The Tarink Fountain was described as one of the 6 forbidden areas in the world, measured to have an enormous amount of mana. It was said that no one could go near it because of the never-ending whirlpool of deadly poisonous lake water. The person with the purple witch hat thought that seemed very expensive. A disembodied voice questioned why something was being given to them. Before him, a vision appeared. An older version of himself stood behind his younger self, smiling. The older version of himself declared that he could finally see him. A voice echoed, calling him my son. The young mage's eyes widened. He was told that what he would see beyond, that would be an illusion of the deceased. The young mage found himself in a strange, starry hellscape. He heard that he would become his eternal comfort. Elsewhere, Rebecca told someone to go now. The young mage was told it was time to say goodbye to Saint Germain and asked if they were going to the magic world now. That was their destination, after all. The topic turned to the All Might, or perhaps the Valkyrie princess. It was interesting, but he thought the subject wouldn't be brought up again. 2 weeks later, they arrived. This was the magic world. It was a lot cooler than the young mage thought. He was asked if it was the city that the first king built. The city was creating the magic circle. Someone wondered what magic circle they were referring to. It wouldn't be fun if they were told now. Ah, yes, he thought they wouldn't. This generation's best potion, a ship called Apophis X, is mentioned as the best potion. The scene shifts to a tall clock tower, with a message indicating a nearby pharmacy. The young mage marvels at the magic techniques of this world. He thinks that the magic is as good as that from the Magic Kingdom, and he's going to go to the young mage is at a store, receiving something in a brown bag. Someone asks him to look around the area, and he confirms that he will. He is given something to prevent him from getting lost. The item is a magic map to find lost kids, which the young mage finds ridiculous. The scene cuts to a view of the academy. Someone recalls telling him to get it before the entrance ceremony. And Meyer, a student at Phoenix Academy, is shown. She thinks that since today is the entrance ceremony, Siegfried and the headmaster are coming. She wonders if she should show them the new magic she learned. Someone thinks that, and is amazing. Someone acknowledged a hidden talent. They wondered if they could. A creature agreed to be someone's apprentice. Elsewhere, Rebecca Valle walked down the street, a hooded figure passing by her. Someone wondered if the hooded figure was a new student. Rebecca admitted that she had gotten lost a lot before, wondering where she was. It was our train. Someone thought that if Hayes had that, it would be so convenient. Suddenly, someone called out to Rebecca. Rebecca turned her head. She looked shocked. The person asked if Rebecca had something she wanted from them. Rebecca wondered what that chilling energy was just then, questioning if she had seen wrong and that he was just a kid. Rebecca is left wondering what the person wants. If she doesn't respond, the person threatens to leave. The person is told to wait. The person wonders what academy they're talking about and thinks that now is not the time to be like this. It is announced that the entrance ceremony is about to start. The person is confused. Someone thinks that because they had nothing to do, a clueless girl like her is a student here. The sign reads that this is the magic world's prestigious school, Phoenix Academy. It is announced that this is Amel Hall, where the entrance ceremony will be held. Someone asked what do you think. Rebecca remarked that it was cool, but she was slowly getting tired. She congratulated the young master on his admittance. He told her to wait, reminding her that he was not a new student and that he had an errand to run. She declared that she needed to go, referring to him as that girl. The young master sighed, realizing it was almost time for him to meet up with the seventh elder. He thought that he should get going too, before noticing someone. Leon Simon, the second son of Count Simon, was shocked to see him there. Frozen in place, the young master heard Lenon ask who he was, calling him Jamie Welton. Lenon wondered if he did not remember. Lenon was confused as to why he was there. Lenon thought that he still had nightmares about it. Someone declared that they would teach him magic. After his father began to teach him, things started to change. Everything started to go smoothly, and he was told that he was quite good. The training seemed to be paying off. He was then told that he could now go to the academy. He wondered if he needed to fight this monster. Meanwhile, Lenon Simon declared that he had asked who Jamie was. That was the order. He had told Count Simon to teach him. Lenon wondered why he should go to the academy, noting that he was already a class 3, which wasn't bad. Lenon questioned if the other person was also entering the academy. The other person remarked that a prickly guy like him could make jokes now, though they weren't funny, and asked what Jamie was doing there, stating that they had looked for him everywhere. The crowd was in an uproar, shouting for Master Siegfried. The name Master Siegfried was emblazoned in a decorative frame. Meanwhile, the mint-haired young master was being ushered away, but he paused when he heard someone mention an apprentice. He denied it was true and urged them to leave. Someone called out for the master to wait, saying that everyone was waiting. The mint-haired young master was already gone, descending the stairs. Someone else called out for him to wait, but realized he was already gone, cursing him as an unreasonable bastard. Two people discussed the guy who was with the master, and one asked if the other knew him. The name Jamie Welton was spoken. It was said that Jamie was a damned monster and the greatest talent of the human world. Someone smiled, thinking of Jamie. The name Jamie Welton was exclaimed in surprise. The scene shifted to a view of an ornate ceiling and arched windows. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the Welton estate. Suddenly, a cartoonish image of Rebecca Valle appeared, holding a piece of toast in her mouth, questioning what that was. The sign outside the room indicated this was the grand meeting room within the magic world's central magician's tower. Inside, a banner hung, displaying a crest. Within the grand meeting room, several figures sat around a large, round table, a glowing display at its center. Fourth Elder Raymond Flores Sean, of the nobility faction, expressed that he was very much looking forward to something, since it was the continent's greatest genius. Someone, however, scoffed, saying that they were all overreacting and that it was obvious. Third Elder Serpent Gerald, a loyalist, believed that he was going to be a disappointment. Sixth Elder Adelhard Vevin, of the Equalist faction, remarked that they seemed very scared that they'd be overtaken by a 10-year-old child. Fifth Elder Luke Frezel, head of the Equalists, questioned Adelhart why he was saying those things again. Adelhart questioned if he had said something wrong, thinking to himself that that woman was at it again. Someone told them to calm down. The discussion continued. Second Elder Mars Sinmal, head of the nobility faction, stood tall. The sound of footsteps echoed. A figure approached, each step deliberate. The figure introduced himself as Jamie Welton, the first son of the Welton family, and stated it was nice to meet them. Jamie Welton stood with a smile. Several elders watched Jamie's arrival with surprise. One elder noted that Jamie was at least a 6th class, and that he had grown so much that he couldn't compare him to the last time he saw him. Another elder observed Jamie with a hum. Someone wondered if the people present were the elders. Another person thought that they all seemed to be at a higher level than them. Besides Jamie, another elder sat with his hands clasped together. The elder wondered if Jamie was a 6th class, and thought that because he had an inferiority complex, he wasn't developing. It had been some time since they last met, and the elder greeted Jamie. The elder noted that Jamie had grown stronger. Jamie attributed his growth to the breathing technique. Jamie acknowledged that it had been a while since he last saw Marquis. Another figure expressed confidence in Jamie's abilities and thanked him. One of the elders chuckled, stating that he would ask Jamie to spar with him next time. Another elder cautioned him to be careful with his words, remarking that only a lowly person who relies on their body would say such a thing. The young master thought of his father. He knew that his father was among those who physically trained. The young master realized that the elder did not mean what he said. Someone thought that the word was complicated and misunderstood. Another elder thought that the third elder made a mistake. Someone thought that he probably meant well and that it would be best if they didn't mind him. The elder smiled. Ofen Ginger, the king's teacher, was a name whispered with respect. He was also known as the Magician of the Sky, one of the two official grand magicians in the kingdom. The Magician of the Sky was a title earned through the ability to manipulate the weather. It was a name that came from his ability to manipulate the weather. The mysterious old man thanked them for accepting their invitation, welcoming them to the magic world. Another man noted that the person they were speaking to was a sixth-class magician. Someone remarked that it was quite rude to address him like that, while another chuckled, thinking the old man had made a mistake. Jamie apologized, saying that if he could have his way. Someone stated that they would like to support him with a research facility right away, but it was said that those who don't work shouldn't play. The mysterious old man smirked. It was a strict rule, one that had to be followed within a magic world. Elsewhere, someone asked Jamie what he thought. The question hung in the air. Did he think he could become a person of the magic? The dark magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. Chapter 71. The Youngest Professor. The academy loomed, its buildings stretching high into the sky. From above, the grounds bustled with activity. Someone commented that the young master, as expected, was too much. It was then stated that the academy always needed talented people, right, Headmaster Siegfried? Siegfried thought to himself that this was all of a sudden. The headmaster of the academy stated that he would like Jamie to be a temporary professor for 1 month. The other man with him was shocked by the request and asked him to repeat it. The headmaster laughed, stating that if there were no other opinions, he would assume everyone agreed with him. He added that Jamie would do well if the headmaster helped. The man with green hair declared that he would go and complain to those crazy bastards right now, but the headmaster told him not to. The green-haired man insisted that he was fine. The headmaster asked him to tell him if it got tough. The headmaster stated that although he was like this, he was still the headmaster. The green-haired man thought to himself about a headmaster who forgets about the entrance ceremony. The headmaster stated that he had a reason for that, and that he wanted to learn magic quickly. Someone else said, "Me too," and that they swore. It was a vow that they would never get another disciple. A pair of hands held a glowing orb. Several people sat in a circle with a glowing light in the center. One of the people in the circle told the teacher to look at this, and another person said, "Me too." A hand gently rests on the head of the red-haired teacher, a gesture of comfort and reassurance. Under the light of a full moon, a building stands tall. Back inside, the red-haired teacher sits at a desk, despair evident as she thinks she knew it, she can't. The teacher's hands tremble as she thinks she is. Elsewhere, a figure exclaims that there is no need to hurry. The figure stands behind the red-haired teacher, suggesting that they do it slowly. Suddenly, the red-haired teacher is surrounded by students, exclaiming, "Teacher!" She thinks she can do it. The teacher is lifted into the air by an unseen force, surrounded by her students. In the end, the figure thinks that those children needed to see her leave, and considers the idea of a disciple. A light-haired figure runs, calling for someone to wait for them. A figure walks away from a group of 3, their destination unknown. The group decides it is best not to dwell on the situation. Suddenly, a loud exclamation pierces the air. The Phoenix Academy stands bathed in moonlight. Inside the girls' dormitory, someone expresses disbelief, questioning how anyone could fail to recognize Sir Jamie. The speaker exclaims about Jamie's emerald eyes, wondering why they didn't recognize him. Someone recalls holding Jamie's hand and dragging him along, while another expresses their desire to hold his hand as well. The others question why they keep calling him Sir Jamie, pointing out that they are all young, leading to another outburst of surprise. One of the girls asks if the other is questioning it because they don't know the reason. It is declared that Sir Jamie is their star. Jamie is hailed as the greatest genius of all time. Jamie is celebrated as the saint of the Pyro goddess and the only son of the Welton family. With a sigh, the student admitted she didn't know. Ignoring the previous statement, another student declared that she was going to study. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, relaying the rumor that Evan from the beta class had greatly improved his grades after taking supplements. Another student chimed in, happily stating that she bought some supplements for herself. One of the students scoffed, saying that she was fine without supplements. Another student expressed her dislike for model students. and asked if they wanted to go to the cafeteria, but another student insisted that she was going to study. The Phoenix Academy's emblem was displayed. The text described the Phoenix Academy as an institution for magicians established by Amel Fest, a great magician who helped found the Seldam Kingdom. It is considered the most well-known academy in the magic world, with a long history worth several hundreds of years. The text stated that the Phoenix Academy is the best academy that produces thousands of magicians worthy of its name. A man smiled, stating that he was finally meeting someone. A man declares himself to be the deputy headmaster, Javelin Cutter. Right now, in this place, something is about to happen. It is an honor, someone says, to guide a famous person like him. The pleasure is all his, Jamie Welton thinks. Jamie walks through the halls. Jamie Welton introduces himself as a temporary professor, causing a stir among the crowd. He asks that they take care of him. That's how the youngest professor was born. Amidst the murmurs, Jamie Welton introduced himself as a temporary professor. The announcement caused a stir among the gathered individuals, with at least one person expressing their disbelief. Jamie beamed, seemingly pleased with the reaction. The declaration of Jamie's new role continued to reverberate. Someone questioned if they had heard correctly. The whispers identified him as the genius from Count Welton's family. The speaker declared that he would first guide them to the consultation office. The explanation continued, stating that classes were allocated based on skill. It was clarified that divisions were not based on age, but on skill, and were divided into elementary, middle, and high school, with each further subdivided into alpha, beta, and gamma. The speaker concluded that Professor Jamie would oversee the elementary alpha class. A voice requested that a subject be chosen to teach. Since it had come to this, it would be great if a difficult subject could be chosen. The voice continued, stating it was because he was so outstanding. Jamie considered the options before him, realizing he was most confident with black magic. But he knew he couldn't teach that. He wondered if he should go back to that. He recalled learning black magic in his past life, back when he was called the Infinite Magician. Jamie decided he would go with this. A smile spread across Jamie's face as he made his decision. A voice chuckled, commenting on what an interesting choice it was. Then the voice stated that it would. The voice continued, saying it was almost time for an assembly, so it would bring over Professor Silver and told him to look forward to it. Jamie thought to himself that for a building that was 500 years old, the facilities weren't too shabby. Jamie, standing behind a woman with long dark hair, seemed unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, someone called out, asking if he was really Sir Jamie. Meanwhile, Sophia, a professor at Phoenix Academy, peeked through a doorway, a knowing smile on her face. The crowd began to stir. The students whispered that Jamie was apparently best friends with a disciple of the goddess Pyro. A student exclaimed that Jamie's emerald hair was as beautiful as the rumors said. The crowd surged forward, clamoring for Jamie to sign autographs. Jamie, overwhelmed by the sudden attention, wondered why they were acting this way. Someone pointed out that Professor Jamie was over there. The crowd began to move in that direction. The students complained that it would be difficult if there were so many professors, and then they called out to Professor Silver. The professors seemed quite excited, and Jamie wondered if it was because he was so famous. He asked them to repeat what they had said, clearly confused by their reaction. He overheard someone mentioning that he was a great magic genius, the saint of the goddess Pyro, and the precious son of the Welton family. Jamie simply responded with a polite acknowledgement, trying to make sense of the situation. The sign read Elementary Section Alpha Class. Elsewhere, Finn Bardick was asked if he had stayed up all night studying again. Finn, a 16-year-old, was seen with books. Someone mentioned that they were definitely moving up to the middle school section this time. Another person said that they were also going to go there this year, no matter what it takes, and asked if Finn was also drinking that. As Finn drank, someone noticed. Someone walked up to Finn. Finn thought to himself that there was no one there who could beat him, and that it looked like they had nothing going for them. He planned to quickly. The girl with blue hair exclaimed about the red hair of the person in front of her, mentioning that they had seen each other last time. The red-haired individual responded, repeating the word red. The blue-haired girl greeted the red-haired person, asking for their name. Someone questioned if the red-haired person was Simon. The red-haired person confirmed that they were from the Simon family, stating that others should be envious, as they have been different since birth. It was announced that someone would be going to the high school section. Someone exclaimed that the red-haired person was the son of Count Simon, encouraging others to ask them anything they didn't know, while another wondered who the blue-haired girl was. A voice announced that it had been a long time and asked if everyone had been well. The speaker was revealed to be Finn Bardick, who was addressing a large group of people. Finn stated that he had someone to introduce to everyone. A voice requested that someone come in. The crowd seemed to murmur in anticipation. The individual Finn was introducing wore a white robe. The crowd reacted with shock and confusion. One individual wondered why Jamie Welton was present. The crowd began to recognize the mint green hair of the individual being introduced. Finn announced that Jamie Welton was their new professor. The name echoed in the room, Jamie Welton. The crowd erupted in excitement. They shouted Jamie's name. The students clamored for Jamie to look their way. Jamie, annoyed, told everyone to stop. Jamie silenced the crowd. The students of the academy continued to stir with excitement and disbelief. The announcement of a new professor had clearly caused a commotion. Amidst the uproar, some students questioned the need for such a fuss in front of a respectable professor. Others wondered if this was the standard behavior for the alpha class. One student found the idea of respectability distasteful. Another student dismissed the new professor as a boomer, already disappointed. Meanwhile, Jamie took a deep breath on his first day. He pondered the subject he would be teaching, wondering if it would be stoichology, but quickly dismissed that idea. One student considered the idea of a useless subject. Another student expressed disappointment, believing that a sixth-class magician wouldn't teach a normal subject. The students knew there were advanced subjects like understanding many sides to attributes and magic circles, but they only learned about energy in middle school. Finally, a student directly asked if Jamie was in charge of teaching magic circles. He pondered if the girl he ran into at the entrance ceremony was the same one he was now observing. It seemed she didn't have much mana, yet she was in the alpha class. The assessment was correct. Her analytical skills were good, as expected of the model student. She was pleased that she got it right. She had been acknowledged by Jamie. Someone wondered who she was. The assembly was now done, and it was time to work hard. She affirmed her commitment. The sign indicated the location of the staff room. Jamie sat at his desk. Lessons would start tomorrow. It was said that he would be with the previous professor for the first lesson. The professor in charge of magic circles was this person. His name was Keniak Azier, a fifth-class mage who had written many papers. It was rumored that he was Serpent Gerald's apprentice. Elsewhere, Jamie was warned to be careful. The woman noted that Keniak Azier had an inferiority complex and that several professors had fallen for it. Jamie thanked her for letting him know. Nearby, a student asked Keniak if he could get his autograph. It was as expected. A popular person was different. The woman was shocked that Keniak would open an autograph signing event in the staff room. Looking at the nameplate, she realized that was not it. The student asked the professor to take his leave. Jamie introduced himself, mentioning that he had heard that Keniak learned how to use the sword at 10 years old. Keniak thought that it must be nice to be so talented, but that Jamie should prepare himself, as he would not be treating him nicely. Keniak stared intensely at Jamie. Keniak's expression darkens as he states what he wants. The next morning, Hamill walked with purpose. The air crackled with anticipation. A student shouted for everyone to sit, announcing that the ghost professor was coming. The door to the classroom slid open with a click. Hamill warned someone not to call him that one more time, or he wouldn't let them off. A document lay on the desk, bearing the name, the great Jamie Welton. It was declared that Jamie Welton had become the temporary professor in charge of the Magic Circle class. Jamie thought that even teaching was hard for a genius, wondering what was happening. Jamie announced that he would test them all today. The students looked on nervously. Jamie thought to himself that he had prepared well for this class. Jamie considered his students, thinking to himself that he would see just how good they were. Casting six-star magic circles typically involved the sun and moon, as well as the stars. The stars were the universe, and the sun was the world. The moon, in turn, was the world's night. It was possible to surround these elements with a circle and combine the galaxy as one. From there, it was referred to as a centralized magic circle. Depending on a magic desired, the symbol would change. Depending on the placement of the symbol, the power of the magic circle would also change. Once the location of symbol was set, it could not be changed. Therefore, one needed to be careful about where they were going to place it from the start. There wasn't a definite way to find the most effective place to put it, but it was currently being researched, much to someone's frustration, as they still didn't know. Jamie's companion sighs, pointing out that guidelines can be drawn to aid in the construction of the magic circle. The student, surprised, wonders aloud who wouldn't know such a basic technique, urging Jamie to look. Focusing his mana, the student prepares to draw. He notes that he has drawn the guidelines, indicating where the sun symbol should be placed. He then remarks that placing the moon symbol in a specific location looks good. Jamie observes that the shape of the student's magic circle has collapsed. The student is told that lines drawn by mana cannot be erased, and he is asked if he doesn't know the basics. Despite this, the student confidently states that he will erase them all the same. The student scoffs, explaining that one must separate the key components of a magic circle. The magic circle shimmers with intricate details. The student states that if you think about it like that, then it's simple. He concludes that one should put the symbols where they want to place them. After deciding on the placement of the magic circle, the final step involved erasing the lines. Then, the circles fused together. If done this way, there was no need to draw the magic circle from the beginning. The location could also be adjusted, adding another layer to the magic circle. The audience watched in awe. Someone thought it was insane, admitting it was their first time seeing a magic circle drawn like that, calling it a unique technique. Rebecca Valle found it impossible, realizing that he was destroying the very foundation of magic circles. The implications of this discovery were immense, promising to shake society. It was also possible to create the magic circle in this way. The magic circle changed to a three-dimensional one. It seemed that the protagonist_Ultimate_child changed the magic circle as soon as he saw the layer. Someone thought he was quite the genius himself. However, it was still too early for him, a mere child, to fully grasp the technique. The magic circle, now fully formed, pulsed with an otherworldly light, its intricate patterns a testament to the skill of its creator. The display caused an uproar among the onlookers. It was said that a magic circle had become a symbol for another magic circle. If space allowed, it could be infinitely expanded into a three-dimensional, multi-complex magic circle. This was what they called the Infinite Magicians. It was Diablo Volfer's subjective magic. Someone asked Kinjak Azier what he thought about it. The elderly mage thought to himself that he had never heard anything about this before, wondering just who on earth the young master was. The young master stated that this was just a visual demonstration. He told them that they should learn how to use layers, and until the next lesson, they should make sure to practice how to deconstruct a 2-star magic circle. Someone wondered if he was crazy. Leon Simon questioned if something that great was a mere visual demonstration. Leon Simon was nowhere to be found. The young man with mint green hair wondered aloud if this was where everyone was gathered. Meanwhile, someone else was eager to put the magic circle to the test. Her hands moved with practiced grace, preparing to inscribe the complex pattern. The crowd murmured, impressed by the display. One student remarked that it was to be expected of a genius. From above, the students watched with rapt attention. Professor Keniak's skill was also amazing. Elsewhere, another student was attempting the same magic circle. The magic circle glowed red as the student focused their energy. Another student, Leon Simon, questioned if that was a layer. The red-haired student told him to ignore it. The student admitted to themselves that they could barely do it. Back in the classroom, the students wondered what Sophia was doing. They speculated that Sophia was attempting to create a complex magic circle. The magic circle glowed with a bright blue light as Sophia skipped a layer. Sophia successfully completes the magic circle, causing a small burst of energy. The student beside her is shocked that it worked, questioning why his own attempt is failing. Meanwhile, Finn Bardic rushes through the halls, desperate to know the results of Jamie's class. Just then, Keniak Azier is lost in thought. Finn is stunned that Keniak ignored him. The scene shifts to the elementary division's corridor. Jamie and Eric Tedre walk together down the hall. Out of earshot, Hamilton Leonardo asks about Jamie's first class. Keniak replies that it was great, surprising Hamilton, who wonders if Keniak actually knows how to say something positive. Keniak thinks to himself that it's the first time he's complimented anyone, excusing himself because he has something to do. Hamilton calls out to Keniak, reminding him that he must come to today's staff meeting. Keniak seemed to be in deep thought. Nearby, Finn thought that Jamie's lesson wasn't that bad, but he didn't even give him time to think. Someone asked what was wrong, as another stated they were trying to do the magic. Sophia was trying to fuse the magic circle Jamie showed them before, but every time she tried, she failed. She noted that the moon was there. The magic circle was clashing with the moon, and she wondered if she should tell Jamie. Sophia was told to erase something and match it up. Sophia did it. Finn was surprised. Sophia gasped. Finn demanded to know what Sophia had just done, but she was confused. Sophia's success clearly rattled Finn, who demanded to know how she had managed the feat. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Meanwhile, Sophia giggled, seemingly pleased with herself. She admitted that she had simply copied what the professor had demonstrated in class. Elsewhere, Keniak Azier was visibly disturbed, realizing that someone else was better than him. Argino Welton observed the scene, thinking to himself that it was not perfect. Sophia's joy was evident, as she thought it was impossible for no one to have recognized her talent. Finn resolved to speak with Siegfried. Leon Simon, seemingly ignored by someone, wondered what was up with Leon, but Guard dismissed him as meh. The sound of a door opening echoed from the headmaster's room. The door creaked open. Elder Siegfried greeted the arriving young master. Siegfried invited him to come in, already anticipating what he was about to be shown. Siegfried asked what the young master was planning to make with the iron fragments, chuckling that he was still experimenting. He admitted that it was hard to use as much as it was a great product. Siegfried wondered what brought the young master here. The young master stated that he had something to show him. Siegfried was surprised, and Meyer declared that she wasn't doing this so she could boast about herself. The young master thought to himself that this was a difficult theory. It was explained that the explanation wasn't properly given, but the child ended up doing it anyway, which was met with laughter. The young master asked if she did it after seeing it, and the other man confirmed that was the case. It was said that she had amazing talent as a student, and the question was posed as to why it wasn't being nurtured. He advised her to become a magic scholar so she could use her talent. But she said she wanted to become a magician. She was looking for a teacher who could turn her into a grand magician. However, no one accepted her since talent doesn't increase growth. So, she was after Siegfried to become his disciple? It was thought that this might be cruel, but the magic world is... It was stated that they can't invest in students who are unreliable. He stated that he understood and thanked them for their time. The elderly mage stated that there was no problem. The elderly mage was then addressed as young master. The elderly mage reached for the door handle. The voice suggested that if he was so worried, he should take her under his wing. The elderly mage smiled. The voice considered that a teacher and disciple with a small age gap sounded like a good idea, but then quickly rejected the notion. Someone sighed. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. It was revealed that he was forced to be a professor. A voice echoed, questioning the meaning of the word disciple. That day, all of his disciples were lost due to the plot from the 12 gods. He was determined to finish this fight with just his own strength. The weight of that loss was heavy. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve. He vowed to not trust and have anyone next to him. He would not repeat his mistakes from his past life. Since, and as an intelligent child, she'll know which path to take. The young master stated that she has nothing to do with him. 1 week later, in the training hall, a voice called for attention. Today was the mana evaluation. Someone mentioned hearing that there's a lot of students in the beta class who've grown a lot. Someone wondered how their class will do. 2 students whispered about Class 2, the class that came last year, with one mentioning that Becky said that too. A student confidently declares that he is first in beta class. Elsewhere, a group of students are gathered as one of them calls for Leon to come out. Suddenly, a surge of blue mana erupts. The mana takes the form of a bow, an arrow. The arrow is released, streaking towards its target. The mana arrow continues its trajectory. The arrow hurtles forward. The arrow strikes with incredible force. The impact sends shockwaves outward. The screen displays a score of 2,199 points. A man with silver hair observes the results, noting that the power was more than enough to destroy the target. A blue-haired student is shocked by the score, which is over 2,000 points, and remarks that it is the first time she has seen such a high score as expected of Simon. Leon Simon maintained a composed expression. Leon thought to himself that Sophia was much better than that stupid girl. Meanwhile, the hooded figure laughed, stating that they needed to use another target. Leon announced that it was his turn and told them to look. Leon told them to look closely. Leon thought to himself that he had been in good condition recently. Leon thought to himself that it was because he drank Apophis X that morning. Leon began to use his mana. Lenon's eyes glowed with power. Sophia wondered what that was and what was up with those eyes. Mana searched. The mana manifested. A screen displays Finn's score, 860p. The system announced that Finn increased his score by 700 points, adding that if he worked a little harder, he could advance to the middle school class. The crowd reacted with awe. The crowd murmured in Finn's presence. Someone exclaimed that Finn's performance was amazing and great, and began to imagine her turn. The proctor announced that and was next, and prepared to use her magic, and wondered what would happen if she didn't improve a lot. Swallowing hard, and reminded herself that she had worked hard and should believe in herself, and unleashed her magic. The magic surged forward. The announcement of the scores continued, with the latest student achieving a score of 247. The student thought to herself that the score was the same as last year. The student began to cry as she was being watched by others. The sign above the door read classroom. Elsewhere, a student exclaimed as they saw Professor Jamie. The student approached Jamie, greeting him as Professor. The professor was glad that the student was adjusting well. The professor offered his assistance, telling the student to let him know if he needed anything. Another student approached, excusing himself, stating that the third elder was calling him. The student wondered if the third elder was the bad-tempered man. The student confirmed that it was the superintendent and that there was a meeting today. Someone wondered if that guy was the superintendent. The world, it seemed, was quite complex, each symbol possessing its own properties and effects. If the symbols on the magic circle were placed symmetrically, the changes that would occur were significant. The strain was evident. Was he pushing himself too hard with his studies? If he lacked talent, then he would have to die. Well, to do with me. The sign read, Superintendent's Office. A voice called out, Superintendent, it's me, Javelin. The man, identified as Javelin, waited outside the office. The superintendent asked what brought him here. Javelin admitted he had no idea what the superintendent was thinking, but since they were both professors, he should get along with him. Javelin held a book. The superintendent stood, his legs visible beneath his desk. A photograph lay on the desk, seemingly dropped there. The students milled about, their voices echoing in the grand hall. Rebecca thought to herself that everyone had grown a little bit, except for her. She lamented that she had really worked hard. Rebecca wondered if this was her limit. She thought that she should have drank that supplement that Finn was drinking. Nearby, Adelhart Vevin was startled by someone stepping on his foot. Adelhart wondered why Rebecca was standing there like that. Meanwhile, Leon Simon mumbled to himself that Rebecca was making him think about her. He told himself to just walk past. Rebecca approached Leon, asking if he had a concern. Startled, Leon stuttered, calling her professor. Rebecca explained that they did a mana evaluation, but her score was the same as last year. Rebecca and Leon Simon stand together. Leon smiles, but Rebecca looks down, seemingly upset. She thinks to herself that she really has no talent for magic. Despite this, she resolves that she is not going to give up. Rebecca reaffirms her determination to become a grand magician and establish her family. Leon clenches his fist, looking serious. He wonders if his future will be a repeat of his past. Leon turns and walks away from Rebecca. He acknowledges her determination. Leon tells her that if she has the confidence to uphold that determination, she should come to the staff room tomorrow. The Blue Magician's tower stood tall, piercing the sky with its intricate architecture. From below, Jamie Welton gazed up at the tower, its grandeur a testament to the power held within. He recalled hearing that Marquis Limmel's lab was located at the very top. Jamie stepped through the doorway, ready to meet the master of the tower. An attendant greeted him, asking what brought him there. Jamie stated that he had come to see the master of the magician's tower. Nearby, another attendant whispered that he had come to see the master of the magician's tower, wondering what to do, as the master was not someone easily met. The first attendant suggested that they simply tell him that Jamie Welton was there to see him. The second attendant realized that the little one's name was Jamie. He exclaimed, shocked, "Welton." The first attendant bowed, explaining that this was the office of the master of the magician's tower, and that Sir Jamie could head inside. The second attendant thanked Jamie. The young master's eyes widened as he took in the scene before him, clearly surprised by what he was seeing. The room was vast, with a high ceiling adorned with intricate designs, and the floor was covered in a rich, patterned carpet. Books and scrolls were scattered haphazardly, suggesting a space dedicated to study, but currently in disarray. The mess prompted a question. The young master commented on the state of the room, remarking on how messy it was. He couldn't tell where the voice was coming from, so Jamie infused mana into the entire space. The mysterious old man responded to Jamie's comment, stating that it was a mood, and then jokingly asked where he had learned that from. The old man then asked what brought Jamie there. The old man had been over there. The old man noted that it seemed like Jamie was very busy researching, but assured him that no matter how busy he was, he always had time to see him. The young master thought that the old man was pretending to be friendly. Jamie then asked what all the grimoires were. The old man responded that he was researching warfare magic. The old man sat, explaining that the magic he was researching was meant to decentralize the power. However, Jamie stated that it wouldn't be easy, implying that there were complications to the old man's research. The old man's magic was nearly complete. It was said that the moment this magic was complete, the war between the Guinness Church would begin. The old man looked up as Jamie approached. He asked what brought him there. Jamie declared that he wanted to teach and admire mana breathing. The old man questioned if Jamie wanted to teach mana breathing. The old man stated that he understood Jamie's intentions, but for a child whose limit was at best at 5th class, he couldn't let him teach her his vision magic. Jamie listened intently. Jamie asked what if he could make her into a grand magician. The old man responded that Jamie was being arrogant. The old man stated that he couldn't just give anyone the perspective of magic. He acknowledged Jamie's talent, but stated that he was still a 6th class. The perspective of magic had already been completed, but Jamie didn't like it, so he was planning on making one more. The three-dimensional multi-complex magic circle that the dark magician used in his past life was still not enough. In order to defeat the 12 gods, the dark magician knew he needed a stronger power. The mysterious old man noted that Jamie was making 2 perspectives of magic. That was impossible, even for a dragon. However, the old man wondered what this feeling of intense pressure was. The old man realized that this child might just be... Since Jamie was that confident, the old man would make one more proposal. The old man proposed that they have a duel. The old man stated that if Jamie could satisfy him, then he would let him pass down the mana breathing. Down the mana breathing. With a confident smirk, Jamie prepares to face the old man's challenge. The old man grants Jamie the first strike, standing firm in the center of the room. Jamie warns the old man not to regret his decision. Magic gathers around Jamie's feet as he prepares his attack. Jamie unleashes the Welton technique formation, 100 Cs. The force of the attack surrounds Jamie as he moves towards the old man. The attack surges forward. The attack continues to surge forward. The attack makes contact. The old man is surprised by how close Jamie managed to get. The old man is protected by a shield. The old man thinks to himself that something like that can't get through a shield. The Hand of Destruction spell hurtles forward. The spell continues its trajectory. The attack, Bunker Breaker, is unleashed. The mysterious old man wonders if Jamie is reading his moves. Someone exclaims that Jamie is amazing, but is also confused. Jamie is focused, his eyes narrowed. Black exclaims in frustration that the old man restore it quickly and urges support from the imaginary world. The Moment Effect spell is activated. The spell takes effect. Plasma Cutter and Aeroblast Lightning are displayed. The old man is surrounded by flames. The attack was named Magma Blade. Next, Jamie unleashed another attack. The old man was surprised by the sudden burst of attacks. Jamie's eyes glowed intensely as he focused his power. He continued his assault. Another blast erupted. The old man took a step forward. The attack was called Moment Effect, a close proximity ambush magic attack that used clones and teleportation. Jamie struggled to maintain his 4 clones. He realized it was consuming a great deal of mana. The old man admitted that the attacks stung a little. Jamie mocked the old man, pointing out that even his collar was affected by the attacks, and that he hadn't even restored the back of his cloak. The damage to the cloak was evident. The old man realized he had been in such a hurry that he had made a mistake, and that he couldn't even go up. The old man declared that he had to block this time, because getting hit hurt his pride. He readied his staff. Jamie realized he had no choice but to use this. He cast Avalon. Jamie looked forward to the results. The young mage, seeing no other option, prepares to use a powerful technique. He raises his staff, ready to unleash the spell. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man remarks that he will look forward to it, thinking to himself that the old woman didn't even sell it to him. The young mage thinks that the old man should also have a really good staff and how stingy he is. The young mage accepts his fate and lets things continue. Energy crackles around him. The energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex. The wind picks up as the spell takes form. The spell, Beyond Avalon, is activated, embodying ideals beyond one's own. The young mage finds the experience refreshing. The spell is unleashed. To think this object can contain the ability of both the real world and the underworld simultaneously. It was truly amazing. This type of magic wasn't that bad. But the mage felt like he wanted to see something more amazing. From above, the mysterious old man watched the young mage. The young mage continued to cast a spell. The elderly mage laughed, questioning if just because it worked before, the young mage was going to try again. However, the young mage thought to himself that it wouldn't work a second time. The spell continued to take form. The elderly mage wondered if the young mage was trying to get him to use his perspective of magic. The elderly mage asked if the young mage was going to show him, stating that he would be happy if he did. The epiphany he obtained. The world was not as it seemed, not merely lightning striking or lava bursting forth. These natural phenomena were unlike anything he had ever seen. However, once caught, it would be difficult to survive. Suddenly an attack. The young mage fell to the ground. He thought to himself, what? Nothing. The world was flipped upside down. Indeed, the world was flipped upside down. The world was in pieces. It was cognitive dissonance, Grand Magician Limmel's perspective of magic. The magic surged. The magic continued to surge. The young mage realized that it usually looks like a disaster, but in reality, it was mind magic that infiltrated the brain. If you're not a master of the world of the mind, then you'll be struggling without knowing anything. The young mage realized that in his current state, he couldn't break free from the magic that held him captive. To escape, he needed to remove the mental confusion, the source of which was Limmel's mana. Surrounded by a sea of magical energy, the young mage prepared to fight. He resolved to inversely absorb the mana, consuming all of it. If he couldn't break free any other way, he would force the issue. The source of the magic was identified as Leviathan, a mind-type magic. Although the elderly mage appeared calm on the outside, he knew the young mage was fighting a tough battle on the inside. He knew that when one's abilities were weaker than their opponents, escape was nearly impossible. The young mage was surrounded by mana, but he felt there was no way he could break free. The elderly mage scoffed, suggesting they stop the bullying, implying he was not even scared of the young mage's father. A surge of golden energy erupted. The golden energy intensified. The golden energy surged around the young mage, a powerful display of his abilities. The energy coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. The force of the energy rippled outwards. The golden aura intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The elderly mage watched with a mixture of surprise and frustration as the young mage countered his attack. The elderly mage was shocked by the turn of events. The elderly mage realized that the young mage had managed to reverse his perspective. The elderly mage questioned how the young mage had managed to accomplish such a feat. The young mage seemed to be struggling to comprehend what was happening. The golden energy continued to emanate from the young mage, pushing back against the darkness. The young mage wonders what is happening. He recalls absorbing the mana, believing it would free him from the illusion. The elderly mage laughs, asking if it was all just a coincidence. The young mage thinks to himself that it can't be a coincidence. The young mage realizes that if he leaves it as a coincidence, it won't make sense. He understands that the Grand Magician's perspective of magic was assimilated with the sword. The young mage thinks this might become his new perspective of magic. The elderly mage asks the young mage what he thinks. The elderly mage states that he will let the young mage teach his mana breathing to Rebecca Valle. The elderly mage places his hand on the young mage's shoulder. The scene shifts to another location. Someone asks what another person thought. The person responds that they were astounded. The person thinks that the young mage could use magic and the sword so harmoniously and that he's on a completely different level to the magic swordsman they've seen. To turn something into a perspective of magic was something that even a grand magician on the same level would find difficult. However, that wasn't the reason why it was said. The magic ability to spar against the Grand Magician was the reason. Superior swordsmanship, and on top of that, being chosen by Pyro were also factors. The question remained, was it possible for one human to possess all these abilities? Jamie Welton, was he really a human? Raymond was told to be careful with his words, as there was always someone listening. It was decided that they would just keep observing Jamie Welton for now. They wanted to see how that child would change the world. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding someone come out. Leon Simon announced that he was here, asking what was up. Leon was asked why he was here so late at night. Leon paused, about to answer. A woman with light purple hair and a headband is excited that Jamie Welton will accept her as his disciple. Elsewhere, someone asks if it is true that Jamie Welton is going to accept and as his disciple. A blue magic circle appears and hits Leon Simon on the head, and a voice tells him not to speak informally to his professor. From above, Jamie Welton says that it is not confirmed. Leon Simon shouts to accept him as a disciple too. Someone wonders why Leon Simon came to see them in the middle of the night. The person who hit Leon Simon asks if Count Simon knows that he is doing this. Leon Simon says pardon, not yet. Jamie Welton wonders what other people would say if he learned magic from him when he has his father. Jamie Welton says that he doesn't plan on accepting someone who can't even think that far and tells Leon Simon to go back. The sound of someone trembling is heard. Jamie Welton thinks that Leon Simon is that guy. Jamie Welton calls out to Leon Simon. Leon Simon is surprised that Jamie Welton is calling out to him. The young master stared intently, questioning if it was really him. The red-haired man appeared to be crying. He couldn't let and get ahead of him. The man with red hair pleaded with the young master to accept him as a disciple. The young master and the red-haired man were left speechless. The young master thought that for his age, the red-haired man was in a good state, and he could treat him harshly. The red-haired man considered that if the count gave his permission, then he would think about it. The red-haired man thanked the young master, acknowledging that those were the manners towards the count, his original master. The young master thought that the red-haired man might be for being ungrateful. Elsewhere, the sign above the door clearly identified the location as Count Simon's research lab. Inside, Count Simon sat across from another man, the two of them enjoying tea. The other man questioned what all the problem was, all of a sudden, hesitant to speak his mind. He then revealed that he wanted to become Professor Jamie's disciple. Upon hearing this, Simon was taken aback. The man explained that he had already spoken to Jamie about accepting him as his disciple. Simon wondered if he had been too rude, thinking to himself that Jamie was an arrogant boy. He resolved to put down his pride to learn. Simon thought to himself that he had grown quite a lot. He then asked for permission. Simon warned him to make sure he didn't disgrace the Simon name. The title card appears, reading, "The Dark Magician Transmigrates After 66,666 Years." The chapter is titled, "The Rotting Inner Core." The scene shifts to an alleyway in the magic world. In the alley, a cloaked figure lay on the ground. Someone muttered that the doctor was really looking forward to Apophis X. Another figure, cloaked and hooded, stood over the prone form, lamenting that it was such a shame. A voice weakly pleaded for more, describing a rupture in the veins throughout the whole body. The voice continued to beg, lamenting that they could no longer use their heart, but still wanted to drink it. The hooded figure held out a bottle, a sinister grin on their face. The figure reached out a trembling hand. The hooded figure remarked that they did well in giving it to the students. The hooded figure poured the contents of the bottle into the other's hand. The hooded figure stated that it wouldn't be effective anymore. Looking down at the figure, the hooded figure called him a piece of trash. The student is struck with great force. His attacker mocked him, laughing at the thought that he considered himself a professor. The attacker declared that the magic world was corrupt as well. The hooded figure questioned if the attacker really needed to kill him like that. The attacker smirked, stating that the hooded figure knew what he liked. The attacker suggested that the hooded figure was being sympathetic because the victim was his colleague, before demanding that he stop. The hooded figure's face was obscured by shadow, with only their glowing eyes visible. The hooded figure stated that they were leaving. The attacker told the hooded figure to call him if he needed to kill someone else, saying he would leave the rest to him. The hooded figure thought the attacker was an undignified bastard. The attacker's hand glowed with green energy as he stood over the body. The sign outside the room clearly identified it as the staff room. The next morning, Jamie greeted someone with a polite, "Good morning." Professor Jamie was approached by a group of students, asking if he had seen Professor Silver. Jamie responded that he hadn't and inquired if something had happened. Someone muttered that Professor Silver was absent without notice, which was quite sudden. Jamie expressed that he didn't think Silver was that type of person. Another professor approached Jamie, placing a hand on his shoulder. The professor asked Sophia to look after class alpha for the day, and Jamie agreed to take on the task. The professor reassured another that they shouldn't worry, as he was at ease with Jamie taking over. The other person responded that they were sure it was nothing. The door to Jamie's office was open. Two students approached Jamie, asking if it was true that he was going to accept someone as his disciple. Jamie responded that he already had permission. Jamie, sitting at his desk, told them that he thought they were both mistaken, prompting one of them to ask him to repeat himself. Jamie clarified that neither of them were his disciples yet, leaving the two students surprised. The professor informed them that they would be taking a test, and, after being dismissed from class, they should come to his room. Jamie told them to be prepared. The professor warned that if they didn't pass, that would be it. One of the students asked if it was a test and declared that they would work hard. One of the students said that they understood and would go, but they had a headache. The student sighed in relief. Jamie was reading a document. The student exclaimed that Jamie had scared them. The other student asked if Jamie was thinking of taking and as his disciple. The student wondered what this was all of a sudden, and more importantly, how Jamie didn't have any presents. The student pleaded with Jamie not to. Jamie stated that he didn't want to see a great talent being dragged down so quickly. The student asked what Jamie was saying, and Jamie told them to please keep what he said in mind. Jamie looked surprised by what he had just heard. Elsewhere, the students were dismissed for the day, being told to get home safe and thanked for their time. The students said their goodbyes as they left the classroom. Finn didn't look well, but insisted he was fine and just needed to drink something. Leon told Finn that he should stop drinking, as it was his fourth drink, but Finn told him that it was none of his business. Another student noticed Finn's condition and wondered what was wrong with him, but Leon dismissed it. Leon stated that he was going ahead, claiming there was a problem. Finn called out to Leon, asking him to wait and suggesting they go together. Leon ignored Finn, thinking to himself that he had asked to go together, but questioned why Finn was going by himself. Finn called out to Leon to wait. Leon wondered if he should, considering they were competitors. Leon used flight magic. Leon Simon was seen from a low angle, his red hair and black suit standing out against the background. Elsewhere, Sophia questioned Leon's actions, wondering what he was up to. Nearby, a figure stood with magical energy crackling around their feet, confident in their power. The figure cast a spell, chanting haste. The spell took effect, creating a surge of energy. The energy surged through the environment. Someone reached for a bottle labeled Apophis X. The individual who drank the Apophis X felt refreshed and better. He decided it was time to slowly go meet Ivan. Elsewhere, someone else thought that they couldn't miss this chance that was hard to get. From above, the individual was seen walking through a snowy landscape, flanked by two figures. The individual with dark hair smirked, reminding the other that he had allowed him to come. Ivan expresses his gratitude, receiving a casual acknowledgement in return. The individual acknowledges Ivan's thanks with a smirk. The figure with green hair thinks that they should hold themselves back. Hamilton reflects on his upcoming assignment to the middle school division. Someone contemplates the power they would wield with Apophis X. The group approaches a large, imposing building. A character gestures for them to enter. One of the group members remarks that this is the place. A voice welcomes the young guests. The speaker identifies themselves as the manager of Trinity's lab. The manager of Trinity's lab stands with their hands together, smiling. Jamie's personal lodge was quite luxurious. However, someone thought that Jamie was being too mean. The person huffed, saying that they had been told many times to go together. But how could Jamie just go by himself? Someone else scoffed, stating that they had no intention of hanging around and that they were competitors. The two seemed to be arguing. One of them said that they wouldn't ask both of them to get along, but they should at least not fight in front of their professor. The other one agreed. One of the people in the room stated that they had never heard of that before, referring to a breathing technique that Marquis Linmel created. The person then asked if it was simple, right? Someone else, sweating, asked if they were joking about mastering a grand magician's breathing technique in a day. Someone stated that if they were their disciple, then they should be able to do that much. A voice cautioned that if one wasn't confident, they should go back. Determined, the blue-haired girl declared that she would do it. The red-haired man stated that no matter what it takes, he'll get it done, while the blue-haired girl quietly agreed. A voice stated that they'll try. The mysterious old man stated that that's the spirit. A hammer glowed with a bright, magical light. The blue-haired girl seemed surprised. The red-haired man looked determined. The blue-haired girl wondered what this place was. The red-haired man explained that it was a dimensional space that he created and that 24 hours inside there equaled 12 real-time hours. It was Gremia, which can freely build forms, and beyond Avalon, which can control the underworld's time and space. He thought to himself that he was able to combine these two. The young master reclined in his chair, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he rested his hands behind his head. It was said that one was a boy who was very talented in magic, but lacked depth and insight. The other was a girl who was born with the talent of a scholar. But she had no talent for magic. How far could these two go? The test would begin. The young master continued to recline, a wide smile across his face. Jamie's test was about to begin. Within Trinity's lab, several figures gathered. Someone commented that it was a shame that Professor Silver couldn't come. Ivan asked if they came here a lot. Another voice responded that Professor Silver treasured them a lot. One of the figures shivered, remarking that their body was feeling chilly again. Finn was lingering behind, prompting a question about his actions. The reason for Finn's delay was soon revealed. He believed they could now crush those who had previously looked down on them. That was right, the man thought to himself. He knew that with Apophis, one could become the best magician. The man was impressed. Addressing the crowd, the man announced that he would unveil a new product. The new product was Apophis EX. He held up a purple bottle with the letters EX on it. The man with brown hair was amazed. He thought it was magnificent. The man explained that its mana absorption and focusing effect were twice that of Apophis X, prompting a surprise reaction. He admitted that it was still in development. There were apparently small side effects, perhaps more than he initially let on, as the man admitted to feeling a little dizzy and lethargic. The man with white hair wondered why. He stared intently at the man with red hair. The man with red hair asked if something bad had happened after drinking Apophis X. The man with white hair explained that he was feeling a little dizzy and lethargic, but the man with red hair dismissed it as muscle pain. He explained that when one drinks Apophis X, they absorb mana and their core gets bigger. To maintain a bigger core, one needs a lot of energy. The man with red hair reassured him that he might be temporarily tired, but when his body adjusted to it, he would be fine. The man with white hair realized that and was worried for nothing. The man with red hair offered him a gift since he came there. He presented him with Apophis EXS. The man with white hair explained that the item was a supplement that enhanced the new medicine and would help with recovery. From above, someone shouted for them to get back to safety. Acknowledging the warning, a figure responded with thanks. The man with white hair, holding what appeared to be a smoking pipe, muttered about those damned children. He found it amusing to see them sucking up to him in order to get things. The man in the hood was told that there was no smoking inside the lab. The man with white hair asked if the hooded figure was picking a fight with him. The hooded figure retorted that he had a lot of complaints when he was doing nothing and earning money. The man with white hair warned someone named Mary not to be fooled. The hooded figure stated that he came all the way there to smell the scent of blood, not because of the money. The man with white hair told the hooded figure to stop with the child's play. The man with white hair thought it would be more fun if there was something more amusing, acknowledging that the hooded figure was skilled, but he did. The individual contemplated the situation, deciding that when the mysterious figure returned, they would inform the professor. 8 hours passed. The ancient text described how to break mana into minute pieces, absorbing it through the skin. It also detailed how to simultaneously fix one's core in several places, increasing the amount one could absorb. The young mage understood the instructions, realizing that they needed to break mana into minute pieces. He could feel the mana stacking up inside him. The mage realized this was what was called mana breathing, and he wondered what he was supposed to do with it. The mage continued to read the book. Meanwhile, Jamie and the familiar creature were together. The creature mocked someone, saying that they should eat lots, and Jamie wondered what this meant. The mage wondered if someone had made this hard on purpose. The mage wondered if, and had already gotten it. The mage knew something. The mage thought that someone was better at things like this, but he was from the proud bloodline of the Simon family. The Red Lotus magician dismissed any feelings of inferiority, envy, or jealousy. None of that mattered to him. Meanwhile, the young mage thought that if others helped him grow, he would use them as nutrients. He vowed to overcome them in his own way. Lenon chuckled, surprised that Lenon Simon would resort to physical methods first. He knew that Simon would find it difficult to understand the breathing technique. However, the elderly mage knew that he had given them a helping hand to find their own technique, but his help ended there. As expected, and was ahead. However, her core was weak, so it couldn't handle the amount of mana being absorbed. The key thing was whether she would overcome the pain and be able to fix her core in various places. On the other hand, Lenon would find it difficult to understand the breathing technique, but since he was talented, once he learned it, his mana would increase exponentially. The elderly mage had given them a helping hand to help them find their own technique, but his help ended there. The rest was up to the two of them. 12 hours later, and had absorbed so much mana that it felt like her heart was going to explode. The young mage prepared to fix his core on top of this. The young mage wondered if his body would be able to endure more. He wanted to give up, but he knew he couldn't. The name of the family echoed in his mind, the Meyer family. They were a magic family, but for the head only be a fourth class, a useless family. He steeled himself, his eyes narrowed. He thought that this was the only way to establish his family. Meanwhile, Count Simon chuckled, observing and in the young mage. He remarked that and seemed very exhausted. And Lenon had started to break up the mana. Lenon focused intently. Back in the training room, it was 17:30, and the young mage was pushing himself. Elsewhere, it was 21:26, and Lenon was frustrated. The clock in the training room showed 2400 hours. Count Simon snaps his fingers, initiating the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, the training exercise intensifies as the room is filled with magical energy, and Meyer and Lenon Simon are caught off guard by the sudden surge of power. Count Simon declares that the 24-hour test has concluded, and Meyer looks up, startled by the announcement. Lenon Simon appears equally surprised as Count Simon addresses them both. The young mage's eyes widen in shock as he hears the pronouncement. They have failed. A close-up reveals the young mage's expression of dismay. And Meyer was called out. Leon Simon was also summoned. The young master with mint green hair declared that they had failed. The young master's expression was stern, and stated that she did her best and asked if they could have more time. The young master wondered what that would change. Leon realized something. The young master smirked. He stated that he should stop the joke now, and that they passed the test. And Leon were surprised. The young master explained that it was a test for them to demonstrate their determination, and that they are both his disciples. Leon exclaimed that they had passed the test, startled, and congratulated them. Jamie demanded that they get off him, questioning their actions. The young master looked at them with a smile. Jamie continued to smile. The young master declared that the tear-wrenching hell training would soon begin. Elsewhere, someone wondered how the test subjects were. It was noted that although they were able to distribute Apopi's EXs, they wouldn't last very long due to the severe side effects. They decided to try using better test subjects next time. Next time it would be Mary. Mary responded affirmatively to the professor. The conversation turned to the supplemental side effects of Apopi's EX. They were in the midst of researching that with the doctor, but there hadn't been much progress. Someone stated that something would arrive there soon, and requested that it be given to the doctor. It was revealed that they sent it. The hooded figure was told to tell them, as they were asked if they thought they would ruin this because of their personal feelings. The other party stated that they would be expecting good news. The hooded figure realized they needed to bring Anna as soon as possible. The other figure remarked that she was very quick to realize things, so one couldn't approach her carelessly. The hooded figure was asked to tell them, and was questioned if they thought they would ruin this because of their personal feelings. The hooded figure internally berated themselves, thinking they were stupid and that they were someone who couldn't do that, right? A voice declared not to delay this anymore. In a dimly lit room, a figure with dark purple hair stands with their back to the viewer. Nearby, documents lay scattered on a wooden surface, one bearing the name and Meyer along with a photograph. As the figure examines the documents, their hand traces the lines of text. The title, The Dark Magician Transmigrates After 66,666 Years, is displayed. The chapter is titled A Token of a Disciple. Meanwhile, someone is waking up in bed. The person stirs, disoriented. The person recalls being told to sleep there and then go to school. The person wonders what time it is. The person reaches for something, presumably to check the time. Suddenly, the person is startled. A red-haired man remarks that they are finally awake, as the person exclaims that they are late. A voice accuses someone of snoring like a demonic king. The accusation is met with denial, as the accused demands to know who spread such untruths. The denial is followed by the realization that what they were told was a lie. Leon Simon seems confused by the exchange. Leon holds out his hand, presenting a glowing orb to the blue-haired individual. He explains that it is a token representing them as his disciples. Leon smiles, telling them not to lose it. The blue-haired individual thanks Leon, who then informs them that they both have the same design and calls it a couple's item. Visibly upset, the blue-haired individual denies dating the kid. Leon and the blue-haired individual both express their dislike for the situation, with Leon declaring that he is going first. Leon is told that he is going by himself again, and that he is told to be nice. A sign hangs on the door. Someone remarks that they made it, though they are a little late. About that, and exclaims in excitement. Another student asks what the necklace is, commenting that it's pretty, and says that Professor Jamie gave it to her. She explains that Jamie said it's a token that symbolizes she is his disciple. Other students are shocked that, and is Jamie's disciple, saying there is no way. Another student asks to see the necklace. Another student wants to see it too. Someone tells the others to wait a second, complaining about their neck. Someone thinks to themselves that they should never take theirs out. A student declared that it was because, and was smart, that she was chosen to be Professor Jamie's disciple. Nearby, another student wondered what was going on and asked for quiet. The students were informed that Professor Silver would not be coming that day, so it was self-study time. Another student asked if someone was feeling better. Someone mentioned that it was said that one's core gets bigger when they drink Apophis X, and asked if that made one's core bigger. Someone stated that there was no supplement in the world that could do that. Another student thought it was better for him to stop. Suddenly, a voice boomed, ordering them to stop. The other students looked around, surprised. The student who had been speaking declared that he was finally getting better, so why was the other trying to block his progress? He then told the other to wait, saying he didn't mean it like that. The other student stated that it was fine and that he didn't want to listen anymore, and wondered what was wrong with him. The student walked away, his back turned. The student, fixated on and believed she was jealous of his improved skills. Despite Sophia now being Professor Jamie's disciple, the student continued to fixate on Anne. The student felt a sudden pain. Professor Sophia asked what was wrong. Sophia noted that the student did not look well. The student wondered if the effects of EXS were already wearing off. The student recalled and saying that the supplement he was drinking was suspicious and that he fought with his friend. The student questioned if it was in Meyer. Sophia chuckled, asking if it was that supplement, Apophis X. The student asked if Sophia knew about it too, to which she replied, of course. Sophia knew the effects of Apophis X all too well. Meanwhile, Philip suggested that someone bring their friend to listen to his lecture. The other person agreed. Sophia responded that it was good then. Someone was told to drink the substance and do their best in today's classes. The student looked on with wide eyes. It was stated that this round's test subjects were soon going to get destroyed, and if a student died, the headmaster would personally investigate it. Elsewhere, Sophia and Philip walked down a hallway. Sophia thought that before that happened, she needed to hurry up and make this experiment a success. The text stated that this was all for a world that would not look down on those who were talentless. It was stated that it'll soon be complete. A lab was shown with dead rats on a table. A close-up of one of the dead rats was shown. The effects of Apophis X were described as a wonder drug capable of turning the world upside down. Meanwhile, a small figure with mint green hair remarked that they should laugh as much as they want now, while they still can. The Phoenix Academy stood as a beacon of knowledge and opportunity. Having avoided Finn, the blue-haired student breathed a sigh of relief, admitting to herself that she couldn't talk to him at all. She then wondered how she could make things right. Approaching her, the red-haired student apologized for getting angry yesterday. The blue-haired student responded that it was okay. She thought that he seemed to be in a better mood, which was a relief. The red-haired student mentioned that Professor Sophia had invited him to her special class and asked if she wanted to go with him. The blue-haired student realized that she had Professor Jamie's class today. She paused, thinking that if it was only for a short while, then she thought it would be fine. The red-haired student replied that if he came back quickly, he thought it would be fine, and thanked her. Within the Trinity lab, the sound of footsteps echoed. The humming continued, and the name Mary was spoken. Elsewhere, someone asked if it was true that and had been brought. The response was that, to be honest, she was a test subject that should have been brought already. However, there were side effects. Right now, Apophis was said to be in its most perfect state. It was also mentioned that they sent pure materials. Thanks to that, the doctor could remove most of the side effects. It was considered an honor to be able to witness their success in person. It was revealed that Professor Jamie accepted, and, as his disciple, someone stated that they knew very well what it meant to make Jamie Welton their enemy. They suggested giving up on, but the figure with the obscured face was not convinced. The figure declared that they could not stop now. It was said that the side effects of medicine would appear 1 week after ingestion. The figure wondered if finding a solution within that time would be sufficient. Someone was said to be completely mad. It was observed that greedy humans were relying on the medicine to gain good results, but in the end, they would become addicted to Apophis and destroy themselves. The focus shifted to in Meyer. Professor Keniak's name was mentioned. Sophia wondered if someone could take a look for her. Someone expressed their gratitude. Someone admitted they didn't understand a certain part of today's teachings, and they noticed someone was still in the drill hall. The man with purple hair found the situation annoying. Meanwhile, someone observed that Keniak's movements were strange. Elsewhere, a voice commanded, "Ashta, stand by." The voice continued, stating that they might need Ashta for something. A sinister voice cackled, telling someone to see. The voice continued to cackle, declaring that in the end, they would be needed. The cackling echoed. The situation was volatile. A voice announced that they were coming in, and another voice greeted the young master, noting his arrival. The young master, seated on a plush sofa, inquired why he had been summoned. He then asked if the other party was getting straight to the point. The blonde-haired man confirmed that he had indeed acquired disciples, prompting the young master to ask if that was all. Despite instigating it, the young master was surprised that the blonde-haired man had acquired disciples, given his personality. The young master found the man arrogant, cocky, and acting like a foul old man. The blonde-haired man stated that the young master was very quick-tempered and asked if that was it. The blonde-haired man suggested they stop the jokes, admitting he called the young master because he had a request. The young master questioned what the request was. It was explained that Professor Javelin was in charge of business, so the speaker didn't really know about the academy situation. The speaker thought that he needed to personally get involved in this matter. Before Professor Silver went missing, it was said that he met with the failing students of the beta class. These were hopeless children that were going to drop out of the academy. It was said that after drinking a certain substance, the students' grades increased dramatically. And yet, today they were all absent from class. The young master examined a vial, realizing that this was what his friend had been drinking. He voiced his intent to personally investigate the matter, confessing that he had a bad feeling about it. The gem on Jamie's brooch glowed with power. Someone expressed their desire to leave the matter in the hands of the young master. Young announced that he would be leaving first. Someone called out to the master. It was explained that if Anne and Lenon were in danger, the necklaces they wore would notify Jamie, and if he was in danger, it would notify them. A portal opened, shimmering with light. Someone hoped that nothing bad was happening. It was stated that for the past 3 years, much effort had been put into changing the magic world. Some time ago, in Trinity Lab's small lecture room, There was a chance for those who didn't have talent, and hope for those who dealt with magic. The mint-haired young master watched as Finn Bardic huffed, seemingly impressed by Sophia's words. Finn continued to breathe heavily, his expression strained. Sophia stated that a magician's limit is decided at birth. The scene shifted to a high vantage point. Sophia continued, explaining that while those born with talent are endlessly successful, the talentless have no opportunities. The young master listened intently as Sophia spoke of how those without talent live their whole lives being ignored, lamenting that this was a sad reality. Looking at the statistics of the past 30 years of the magic world, Finn questioned something. Suddenly, Finn collapsed, and it was revealed that Professor Sophia was involved. Sophia declared that they would. Finn had made a medicine to change the world, but he was now on the ground. It was called Apophis. Sophia stood over Finn. Sophia, visibly shaken, repeats the word professor. The concept of salvation through medicine is presented. The details of Sophia's attire are shown. The text explains that for humans born without magical talent, this medicine will dramatically expand their cores, allowing them to become grand magicians. The scene shifts back to Finn, collapsed on the floor. Sophia considers removing the danger he represents. Sophia finds the idea impossible. The narrative emphasizes the principle that to gain something, one must pay the price. However, Sophia acknowledges that this is something a human cannot handle, wondering how it could be possible, and contemplates whether someone else could pay the price for Finn's existence. The narrative questions whether a human can handle the danger, suggesting Sophia doesn't want to consider something. Sophia wonders if this is connected to a god. The question is posed, just which church is involved. Sophia, held firmly, realized that Mary knew she was wrong, but that she was impressed that she could even think that far. To think that Sophia believed she was ignored because she was talentless really upset Mary. However, Mary told Sophia that she didn't need to live like that anymore, urging her to drink the potion she held. Mary declared that Apophis would become and salvation. Sophia struggled against Mary's grip, trying to prevent her from forcing the potion down her throat. Suddenly, a voice commanded Mary to stop. Mary, surprised by the interruption, questioned who dared to interfere. The newcomer demanded that Mary let and go. It was Keniak Azir. Mary realized that Keniak had decided to interfere. A magical circle appeared, with the word reduce emblazoned within it. The spell was cast. Keniak's spell took the form of a concentrated blast of energy. The force of the spell rippled outwards. Elsewhere, someone declared that they could not be beaten, demanding that the professor stop. Sophia looked on in shock. Someone shouted a warning, telling Sophia to look behind her. A figure moved with incredible speed. The hooded figure declared that no one could defeat them. Suddenly, a voice cried out, begging for the figure to stop, identifying them as Professor. The hooded figure was then confronted by Keniak Azir, who was shocked to see them. A blade descended swiftly. The blade cut through the air with deadly force. The blade struck its target, drawing blood. Keniak, now on the ground, thought his neck was about to be severed. He then heard someone yell at him to get over there. The voice belonged to the blue-haired woman, who was calling out to Professor Keniak. The hooded figure declared that they would make this fun, so it would be worth the wait. The hooded figure grinned, revealing their menacing red eyes. The scene opens on a title card, declaring the chapter's name, How Dare You Mess With Us? Keniak Azir, lying on the floor, groans in pain. He wonders aloud why he is on the floor, before recognizing the Diablo Volfer. Jamie retorts that Keniak is the annoying kid from before. The hooded figure remarks that Jamie's timing is good. The hooded figure, holding a knife, declares that Keniak has been cancelled. The hooded figure lunges forward, kicking up dust. Jamie is surprised by the hooded figure's speed. Keniak thinks that the hooded figure is a bastard, while Jamie declares that he is Keniak's opponent. Keniak is still on the ground, struggling to get up. The hooded figure's attack connects. The force of the blow is immense. Keniak is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The dark hooded figure declares that since his opponent wishes to die first, he will do as he pleases. The hooded figure states that he will do as he pleases. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman is holding the young mage by the neck, as he shouts for her to stop. The blue-haired woman declares that she is not done talking. The young mage cries out in pain. The blue-haired woman asks if he's going to be good now. She tells him to be happy, stating that if he drinks what she is offering, he will develop talent. The blue-haired woman states that now, no one will look down on him, questioning how he dares mess with her disciple. Back at the fight, Jamie's expression is grim. Jamie asks if his opponent is prepared to face the consequences. Jamie prepares to attack. The blue-haired woman shouts Jamie's name. The hooded figure declares that the other person does not need to know anything. Immediately after, a voice commands someone to get lost. The blue-haired woman is seen attacking someone with a magical circle. The attack continues. The blue-haired woman is struck by an unseen force. She commands and to rest inside the gremia. Elsewhere, the elderly mage shouts for the professor to wait. The professor responds, saying, "You too." Someone is seen falling to the ground. Young Master Jamie is shocked that someone was caught by a kid. Another person is struck. The person falls to the ground. The cloaked figure dodges the incoming attack. However, the figure is immediately met with another attack from the mint-haired young master. The older man observes, noting that Jamie seems to dodge quite well. Jamie, annoyed, questions who the man is calling a kid. A voice calls out the name, Riza. The young mage stands with a smirk on his face. A voice asks if they call for their master. Jamie orders them to take care of him. The voice responds that Jamie's wish is their command. The older man wonders if they are listening to that kid's orders, realizing how strong Jamie is. The figure shouts to not insult their master. The figure launches an attack. The cloaked figure struck, the force of their blow sending Jamie reeling. Elsewhere, another man observed the scene, recognizing the attacker's distinctive red eyes. He recalled hearing of them before. The man identified the cloaked figure as a bloodthirsty barbarian from the Alicia fighting race of the southern continent. The cloaked figure, annoyed by Jamie's mumbling, wondered if the boy was as bloodthirsty as an undead. Jamie was sent crashing to the ground. The cloaked figure prepared to strike the final blow, screaming for Jamie to die. Suddenly, a figure intervened, taking the hit meant for Jamie. Rebecca, now empowered, glared at the cloaked figure, calling him a damned kid. The cloaked figure, enraged, vowed to kill them all. Rebecca charged forward, ready to defend Jamie. The cloaked figure questioned if Rebecca was going to kill them. A voice mused about the figure's skills. The speaker, revealed to be the protagonist and incarnated, grinned, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Meanwhile, Rebecca, now identified as Hyuk, appeared to be in distress. Her body unresponsive, she wondered what was happening, realizing she couldn't move. The voice commanded her to stay that way. The scene zoomed in on the speaker's hand. A surge of power coursed through Rebecca as the voice declared that she would become their slave upon awakening once more. Elsewhere, the mysterious underscore man exclaimed, "Ah, Riza." The protagonist underscore incarnated instructed someone not to behead him. Another figure asked if they should keep him alive. The protagonist underscore incarnated thought that he would be quite useful. The beaten and bloodied new underscore character underscore 3 was shown. The protagonist underscore incarnated was asked if he was referring to a specific individual, and he suggested that they try training him. The other party understood. Meanwhile, someone was desperately trying to break free, demanding to be released. They shouted in protest. A surge of power erupted. The protagonist underscore incarnated observed that it seemed he would have another useful slave. He chuckled, stating that the next one was Professor Keniak. The protagonist underscore incarnated realized he had forgotten about Keniak Azir. The protagonist underscore incarnated apologized to Keniak Azir, asking him to rest inside the Gremia. Elsewhere, a figure's hair was shown. The figure wondered what that door was, and then a voice commanded them to awaken, calling them a loyal servant. From the darkness, a figure emerged, questioning if they had been summoned by their master. The figure, cloaked in shadow, was met with a demand to reveal their identity. The figure identified herself as Mary Valentine, an executive manager at Trinity, confirming that the name Sophia was merely an alias. Mary revealed that Trinity sought to provide fair magic enlightenment for mankind, and that she had received orders to infiltrate Phoenix Academy. She explained that through Apophis, they were planning to eradicate the gap in talent. It was believed that if they started a project of this scale, it was likely that at least one executive from the magic world was involved. The question was posed, how would they resolve the side effects of Apophis? That was probably their ultimate goal. The woman's expression hardened. She seemed to be in pain. The question lingered. Was it taboo? The woman, now surrounded by magical energy, wondered who they thought she was. A perfect cell, granting absolute immunity. This cell was one of Jamie's 3 godly devices, capable of canceling all phenomena, including curses. The cell was able to recover from brainwashing and remove the taboo. The effects of the cell surged through the body. The process consumed a lot of mana. Now it was time to talk. He demanded to know what they were going to do about the side effects. They had joined hands with the demons. Demons? One of the undead creatures protested, not want to go inside, but then reasoned that being undead wasn't too bad. The figure demanded to know what would be done about the side effects. It was revealed that they had joined hands with the demons. The speaker noted that only a demon royalty could handle the side effects, and that they were at least masterclass. The figure was asked which demon they had relations with, and it was revealed that they had connections to the demon king of greed. The man admitted he had never heard of that demon before, guessing that it was because thousands of years had passed. It was speculated that the Guinness Church was involved again. The figure demanded to know everyone that was involved. It was revealed that all the suppliers, including Sinner, had died at the hands of Ashtur, and that Keniak Azir was killed by the researcher. It was stated that Silver, along with Keniak Azir, had gone insane. The question was posed, who's the leader? The orders, it seemed, came from 2 sources. The doctor, whose focus was on the development of Apophis, and the professor, who was the origin of most of their directives. Elsewhere, the question was posed, did they know who they were dealing with? The response came that they had only received messages through the crystal ball and, as such, had never seen them before. The speaker was sure that someone high up in the magic world was involved. Meanwhile, Jamie was ordering someone to leave, instructing them to act as they always had and to report to him when he called. The rest, it was said, would have to listen to him. Elsewhere, someone called out for the professor. The question was asked if they were okay, followed by the retort, "Who do you think I am?" The conversation continued between the individuals. It was declared that they would not die anymore. The individual stammered that that's not what they meant, that they just... N's name was spoken. One of the figures instructed the others to go into the room and rest with their friend. The figure agreed, and they began to move. The other figure remarked that the entire space seemed to be an artifact and that they seemed to have some impressive stuff. The figure with mint green hair stated that they would have preferred to have had the chance to talk about it, but it looked like they didn't have the time to do so. Chains suddenly appeared around Keniak Azer. The sudden appearance of the chains caused Keniak to be surprised. Keniak stated that he had heard from Mary. He continued, stating that they were involved in the research for Apophis X and demanded to know what they knew of the higher-ups. The other figure asked who the doctor was. Keniak began to speak. He continued, stating that something was wrong and that it didn't look like it was a taboo. Keniak continued to speak, stating that if they couldn't tell him, the figure stated that they would just read Keniak's memories from within his mind. Keniak Azier struggles against the chains binding him, desperately trying to prevent his memories from being accessed. A hand is placed firmly on Keniak's head, the gesture indicating the imminent intrusion into his mind. The figure's power flares as they begin to delve into Keniak's memories. The process of memory extraction begins, leaving Keniak visibly strained and injured. Keniak is shocked by the revelation, questioning if he is a homunculus. Meanwhile, the young master realizes that the third elder was the leader of the program. He is surprised that the third elder would plan a chip like this in his own. The third elder, Serpent Gerald, is revealed to harbor rage and anger towards those with talent. Gerald holds a chip, his expression conveying a sense of determination. It seems Gerald was surprised that he would do something like this, and that he was made to not say anything about him. He wonders how he did it. The young master reveals that he read Gerald's memories and even deleted his memories regarding black magic. He states that he can figure that much out without reading his memory. Keniak Azier is told that he is a homunculus. The voice continues, stating that Keniak is similar to his maker, making it clear who created him. Keniak thinks to himself that although he is not human, he is still a person. The voice responds that it doesn't change the fact that Keniak has done wrong, and that he should be allowed to repay these crimes with his death. The voice then asks what that would solve. The chains binding Keniak begin to break. Keniak is told that he is free now, and that there is no need to live as the dog of the third elder. Jamie states that he will call it a reward for saving his apprentice. Jamie declares that he will decide Keniak's fate after he kills the third elder. Someone shouts for Professor Jamie, warning him that his opponent is too much for him alone and that he has something. An object is thrown to the ground. Someone yells in frustration. Communication with Ashtar and Mary was severed, and someone broke the chip planted within Keniak. He had been moments away from ruling the magic world, and now he wondered who had ruined it. The name Apophis came to mind. Nearby, a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid sat ready. Everything was ready, so there was nothing to worry about. He would finally be the king of the magic world. His gaze intensified as he stared at the syringe. Elsewhere, a sign read Principal's Office. The seventh elder explained that he needed help, asking if there was anyone who could fight. Someone pointed out that the person he called Professor was of unknown identity. He wondered if the third elder might be the one behind everything. The young mage agreed with the assessment, acknowledging that he could trust Siegfried, since Siegfried was away from the magic world with him. However, he couldn't trust the king's faction, which included the third elder. The fact that they all believed in equality for everyone was similar to the principle of Apophis. Although Linmel was a trustworthy person, demons were those that were capable of acting. He couldn't fully trust him, so he guessed they would have to handle it. Jamie _ protagonist sighed, sitting alone. The mysterious old man told Jamie _ protagonist to go on in and get some rest, adding that he would figure out how to handle the third elder. Jamie _ protagonist agreed. The sound of footsteps echoed. Someone called out to Professor Jamie. The mysterious old man asked if Jamie _ protagonist still hadn't gone home yet. Jamie _ protagonist replied that he needed to talk to the principal. The mysterious old man told Jamie _ protagonist that if he had any issues with classes, he should feel free to talk to him. Jamie _ protagonist said that he would. Someone thought that she had left earlier. The young master tilted his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he considered the information. Meanwhile, the man with light green hair assured someone to stay safe on their way back, adding that he was always in contact with the staff. The man continued, explaining that the individual could get involved as the substitute academy principal, and As the superintendent, it wouldn't be suspicious for him to talk with the third elder. The focus shifted to the name Professor Javelin. Elsewhere, the man with light green hair responded affirmatively when asked if he had been in contact with Professor Silver. He then revealed that he had contacted Silver earlier that day, but it appeared Silver was quitting his position. Back in a room with the young master, he laughed, realizing how close someone was to him. Nearby, the man with light green hair seemed confused, questioning what someone meant. The man was informed that Sophia was resting, and he considered calling her Mary. The young master's eyes glowed with power as he told someone to stop acting. The young master thought of someone as Professor. Someone was sure to not let their guard down. The command echoed, a silent order to cease. Above, a figure realized that they had been discovered. The figure smiled, a red glow emanating from their hand. Below, the command continued to echo. Suddenly, a voice commanded that the other person stop acting. The individual, referred to as Professor, smirked. The professor expressed surprise, admitting that he hadn't lowered his guard just because the other was a child. He realized that he had been found out. The professor smiled widely. A red energy crackled around him. The professor wondered how this was happening. He realized that his space isolation magic had been activated. The professor realized that the other person's eyes revealed them to be a demon contractor. The professor admitted that he had done his best to be careful, but he had been exposed. The professor acknowledged that the thought of just in case always catches him, but he complimented the other person's insight. The young mage recognized the ring, realizing it was the same one from before. Meanwhile, Javelin was questioned about how he had been handling things. Elsewhere, the professor was being attacked. The attack intensified, engulfing the area in flames. The professor expressed surprise that the young mage would expose himself so quickly. Enraged, the professor called the young mage an arrogant fool, vowing to make him obey. The young mage prepared to unleash the 100 Seas. He demanded that the professor show him his best. The 100 Seas began to manifest, swirling with power. The young mage prepared to strike, the 100 Seas surrounding him. The professor laughed, revealing that the attack was a trap. The professor prepared to counter, commenting on how simple the young mage's attack was. The young mage realized his mana was being drained. He thought to himself that they had prepared for every possibility. The professor chuckled, confident in his trap. He believed that geniuses like the young mage always had their guard down. That was why the professor believed the young mage had fallen for his scheme. The air crackled with magical energy. The young mage, enraged, questioned how the professor dared to act in such a manner. He demanded to know why the professor would do this in his territory. The professor stood tall, surrounded by swirling magical energy, as the young mage struggled against the trap. The professor revealed that he knew the young mage would come. Another figure appeared, revealing that they too had been caught. The magical trap pulsed with energy, ensnaring its victims. The young mage wondered what was happening. The situation was dire. They were surrounded by enemies. The young master, catching his breath, wondered how things had deteriorated to this point. He considered the possibility that the demons had been planning this from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in another location, and addressed the professor. The professor apologized, admitting he had greatly sinned. The professor continued, noting that in the end, and still felt guilty and saved them. He seemed humbled by her actions. The professor reflected on the idea of atonement, hoping he wasn't too late this time. Determined, the professor resolved that he must do what he could. The professor glanced at Anne, acknowledging that she was a smart child, a genius. A voice echoed, lamenting that it was a shame and hadn't been blessed with mana, and admitted that, to be honest, she wanted to be a good professor. The voice continued, recalling how it was always envious towards the creators of magic, and so it wanted to do its best when teaching the students. It wondered why it couldn't be more gentle. The voice questioned if it was because it was Serpent's homunculus, wondering why it couldn't be more gentle, kind, and warm-hearted. The voice declared that it was an excuse, stating that if it wanted to change it, it could have. The voice concluded that that's what desire is, thanking someone for never giving up. Kinjak Azir's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. He knew that Professor Jamie was a great magician, destined to be the center of the future magic world, and that he was his disciple. He knew that if he learned from Jamie, he would be able to fill in what he lacked. He must learn with determination. It wouldn't be easy in the end, but when it got tough, he would think about his goal and not give up. He affirmed that he would not give up, Professor. He would never give up. It would be great if he could see Kinjak become a great magician. He hoped Kinjak's future was filled with glory. He scoffed at these cheap tricks. Kinjak is enveloped in a powerful sealing technique, his body surrounded by glowing symbols. Across from him, Philip laughs, declaring that this is the result of Kinjak's arrogance and that his efforts are useless. The trapped Kinjak is confused, realizing that this is not magic, and he notes that the headmaster seems flustered. The headmaster explains that it's a sealing technique he acquired with difficulty from a mysterious nation in the east. The headmaster continues, stating that the technique is so strong that even the first and second elders can't break free from it easily, and he questions if the third elder thinks he'll be safe after this. Kinjak thinks to himself that he will be. Meanwhile, Jamie curses, wondering why Kinjak is like that, and he doesn't think he's sealed but then says, well. Jamie realizes that the gray orb is disrupting his mana. Kinjak thinks it will take some time, but if he can endure, he tells himself to stop talking about nonsensical things. The headmaster tells Kinjak to rest a little, while Kinjak vows that when he gets out of this, he's going to kill him. Kinjak swears on his soul. Now that the biggest threat is gone, Jamie feels a lot more comfortable. The question hung in the air. What would happen once the seventh elder returned? The implications were heavy, promising a shift in the current stalemate. Meanwhile, the young master scoffed at the veiled threat. He considered the speaker a foul old man. He wondered if the speaker's solution was a Popies because he couldn't overcome the wall of the fifth class. Elsewhere, another figure warned that if someone kept running their mouth, he would cut off their growth plates. All right, the mysterious old man thought. It was time to consider how to handle the situation. First, they needed to use the remaining sealing technique when another elder intervened. The man with green hair didn't want to leave him tied up like that. If he killed him, he'd feel disgusted. It was stated that if the Welton and Bell families got involved, their future plans would be disrupted. The green-haired man wondered if he should just erase his memory then. He was told that he was a lucky child, only staying alive thanks to his family. Someone questioned what he was planning. The green-haired man didn't think a demon contractor's true goal was equality and talent. It was said that the third elder's goal was fixed on that, though. In the end, there's only one thing a demon contractor wants. High-quality sacrifices. Through Apopies, their core becomes stable. The nature of magic demanded a price, a merging of essence. Those who wielded it risked becoming sacrifices to its power. The question hung in the air. Was someone attempting to overthrow the Demon King? A voice chuckled, dismissing the gravity of the situation. To them, the magical world was merely a temporary stop. The speaker expressed gratitude towards the Guinness Church, noting how their involvement had simplified matters. The speaker declared that it was now easier and commanded the other to sleep for a long time. The speaker inquired whether the space had been properly isolated. The other gasped, recognizing the power being unleashed. The word Leviathan manifested in a swirl of dark energy. Dark magic surged forth, enveloping everything in its path. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction. The speaker stated that the other was getting too close to them. The other exclaimed in disbelief, calling the speaker a dark magician. The dark magic swirls around the figure. Siegfried, sporting blood on his face, declared that he would kill Jamie after he told him everything. The man above him realized that this was how it was. The man continued, calling Siegfried no genius, but someone who sold his soul to the devil and bought talent. Siegfried heard him and thought how disgraceful it was that the foolish slave was a dark magician too. Siegfried stated that he needed to shut him up, thinking that getting beaten up was the only medicine for bastards like him, and that he sold his soul to the devil. The spirit of the dead surrounded Siegfried. The dark magic swirled. The man's face contorted in rage as he accused the young master of selling his soul to the devil to gain talent. The man continued to laugh, calling the young master a brat and declaring that he was barely worth anything. The young master, with a smirk, thought to himself how disgraceful the man was and that he needed to shut up. The spirit of the dead began to rise, the young master thinking that getting beaten up was the only medicine for bastards like him. The young master stood his ground, surrounded by a dark, magical aura. Energy crackled around the spirit of the dead. The dark magic was described as something that destroys the soul and numbs the body. The young master declared that he would show his opponent a demonic sword. The young master glared, his eyes glowing with power, as he was called a dirty dark magician. The opponent declared that he would destroy the young master. The young master mocked his opponent, questioning if someone who couldn't even scratch his clothes really wanted to destroy him, and asking if he was really a sixth-class magician. The young master's opponent's face contorts in rage as he prepares to attack. The enemy demands to know what kind of trickery the young master used. The enemy mage, consumed by fury, screams for the young master to die. Deflecting, reduction, misdirection, and fusion, all high-level magic, are used to create multi-complex type magic. The enemy calls Jamie a disgusting kid, telling him not to talk nonsense as he prepares an oxidating light wave. The enemy mage unleashes his oxidating light wave. The oxidating light wave surges forward. The young master is surprised by the attack. Jamie scoffs at the enemy's attack, questioning if he intends to kill him with skills like those, referring to the 100 Cs. The young master casts a shield. The shield protects Jamie from the oxidating light wave. Jamie remarks that the enemy is one to talk big. The enemy's attack had a devastating aftermath, leaving a lingering spirit of the dead. A final, desperate gasp escaped the victim. This was the end for him, or so it seemed. Leviathan's power surged, marking the end. The young master stood tall, untouched by the chaos around him. The victim cursed, realizing he couldn't let it end like this. This was it, the moment of truth. The young master dismissed his opponent as pathetic, vowing to destroy his organization as well. Now the time had come. A surge of power coursed through him. Had he just? The young master urged his opponent to get stronger, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he wondered if it was Apophis. The voice declared that an unfinished medicine for untalented bastards suited him well. The defeated man, despite his injuries, declared that he would beat the young master to death, even if he couldn't reach the 7th class. Meanwhile, the young master thought that he should be the one saying that he surpassed the 6th class. With a smirk, Jamie commanded his soldiers to come out. The soldiers emerged. They were ready to fight. A little while ago, in the Phoenix Academy hallway, a figure in a cloak walked through the hallway, thinking it was almost time to go home. Suddenly, the figure was attacked. The figure gasped as the attack landed. The attack continued. The figure apologized to Professor Heaven. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a man with light green hair, is struck by a blade. He realizes that Jamie Welton is a dark magician and wonders if he should go and surprise him. The blade pierces through him. The man with light green hair realizes that his attacker is the contractor who is supplying demonic blood. He wonders if they thought he wouldn't feel the demonic energy. He declares that these bastards really want to die. The man shouts that the one who's dying is his attacker. Magical energy crackles. The energy intensifies. The second authority, darkness. A voice commands Squad 2 to spread out towards the left and right, and Squad 1 to cover any empty space. The voice orders Squad 3 to fire simultaneously, and Squad 1 to charge. The contractor faced the skeletons, dismissing them as meager. He declared that they were useless. The contractor was engulfed in a surge of power. He realized this was his new strength. The contractor challenged the corpses, vowing to eliminate them all. Azad commanded Squad 3 to reload, surprised by how much they had trained. A subordinate asked if mint-haired young master had called for him. The subordinate was asked what he was doing, and he responded that Nebro told him this is what people do when they have an army. The Lich wondered if he should have any intelligence when they have an army. The Lich now has intelligence. The mint-haired young master thought it was strange, as he was sure he had removed the Lich's intelligence when he created him, wondering if he was enlightened inside there, and that he should go visit. The contractor declared that he would end the damned corpses. The magic in the air seemed to break down matter into particles, destroying them completely. The implications of this power were clear. The revival of the undead was not a good sign. At this rate, the hooded figure realized they would lose their entire force. They commanded Azad to return with the army, wondering if their greeting had been poorly received. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a room with arched windows. Dark energy crackled around a muscular figure. The figure taunted, asking if all of his mana had depleted after outdoing himself. The mint-haired young master scoffed, declaring that his opponent's annihilation magic was weak. Darkness was to be honored. The muscular figure declared that he would show the true power of annihilation. He began to channel a swirling vortex of dark energy. The figure vowed to erase his opponent without a trace, unleashing the Scud technique. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted. The Welton-style 7th formation, lightning stroke, was unleashed, embodying darkness. The muscular figure unleashed his attack, but the young master met it head-on. A fierce clash of power erupted between them. Refusing to yield, the young master roared, declaring he wouldn't fall for the attack. The muscular figure, however, was determined to end the fight, declaring that it was time. The attack was named the Light of Destruction. The muscular figure declared that it was the end for the young master. The Light of Destruction surged forward. Meanwhile, back at Jamie's lodge, Count Simon stood on the 2nd floor of Jamie's lodge, wondering why they didn't have lessons today. He realized that he didn't see and worried that he was excluded. Simon wondered about the necklace the professor gave them, feeling something ominous. As the Light of Destruction struck, the mint-haired young master realized that the professor might be in danger. The force of the blow was immense. The impact sent the young master flying. The Light of Destruction continued to surge. He wondered if he was using up his life energy. Gathering his strength, the young master prepared to counter. He focused his power. He vowed to step all over an insignificant bastard like his opponent. The young master declared that he was going to veil the dimension-splitting sword with Leviathan. He called upon gluttony. He commanded it to eat up the destruction. The young master unleashed his power. The unseen assailant declared that it was useless and that the young master would die here. Meanwhile, the figure with dark hair and glowing red eyes proclaimed that he would survive, even if it meant giving his soul to the Demon King. The air crackled with energy as the unseen force continued its assault. The light intensified, threatening to overwhelm everything. The unseen force continued to press its advantage. A surge of power erupted, accompanied by the words Second Authority Liberation. The young master, surrounded by swirling energy, prepared to unleash his full power. Darkness began to coalesce, a counterforce against the encroaching light. The air crackled with unseen energy. A hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with strain. A towering figure stood amidst a blinding light. A sense of familiarity washed over the dark magician, a haunting echo of something known. He wondered why he held such power in his hand, the power of a god-killer. A towering figure demanded to know why the gods continued to persecute humans. He realized that this was him from his previous life, a life dedicated to punishing those who disobeyed him. The dark magician raged, daring someone to create such disgusting beings. He vowed that he could not forgive them. A fragment of his forgotten memory surfaced. He understood that his authority of darkness had the ability to annihilate everything, but that was not all. He recalled that the gravitational force that pulls everything was the source of Leviathan's power. With that power in mind, the dark magician commanded his authority to be remembered. He then demanded that they fear his darkness. The second authority was then unleashed. Complete darkness began to envelop everything. The darkness intensified. The title, "The Dark Magician Transmigrates After 66,666 Years," was displayed. Someone, in disbelief, questioned how their magic could be contained in the sword, wondering if they would even understand if it were explained. The narrator stated that this was all they had to say, as the sword of fusion convergence appeared. Someone expressed their gratitude, stating that they were able to break through the barrier thanks to another. A surge of purple energy erupts. The dark magician commands his foe to be gone. The attack lands, eliciting a scream of pain. The red energy intensifies. The dust settles. It was noted that while the third elder was creating a strength potion, the dark magician made a space to become stronger. A glowing blue cube floats in the air, as someone wonders if all creators and creations must be alike. The figure with horns grins. Another figure wonders who would have thought he was the homunculus, blaming his student for this. The figure in red declares that his powers have already reached the level of a demon realm knight. He insists that, even with help, a fifth-class mage cannot compete with him, begging them to stop. The figure in red commands them to give up. Despite his efforts, Count Simon realized the difference in power was too great. He couldn't defeat his opponent at this point. Keniak's voice echoed, seemingly cut short. Now, Professor Keniak's voice continued. It was time to get fixed. A voice seemed to be coming from Javelin's shadow, making him wonder if it was a seal. A figure considered that someone inside knew them. At this point, the figure considered what was most likely to happen. Siegfried's name was called out. Someone declared they would leave everything to another. A figure seemed surprised by something. Someone shouted that it was nonsense. A surge of power emanated. A voice declared that they were a puppet made by the serpent. Though created by the serpent, the voice continued. They had learned from others as well. Growth, he thought, and freedom. Chains surrounded the man. Someone asked if he honestly thought. Someone declared that they would hand over the children's future to him. Magical energy surged. Someone demanded to know what the hell had been done. A figure declared that they were not. Someone was thinking of dodging it, the cube breaker. The cube breaker activated. Energy crackled. En explosion érupted. A voice commended Keniak Azier for his efforts. Elsewhere, Keniak Azier asked that someone rest in peace. Another voice declared that they owed someone a debt from earlier. The figure moved with purpose. Someone declared that they had warned their target that they would be killed once they escaped. The figure realized that they had no chance of winning and needed to run. A voice questioned where they were going. The figure seemed surprised. The figure coughed. The figure groaned. The figure realized there was a gap, and that they needed to open a portal to the demon realm. Someone called out, "Say some." A surge of blue energy crackled through the air. The energy intensified, swirling with greater speed and force. The swirling energy coalesced into a towering form, a manifestation of raw power. Below, the dark hooded figure struggled, a voice echoing with malice, promising a painful end. The voice continued, declaring that their victim would writhe in agony as slowly as possible before dying. The blue energy began to encase the dark hooded figure in a cube. The energy intensified around the cube, and the young mage, Diablo Volfer, appeared, his eyes glowing with power as he prepared to unleash his magic. The cube pulsed with energy, the dark hooded figure within struggling against its confines. The air crackled with magical energy. Time seemed to stand still. A voice declared the intent to absorb the opponent's power and use it as their own. Diablo Volfer, eyes wide, declared this as his new perspective. The true demonic sword pulsed with dark energy. Besides that, while leveling up, his senses were heightened beyond measure. He realized that Javelin was alive after all. He couldn't believe everything was a lie, and vowed to show agony far greater than death. The young master sensed a presence. Count Simon had found him, and he was pleased. The Count asked how Simon had broken through the 7th class barrier. Simon explained that Lenon had come by just now. Simon realized that this was no time to dawdle, as the demons had intervened. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. Demonic energy filled the air. Someone cursed. A transformation was underway. The transformation was into a final form. The young master's power surged, and, at this rate, the students would be caught in the crossfire. The transformation continued, and someone wondered if this was Javelin's true form. The young master, now towering, admitted he had wanted to make it small, but it got bigger. Nearby, someone questioned what was happening and if the eighth elder was present as well. The speaker warned that if they kept fighting here, the students would be caught in the crossfire. Someone suggested they warp somewhere else. The warping magic began to take effect. One of the onlookers realized that he was using 7th class magic without a seal. Another found it hard to believe, even seeing it, and urged that this was no time to be surprised. The magic was identified as Ifrit's hand, the highest caliber of flamed spiritual magic. The flames of Ifrit's hand blazed intensely. The flames roared to life, a maelstrom of fire and power. The intensity of the flames prompted Count Simon to remark that he was being continually surprised. The flames intensified, and the words Flame Emperor appeared. The scene shifted to Simon's perspective of magic. The power to control fire was on full display. It was revealed that the reason he is called the Red Lotus is because of his mastery of fire. The young master was indeed controlling the flames that Count Simon had created. The 8th elder's perspective of magic was on display. The flames roared, promising to burn everything alive. The title of the magic is revealed, Flame Emperor. The magic is from Count Simon's perspective. It is magic that commands fire, and it is the reason it is called Red Lotus. Jamie thought that Simon took the perspective of magic of fire. The magic is from the 8th elder's perspective. Flames engulfed the area. The flames threatened to burn everything to death. The flames spread rapidly. The magic is called Red Lotus. The Red Lotus magic continues to spread. Simon asked the 7th elder to block the aftermath, knowing he would agree. The magic took form, swirling with vibrant hues of blue and pink. The energy intensified, the colors becoming more vivid. It was the Red Lotus, a magic known for its beautiful yet destructive power, as the young mage knew well. The magic manifested in a monstrous form, eliciting amazement from onlookers. The red-haired man dismissed the destructive power, not wanting to hear about it. He simply affirmed the events that had transpired. The young master was asked if he had reached the 7th class in such a short amount of time. He chuckled, stating that was how it turned out. The red-haired man warned against laughing too frivolously, reminding the other to know his place, as the elders would be surprised to learn of this. The other man retorted that he didn't care, as he was a slave. Sking, the young master suggested they return first. The man questioned if they needed to confirm the other was dead. The voice questioned if its magic was being doubted, stating that if one wasn't a marquis, it would be hard to come out of that alive. A voice groaned, stating that it needed a little more time. A figure stood in the center of a swirling red aura. A voice declared that it would have been given the power of the Demon King, questioning if this was the end. It then told someone that they did well, calling them an insect. A red orb pulsed with energy. A swirling vortex of red energy intensified. A voice declared that it would kill them all for someone. The mint-haired young master looked on with a grim expression. An exclamation of surprise rang out. Red energy surged violently. The scene faded into a hazy, reddish-gray background. A short time earlier, the scene was set at a vacant lot behind the academy. The air crackled with demonic energy. One could certainly feel the reverberations. The elderly mage and Adelhart Vevin stood over the scene. The mage questioned what had happened, but Adelhart did not know either. The mage called for everyone to come over, stating that there was a black and burnt corpse. The mages began to restore the area. The corpse was identified as Keniak Azit. It was revealed that he was a professor at Phoenix Academy and also the 3rd elder's disciple. Adele, standing beside Bailey Onyx, wondered if that damned old man, Serpent, had offered Keniak's body as a sacrifice to the demons. Adele was told not to say such a rash comment. Serpent and another figure looked on in shock. The dark-hooded figure stood over a woman. The figure declared that Rinmel and they would. The dark-hooded figure instructed the others to reinforce the magic world's defenses as much as possible, urging them to go first. Considering that they should go as well, the dark-hooded figure decided to leave it to the others. It seemed they might need to use the Dimension Breaker. The power emanating from the hooded figure was immense. The hooded figure's speed was unmatched. Young Master Jamie, suspended in the air, demanded to know why they weren't answering him. Varios, the Demonic Realms Count, declared that just because they were hiding didn't mean he couldn't attack. Varios, under the command of the Demon King of Greed, was a Demonic Realms Count with half-dragon, half-demon blood. The power emanating from Varios felt like facing a dragon. The elders were frozen in place because of Varios' presence. Ryueta was nothing compared to him. Varios threatened that if they didn't come, then Varios would go to them. The young mage clicked his tongue in annoyance. The demonic energy swirled around Ryueta as he clashed with the young mage. The force of their collision reverberated through the area. The young mage realized that even with his almighty power negating physical damage, the attacks were still incredibly potent. Rieta seemed to be more skilled than the others he had faced. The demonic energy continued to surge around Rieta. Rieta noted that the young mage had blocked his attack, but he was not impressed. He told him to try this. Rieta prepared to block the next attack. The young mage struggled against the force of Rieta's attacks. The young mage realized that even if he negated physical damage, Rieta's demonic energy was still a problem. The young mage knew he had no choice but to use black mana. The young mage asked them to keep what they were about to see a secret. Rieta wondered what the young mage was planning. He demanded to know how long Rieta would keep talking. The demon demanded to be shown more. The young mage told Rieta to stop making demands. He declared that he would play with Rieta. The young mage prepared to use something. He announced that he would use dark mana. The dark mana began to take form. The dark mana was converging, becoming an almighty force. The young mage unleashed the dark mana. Rieta challenged him to try blocking the attack. The dark mana surged forward. The dark mana collided with Rieta. Rieta was furious that his power was being absorbed. He couldn't believe someone dared to take what was his. In response, Rieta decided to give the dark magician something to absorb, something that would be too much to handle. He vowed to give so much power that the dark magician wouldn't be able to handle it. The dark energy surged forth, a torrent of power unleashed. The dark magician revealed that he had been waiting for Rieta to make such a move. The dark magician taunted Rieta, asking if he had ever been bitten by a weak person before. Dark energy began to restore itself. The surge of power caused a reaction. The dark energy intensified. Rieta realized that it wasn't a simple absorption. Rieta grinned, thinking this would be fun. Rieta declared that he would only fall for that once. Rieta declared that he would kill his opponent in one hit. The dark energy continued to swirl around the dark magician, forming a complex geometric pattern. The dark magician stated that he would listen to the details later. The dark magician focused his gaze, his expression intense as he prepared to unleash his power. The dark magician thought that Jamie Welton would need to explain himself well. The dark energy intensified around the dark magician, swirling with even greater ferocity. The dark magician's dragon energy began to manifest. The dark magician summoned his power, his eyes glowing with dark energy as he prepared to strike. The dark magician thought that after everything was over, he would definitely tell him. The dark magician prepared to unleash his dimension-splitting sword for Almighty, converting demonic dragon energy. The dragon energy crackled with immense power. The dark magician unleashed his attack. The dark magician's power surged, a chaotic display of raw magical energy. The force of the attack caused Rieta to cry out in pain, furious that a mere human dared to challenge them. The air crackled with magical tension. The seventh elder proposed isolating the space to prevent the power from leaking out. Another elder questioned Jamie Welton's plan to continue fighting in their current state. The elder insisted that they needed to meet up with the other elders quickly. Jamie Welton understood that his dark mana was different from that of other dark magicians, but even so, the three of them were not enough to defeat that demon. The young master declared that even gathering all the elders of the magic world would not be enough to win. He ominously stated that the magic world would fall. The seventh elder asked if Count Simon had a method, and Simon confirmed that he understood what needed to be done, agreeing to follow the seventh elder's instructions. Magical energy began to manifest. The seventh elder prepared to cast a spell. Below, a complex array of magical symbols glowed with an eerie light, the source of the power unknown. Meanwhile, the figure with the horns and armored shoulders, surrounded by falling rain, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He thought to himself that he would be scolded by the Demon King when he returned. The air crackled with energy. A voice echoed, declaring that they didn't know what the others were planning to do. A demonic figure with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth appeared, surrounded by a dark aura. The demonic figure, with a sinister grin, declared that this was really the end. The words demonic dragon's breath appeared amidst a burst of red energy. A red, spear-like object materialized, surrounded by swirling energy. With a frustrated tsh, the figure lamented that they would be scolded by the Demon King upon their return. Whatever plan was in motion, its nature remained unknown. But the end was truly at hand. A demonic dragon's breath was unleashed. The attack surged forward with immense force. The demonic energy continued its relentless advance. A surge of blue energy erupted in response. A voice expressed gratitude to both parties involved. A figure seemed surprised by something. The seventh elder was called upon, as a declaration was made. I am a bird that sings in solitude, a traveler standing alone on the black earth. The devil card appeared, accompanied by the words, There's an enemy who strives to erase the darkness. You don't even normally ask for my help, either. A tower, surrounded by swirling blue energy, causes a space overlap. There, it is revealed that there is a false master of destruction. The space overlap is broken through. Someone shouts that the young master is breaking through space, and that he should not cry, even when he loses the world. The Red Lotus magician tells someone to just listen. The words Red Lotus pay appear in a circle. A voice tells someone to be on their way, as the darkness will never be taken from them. Another voice shouts that it is not enough. Someone asks if the young master is ready yet, and commands them to reveal their intentions. The judgment card appears. The judgment card appears, and a voice commands to annihilate. The words innate territory, chaotic ocean appear. A surge of purple energy explodes outwards. The purple energy continues to surge. Someone realizes that their breath is being affected. Someone says that the darkness is that person's, the demon king of vengeances. A character is shocked by what is happening and wonders if this can be. A voice commanded Belos to move. The demon king's awakening was noted, with concern that the 12 gods might notice. The power continued to build. The demon king's presence intensified. The demon king's power continued to surge. The power was closing in. Chapter 87, Demon King of Vengeance. It was only the vibration, but the demonic energy was terrifying. One of the observers wondered what happened to the two elders. Someone believed they had isolated the space, questioning if it was the work of the seventh elder. It seemed Count Simon was using his full power. One of the observers noted that this was closer to a seal rather than isolation, fearing that Count Simon was trying to end it all inside. If that was the case, they must be prepared for death as well. Even if they had to use that, Luke and Adele had been told to prepare it, just in case. The preparations were complete. Another man hoped that they would not have to use it. Elsewhere, the sudden shift in power left others wondering what had happened. Young Master Jamie, now standing in a transformed landscape, thought to himself that a demon had invaded his innate territory. The area was now a chaotic ocean, a deadly terraforming magic created by Diablo Volfer to face enemies stronger than himself. It was a space where black mana was assimilated, allowing one to use power that transcended limits and became a weapon itself. Jamie could understand the need to awaken a more powerful demon in this situation, but he still couldn't understand how the demon had invaded his innate territory. Jamie didn't understand. The source of the power was revealed. The energy felt like a demon king. A demon king's power had been unleashed, and someone wondered if it was too risky for him to have awakened it. It was said that the awakening would affect the balance of causality, meaning that the 12 gods could descend onto a vassal. But there was still no reaction, especially when it came to Fiyero. It was thought that she'd be having a fit, screaming that she'd annihilated it once if she knew. Of course, it was possible to trick the gods using black mana, but that was a power only he could use, and that was the way it should be. The power asked what if he were a demon king. The power continued to manifest. The power questioned what he was. He thought to himself that he couldn't believe he almost faltered with just this. He declared that he was Diablo Volfer. The power asked how he could use this power. The power demanded that he look at it straight in the eyes. Diablo Volfer responded that he didn't know why it was asking that. The power within Diablo Volfer declared that it was not some minion of another who's stronger, but its own entity. The Demon King's power warned Diablo not to overstep himself. Diablo coughed up blood. The Demon King's power realized that this could not be. The power declared that Diablo was nothing but drunk on bravery. Diablo coughed up more blood. The strain continued to take its toll. Diablo continued to cough up blood. Diablo felt as if his bones were shattered, and he wondered what the power wanted to ask. The Demon King's power demanded to know who Diablo was to that person. Diablo coughed up more blood. Diablo wondered who the power was referring to. The Demon King's power seemed to pause, momentarily taken aback. It noticed the color of the young master's eyes, questioning if they were purple. The power then stated that black mana is a power that one can coincidentally obtain. However, it clarified that the purple hue is only granted to those who it personally bestows this power upon. The Demon King's power demanded to know how Diablo Volfer could have the same purple eyes as that person. Diablo Volfer, struggling against the Demon King's influence, thought that was what he wanted to ask. He wondered how such a hideous demon could have his power, his black mana. Diablo Volfer continued to struggle against the Demon King's power. The Demon King's power questioned if it was Diablo's power. Diablo Volfer coughed, thinking it was impossible, as he was sure that his will had cut off the Demon King's power. The Demon King's power commanded Diablo Volfer to explain his existence. The battle between Diablo Volfer and the Demon King's power continued. The Demon King's power threatened that if Diablo Volfer could not explain his existence, the Demon King's power declared that he would make someone fall down into hell. Diablo Volfer, injured, was told that his injury was beyond regeneration. Diablo was shocked to hear the name Tricania, demanding to know how the Demon King's power knew that name. The Demon King's power asked if Diablo remembered the Lamford Hills. Elsewhere, it was too late for someone. Diablo, lying on the ground, asked to be made into an undead. Someone smirked, stating that if Diablo became an undead, he would be used as a sword. The figure continued, saying that Diablo would be forced to serve him. Someone stated that it was not bad, declaring that they were here, my lord. Someone desired to be made into a being completely loyal to their lord. The figure asked not to be abandoned, for themselves, for all humans on this earth, until the day the gods were defeated. Someone screamed, begging not to be abandoned. A voice echoed from the darkness, declaring that it would be with someone even in death, while also admitting that the person was an annoying punk. The hooded figure responded that the other's words were true, up to a point. The hooded figure declared that the other's miserable life was now forfeit. A hand gently rested on Diablo Volfer's head as he smiled through his tears. A voice confirmed that it was really Diablo Volfer. A figure, presumably one of the hooded figures, asked why their lord was appearing from there. Before them, a figure declared that he would take their pitiful life. The figure stated that he would take it and put to good use. The man thanked Diablo. The man questioned how. The man thought that it was only his liege, and he who knew about that. Thrace's name was uttered. A voice declared that it was a place only their liege knew of. The man thought that in this world, Diablo Volfer didn't exist. The man realized it was a place only he could remember. Thrace was told to accept it, as he was. Diablo Volfer. A sudden gasp escapes from the young master. The man with blue hair questions if it is really him. Above, the spirit of Thrace apologizes. A voice echoes, stating that it came back too late. After a long time. A voice recalls that he thought Thrace had died at the hands of the 12 gods. Another voice states that it was trapped in the realm of eternity, but was suddenly reincarnated into this body. The voice continues, wondering what he plans on doing with a body like that, as he won't be able to face the 12 gods. Thrace thinks to himself that this body is only 10 years old. The young master thinks again that he is only 10 years old. It is realized that even if he was born with his past life's memories, he faced Varios with just 1 year of training. The young master observed that the demonic dragon was nearing Markill level strength. It was as expected of his liege, his niece. At this rate, she would recover her past life's powers within 10 years. The young mage was asked what had happened to him. He responded simply, a demon king. He was told that he had grown unbelievably stronger. It had been more than 60,000 years. It would be much faster to see for himself. Ordering all familiars and undead. Leave me. With the last battle ahead of them, Diablo Volfer's subordinates left as he ordered. His liege was told that it was time. However, the only undead knight created to be capable of disobeying did not follow his orders. Thrace declared that he would fight by his side until the end. His last duty was about to be revealed. Thrace, surrounded by a purple aura, seemed confused. From below, Thrace's liege was calling out to him. The liege was commanding Thrace to live. Thrace was confused by the command. Thrace called out to his liege. Thrace wondered why he had been sent to such a place, and if he had not been of help. Thrace wondered if he had become useless, and why the dark mana had not been taken away from him. Thrace had erased his own rationality for the next 1,000 years. His mana depleted, Thrace, who should have died, was still standing. Thrace was able to turn demonic energy. He absorbed demonic energy from battles into dark mana to sustain his body. Demonic energy surged around Thrace. When he came to his senses, Thrace found himself in a desolate, red-tinged landscape. He was a count of the demon realm. 10,000 years later, Thrace received news from the subordinate he had sent to the Middle Realm. The report stated that the 12 gods were deleting the records of the Middle Realm. Thrace was shocked. He realized that the 12 gods were trying to erase the traces of his liege. At that moment, Thrace instinctively knew what he had to do. He realized he must avenge the liege. The liege, who must have received persecution and contempt from the 12 gods, must be avenged. From that point on, Thrace crowned himself the Demon King of Revenge, causing laughter from all the other demons, excluding his subordinates. However, tens of thousands of years later, Thrace possessed powers so strong that even the 5 demon kings hesitated to do anything about him. At last, he had the opportunity to avenge his liege. There was dispute between the 12 gods, with Guinness, Lily, and Brahman on one side, and Dryan, Cullen, Tantyras on the other. Arbolado, Jillian, and Oblivion were together, but Ra, the Flame Emperor, found himself alone. He lamented the sickening humans who leeched off the 12 gods after betraying the liege. Suddenly, a figure declared their intent to destroy them all. The process, however, was not satisfactory. But that did not matter as long as the results were what he wanted. It was a moment when revenge was within his reach. The figure thought to himself, what a desperate life. The figure sighed, thinking that the person must have wanted to die, and would have known that it would be much easier. Another figure asked their liege a question. The figure asked if he was sent to the demon realm. Then, the other figure laughed, saying they didn't know they were sending him there. The figure found himself in the demon realm. Another figure declared that they did it to get him away from them, calling out to their liege. Another figure told them to wait and to live their life until the dark mana has depleted. The figure stated that they wanted them to live even if they died, though they didn't know they were sending them to the demon realm. Thrace apologized, but the armored figure assured him it was all right, as he was reunited with him in the end. The mint-haired young master thanked the armored figure, acknowledging the sacrifices made on his behalf. The armored figure insisted that he only did what he had to do as his dark knight, begging him not to do this. The armored figure looked off into the distance. The young master admitted that he was such a... He realized that his emotions were still alive. He had wanted to believe that he had removed them, but each time he pushed them down, they all came crashing back at a certain point. The familiar creature cried, realizing that his past life and this life were different. From now on, the path he walked and what he did, he declared that he was going to kill the 12 gods. The armored figure agreed that it was right of him to do so. The young master stated that he couldn't right now, though, as he had just reached 7th class. The young master declared that even though he had transcended the 9th class in his past life, he was just getting started. He needed to become stronger than before in order to kill the 12 gods. Meanwhile, he told someone that if they had anything to order from him, they should feel free. The individual stood before him, cloaked in dark purple. The young master stated that it was not yet time, but he would call them when the time came. He asked to fight together, and someone thanked him for waiting for them. The armored figure stood tall. The figure stated that they had been waiting to hear those words for tens of thousands of years, and this time, they would be with him until the end. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic ocean, someone observed that it was tremendous, wondering if it was really dark mana. Another individual confirmed that it was. The speaker noted that the current situation felt very different from what they knew. Moreover, the inside was completely isolated. He couldn't see through it with his magic. Even his dimensional magic didn't work, and the speaker wondered just what was happening. Since the magic was still intact, it must mean the young lord was okay. But if he was dead, a surge of energy erupted, prompting a reaction. Someone shouted for their elder, declaring that it was all right and they would use the lotus right away. The magic user prepared to cast their spell. A surge of dark magic erupted. If it wasn't Jamie Welton, the speaker knew they must use red. Lotus right away. The magic realm shattered, its fragments scattered like shards of glass. Amidst the chaos, the young master fell, unconscious. The sight of Jamie collapsing caused alarm. Those nearby rushed to his side. After that, while Jamie was unconscious in the hospital, the elders got to work with the magic realm that had fallen into chaos, and the Phoenix Academy, which suffered damages, went into temporary closure. The staff questioned what kind of principal destroys his own academy, wondering if it could be counted as an industrial accident. Siegfried acted as Jamie's guardian and stayed by his side, while the young master called out for his teacher. The elders and students visited often. 3 days later, Jamie remained asleep. He found himself in the hospital, and someone called out to him. They told him not to strain himself. He was informed that he would need to stay there for 3 months until he was fully healed. The question of whether everyone was okay and what the aftermath would be hung in the air. He was glad things turned out okay. Well then, someone wondered about sound barrier magic. Someone muttered, "Young lord." Just what? Another wondered was that. The young mage stood, a faint glow emanating from him. Nearby, the mysterious old man questioned what he had just witnessed. The old man admitted that he had not yet told the other elders. Meanwhile, the young mage thought that there was no point in hiding it any longer. He began to explain, stating that he was Elder Siegfried, the reincarnation of the first dark mage, Diablo Volfer. Siegfried's eyes glowed intensely as he revealed his identity. The mysterious old man was shocked by the revelation, exclaiming Diablo Volfer's name in disbelief. Siegfried recalled that he had been confused because of the meeting with someone from his past life, and that he had forgotten that Diablo Volfer did not exist in this world. The old man stated that he understood that Siegfried was a black magician, having seen the black mana. Putting aside the identity of Diablo Volfer, the old man asked if Siegfried meant to tell him that he was a reincarnation. The old man thought that it definitely sounded absurd. The mysterious old man remained in disbelief at Siegfried's revelation, but the red-haired man continued, musing on the possibility that the young lord was truly a reincarnated being. The magic skills dubbed the best in all of history, the excellent swordsmanship, all seemed to point to one conclusion. And the familiarity he seemed to have with killing, it all made perfect sense. The old man thought it would be easier to show than to tell. He knew that Siegfried was too valuable to lose, and that he wouldn't betray him even if he knew the truth. Elsewhere, the mint-haired young master allowed someone to read his memories. The young master steeled himself, declaring that he was ready. With resolve, he announced that they would begin. Awake, someone admitted they didn't know. Apparently, the substitute professor's term had ended yesterday. Someone mentioned that they had heard that he was the one to ask the 8th elder for help, prompting the question of how they knew that. The response was that he had found out somehow, and that the 8th elder had told him. He insisted that he wasn't worried about their teacher or anything, and that it was his loss if he couldn't receive lessons. The blue-haired woman teased the red-haired man, saying that he had a cute side too. He insisted that he was serious and just selfish. The red-haired man asked if it was such a big deal. The blue-haired woman told him to cheer up, saying she understood. The blue-haired woman reached out to the red-haired man. She asked if he had come to see Jamie. The red-haired man was shocked, exclaiming about the eighth elder. He seemed to be calling out for his father. The blue-haired woman suggested that they go in together, and the red-haired man agreed. It was reported that Jamie had woken up and was talking with the seventh elder. The blue-haired woman asked if he was okay, wondering if his mental health was fine and if he would be all right using magic again. The red-haired man thought that was enough. Both the blue-haired woman and the red-haired man were shocked. The red-haired man apologized, saying he was just so surprised. The question hung in the air. Did the other elders know that Jamie was awake? The seventh elder stated that no one other than himself was aware. He instructed them not to contact the others yet. He told the others to wait a bit before coming up. A voice responded, "Oh, okay." A surge of energy crackled in the air. The energy intensified, and a voice recognized it. A surge of energy attacked, triggering memories of young Lord Jamie. The energy was identified as Diablo Volfer. Someone questioned if it was gods. A host of angelic figures descends from the heavens, riding in a chariot pulled by winged steeds. The winged horses gallop forward, their hooves striking the ground with a resounding beat. A radiant light shines from above, illuminating a figure who declares themselves. The figure, bathed in light, expresses their surprise at being confronted again after such a great loss, questioning the boldness of the challenger. A voice echoes, identifying the figure as the god of war Zenith, and questioning why they don't know their calling is to remain hidden in the dark corners. Meanwhile, surrounded by shadowy figures, a cloaked figure prepares to act. A surge of power emanates as a voice declares their return to reclaim humanity's dignity. The cloaked figure is now surrounded by a swirling purple aura. The voice proclaims that this is their calling. Another voice counters, stating that no matter how much humanity struggles, its fate has already been decided. The cloaked figure retorts that humanity's fate isn't something frauds have control over. The voice from before expresses pity for those fighting for their species despite being betrayed by them, but the cloaked figure understands their position. The cloaked figure's dark energy crackles around them as they prepare to strike. With a surge of power, the cloaked figure unleashes an attack, declaring, "Die, Zenith." The attack intensifies, the air thick with magical energy. The cloaked figure's assault continues, a relentless barrage of power. Zenith, unfazed by the display, scoffs at the arrogance of their opponent. Zenith commands, "Cut off his limbs and bring him to me." In response to Zenith's command, a swarm of dark figures descends upon the cloaked figure. The dark figures converge, their intent to overwhelm the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure retaliates, unleashing a wave of energy against the approaching figures. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of light and power. As the light subsides, a voice declares, "This is the end, Diablo Volfer." The scene is charged with tension as the battle reaches its climax. As the battle reached its climax, Diablo Volfer mused that this was how things would end. A surge of magical energy pulsed around him. He was warned not to try any tricks. The voice taunted him, reminding him that he was destined to lose. It continued, noting that he had almost died multiple times, yet he hid behind another god and laughed. Zenith, observing the scene, found Diablo Volfer's efforts pathetic. Diablo Volfer scoffed, declaring that the 12 heavenly gods couldn't even handle him. He believed the best they could do was gang up on him and seal him away. He laughed, finding the situation absurd. How could he not laugh? The voice commanded him to try and seal him. The voice declared that once he awoke again, their shining light would be dyed black, and they would suffer in undying despair. Diablo Volfer, injured and desperate, was caught in the binding magic. The voice mocked him, saying he was begging for the sweet release of death. Diablo Volfer retorted that he would look forward to it. The sealing magic took hold, encasing him. A figure with long blonde hair and a dark choker was shown as they uttered a final, defeated no. A blinding light engulfed the area. Suddenly, a voice cried out in denial. The speaker gasped, seemingly overwhelmed by a sudden realization. The young mage, lying in a hospital bed, looked up, questioning if the elder was present. The blonde-haired man, seemingly in disbelief, vehemently denied something. A voice echoed, revealing that these were memories from 66,666 years ago, before the speaker's birth, a time when the young mage considered the idea that humanity was degraded to being slaves of the 12 heavenly gods. The question arose, were humans slaves to the 12 gods 66,666 years ago? It was stated that it's not in the past tense. Humans are still slaves to the 12 gods, who broke down and rebuilt civilization multiple times. It was revealed that the gods have changed humans to their taste, and as of now, humans are already being watched. The blonde-haired man questioned if this was all by the Great Order. It was clarified that it's not in the past tense, and while that's not wrong, the focus shifted to the dragon. The young man spoke of God Brahman's followers. The truth was revealed. They were a species created to watch humans. The problem it seemed, was that the history from the time he was sealed until this current civilization was unknown. Someone clarified that this meant the world from 10,000 years ago. The moment he tried to figure it out, he learned that the dragon would come. He questioned if that was true. The group addressed one of their own as Eighth Elder. He asked if that was true, and the answer came back. It was true. It was said that humanity was landlocked in a continent under the watch of the dragons. He knew it. He realized that he knew humans weren't this low, and that they weren't wrong. Someone asked what he was talking about. He apologized for not talking about it to them. He had thought they wouldn't believe him, but it was fine now. Someone stated that there was a group they'd like to introduce Jamie Welton to. Some individuals seek to elevate humanity to the position of master of this world. It seemed there had already been a group close to uncovering the truth. Humanity lives under oppression because they are weaker than other species. The question then arose, why are humans so weak? The answer was that stronger species fear humanity's potential and strip them of their powers. 10 years prior, there was a project known as Daybreak. It was an expedition to Capri Cave, one of the 6 banned regions. A sword master, a great mage, and 20 special rank rangers were hired for the project, but the results were tragic. The only one to return alive was the sword master. The expedition team witnessed the glorious civilization of past humanity, though, and the sword master came back with something. It was the Ark Factory. That didn't mean there was no storage of a mighty battleship, presumed to have existed before the coming of this current civilization. It was the Ark. That battleship was still here. The battleship, a relic of a bygone era, should have been lost to the ravages of the Fourth Great War. Meanwhile, countless records had been recovered from it. Those records proved that humanity of the past was stronger than even dragons and elves. It was declared that Jamie Welton was the second coming of that past humanity. He was described as a being who had appeared in order to save the species. He was the savior of humanity that they had been waiting so long for. It was him. Jamie lay in bed. It was him, in their own world. The savior of mankind. Simon had waited for that person for a long time. In one way, humans were the most prosperous species in this world. And they had lots of things, however, in reality, they were wary of other strong species. And no matter what they did, they were a pathetic race without freedom. However, humans would one day rediscover their original power and calm this world. Simon, more than anyone else, desperately waited for the time when that person would come. From your overwhelming ability, the mysterious black mana. The young master's expression hardens as he listens intently. The man with red hair explains that the power Jamie possesses exists in a completely different realm compared to modern black magic, suggesting it must be the power from a bygone era. The red-haired man smiles, seemingly pleased with the direction of the conversation. The red-haired man confirms that the Count's assumption is mostly correct, adding that mankind was once very prosperous. Jamie, still recovering, remains in bed with bandages covering his arms. The man with red hair continues, stating that humanity was not always the owner of this world. The man with red hair declares that he knew it, that there was a huge war. He then reveals that the Ark is something his colleagues and he made in order to intercept the narration continues, revealing that the Ark was an annihilation weapon against the gods. The man with red hair confirms that it is correct, annihilation to catch and kill the gods. The man with red hair speaks, saying he doesn't know how much Jamie has eavesdropped. He states that he will introduce himself again. The red-haired man declared that he was the leader of mankind's liberation army. He continued, stating that he was alone in the end, and that he created black magic to kill the 12 gods. The young man with mint green hair questioned if he was the only one left in mankind's liberation army, and what they were liberating themselves from. He responded that it was a long story. The red-haired man declared that he would show it to him personally. The red-haired man began to cast a spell. The red-haired man wondered if this was what happened in the past, finding it outrageous. He realized that he was Diablo Volfer, the first dark magician who created black magic. The young man with mint green hair realized that he was a reincarnation. The red-haired man was on the ground, seemingly defeated. Simon is taken aback by the title he is being given. Liehider Simon greets the king of mankind. The red-haired man kneels before the young man with mint green hair. The young man with mint green hair questions the title. Liehider Simon explains that he took the lead and fought solely for the humans. Liehider Simon looks up at the young man with mint green hair. Liehider Simon continues, stating that the young man with mint green hair fought tenaciously, died gruesomely, and thought of mankind in his final moments. The young man with mint green hair realizes that Liehider Simon truly believes he is the king of mankind. The young man with mint green hair asks Liehider Simon to stand, stating that he is not a king. The young man with mint green hair explains that he doesn't want this kind of relationship, as it always ends poorly. The young man with mint green hair asks Liehider Simon to address him comfortably. The young man with mint green hair states that is what he wants, as suddenly, Liehider Simon realizes that if the young master becomes an elder, his title of being the youngest elder will be taken. The Red Lotus magician seemed proud, though a hint of confusion flickered across his face. The young man with mint green hair declared that from now on, he would be in Simon's care as a fellow work colleague, adding that in terms of being an elder, he was the senior. He then thanked Simon, stating that he would be in his care. The blonde-haired man asked them to stop talking in such an awkward, formal manner. The elderly mage recalled that before this, the young man had mentioned wanting to introduce someone to him, and the blonde-haired man confirmed that they were always together with him. The young man wondered if it was perhaps Frontier. It was explained that Frontier was a multi-race group with an unknown motive, and that they were terrorists. The young man mused that they were a group whose goal was ambiguous from the beginning. He thought to himself that they were a terrorist group, and that Siegfried was also alert about Frontier. Simon considered that they were the point and the future of mankind. It was stated that one would know when they saw the affiliated people personally. The blonde-haired man stated that it was time to leave from a patient, and told the seventh elder to go now, asking him to please rest. The door to the room opened with a click, and a voice declared that they would be back for their master. Startled, Rebecca Valle rushed forward, followed by Lean On Simon. The sound of something breaking echoed through the halls. Rebecca Valle exclaimed in relief at seeing the elderly Mage One, but was concerned about his condition. The elderly Mage One reassured her that he was fine. The elderly Mage One stated that he knew that they would be all right. Lean On Simon told him that he should say that after wiping his tears. The elderly Mage One thought to himself that he made his disciples worry as soon as he got them. He then stated that he was crying because Rebecca Valle was crying. Lean On Simon asked when he had started crying. The elderly Mage One told them to calm down, stating that he was all right. So let's get along in the future. Rebecca Valle sniffed and said that she would be in the elderly Mage One's care. During the 3 months that Jamie protagonist was hospitalized, a lot of things happened. Many things happened within the magic world. In the palace of the capital city, the Seldam Church requested to dispatch their holy order. They cleared out all the people who were connected to the demonic race. The side effects of Apophis were so severe that there was a continuous flow of people who were either in critical condition or died. However, thanks to Trika being able to help him withdraw from his addiction, he was just able to survive. The Academy acknowledged this. The third elder, Serpent Gerald, who was at the center of this incident, was branded as mankind's enemy. This caused his family to dissolve. Keniak, who was also involved in the plan, would have been found guilty as a criminal, but he was found unguilty because of his sacrifice of protecting. Depression, because of this shocking incident, was given gift-like news several days later. With the headmaster's authority, Siegfried held a funeral for Keniak at Phoenix Academy. Keniak, who, and some students who remembered him, saw him off. The palace acknowledged Jamie Welton as a grand magician and temporarily appointed him as an elder of the magic world. At the age of 10, Jamie has become the most talented of all time. That feels good. Healed. And there's nothing stopping Jamie from using mana. This is perfect. Now the door is opened. At the same time, the red-haired student attempted to combine fire and water. A little more, he thought, and he would succeed. The blue-haired student yelled at him to do it properly, questioning how many times he had to repeat the same task. He apologized, chuckling nervously. The blue-haired student exclaimed in surprise, asking what was happening, while the red-haired student retorted that he was an idiot. The mint-haired young master told them that they should get along, stating that simultaneous activation was fundamental. The red-haired student groaned as the professor asked if he was all better. The blue-haired student asked if he had finished his homework on multi-attribute activation. Huh. The mint-haired young master stated that if he couldn't do this, then he was done for, and that he would try again. The blue-haired student recalled that the headmaster said that when he was discharged, he should go to the Central Magician's Tower's office. The red-haired man wondered if this was where he would be working from now on. He was then told to do his homework while the other person was gone, and to make sure he understood. The young mage was told that if he couldn't do something, then he would wear a red hat. The young mage questioned what he had just heard. Meanwhile, a sign indicated that this was Siegfried's office. Jamie Welton sighed, wondering where his life of freedom had gone. He had wanted to live his life as a playboy. Well, there was no other choice if he wanted to help the young master. A voice called out to Siegfried. Jamie Welton had arrived. The voice told Siegfried to tell him to come in. Jamie asked if he had called for him. He was told to take a seat and asked how he was feeling. Siegfried told Jamie that it seemed like he hadn't heard the news yet, and that the palace had contacted him. Jamie Welton was told to show his respect and receive this royal command. A messenger unrolls a scroll, the contents of which are meant for Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton flinches, taken aback by the sudden announcement. The scroll declares that the message is for Jamie Welton. The messenger continues to hold the scroll, awaiting a response. The scroll announces that Jamie Welton must participate in the Grand Magician anointing ceremony. The ceremony is to take place tomorrow noon at Seldam Kingdom's capital, Fiver's Palace Stadium. Jamie Welton questions the announcement, wondering why an anointing ceremony would be held at the palace. Rebecca Welton remarks that Jamie is hating this, but assures him that she will also be going. Jamie thinks to himself that he hates that even more. Jamie is shocked by the announcement. It is remarked that Jamie is a newbie elder. The words appeared, declaring this to be Jamie Welton's story. The announcement of the anointing ceremony was met with disdain by the young master. The blond man in the white cloak seemed to notice Jamie's reaction. An announcement declared that the Grand Magician anointing ceremony would take place tomorrow noon at Seldam Kingdom's capital, Fivera's Palace Stadium. The young master expressed his disgust, questioning why an anointing ceremony would be held at the palace. The blond man noted that Jamie was outright hating this, but assured him not to worry, as he would also be going. The blond man clapped his hands together, stating that he hated that even more. Jamie questioned if anointing ceremonies were always a thing. The blond man stated that a masterclass was a nation's strongest force. It was explained that such a person had emerged, so of course a nationwide event would be held. Jamie realized that the celebration was also part of the official ceremony, to which the blond man confirmed. The nobles continued to tease the young master. They knew he was better than them. He found their teasing annoying, and he was also very annoyed that it had been exactly 1 month since the last letter had been sent to Jamie. It then occurred to him that the Count had sent a letter. Since the incident that happened 3 months ago, the Count had been told not to come here, but he still sent letters. The Count sent a letter from time to time. He decided to close his eyes so he could read the letter comfortably. It had been exactly 1 month since the last letter. The letter asked if he had recovered, and it mentioned that his mother soaked her handkerchief with tears when she thought about him. Elsewhere, Jamie's younger siblings were upset. They exclaimed that their dad was a liar and demanded that their big brother be brought to them right now, noting that it had been 15 nights since he had been home. The letter continued, saying that Sarah also cried while thinking about him, and that his dad was quite sad since he could not see his lovely son. The letter was from his parents. The letter stated that they knew how he felt when he fought against the demons, and why he didn't want his parents to worry, so they couldn't stop him. The letter ended with them saying that they were relieved and that he was their proud son. The letter detailed that he had been given a chance to receive such great honor. The letter concluded with the words, "We'll see you on that day." The letter was signed from his loving father. It had been a while since the young master had last seen them, and he wasn't sure what he should say. He wondered what this was, and then he read the postscript. It mentioned the Bale family sisters, and that it seemed like they were coming too. One of the sisters was the reincarnation of Jane, and the other was very high-spirited. The young master thought that since they were children, they couldn't like him. But because it had been a while since he'd last seen them, they'd be happy to see him. The maid told the young master that he trusted her when she said she'd. The young master told her to stop being so nosy. Someone landed on the building and said hey. The blue-haired woman declared that they should talk. Energy crackled around her. Jamie, visibly annoyed, sighed and asked if she was here again. He thought to himself that if someone overheard her, they would think he saw her every day. Jamie reasoned that if it was 6 times a week, then that was practically every day. The woman asked if Jamie was going to challenge her to a mana arm wrestle again. Jamie yawned, noting that she was on a losing streak. Jamie denied it, stating that he was going to show her around his station. Jamie gasped, seemingly taken aback. He realized that the reason she came to him every day was to recruit him into equality. The blue-haired woman grabbed Jamie's arm, but Jamie insisted that it wasn't like that. He had thought she came to him because her pride was hurt, not because she was acting. Jamie's name was called out. Adele had definitely gone to him with passion, so the speaker asked Jamie not to misunderstand. Jamie wondered what they meant by passion. The fifth elder wondered if he needed something from Jamie. The blue-haired woman began by stating her desire to get to know Jamie better. She explained that she wanted to get to know him. The chapter was titled, "If We Don't Unite." Meanwhile, within the Equality Lab, the blue-haired woman suggested they try a drink popular among regular citizens, noting that Jamie had surely tasted tea in the 7th Elder's office. The blue-haired woman offered Jamie a drink. Jamie agreed to try it, and then took a sip. Jamie was amazed that the drink seemed to have nothing in it. The man with the mustache wondered what Jamie was saying. The blue-haired woman asked why she had brought Jamie here, questioning if he could even drink a whole bottle in one go. She ignored the question, stating that it was because the man with the mustache stated that he wanted to talk to Jamie about power, specifically the 3 powers within the magic world. It was explained that the king's teacher and the first elder, Ofen Jinfer, led the king's faction, while the second elder, Lin Mel, a high-ranking noble, led the nobility faction. The information about the 3 powers within the magic world was revealed. Luke Frezel leads Equality, the faction of the commoners. Luke listened as the man with the mustache stated that it would be great if he could join them, but it seemed unlikely. The man elaborated, saying that Luke wouldn't join them since he was a noble. The 5th elder chuckled, asking if the man with the mustache wasn't also a noble. Luke clarified that his family had fallen when he was 6, so it would be ridiculous to call him a noble. He stated that he had no intention of joining Equality. However, the man warned Luke not to join other factions if he wouldn't join them. Luke realized that he was being told not to join the king's faction, nor the nobility faction. Currently, the magic world was split into 3 parts: the king's faction, the nobles, and Equality. However, since 3 months ago, those factions had begun to deviate due to Serpent Gerald, the 3rd elder in charge of Sector of the king's faction, and his corruption. Because of the incident where he had a contract with the demons, the king's faction took a severe hit and their influence decreased. It was explained that if Luke were to join the nobles in this situation, the balance kept between the nobles and equality would tip. Luke smirked, seemingly unconcerned by the gravity of the situation. The woman across from him retorted that they were fighting for power while being ignorant of the true state of the world. Jamie Welton couldn't help but laugh, prompting a warning that he should be careful with his words. The woman questioned what Jamie meant by that. Jamie declared that he didn't care about their ideologies. Jamie sighed, his eyes closed. The woman stated that Jamie treated issues of class as trivial matters, asking if he was aware that most of the world's uprisings were because of those matters. The man with Jamie asked if he was going to start an uprising, but before he could scold him, he told him to talk nicely. The woman's eyes glowed red with anger. She called out to Miss Adelhart. Jamie warned that he was holding himself back, and for them to back off. Jamie stood up, his power flaring around him. A dark, ominous power emanates, marked by a sinister eye symbol. The power declares that psychic magic will not work, demanding that the fighting stop. The eye symbol intensifies, crackling with energy. The energy explodes outward. A woman with dark hair and a purple outfit is breathing heavily. Below, the young mage, seemingly unaffected, wonders if she is all right, noting that the situation isn't bad. The mage states that he has been a 7th class for a while, so it should be good. The mage's eyes glow with power. Jamie smirks. A voice declares that showing the difference between them isn't a bad idea. The woman from before is sweating. A voice states that if they continue the topic at hand, it's something like this. Jamie sat across from the cloaked figure, the tension in the room palpable. After the war, humans would continue to live, but Jamie knew it was a matter of surviving. The map showed the Guinness Church would be alone in the end, and the kingdoms of Olivia were slowly unifying. The Guinness Church, isolated, would be unable to withstand the pressure of unification and destroy itself. Jamie scoffed, believing they were greatly mistaken if they thought the Guinness Church was alone. If a war broke out, they'd be captured in an instant. Jamie questioned what they meant by that statement. The cloaked figure urged them to find out for themselves, suggesting curiosity was the most important thing for a mage. Jamie was about to say something. He knew that if they didn't unite, it would be the end. The cloaked figure remained silent. For the past 3 months, Jamie thought the magic world took the lead and took care of the incidents, but he was disappointed. The cloaked figure declared that a war would definitely break out. Guinness, consumed by pride, vowed to repay everyone in kind for what he had suffered. Meanwhile, Wells considered his next move. If they truly understood his words, he was certain they would seek him out again soon. First, however, he needed to prepare to depart for the capital. The question hung in the air. What would he do? Elsewhere, a cloaked figure remarked that the child's words resonated with them, believing he was not wrong. A realization dawned. Their thinking might have been too narrow. Despite Wells's words, it seemed the cloaked figure was developing a fondness for Jamie Welton. They believed a new era would soon dawn in the magic world. Beyond that, their thoughts turned to Jamie Welton. A voice threatened to scold someone later. A declaration echoed. They were not someone who loses. Jamie, in a chibi form, expressed his indignation, questioning how anyone dared to tell an adult what to do, while declaring he was in back-in-my-day mode. Elsewhere, the Welton family estate stood tall against the sky. Inside, the elderly mage lectured the young master. He reminded him that he must keep in mind the countless students who looked up to him. The young master shouted back, denying that the students were looking up to him instead of the professor. The professor nagged, asking what he would do if the students learned of his mannerisms, and warned him to be careful, especially at tomorrow's anointing ceremony. The young master laughed, but admitted that his ears were going to bleed from the constant nagging. Suddenly, the sound of someone approaching interrupted their conversation. A voice called out for the professor, announcing that the clothes seers had sent had arrived. The young master blushed, embarrassed. He wondered if his mother would be upset if he didn't wear them. Elsewhere, Sophia admired the clothes, exclaiming how pretty they were. Jamie thought the clothes were pretty, but guessed that he wasn't cool. Another voice called out, announcing that the young master was here. The elderly mage looked on. He was told that he should have been informed in advance. The mysterious old man chuckled, explaining that he had wanted to accompany Jamie, and questioned if he had come to a place he shouldn't have. Hesitantly, someone denied that was the case. Elsewhere, Rebecca stated that Lenon said he was going with Count Simon. Someone chuckled, noting that Jamie had been whining a lot because he couldn't come here. Elsewhere, someone noticed that Jamie had changed a lot too. Glancing at Jamie, the mysterious old man asked if he had any other luggage. Sarcastically, someone remarked that it must be convenient for nobles because their servants do everything for them. The mysterious old man stated that Jamie was also a noble. The mysterious old man apologized and offered to escort Jamie instead. Chapter 92, Family. The old man's words echoed in the air, a testament to the marvels of magical engineering. The creation before them was truly something to behold. Before them stood a warp terminal, shimmering with magical energy. As they observed the terminal, the old man chuckled, explaining that each activation consumed 100 kilograms of B-rank magic stones. Jamie, shocked, repeated the staggering amount. The old man chuckled again, revealing that they had improved the efficiency. Initially, it had required 100 E-rank magic stones. He continued, stating that the Dimension Breaker now only required 5 E-rank magic stones. The developer projected that in 5 years, its efficiency would double. As time passed, the limitations would decrease and the benefits would be enhanced. Machines develop, and he who develops the machine develops even further. However, to achieve that, an ample amount of time was needed for the step-by-step process. Jamie hoped so too. The old man advised him that when things got tough, he should say it. If he had a question, he should ask it, and when he was exhausted, he should rest. The old man hoped Jamie wouldn't live a life weighed down by responsibility, reassuring him that he was there so that Jamie could come to him anytime. The old man placed a comforting hand on Jamie's shoulder. Jamie realized that the old man had come to say just that. With his body somewhat healed, Count Simon introduced the young master to the people. He trusted Simon. However, the young master remembered that at the time, Simon's expression was dark. The old man now understood that Simon had been worried. Although he was a reincarnation, Simon still thought of him as family. To Simon, Jamie was like a grandson. Meanwhile, a voice called out, informing them that the preparations were complete. The voice urged the young master to leave the second elder, who was out of his mind, and come quickly. The old man declared that they must hurry. The elder was waiting. He called for them to come over. Elsewhere, in Fivera, the capital of the Seldam Kingdom, a patron sat in a famous cafe. A server asked if the tea suited his taste. He replied that it was great, even for an old man's taste. A voice wished someone well, hoping they enjoyed their time. Someone responded, acknowledging the sentiment. It was noted that it was the first time the cafe had been seen empty. Meanwhile, Albert, the king's spear, asked if it hurt to put away such burdensome energy, suggesting the other person should be considerate. Albert stood, awaiting a response. Elsewhere, someone seemed to have forgotten something. Albert considered the person he was speaking with to be a terrible old man. Albert was asked if his energy shouldn't be hidden, considering how skilled he was. He laughed, stating that unfortunately, that wasn't him. Albert then changed the subject, asking if there was any news about the Welton kid. The other person responded that everyone knew the Welton kid became a grand magician at 10 years old, and that Albert should be talking about other news. The other person seemed unsure. A man in a wide-brimmed hat is asked if he's going to see His Majesty. He is told to just look around and not go, because he wants something. Another man hopes that things don't end as pathetically as they did before, but is reassured that things have been going well lately. The man in the hat says that he looks forward to seeing the skills of a spearmaster. The man states that he will put the bill on the Fan family. Sword Lord Talak Fan is shown. A large group of people stand before a glowing portal. Two figures observe that there is less shaking than before and agree that it is better than last year. Someone states that the magic techniques are a lot better compared to before and asks if it isn't obvious that magic wasn't mainstream back then. A character with mint green hair is startled and asks for Anne. The landscape blurred as the sensation of displacement washed over them. The sudden shift in location seemed to affect others as well, as several people nearby stumbled and appeared disoriented. The young master, standing nearby, remarked that one would get dizzy if they weren't a grand magician, before asking if, and was all right. Nearby, Rebecca Valle looked around, confused by the sudden change in scenery. Footsteps echoed nearby. Rebecca and the young master stood on a balcony, the wind blowing past them. Below them lay the Royal Palace Stadium. Rebecca thought that the king lived in the palace, as expected. It was noted that there was a giant magic circle with the palace being in the center. It was explained that Stadium wasn't just some ordinary palace, but a building that symbolized Seldam. The mysterious old man stated that it was a great central vector, too, as he knew Jamie would know. The young master looked around, confused. A familiar voice called out to Jamie, who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, Jamie saw his mother approaching. His mother rushed to him, relieved to see him. She expressed how shocked she was to hear that he had been hurt and asked how he had been. Jamie assured her that he was fine and apologized for worrying her. Argino Welton cautioned them to be careful, reminding them that they could get hurt. He was accompanied by Sarah. Sarah puffed out her cheeks, looking displeased. Argino told her that she must. He added that since they must be tired from traveling, he would guide them to the estate. He thanked them for their consideration. The scene shifted to a view of the Welton family estate in Fivera. The narrator described it as a harmonious family time. Sarah was upset because her brother hadn't come home for a long time. It was noted that both of them had the same face. Jamie was laughing. The young master was being pressured to promise that he would never lie again. He was told not to stop his mother, even if she said she was going to the magic world, but he thought that was a little too much. Meanwhile, at the table, Sarah was being encouraged to hug her brother, but she declared that she hated him. Sarah then struck Jamie. His mother understood Sarah's feelings. He knew he was going to have a tough time trying to make them happy. Sarah apologized to her brother for giving him a rough time. It had been so long since the family got together like this. His father thought that Jamie had grown so much in that time. Jamie was told that he had grown so much. He had always been shocked and regretful. If only he had been taught the sword a little later, and if he had met the seventh elder a little later. He thought that he might have grown up normally. Time seemed to stretch, each moment measured with deliberate care. Meanwhile, Sewers expressed her excitement at the prospect of seeing Jamie again, while Argino affirmed her sentiment, adding that Jamie would soon leave their arms and become the center of the world. Rebecca declared that hearts no longer worked on Sarah, suggesting that a kiss might be more effective, prompting a disgusted reaction from Sarah. The family gathered, their interactions a mix of affection and playful teasing. Rebecca gave Sarah a kiss. Rebecca expressed her desire for Sarah to come see her every day. Sarah, promising to try, seemed hesitant. Argino considered that his father thought. Argino's father believed that the time for him to leave wasn't too far off. Sarah called out to her father. The family gathered around a table, their expressions suggesting a mix of emotions. There was a hope that their boisterous family could be together forever. The scene is filled with a bright, ethereal light, speckled with shimmering particles. The image shifts to a stylized stamp, declaring "No liars allowed," above a drawing of the young master. Below the stamp, group credits are displayed. Laughter filled the air. Argino Welton remarked that it felt like they had just left home 2 days ago, but Sewersbell Welton countered that they had grown so much in that short time. She added that although they missed them, they were also proud. Another voice agreed with Sewers. Someone asked who the other child was that came with them, jokingly asking if Jamie had gotten a girlfriend. The idea that Jamie already had a girlfriend caused him to blush. Someone exclaimed that kids these days were so fast, mentioning Viscount Altier's son from the next territory. Another voice quickly denied the girlfriend claim. Jamie asked them not to misunderstand. He clarified that she was his disciple, and she was learning magic from him. Someone commented that it seemed like kids these days were playing school. Another person agreed, saying that they did that a lot when they were young. Jamie realized that no matter what he said, it was obvious they wouldn't take him seriously. Jamie's sudden appearance startled everyone. Because of this, Jamie instructed and to explain their relationship to the others. Rebecca Welton was surprised, commenting that she thought Jamie was the aggressive type. She wondered who he took after. Jamie laughed, urging him to hurry up and tell them that she was his disciple. And, confused by the situation, could only ask for clarification. Rebecca told, and that she had already told her so, as and greeted everyone. Jamie overheard that the second son of the Simon family was also a disciple, and he admitted he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. Despite his worries, Jamie knew he had a trust and support in. Jamie encouraged and to do her best to learn, while he would do his best with teaching. The two children seemed to agree on something. The scene cuts away. Meanwhile, at the dining table, someone declared that they were hungry. Elsewhere, there was a bit of reconciliation between siblings. Someone declared that they wanted to have a word with both of them, laughing. Elsewhere, someone declared that this time they were going to learn it faster than lean on, adding discord. Elsewhere, someone was sleeping soundly. Elsewhere, someone finally achieved freedom. Elsewhere, Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he barely escaped, and that it was really huge, adding that Hace is the countryside compared to. Jamie remarked that it was cool. Jamie thought to himself, right? The girl with the light hair remarked that she also enjoyed watching the night sky from there, and wondered who the young master was. The young master thought that she seemed so weak that she could die any minute, and that might be the reason why he couldn't feel her presence. He also thought that he couldn't be there often because he was ill. The two stood together in the night. The girl thought to herself that she came there secretly, so he should keep it a secret. The young master asked if she told her secret to someone she had just met. The moon hung high in the sky as the young master thought it was time for him to go back now. The girl said goodbye. The young master thought, insincerely, that the next time they met, he was going to be cold to her too. He wondered about the next time. The girl with the light hair was panting. The old man questioned if he really needed to run. After talking to Isabel P. Fraidmore, he felt like running. He didn't recall their conversation making him feel that way. Meanwhile, Isabel P. Fraidmore was told that she eavesdropped again. She was told that was her grandpa's job, and to please understand, Princess. Isabel P. Fraidmore, a member of the Seldam Kingdom's royal family and the eldest daughter of the current monarch, was told that she was really mischievous. The old man wondered if he liked meeting him in person. About that, he's going to walk a long and difficult path. Whether there'll be hope at the end of that path or the bottom of the abyss, no one will know. He didn't see that far. Besides, he has already foreseen his horrible future. The old man asked him to please don't run from now on. The young mage wanted to go and rest, Sword Lord. Let's go. The young woman exclaimed in awe at the sheer number of carriages. She agreed that even with the emergence of a new master class, this was the first time such a sight had been seen. Meanwhile, another voice chimed in, impressed by Jamie's accomplishments, noting that many people had gathered. Elsewhere, someone asked why their sister was so nervous. The The sister confessed that she simply couldn't sleep. Someone inquired if she was thinking about seeing Jamie, but she denied it. The words young master hung in the air. Elsewhere, Jamie sat in a carriage. The anticipation had grown. The question of whether he was handsome was posed. A buzz of excitement filled the air. It was observed that there were a lot of people present, a sentiment that was agreed upon. The man with mint green hair inquired about the whereabouts of the other family members. Meanwhile, Sears had taken Sarah outside, sensing she felt unwell in the crowded room. The man with blonde hair asked about Marquis Bell. He explained that his father-in-law was His Majesty's advisor and should be in conversation with him. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from someone nearby. Albert's presence was announced. The murderous intent was the same as always. The blonde-haired man stated that there was nothing more to see. Someone shouted to get back quickly, surprised by the Viscount's presence. Someone exclaimed, calling the other a bastard. The blonde-haired man urged the other to calm down, stating that he wasn't the kind of person to cause havoc in a place like this. The man with mint green hair reiterated that there was nothing more to see. Albert was told to shut up, with a warning to prepare himself if he kept running his mouth. Albert wondered if the Count could be considered a worthy opponent. He mused that they had never crossed swords before. The blue-haired man questioned if the wound inflicted by Gastel had already healed. He wondered how this could be possible. The Count retorted that he had simply poked where it hurt. He challenged Albert's audacity to clash swords with him. The man with the green hair questioned how the Count couldn't defeat Gastel. The Count declared that Gastel couldn't withstand more than 10 strikes from him, and wondered what would happen to the green-haired man. The green-haired man knew that Gastel was one of the 5 sword masters in Seldam. He knew about the Count's skill, but was surprised that he could defeat Gastel in 10 strikes. The Count told him to go and get more milk from his mother. Below, 2 figures watched the exchange. Albert told the Count to go, as the appointment ceremony for his son was starting soon. It was only right for the king's spear to be by His Majesty's side. The Count told Albert to just wait. 2 children looked up, calling for their father. Albert reassured the children that he was all right and apologized for causing them worry. The narrative shifted to a memory of 5 years prior, when Albert had just become a spearmaster. He had requested a battle with Viscount Bale. The head of the Bale family questioned Albert. Albert dismissed the fight as being about nothing, but admitted he simply wanted to test his strength against the Viscount. The narrator noted that the result was pitiful. Albert scoffed, stating that his opponent was nothing and that he was disappointed. This battle occurred before Albert had even earned the title of the King's Spear. He lamented that he might have won if he had more time. A voice announced that the ceremony was beginning and directed everyone to take their seats. It was announced that His Majesty had arrived. The crowd began to clap. The camera focused on the throne, where Fontina K. Frademore was about to be seated. Fontina K. Frademore thanked everyone for coming from so far away. The crowd thanked Fontina K. Frademore, the current king of the Seldam Kingdom. The throne room buzzed with anticipation. A voice declared it a joyous day, fit for a king. Nearby, a woman hoped everyone would give their blessings to the new Grand Magician for the future of the kingdom. Then, the appointment ceremony was announced to begin. The proclamation declared that Jamie Welton, the first child of the Welton family from the Hayes territory, was about to be named. The hero who saved Afton was about to be recognized. He who received the symbol of the Pyro Goddess was about to be honored. The hero who saved the magic world, who rose to the high position of Grand Magician at the age of 10, was about to be celebrated. The announcement rang out. Jamie Welton, open the door and enter. The doors to the throne room swung open. Jamie knelt, ready to greet the king. The proclamation was made. Jamie Welton greets His Majesty, the king. Jamie wondered what the problem was, noting that the king had a lot of things around him. The heavy doors of the throne room creaked open. Through the opening, a figure walked forward, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. The sound of footsteps reverberated through the hall. The young master, Jamie Welton, knelt before the throne, his head bowed in deference. Jamie Welton greeted His Majesty, the king. The king commanded him to lift his head. The king, with a gentle smile, looked down at Jamie. The king mused that Jamie was just a young boy, yet he possessed such a commanding presence. Jamie realized that the girl from yesterday was present. He realized that she was a princess and wondered if she was allowed to wander around at night like that. The king acknowledged that he had heard of Jamie, specifically mentioning his role in stopping the demon attack at Guinness Church in Afton. He also noted that Jamie had saved the magic world as well. The king admitted that while he had seen many magicians of master class, there was nobody quite like Jamie. Jamie responded that he was very honored by the king's words. The king's advisor remarked that Jamie's grandson was quite amazing. The king responded that no one from the Welton or Bell family had been known for magic before, finding it interesting. The advisor admitted that he had thought the rumor was fake. The king listened intently. The advisor stated that Jamie's grandson's ability in swordsmanship was good as well, chuckling as he said so, and wondered what the king thought of it. The advisor asked if the king hadn't heard that Jamie Welton had apparently learned the secret swordsmanship technique of the Welton family. The king admitted that seeing it firsthand had surprised him, as the last time he had seen Jamie, he hadn't learned any swordsmanship. The Welton family head looks pleased, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he considers the recent turn of events. The speed of Jamie's progress was truly unbelievable, especially considering it had only been 6 months. Someone remarked that it was amusing for someone who wasn't a master to worry about one. They suggested that the Marquis should stop worrying about his grandson. Elsewhere, Jamie Welton was being addressed directly. The speaker mused that the years were becoming more exciting. The king acknowledged that Jamie had achieved the position of Grand Magician at a young age and saved Afton in a magic world. He also noted that Jamie had contributed to solidifying the alliance between the kingdom and the Pyro Goddess. The crowd looked on with varying expressions. The king congratulated Jamie on his achievements. The king then announced that he would appoint Jamie as the 11th master of the Seldam Kingdom. The title of master was displayed prominently. It was explained that extraterritorial rights were granted with the king's acknowledgement, a position higher than any noble title, though not outlined in detail. Jamie Welton's name echoed with newfound authority. Below, the mysterious old man, cloaked in dark robes, watched as Jamie's power ascended. The king commanded Jamie to devote himself to the kingdom, and Jamie accepted. A close-up revealed Jamie's determined expression. The perspective shifted, showing Jamie walking down a long corridor, his new position evident in his stride. The scene blurred with speed lines, emphasizing his swift movement. A scroll was presented to him, bearing the inscription, "Best regards, Sir Welton Jr." Jamie acknowledged, stating he would be in the king's care. The narrative shifted to the southern continent of Brian. A voice declared open. The figure of Blazer, the Order of the Sun God's chief priest and commander of the Holy Order, was revealed. Blazer stood before a shimmering, purple portal, ready to venture into the unknown. Elsewhere, a guard inquired about the condition of the prisoner within the concentration camp for criminals, located in the catacomb. The guard, frustrated by the prisoner's stubbornness, demanded that he show them the way. A voice responded, simply stating, "All right." A voice echoed, revealing that they were in the lowest place in the catacomb. The voice continued, identifying the location as the abyss. The prisoner stated that he would open the door and ask them to step back. The guard declared that even in perfect condition, the prisoner could not do anything to him. A surge of power emanated from the prisoner, who apologized. The guard reacted with shock and disbelief. The prisoner unleashed his power. The door burst open with a resounding crash. The prisoner, now free, faced his unexpected ally, a surge of blue energy crackling around them. A palpable murderous intent filled the air. Meanwhile, Blazer, locked away, heard a familiar voice. It had been 6 months since he was imprisoned, and the time had clearly taken its toll. Philip remarked that it was a sight to see, but told Blazer to stop acting frail, stating that he knew this didn't affect him at all. Blazer, filled with rage, cursed Philip, calling him a damned monster. Philip noted that Blazer wasn't even hiding the fact that he knew something. Blazer questioned why Philip had come there and what he was going to do. He demanded that Philip release him. Blazer declared that in the end, he would leave this place, adding that it would be when the Guinness personally took action. Philip responded that, as of now, it seemed like he didn't want to, then asked why Blazer thought he was there, suggesting he came to mock him. Philip smirked. Philip stated that he didn't come there to do that, but rather to make fun of him, before questioning what the hell was that. Blazer, still imprisoned, slams his fist against the bars of his cell, enraged by Philip's visit. The force of his blow sends magical energy rippling outwards, the cell barely containing his power. Despite his efforts, Blazer remains trapped. He curses Philip, lamenting that he had wanted to show him something. The announcement of the Seldam Kingdom's youngest Grand Magician is displayed, identifying the heir to the Welton family, known for their swordsmanship. Blazer's anger intensifies as he realizes the connection to Jamie Welton. He shouts Jamie's name, furious that the Welton heir ruined his plan to kill a certain dipshit. Blazer demands to be released. An observer notes that this is the first time they have seen Blazer truly angry. The Guinness Church destroyed the grand scheme, and because of that, Blazer knows why Cryan is locked up. However, if it weren't for Jamie Welton, the Guinness Church, together with the Allied Order, is revealed. It is stated that they would be at war with the Northern Continent right now. Blazer repeats his demand to be released, admitting he is surprised. He believed that Cryan's defeat was no mere coincidence, especially considering Jamie Welton was a Grand Magician at only 10 years old. Suddenly, Blazer's name echoed. The dynamics of the continent, he thought, would be interesting. Meanwhile, Scadium Castle's banquet hall was bustling with activity. Sir Welton Jr. was being swarmed by admirers, all eager to shake his hand. One man pleaded with Jamie to hold his hand and asked what he thought of his daughter. Another guest expressed their respect and urged him to take a seat. Amidst the crowd, Jamie excused himself, thinking that someone wanted to make him their disciple. A woman eagerly introduced her daughter, a big fan of Jamie's, and urged him to come with her. Jamie thought to himself, "Mother." One woman remarked that they couldn't treat him like a kid anymore, now that he was a Grand Magician, to which another agreed. Jamie thought that he could only handle meeting people one at a time. The Red Lotus magician mused that it was hard being famous, and that it had been a while since he last saw, and making things awkward. The blue-haired mage asked if he was all right. The Red Lotus magician was flustered by the question, and the blue-haired mage asked if his face was a little red. He stammered, saying it was because the Red Lotus magician was visibly flustered, while the blue-haired mage looked on with concern. The Red Lotus magician wondered if the food was off, as his stomach felt funny. He still couldn't believe that he was at a party hosted by the king, feeling like a dream. He wondered if this would ever happen again. The blue-haired mage questioned what he was talking about, reminding him that the moment he became Master's disciple, his life changed. The Red Lotus magician recalled that the blue-haired mage had also met him. He stuttered, saying it was nothing and that he was heading out. The blue-haired mage asked where he was going. The blue-haired woman smiles, seemingly pleased to have met Linon. She tells Linon that she has met him too, and that she will be in his care. The location is identified as Skadium's inner garden. Meanwhile, someone calls out for Sir Welton Jr., wondering where he went and expressing tiredness, also questioning who the party is for. Elsewhere, Jamie secretly snuck out. He thinks to himself that now that he is a master, he can finally act freely within. Jamie smiles, thinking of Seldam. The narration speaks of omnicity, a treasure of Seldam that only grand magicians are given consent to. He states that he doesn't know what is stored within it, but if he finds a clue, that should be enough. Jamie senses hostility. He wonders who would openly show hostility within the royal palace. He realizes the hostility is coming from Sir Albert. The young master remarked on the audacity of his opponent, though he considered him an amateur. The man with blue hair questioned if Jamie's father would seek revenge should he stab him. Jamie retorted that he would kill him before that could happen. The young master asked if Albert intended to kill him. Albert questioned if Jamie had learned to bluff from his father, calling him a brat. Jamie responded that his father didn't bluff, nor did he need to. However, the young master's expression changed. Jamie worried that Albert would say something if he burned the king's spear ain't alive. Albert wondered when Jamie had. The young master warned Albert what would happen if he continued. Albert looked up, surprised. The ground cracked beneath Jamie's feet. The elderly mage thought to himself that he would scold them. The elderly mage's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his intentions unknown. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, addressing Jamie and Albert as children. Count Simon observed the situation, noting that he wasn't wearing his party clothes, but deciding that what he had on would do. However, the young mage seemed unfazed. A figure worried that the young mage might say something if Albert, the king's spear, were to be burned alive. Suddenly, someone wondered when he had arrived. A voice boomed, demanding that they stop. The young mage stood between two figures. One of the figures warned that if they continued, the young mage looked up, his expression unreadable. The figure's foot pressed down. The figure resolved to scold these children. Another figure laughed maniacally. Someone declared that he was stronger than Cryon, the sword of Guinness. The young mage, surrounded by green energy, realizes the rumors he heard about his opponent were an understatement. Meanwhile, Fontina questions Albert's actions, reminding him that a spar requires a formal request and isn't just something to be taken. The tension between the two men is palpable. The green energy intensifies. The grip on the spear tightens. The spear is raised as Fontina and Albert face off. Albert scoffs, remarking that Fontina is showing an unusual amount of interest in other people's affairs for an old man. Fontina retorts that their princess is not just another person. Elsewhere, Blazer urges Albert to be careful, reminding him that they are in the royal palace stadium. Fontina warns Albert not to be sarcastic if he doesn't want to die. Blazer bids farewell to Albert, thanking him for showing him many funny things. Albert tells Blazer not to mention it, addressing him as Sir Welton Jr. With blue flames dancing around his feet, Albert prepared to fulfill his duty. A voice echoed, looking forward to their next encounter. Chapter 95, Long-Awaited Person. Nearby, the young magician landed gracefully, checking on the princess. He was relieved to see she was all right. Fontina apologized, offering no excuses for their actions. The individual before Fontina revealed that they had been testing them. The individual before Fontina expressed that since they had been appointed as a master, they should be formal with their words. Fontina waved it off, saying it was all right. The young magician wondered how the princess knew where he was and appeared so suddenly. Another individual questioned how Fontina had the courage to fight Albert, stating that at their level, they couldn't face him. Fontina stated that there was a reason for their actions. The young magician knew that someone would show up. The young magician knew someone would show up. There had been quite the energy in the air, so he was certain someone would appear. The elderly mage apologized, explaining that he hadn't laughed on purpose. It was just that the young magician was really confident. The young magician stated that he was confident, though. The elderly mage noted that most masters were prideful, so it was rare for them to ask for help. The young magician stated that pride doesn't feed anyone. He added that he didn't need much time to surpass someone. The elderly mage didn't hesitate to say these things. The elderly mage wondered if this was the freedom of someone who was born with overwhelming talent. The elderly mage didn't think the young magician was being arrogant, stating that, unlike normal people, he didn't see any limit to his potential. The elderly mage thought that the young magician was fitting of his grandchild. The elderly mage suggested that they go back now. The two figures parted ways, promising to meet again. Meanwhile, the elderly mage stood by the window, observing the land. He noted that the degeneracy of the king's spear was worsening each day. Another voice suggested that they should place some restrictions on the king's spear. The elderly mage sighed, explaining that he had even given the title of the king's spear as a restraint, but the young mage wasn't improving at all. He thought to himself that the young mage was someone he must have by his side. The other individual responded that as long as the young mage was appointed as master, they couldn't just address him as someone. The elderly mage insisted that, nonetheless, he wanted him as his right-hand man. He admitted that controlling a master wasn't easy. The other person stated that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the future of Seldam was both of them. The elderly mage responded that he would heed their words. Finally, the elderly mage was told to return and recollect his thoughts. A voice requested that he take a rest. 3 days prior, it seemed the crown of omnicity would be used. The crown shimmered. Elsewhere, Jamie Welton was mentioned. A voice wondered what one would see with the crown of omnicity, and if Jamie was the person they had been waiting for. 3 days later, Jamie Welton was exhausted from meeting people. His younger sister, Sarah Welton, called out to him. Sarah told him that he was a little tired and urged him to get up. Jamie's grandfather had arrived. Jamie looked up, surprised. Jamie's grandfather asked if his attention was at first, and Jamie admitted that he was exhausted. Jamie's grandfather stated that when one talks to other people, they use a lot of mental capacity. He then asked if Jamie was all right, and stated that he was well trained in this. Jamie stared at his grandfather, realizing that even he had bags under his eyes. A voice inquired how it felt to be appointed as master. Jamie responded that he didn't know, stating it was something obvious. The voice complimented Jamie's answer, but warned that, unlike before, many eyes would be on him, and the whole world would focus on everything he did, bringing stress. The voice continued, adding that this also meant he would have countless enemies. Jamie listened intently. The speaker watched him. Elsewhere, a portrait of a woman was labeled Dear. Jamie considered that the marquis wasn't wrong. Another figure thought that they didn't need to think about the past in this life. The figure was surrounded by others. The figure stood tall. Another figure declared that humans were trash and didn't know kindness. A figure wonders aloud if someone is still doing this for them. The reason why he fights for mankind is because human sin is controlled by humans. The young master says that he will remember his grandfather's words. Then, the elderly mage says that he will be going now. Someone calls out for him to please wait, commenting that he looks tired. The elderly mage asks if this is the goddess's divine power. The young master thanks him, and the elderly mage says that next time, he will bring a nice gift and visit him in the magic world. The young master responds that he will be waiting. He decides that he should get going too. The young master smiles. The next day, at 5 Warp Terminal, the young master embraces his younger sister, Sarah, as he prepares to depart. He tells Sarah to look after herself and to send him a letter once a week. Sarah calls out to her brother, and he tells her to come closer. She asks if he cannot go, clearly upset by his departure. He apologizes, promising that he will contact her often. Jamie tells Sarah not to get too upset, reassuring her that they won't be apart forever. Sarah wonders if Jamie is not upset at all. Jamie thinks to himself, how could he not be upset? Even so, he wonders if it isn't a parent's job to send off their responsible son with a smile. The sound of footsteps echoes as Jamie walks away. Jamie's sister thinks to herself, when did he grow up so much? The sound of footsteps continues as Jamie walks. A man asks if the other saw an extreme calamity. An envelope is presented. The man explains that this is what Jamie's grandfather left before he passed. He had written down all of his realizations on a piece of paper. The man asks again if Jamie saw an extreme calamity. Jamie looks on with a concerned expression. The man explains that Jamie's father walked a different path from his grandfather, so he didn't witness the incident, referring to the deliriums. The man continues, saying that his realizations were always on his mind and that he thinks it'd be better to hand it down to Jamie, if possible. The man tells Jamie that he isn't forcing it upon him, so he can burn it if he thinks it's not his path. A close-up of Jamie's brooch. The man states that it's better to get rid of someone's deliriums than to remember them. Rebecca tells Jamie to take care and to remember to send letters. She adds that next time they see each other, she'll look forward to seeing him grow more handsome. Whispers of hope and worry echoed in the air, as those close to the young master wish for his swift return and well-being. With a determined smile, Jamie vowed to return. The moment had arrived, the culmination of a long journey. The one with the greatest synergy was finally here. The question lingered, would the secret be uncovered? The area was described as a void, devoid of life. The young mage wondered if he was locked in the darkness where he had been sealed in his previous life. He realized that although the light was faint, He could move freely, and this place was different. A voice echoed, and he wondered where it was coming from. The voice beckoned him to come closer. The voice grew closer, and he wondered if it was over there. The voice told him to come, and the young mage called the speaker an arrogant bastard. He told the voice not to order him around. A surge of power emanated. He wondered what was happening. He realized what that was. The young master sat up in bed, realizing that what he experienced was too vivid to have been a dream. He frowned, annoyed that someone had interrupted his dream. Intruding a dream and messing with reality, he wondered who that person was. He noticed a crown. He looked down, surprised to see the crown on the floor. He hummed, deep in thought. 1 week later, in the Magic World's Central Magic Tower's meeting room, the first elder, leader of the king's faction, announced that he would take responsibility for the third elder's cruelty and put him in seclusion. The other elders needed to split up his work. Someone remarked that Ofin had done all of that by himself, and that he was someone with monstrous ability. It was said that Ofin was as amazing as his sense of responsibility, and that he was the person responsible. A figure plummets through a dark, watery expanse. Meanwhile, the seventh elder suggests that the young master use the crown of omniscience immediately. The lowest floor of the Central Magic Tower was now in view. A voice wondered if he was nervous. The young master replied that he wasn't. The third elder urged him to be excited, like children should be. The seventh elder chuckled, remarking that he was the only one who treated the young master like a child. He added that everyone else treated him like an adult, so he should treat him only as such. The third elder observed that the two got along quite well. With a burst of magical energy, they arrived. The third and seventh elders stood behind the young master as they faced a set of large, ornate doors. The seventh elder used his magic to open the doors, stating that only the young master could enter. The young master stated that he would be back then. The third elder told him to be careful and to tell them what he saw. The room was chilly, filled with a powerful mana. The closer Jamie got to the glass stand, the thicker the mana concentration became. That was the crown of omniscience. A voice echoed, stating that he was finally here. Jamie realized it was the voice from his dreams. The voice continued, stating that it had been waiting for him earnestly. The voice echoed, stating that it had been waiting for him earnestly. The voice echoed, stating that it had been waiting for him earnestly. The crown of omniscience seemed to beg him to use it. Jamie placed the crown of omniscience on his head. Suddenly, information began overflowing his mind. Jamie's eyes glowed with power as he struggled to process the influx of knowledge. A voice echoed, introducing itself as the founder of a new civilization. The voice continued, stating that it originated from a land 10,000 years ago, referring to the crown of omniscience as the foundation of the present age, and identifying itself as the first king, Garbalidin. The first king declared that he had been waiting for someone with the best synergy. The first king, Garb, extended his hand with a sinister smile. The young mage thought to himself that the first king was supposed to be a self-aware artifact that stored records. Jamie struggled to sort through the overwhelming information when Garb's voice echoed in his mind, asking what he was thinking about. Jamie wondered why the first king was inside the crown of omniscience, and if the other elders knew about this. Garb laughed, telling Jamie that he only told him. Jamie was confused as to why Garb was telling him this. Garb responded that it was because Jamie was special and that he felt Jamie possessed the best synergy, asking if Jamie felt the same. Jamie bluntly denied it. Jamie, annoyed, questioned if he could gain more knowledge if his synergy with Garb was higher. Garb laughed, dismissing such things as unimportant, but Jamie insisted that was the reason he came. The young master stated that people usually asked him about the beginning of the world. He then asked if Garb could answer if he wanted to know. Garb responded that of course he could, as he was omniscient. Garb declared that he would show Jamie the beginning of the world. The scene shifted to a place filled with falling lights. The lights continued to fall. The view widened, showing Garb standing in the middle of a cracked dry land. Garb stated that this was his memory, and that it would solidify his power. Jamie thought that Garb would show him the time of his past life, but instead, he was showing the birth of civilization. Garb stated that this was the village he ruled. Garb recalled that he was almost ostracized for his blue skin. Garb realized that he could use magic. Soon after, humans started to treat Garb like a god. He explained that the village had grown into a country, and then a millennium empire. However, he knew it would be problematic if his non-aging appearance was discovered after several hundred years. So, Garb used puppet emperors to control the empire, believing his grand empire would last forever. But the emperors in the past 100 years were incapable. The nobles controlled the empire as they pleased, and the civilians began revolting, causing the empire to collapse. That's when the Church of the 12 Gods appeared. They eased the pains of the civilians and preached religious doctrine, claiming gods existed since ancient times. In 100 years, the empire was divided into 5 continents. Garb wondered if the 12 gods weren't there from the beginning. It was unexpected, as one would have thought that the 12. They appeared suddenly and chased him out. A god's disciple hunted him down, but he changed his appearance and diverted them. In the end, he had to hide himself in the crown. The crown, once a symbol of power, now hung suspended in the air. The young master considered the implications of Garb's words. To simply change his appearance seemed a little strange. He recalled Garb's story of how, while in hiding, he had somehow ended up in the hands of Seldom's first king, a skilled magician. The synergy between them was low, and the king only saw a portion of history. That was a shock to Garb, who was then called the Crown of Omniscience. After Garb, there were many good magicians, and Siegfried was quite amazing, though their synergy was an all-time low. It seemed to Garb that the stage of magic wasn't proportionate to one's synergy. Garb continued, explaining that the 12 gods had stopped looking for him. He found that strange. It seemed like he had told him everything, but he didn't mention the important stuff. It would have been better for the 12 gods to scheme. The young master asked why they dethroned him, but Garb hesitated, implying there was a reason. If Garb didn't want to answer, should he ask them? The young master realized that was the pyro, and he would answer it himself. The mysterious figure, his face obscured by shadows, posed a question, reminding the young master that he knew what happened 10,000 years ago. He continued, stating that the young master was a parasitic species that existed before mankind, attaching itself to others in order to survive. The young master was left speechless. The figure then revealed the reason why a coward like him could never become the first king. The reason, he explained, was because he was a puppet of the 12 gods from the very beginning. The figure continued, stating that the 12 gods entrusted him with many things, including the mission to start a new civilization. However, through a mistake, everything was taken from him, and he was chased out. The young master, visibly shaken, questioned if any of his inferences were wrong. The figure wondered why they chose a foolish puppet like him, and why their synergies were so high, before muttering that the young master was a damned brat. The figure then demanded that the young master shut up and give him his body. The young master, surrounded by dark energy, realized that this was the power he knew. The figure declared that the young master really was a damned existence. The young master wondered how he obtained his power, and how he got the black mana. He witnessed the end of the world, a world reset for the 12 gods. Not even a bonfire remained, and all life ceased. The world was destroyed. The sight of everything vanishing was a nightmare he had never dreamt of. Hyuk. In the end, like prey that sensed fear, he ran away to the farthest place on earth. When all of civilization disappeared, he found a faraway cave. There, he discovered a jewel. The jewel buried itself deep into the man's body, and he felt a strong, dark energy cascading within him. Subsequently, he trained with the power of darkness. "You rat, you were hiding here the whole time." The peace didn't last long, however. He who introduced himself as the god of violence and plundering was planning to kill the last survivor. Then, from his body, the power of darkness emerged and withstood the god. The leader of the gods pushed aside the dumbfounded gods. It was interesting that he had such power. He decided that Garbalidin should try leading the new world. From now on, his name was Garbalidin. But he was abandoned. The god's apostle, who suddenly appeared, tried to kill him, so he had no choice but to run away. He wondered who it was. He became the first monarch of this nation. That was gross. Second authority, darkness. Garb clicked his tongue in annoyance as he dodged the incoming attack. The apostle's magic took the form of an abyss erosion. The dark hooded figure seemed pleased with the attack, declaring it not bad. The apostle's magic continued to surge. Young_mage_1, observing the scene, scoffed at the display. He dismissed them as mere tricks. Suddenly, the apostle appeared to be struck by a new attack. The attack was identified as Welton-style Sixth Formation, Aftermath. The Welton family's magic took the form of a powerful surge of water. Young_mage_1 launched the counterattack. The dark-hooded figure found the counterattack hilarious. The apostle dismissed the attack as a mere attack. The apostle declared that this was just the beginning of the chain attack magic. The apostle unleashed a barrage of attacks, each strike described as infinite cuts, threatening to obliterate everything, leaving no trace behind. Garb, struggling against the onslaught, retorted that the apostle shouldn't joke around, declaring that Garb's body belonged to him. Suddenly, a surge of dark power manifested, identified as a mist explosion, engulfing the area. The dark power intensified, swirling and converging. The dark energy coalesced around the apostle, who was now wielding a sword. The apostle prepared to strike, announcing the sword of fusion. Young_mage_1 landed on the ground, ready to face the apostle. The dark energy continued its convergence. The apostle stood amidst the swirling dark energy, the sword raised high. The dark energy intensified further, creating a chaotic display of power. The apostle declared that it was pointless for a kid like young_mage_1 to try and kill him. A voice responded, agreeing that a body like the apostle's was hard to kill. The figure stood tall, draped in a long, flowing red cloak that cascaded around them, almost obscuring the ground beneath. He knew something that the figure did not, something from a world that had vanished centuries ago. In that lost world, gods were unmatched, and a powerful magician once lived. The skies of that world were filled with winged creatures, both angelic and demonic. However, that information alone wasn't enough for him to know the world's secret, so he and someone else made a contract. It was a contract to help the kingdom, one that would last until they found someone with the highest synergy. You're quick, the figure chuckled. Foolish, the figure thought, believing that if he knew the secret, mankind could be liberated. However, their goal was something else entirely. The chains tightened. He sought to be acknowledged by the gods again. The figure raised their hands, energy crackling around them as they prepared to be acknowledged. The hooded figure declared that the world would reset in 10,000 years, and that day was imminent. They would use their opponent's body as nourishment to rule the new world. Below, the dark magician was surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. Suddenly, the hooded figure questioned if the dark magician was done talking. The dark magician was shocked, wondering why their power was suddenly acting up. The hooded figure stated that it was because the power did not belong to the dark magician. The dark magician declared that it was their power. The hooded figure declared that they were the strongest dark magician ever. The hooded figure's hand glowed with power. Below, the dark magician wondered what had happened, realizing that their power to control the darkness could not be taken. The dark magician questioned what the hooded figure had done to them. The dark hooded figure questioned how a child could take their power, but then stated that it seemed like the child did not know their place. The figure continued, declaring that the child looked down and failed to recognize the master of their power. Meanwhile, the young mage stood silently. The dark hooded figure found the situation amusing, calling the young mage a fake. The young mage denied the accusation. The dark hooded figure stated that the young mage was chosen by the 12 gods because they obtained their power. The young mage's eyes glowed with power. The dark hooded figure was suspended in the air, seemingly restrained by an unseen force. The dark hooded figure hoped that the young mage realized how meaningless their life was. The scene faded to white. A pair of ornate doors remained closed. Those waiting outside the doors commented on how long it was taking, stating that he should have come out already. One of the men wondered if something had happened, while another admitted he couldn't wait any longer. The elderly mage commented that it was strange that the other mage hadn't come out yet, suggesting they go in as well. The other mage stated that if something happened, he was going to turn a blind eye and told them to go. The sound of something breaking echoed. A mage wondered when a trap like this was set up, and what about Elder Jamie? Someone shouted to please be careful. It was announced that space was shattering. The space around them continued to crack. The shattering intensified. The cracks spread further. Jamie, looking shocked, was addressed as young master. Jamie wondered why the elders were there and what on earth had happened, realizing he didn't see the crown of omniscience. Someone stated that the crown of omniscience disappeared and asked for clarification. The mages were in disbelief, questioning where the crown of omniscience had gone. One of them called out to the young master, but he simply suggested they go upstairs to talk, noting the messy state of the room. With a sinister smile, the young master agreed to go upstairs first, while internally demanding an answer as to why it disappeared. One of the mages pleaded for an answer. He questioned why he needed to explain himself. He was relieved that no one noticed. It was Diablo Volfer's black mana fragment. The young master held a shard of mana in his hand, revealing that his power left over was from 60,000 years ago. The mages were still in disbelief, stating that the crown of omniscience, a national treasure of immeasurable value, was there, and then it wasn't. They asked the young master where the crown was, hoping it was still there, while also asking him to think of this as an accident. 10 minutes prior, inside the world of loss, the dark magician questioned how Diablo Volfer could be unharmed. Diablo Volfer was trapped in a horrific space of nothing, or so the dark magician believed. He had thought that Diablo would have become a soulless doll by now, but then questioned if he had lived for 10,000 years. The dark magician was trapped for an eternal time in darkness, an eternal loneliness, or so he thought. The dark magician demanded that Diablo tell him something. Diablo found the situation amusing. Diablo stated that the dark magician was wrong to think that he could understand him because he saw a fragment of his memory. Diablo had found a way to not be engulfed by madness, despite continuously going insane. The dark magician asked to have his power returned to him. Energy began to crystallize. The dark magician screamed that he wanted to keep living. The dark magician was being overwhelmed. The air crackled with dark energy. The dark magician had achieved success. Diablo Volfer held a fragment of black mana, a remnant of his power from 60,000 years ago. He considered absorbing it, but realized he already had enough black mana. The black demon loomed. Diablo Volfer questioned what was happening, reiterating that he already possessed enough black mana. Suddenly, the black mana fragment was forcefully taken from him. Diablo Volfer exclaimed that the thief was a brat. The dark magician was seen fleeing, prompting Diablo Volfer to demand that he spit it out. Diablo Volfer reflected that such events occurred when he created an undead, and that black was an evil demon that supported his techniques. A nearby figure observed that there was a limit to how much mana Diablo Volfer could handle, and that this was too much. The black mana was being absorbed. The black mana fragment pulsed with dark energy, its form shifting and swirling. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within the fragment. The light took the shape of wings, causing confusion. The wings beat powerfully, generating arcs of energy. The winged light focused into a single point, alarming the dark magician. At the peak of the black mana, a light was created, but the dark magician admitted he didn't know what was happening. Despite his confusion, the dark magician saw this as a chance. He recognized the power emanating from the light. He couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. Gathering his strength, the dark magician focused his energy. The dark magician felt his mana core fluctuating wildly, his pulse racing. He called out to Black, as the power surged within him. The dark magician wondered how light, so close to holy energy, could have been born from black mana. But with this power, he was going to try. He would try one more time to become the root of new power. Meanwhile, on the highest floor in the central tower, it was a severe earthquake, not just affecting the tower, but seemingly causing the whole magic world to tremble. Those present wondered what was going on. The seventh elder was instructed to find the cause of the earthquake, while the fifth elder was told to evacuate the citizens safely. One of the elders declared that he would try to stop the earthquake. Another instructed that the first elder be called, and someone agreed to do just that. A figure declared that there was no need. The figure realized that this was the person they saw in the memory. Diablo Volfer's power surged, emanating from him in waves of dark energy. The sudden surge of power was immense. It felt like an unbearable pressure. Elsewhere, someone noticed the shift in power. They wondered what form it could be. Another person observed that their hair seemed to have grown taller, but they believed it would return in normal soon, dismissing it as a mere coincidence. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair smirked, his expression suggesting he knew more than he let on. Within the secret library, a portrait hung above a desk. A voice declared that the crown of omniscience had been destroyed. Elsewhere, someone discovered a secret. A secret book sat on a red cushion, radiating an aura of mystery. The text revealed that the first monarch, Freydmore, passed down a secret book to his descendants about Seldom's history. A figure with white hair carefully read the book. The book was titled The Devil's Record. He traveled the earth, stumbling upon a secret that shook him to his core, a secret too terrible to share. Initially, the discovery filled him with anger, but that anger soon gave way to a creeping dread. As he struggled to overcome his helplessness, someone approached him, their greed thinly veiled. They asked if he was the strongest in the inn. The figure offered to lend him their power. With this newfound strength, they quickly became strong. The figure proposed conquering Sodom, a land overflowing with the sins of sovereigns, and creating a new nation. It sounded good. He gathered nearby powers and conquered Sodom, and that's how the Seldam kingdom was built. However, even as the king of a nation, he remained powerless against the world's secret. At that moment, someone whispered to him that the world's darkness was much deeper than he knew. He was told that his life was like a flash of light, and was asked to let them go into his crown so they could live a long life. He would pass his knowledge onto his selected human descendants. He would walk through darkness until someone who shares a high synergy with him appears. He was asked if he would accept the offer. The protagonist considered the offer, realizing that the one making it was a devil in disguise, hiding in sheep's clothing. He wondered what benefit the other party would gain from it. However, because he knew the figure possessed great power, he felt he had no choice but to accept the deal. That was why the book was being left behind for his descendants. Future kings were instructed to trust and protect the one who appeared and possessed the highest synergy. It was revealed that the devil's power was a portion of someone who existed long ago. The devil. The book stated that nothing could be done to the person with the highest synergy. It was written that this person would be an important key in protecting this world. In the end, it turned out to. The portrait of the king appeared already whole. It seemed like he wouldn't need anyone to protect him. The king stated that he would be looking forward to the future of Seldam. A week later, at Limmel's villa, someone thought that the emperor would overlook what happened. One of the men mused that the first king, Gob, had fooled the entire Seldam kingdom, and that it was their mistake to have been deceived. Meanwhile, Jamie thought it was a relief that it was over, acknowledging that his contribution was significant. He had just returned the jewelry to its former state. Someone asked what he planned on doing now, and Jamie responded that he was planning to put his all into training within the next few years. The elderly mage asked if Jamie was cutting contact and training. Jamie clarified that he wasn't cutting contact, but he needed time to focus. 5 years would pass. In 5 years, Jamie would become 9th class. Only then could he stand at the starting line of this race. Jamie was going to train his newly obtained power and body perfectly. Meanwhile, Guinness vowed that Jamie should just wait, because she would kill him first. Someone vowed to bring an end to all of the fakes. At the Pyro Church, Mount Chombon main church, someone knocked, announcing that it was Ras. Eric Tedre is asked what brings him here by another man, who addresses him as elder brother Ras. They stand before a statue of a goddess, and Ras assures his companion that the goddess will understand. Ras's companion asks if the reason they came was about Jamie. Ras confirms that it is true, and that Jamie was appointed as a Seldam master. The companion is shocked to hear this, realizing they need to work harder. The companion thinks about Jamie, admitting that he thought he was well behind, but Jamie overtook him. He clenches his fist, resolving that he needs to work harder, just like Ras said. He vows to get stronger, declaring that the next time he meets Jamie, he will fight him. He is amazed that Jamie already has bishop-level holy power. The companion is amazed that Jamie can obtain the qualification to become an official holy knight. Ras says that now is not the time for this, and that they should go and stretch their bodies, adding that it's time to teach. Ras thinks that Jamie is really diligent. The man with the light hair acknowledged that those doing their best were to be commended, but he couldn't help but wonder if the fates of two individuals were not being too cruel. Meanwhile, the Eastern nations, backed by the Guinness Church, were framing Seldam for the Apton incident, spreading lies and escalating tensions. Because of that, several battles erupted on the border with the North. It was only a matter of time before a full-blown war broke out, and a figure in a red cloak prayed to the goddess. The prayer was simple: protect those two children. And just like that, 5 years had passed. The story of the Dark Magician continues, now at chapter 99. This special chapter tells an untold story, set 1 month after leaving Saint Germain. The familiar creature asks if someone is nervous. One of the figures chuckles, admitting to being a little nervous, as it has been 10 years since they have seen their people. The group approaches Ariadne's great forest, but one of them wonders if they can just go there without preparing beforehand, having heard it's a very dangerous place. The other figure laughs, stating that it is not dangerous to those who are from the forest. One of them asks if they should go in, then, and the other responds with a resounding yes. The figure in the lead wonders what is happening. The other figure explains that it's the wind spirit and tells them not to get scared, urging them to go. The wind spirit swirls around them, and the figure tells them to just enjoy it. One of the figures gags, and the other asks if they couldn't handle that, then apologizes, asking if they were being too fast. One of the figures made a disgusted sound, before asking what the other was eating. The other figure responded that they had just picked it up and offered some. Then, a voice asked if they were all right. One of the figures responded that they were fine, and suggested they head in. They added that those who weren't Valkyrie needed to get the queen's permission first. The figure's face was obscured by a hood. Someone stated that they would be back. The scene faded to black. A figure with long, flowing red hair appeared, surrounded by energy. The words Valkyrie Forest appeared, along with the phrase, this place. The words, it's been a while, were displayed. Someone noted that she was back, and that it was finally happening. The words, the royal princess is back, appeared. The words, this tree, were displayed as a figure stood before a large tree. A surge of power erupted around Benna as she cried out for her daughter. The memories began to flood back. She recalled a time when her mother had made her a flower crown. Benna remembered her mother telling her to sleep well, and wondered why she had forgotten these precious moments. Tears streamed down Benna's face as she remembered her mother. She remembered embracing her mother. Benna recalled her mother's desperate search for her and how she had left the village. She began to remember that very day. Benna had wanted to surprise her mother, so she secretly practiced flying. But she fell off a cliff. Injured, she cried out for help. Benna remembered being kidnapped by Gob after that incident, deciding it was best not to tell her mother about it. In the darkness, a figure stands with their back turned. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman smiles, relieved to have seen someone again. More importantly, there are people someone wants the woman to meet. From the Sephid forest, a group approaches. One of them, presumably Sephid, must be Mullen's child. He is thanked for allowing someone to see their daughter again. And this is Behemoth, who looks exactly like Nettis. Behemoth stands beside the red-haired woman. Behemoth states that he doesn't have the fidelity to tell them that, but his master will have a word instead. The time to fight has come again. Someone will watch and see if they're brave like Nettis, or a coward who will hide. A character with glowing purple eyes stares intensely. Someone is theirs. Benna was reminded not to slack off, as they were born with the mission to protect the young master. With a good, Behemoth declared that they should leave now. The blue-haired woman questioned if they were leaving already, while Behemoth confirmed. The blue-haired woman announced that they would get going, then, and told Benna to have fun. Behemoth called out for them to wait, wondering how they could just leave like that. He hoped that if their fates aligned, they would see each other again. The red-haired woman reassured Behemoth that he would see them again, so he shouldn't feel too bad. Behemoth promised that the next time they met, he would be a lot stronger. The blue-haired woman remarked that the kid spoke well. The familiar creature asked if it was okay to be leaving like this, but she responded that they left quickly as she asked, noting that they got along well. It was not like they would never see each other again, as once someone meets someone, parting is inevitable. Besides, if you do part, you'll meet again. 2 years after Jamie's appointment to Grand Magician. The scene opens at Phoenix Academy, intermediate grade, class alpha, the day before. Suddenly, a student is taken by surprise. Whispers spread among the students as they notice someone. Leon Simon's height has changed, and a student questions what happened. Leon wonders what she thinks of his new height. Because of the old teacher, Leon didn't sleep at all. The student imagines giving students that many assignments in their growth period, but he helps them with their training from time to time. The student notes that Leon has gotten a lot taller as well, and that he is sensitive about his height. The student thinks that of course the teacher is a grand magician, and that Leon isn't that short. Count Simon states that he will beat someone. The scene shifts to Leon's research lab. A potion is being mixed. Leon is frustrated. The cycle continued, as it had many times before. The book lay open, its pages filled with useless information. Frustration mounted as the need to find another way became increasingly urgent. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Someone had written a note, warning against wasting power on useless things. Leon Simon stirred, waking up. He wondered if it was already morning. A note caught his eye. It was his teacher's handwriting. He wondered if his teacher had come here at night. The note instructed him to look in the mirror. Looking into the mirror, Leon Simon saw his reflection and thought about yesterday's height change. He wondered if the reflection was truly him. Someone exclaimed in excitement, declaring Jamie a god. Confusion reigned as the question arose. Just what happened? The bad memories of the Apopes incident resurfaced, featuring a crazy professor and student. He groaned, wondering if he had consumed something strange like Apopes. He resolved to investigate. The door creaked open as Leon walked away. Meanwhile, Count Simon grumbled about being asked to run annoying errands. The Count was then told to get the reagent for the next class. Suddenly, a bright light filled the hallway. Leon, hearing the commotion, questioned what was happening. Count Simon yelled at him not to open it. Leon questioned why he was acting like this. He dismissed it, telling Leon to just go. Suddenly, the bell rang, and Count Simon cursed. He realized his height had returned to what it was before. Count Simon was shocked by this development. Count Simon is visibly agitated by the situation. Leon Simon seems surprised by his reaction. The thought occurs to someone that the teacher must have cast magic on Count Simon. They knew it. Someone recalls that it is said that boys grow later. They muse that he might be as tall as the teacher in 3 years. Besides, someone comments that Count Simon is still handsomely tall. Leon Simon smiles widely. Count Simon, clearly annoyed, demands that they stop making fun of him. The Welton estate stood tall and imposing. From within, Jamie Welton pondered. He felt great. He considered that, in addition to having the genes of the Welton family, he felt better because the beat of life was enhanced through the monstrance. It felt good to have a proportionate body. Jamie Welton, Grand Magician, was now 15 years old. He recalled that 5 years ago, after he created the monstrance, Black fell asleep. Jamie wondered if there were any other problems. He decided to head out for the day. A voice called out to the young master. The sound of footsteps echoed. Sir Hamilton greeted Jamie, asking if he was on his way to the drill hall. Hamilton added that he couldn't forget to do his morning training. Sir Hamilton's subordinate was touched by his determination and mindset, feeling it was all because of him. He had learned the basics from Hamilton. The Count remarked that he would see him next time, noting the great energy and anticipating that the young master would grow even more. The Count believed that Hamilton would guide the young master, especially since all the soldiers under his command were lost. It occurred to him that Hamilton almost lost to the young master. Jamie ran. Jamie called out to his father. Argino thought that Jamie had a great attitude. Jamie was using telekinesis to control his sword, a technique that even sword masters found difficult. Argino observed that Jamie hadn't even broken a sweat. Jamie continued to train. Jamie was practicing the Welton technique formation, 100 C's spread. The mana swirled around Jamie, a vortex of power ready to be unleashed. To face him with a mana cyclone was a new approach, he realized. But the mana flow dispersed. Jamie wondered how the mana flow had been dispersed, realizing he was thinking too much. The attack continued. The opponent exclaimed, wondering how Jamie had manipulated the mana flow that he was controlling. He didn't think he had used 100 C's. The young master declared that he shouldn't have time to think. The attack continued to descend. The mana crashed down. The opponent was struck. Jamie realized there was no opening. Jamie continues his attack, his sword crackling with energy. The force of the blow sends a shockwave outward. The young master realizes that because he isn't using magic, his father is only using the least amount of mana he can, but even that has a tremendous amount of destructive power. It seems the rumor that the Sword Lord's power comes next after the Sword Master is true. Meanwhile, Argino continues his advance. Jamie realizes that his father's stance seems like he's going easy on him. Argino raises his sword high above his head. But now, Argino is declaring the end. Jamie thinks to himself that he's always gotten stuck here. The Welton 10 formations, 7th formation, lightning strike. Jamie prepares to block the attack. Jamie resolves to break through this time, even if it's impossible to block his father. The lightning strike, the Welton 10 formations, 7th formation, descends upon the training grounds. Argino Welton used the sun to conceal himself, but his presence was still felt. Argino declared that he was Jamie's opponent. The force of the attack was immense. The wooden training sword was held firm. The force of the blow sent Jamie staggering back. Jamie gasped for air. Jamie thought to himself that he had hoped to land at least one hit today. Argino chuckled, telling Jamie that he had improved, but was still no match for him, and that he should train for 5 more years. Jamie vowed to break through his father's defenses next time, urging him to hurry and get ready for work. But Argino noted that Jamie almost broke the sword. His swordsmanship, though still developing, was already infused with his father's technique, and it was clear he would soon master the sword. Argino chuckled, acknowledging that while Jamie wasn't yet a sword master, he was well on his way. Appa have. From a distance, Jamie told Sarah that she didn't need to see him out. Sarah reminded him that he had said he was going to the palace today. Jamie thought to himself that even though he was busy, seeing his son was more important. He then heard Sarah call him impossible. Sarah wondered where her mother was, pleading for her to come out, saying that she could see her. Sewers thought of her children, calling them her handsome son and cute daughter. Suddenly, Sarah ran to her mother, calling out to her. None. Jamie announced that he would be off. Jamie told his family that he would see them later as he departed. Sarah asked Jamie to take her with him next time. Sarah asked Jamie to show her the magic world. Jamie agreed, saying that when he was free, they could look around together. Sarah was excited. With his preparations complete, Jamie wondered aloud if he should depart. An ultra-distance warp was initiated. The destination was revealed to be a towering structure piercing the sky. The dark magician had transmigrated after 66,666 years. Chapter 100, Harmonia. The scene shifted to the magic world's central magic tower, specifically to Jamie's office. A third elder greeted Harabalero, who returned the greeting. The Harmonia Kingdom, located on the Alicia continent, had requested support, specifically asking for a master class to be dispatched. Jamie seemed surprised by this request. The request came from a Harmonia Kingdom, specifically from the Liberators. For over 5 years, there had been attempts to overthrow the king, who was severely corrupted. The frontier was supporting the Liberators. Since the non-magician masters were observing the Eastern continent, Carrierun, this request was sent to the magic world. The Eastern continent, Carrierun, could be called the headquarters for the Guinness Church. Since the battles with that place had subsided recently, Jamie thought so. Most sword masters had been dispatched. That was the reason why Father went to the palace, for Siegfried. A magician was to be dispatched to that place too. This would be discussed in today's elders' meeting. All right. Magic World, Central Magic Tower, large meeting room. The meeting room was empty. It felt more empty because the 8th elder wasn't there. He had something to do in his territory. The 6th elder was still locked away. She thought she would become a 7th-class magician soon. They were all here early. The Venus Music Box, an object said to create a new universe when its music begins, was a treasure of immense magical value, deeply connected to the Harmonia Kingdom's myth. The box's significance was tied to the very foundation of the Harmonia Kingdom's myth. Meanwhile, within the halls of power, the young master overheard a conversation. One man lamented that those rotten bastards would do anything to survive, and that it was better to get rid of Harmonia. Harmonia's reward was quite tempting, another man mused. But they wouldn't be controlled by something like that, came the firm reply. The man with white hair was ordered to assess the situation personally and to do as he pleased. The young master overheard someone asking if it was all right to ignore Harmonia's request. It went against a great deal, but Seldam was a powerful nation that was able to do that, came the reply. The young master simply responded with an "oh." It was becoming clear that Seldam wanted to benefit from this situation. If they could stabilize the state of affairs by helping Harmonia, they would be indebted to Seldam. And if they helped the Liberators, they helped enthrone a new king, so the young master smirked, his eyes gleaming with a calculating light. The question hung in the air, just act almighty and come back, right? It was the end of the season, with the promise of an epilogue on September 13th. The Dark Magician transmigrates after 66,666 years. The editorial team thanked the readers for their support and announced they would be in a state of preparation until January 2024, when they would return with Season 3.